like kind of disengage ability with the Astral just to potentially save an ally who's been lassoed, to keep someone alive while Slark is going on them in Shadow Dance. So.
Yep.
Okay, gods, here we go. Game 1. It is only a best of 3, not a BO5 like we've had in qualifiers past, so not a whole lot of margin for error here. And as you mentioned, it's been a fairly long day for Na'Vi. We'll see how that affects them as the teams get into their lanes. Na'Vi TPing in early with Biver. They drop the deep lane ward. Meanwhile, Solo, on one of his typical smokes, gets a ward out near that bottom lane to keep eyes on any potential movement into the jungle. And it looks like VP going aggressive here.
Ooh, so yeah, Darkseid already heading up top. Interesting. So yeah, Ramsey's down bottom. What are they? I guess, yeah, Slack not really known for having a strong lane phase in a hero that can get pressured a lot in the early game lane stage. I'd say Oracle used to be fine in these kind of aggressive situations, but a lot of his spells have kind of received small little nerfs over the various patches. This hero used to be like one of the best 5-position supports, but after a couple of nerfs, this hero just isn't quite what it used to be, and it does look like Na'Vi may have to either adjust their lane-ups or kind of do something else. Pycat immediately running towards top once his bounty run gets contested is likely going to just ditch this bottom lane.
All right, yeah. So screw that. You can have the fun down there.
It doesn't do a whole lot
Mr.
better
General.
top though. It's still a Darkseer versus Slark. He's got the Oracle to help purge those Iron Shells a little bit, but you can only really purge so much of them, and Darkseer should farm pretty nicely against the Slark up here.
Yeah, obviously, like you see the Ursa and you go for a Slark, you can't expect to have easy lanes. There's always going to be a potential weakness to exploit there. It's just not really why you pick Slark. He's not a particularly strong laner. But they do have the Ogre to secure mid, so Dendy can get off to a good start. Then maybe Armen roams that way and tries to give the Slark a little space. For now, though, they're in the dual lane to make the Darkseer sad, and VP looks like we'll be rotating their Sand King as well. Lil gonna join the skirmish here in the mid lane.
Interesting. Armen playing the Ogre for once. Almost always we see Biver playing this one, but imagine he's the guy who also normally plays the Ogre, so Armen probably saying like, look, I'd rather play the Ogre than play the Oracle, so...
Uh-oh. Tough start here for General, who took Sticky Napalm, has the boots, but Ramses also has his own, gets off a follow-up clap, and this likely the first blood. Indeed it will be. Ramses drawing it. General going for the level 1 Napalm, and he gets punished.
Yeah. It's a rough start indeed.
Although, I mean, you can probably attribute that to the lane swap, not being quite aware that the Ursa would already have the boots and just ambushing him with it.
Yeah, I've managed to do pretty well against the Darkseer up top. He didn't go for any clarity, so unfortunately for Pasha, he couldn't really stay in this lane. Like his first couple Iron Shells getting purged. Often with the changes to Darkseer, his Iron Shell costs a lot more mana than he used to. This is actually a kind of a tough lane for him as a result.
Overall laning setup, gods. It looks like farm-wise, VP getting the edge here. They've also gotten a first blood. Do they just straight up win the lanes? Is there an adjustment Na'Vi can make to...
I think Armen's Ogre is probably the hero that can roam around and be annoying. He doesn't really offer a threat at bottom lane with the Batrider to get kills, but likely we see him just stick around this mid lane and try and give Troll a bit of an edge. Unfortunately for Dendy, even with the Ogre's presence so far, he hasn't really done all too well in CS. Just the 2 last hits and 3 denies. So if Na'Vi can win top lane and perhaps have Ogre help them secure this mid lane a bit more, at least 2 of the 3 lanes will be going well for them, and they'll be okay with Batrider just getting experience, which so far he hasn't been able to really do at bottom, but with a level 2 and Firefly, he should be able to at least get XP down bottom.
All right, so Dendy definitely still getting that help from the Ogres. No one continues to receive a lot of pressure, but still CSing fine. 6-1 already. They're making the dive on bottom. They have found General again. 3 heroes converging on the Batrider. They're going to chase him through the tree line, but with the point in Firefly, he's not as easy of a kill. The Caustic slowing him down just a little bit. Juki back towards the tower. Armen tries to join the fray. Not going to matter. Suddenly, the Ursa converges on him. This could easily be 2, maybe 3 Na'Vi heroes going down, as the Ursa is just going to be king of the castle at this point. Finds another. Lil getting the last hit, and VP just waltz away The trickle in effect simply does not work against Ursa.
Yeah, that was a bit of a disaster. One by one, just feeding the Ursa. It looked like that was trying to Firefly onto that little poking out cliff point at the bottom of the map where you can plant wards, but couldn't. I don't know. Pathing, I guess, stopped him from doing so, and didn't really have a good escape even with Firefly up. So that was the Ogre rotating off the mid lane, which means Dendi's not getting that help. They're already losing bottom lane. They lose it even harder now with the extra kill being given up, and just the one lane up top going well for Na'Vi right now.
I mean, good news, it's going super well. He is 20 and 11 already as a Slark.
Man, that's actually crazy. That Slark he's only now in the straight 1v1, but even with before earlier, there's just like one Fortune's End from the Oracle onto those Iron Shells really just gave him all he needed in this lane, and he's going to start really pressuring Pasha. He's got an Orb of Venom. He's actually going to be playing super aggressive, looking for kills.
And you can see Pasha still trying to actually just buy the Soul Ring. He can't even get to the shop. Although Pycat will see him going and comes right back. He has the lane ward, so he can tell anytime Pasha makes this move as bottom lane general, getting pursued out again, hounded by Ramses. What is the range on those claws? My god. Didn't look like he was in melee range. Probably would have caught him anyway with the phase boots. But another kill, make it 2 more, and yeah, Ursa is out of control. This is a problem.
Yeah, this is
this is looking like classic like Ursa pub game.
Yeah, yeah, 5-0 at 4 minutes in, and he's only got 3 of those kills for himself. But top lane Slark getting very aggressive is now going to find Lil up there.
Oh no, the caustic canceled his salve. Pycat is a sad panda, looking for the turnaround though. Perhaps with Biver coming in will force Lil back in a way. So they go back to their tri lane. They stop trying to help general. They're just going to leave him against Ramses. And Ramses is going to rotate, at least for now. Looks for that haste rune, perhaps? No, just the courier. We'll grab some clarities here. Head back to the lane, but yeah, he doesn't really need help. I mean, at this point, even if he can't kill Bat, he can certainly zone him pretty effectively.
Oh yeah, and he's going to get the fast level 6 now, so even ganking him gets more difficult with the damage block and the turnaround potential with the enrage. So this bottom lane Ursa becomes a nastier and nastier problem. Solo's just heading back, but I think this is where if you're a support like Solo, you're just like, yeah, let's play around my Ursa. He's pretty strong and scary right now. If I'm near him, I'm probably safe. I can get some wards down, set up some kills, and that's where you're gonna get the most done. So he's back down bottom with the Ursa.
It's not like if you're Na'Vi, you're like, oh yeah, let me just go scout around the jungle by myself when Ursa's missing.
Yeah,
probably not the case.
Mostly just look at this top lane as like a lane where heroes like Sand King and Darks are going to go to leech experience, so you don't really necessarily want to try and fight up top. You just want to send like a Sand King to leech XP and get some farm where possible.
The one lane I'm a little curious about, guys, does Troll normally like struggle this much against an OD, considering he's gotten a lot of help from his Ogre, at least the last few times I've checked the lane, the Ogre's been there. Should he not be CSing better?
I think the denies are really good for Dendi. That's something where normally OD can secure CS pretty well using the Astral, and he is leveling up the Astral as his primary ability. So given that no one's leveling Astral, I'd say this is like pretty normal in terms of CS. Okay. Perhaps Troll a little bit under where he'd want to be in terms of his CS, but the denies is definitely a positive sign.
Yeah, it's a well-documented aspect of Dendi's laning that he really does prioritize denies more than other mid laners historically, so could play into it as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the players, if he can get a CS or a deny, he'll normally choose the deny over the CS sometimes. And
what a jerk. Yeah. Oh, Lil using the Burrow Strike here on an Ogre illusion. Pycat wants to punish that. He pounces in off the mark though, and now Pasha back into the fray. Pycat level 6, so he should be able to get out of here no matter what, barring a catastrophic error. He will get burrowed though. Still not using that ultimate. He's been healed up a bit longer. He finally has to commit it just with extra move speed, but VP continuing to chase. So they blunt any potential upcoming aggression from the Slark.
And bottom tower actually went down during all that, so Ramses has just managed to solo push the bottom lane just by constant chipping, and he can skip the wave pretty well as well. So his Helm of the Dominator going to be up very early on, and getting a creep at like 8-9 minutes in as an Ursa is going to allow you to really just roam around the map, play super aggressive. There's a lot of good creeps you can get to really benefit you. And Na'Vi are going to be...
Oh, look at this aggression, gods. They know Batrider's off the lane. They're not going to let him farm in the jungle. Straight onto him. Ramses will move. One more attack, actually make it 2. Grabs another kill. So Already a dominating streak. The jungle isn't safe, the lane isn't safe, and soon Roshan won't be either, as you mentioned. About to get the Dominator.
Oh, he's got the Elf Wolf as well. Yeah, the Dominator means he's probably taking Roche at level 8 with Fury swipes if he wants to, since the creep can tank Roche for you. But it doesn't have to go for Roche, and you can just look to continue to snowball, but getting an Aegis early on is definitely a nice thing to do. And he's smoked up with Sanking, so this could be for Roche, could be for making a play. We'll see where the priority lies for VP.
Not a whole lot of mana on Lil, so looks like it will be into the pit. Can Na'Vi, I mean, even if they knew about this, could they contest right now? They don't feel very strong.
Not really. I guess VP aren't grouped up around it. They're just relying on the sneakiness of smoking in there at this stage to get Roche. So Darks is not really in a position to do much, neither's OD. So if they had there with numbers, they could have done something about it, but it would have become very obvious. Lil didn't even attack. He stayed smoke in the Roche pit, so if they came to contest it, his smoke would pop and he'd know that that heroes were nearby.
So General ends up moving to the off lane, and guess who's there to greet him? It's his old friend Ramses. Shows himself in the lane. And reinforcements have arrived in the form of Lil. Gets a surge into a burrow, but General barely able to sneak over the cliffside there and back to safety. As that first... one of those first troll ultimates does get used. Dendi just taking over, farming the Ancients. They drive General off the lane and they go straight onto the tier 1 tower. So VP, very aggressive laning stage, really trying to secure map control here. Setting up for a second Roshan perhaps down the line. And for Na'Vi gods, I guess the question becomes, like, how are they going to start asserting some map control, taking fights, or do they just have no ability to do that for the next 10, 15 minutes?
And assuming VP pushing with enough numbers, I don't really think Na'Vi have plays they can make, because they have no blink on Batrider, they have no initiation item on Pycat. He doesn't have his Shadow Blade or his Blink Dagger. So Troll doesn't really have too many items. I guess the Troll Helm of the Dominator you can make some plays with, and may see like a smoke with an extra creep, but given that right now VP have Aegis, this is very much a Na'Vi, like a farming period for Na'Vi. They're going to be looking to keep away from VP during this Aegis period. Problem is, Batrider is miles away from a Blink Dagger right now.
Oh, Lil pulling out the jukes, breaking some ankles in the bottom lane. Biver trying to catch him out with the Fortune's End, but just a calm Sandstorm dodge and then do away. So VP just outmaneuvering Na'Vi around the map there.
Yep.
Going to smoke up as a pack of 3, head towards that bottom lane where they do have a ward planted. Sentry Deny was attempted earlier, unsuccessful. And let's see which way they go. Looks like they will find the Slark, and they do it. Before he's able to get up a Dark Pact, he's just going to go down without a fight. The lone ray of hope, really, for this Na'Vi squad also bites the dust. So the pressure mounts. All the while, no one... Yeah, by the way, has a Midas. Kind of just quietly farming away in the mid lane. Significantly ahead of Dendi now. Mostly due to the tower gold, but has not had any pressure. There is an OD in this game, guys, lest you forget.
He doesn't even have to enter the game, you know, he can just stay out of the game. He can keep jungling, he can keep farming his lane. His team Troy just giving him word like, look, they can make all these aggressive smoke moves without the involvement of the OD right now. He can continue to farm the lane and the jungle, which he's been doing so far. Level 10, he's not as farmed as the Ursa, since Ursa's had the tower gold at bottom, the Roche money, the kills, but if things kind of continue at this rate, OD is going to catch up to his own Ursa, maybe even overtake him just by the farming efficiency of the Midas.
There's a blink on Ramses now. He scouts with Big Bird. This is a slightly more vicious Big Bird than what you might be accustomed to if you were a Sesame Street fan.
And this is the first smoke from now. It kind of feels like the blink of General is too far away. They're just going to go for something. Saw a Batrider earlier today in the Chinese qualifier from in July, and like had a rough start, but he just said, look, screw my blink, I can make plays with just Lasso, and that was kind of their way back into the game, and I think they need something similar from General.
Oh no, they find Lil, he burrows, TP's out, and just no way to stop it.
Yeah, brutal, as Na'Vi can't find a single kill so far, and their woes continue, and likely after that failed smoke, they just have to fall back to their jungle, farm a few camps.
You know, as a commentator, guys, you're always looking for like entertainment, for a back and forth series. I'm looking for like a pulse here. It just doesn't. Navi just doesn't seem to have one. They're just rolling over. It's almost a 10,000 gold lead for VP, 5,000 experience. Tower after tower falling, 7-0 to the score. Like they lost basically every lane. Well, hell, I would say every lane considering Pycat has since died, so you can't even really say he won in the end. Well, when's it gonna happen? It just doesn't seem like it. Solo moves in. He struts up onto the Ogre, and they will quickly bring him down, even managing to steal the level 3 Bloodlust. So guess what? It's so Ursa needed more attack speed, more move speed. He's got it now.
That may actually be the best spell you could steal on the entire Navi side right now. Perhaps the Battle Trance is better. I take the Bloodlust over the Battle Trance just because it's 100% uptime.
Oh, and the move speed is ridiculous.
Yeah, so. It's better. It's better than the Battle Trance, really. So I don't really feel like there's a better spell to have for the constant fighting. Like, yeah, there's some like a False Promise could be good, but you're not really ever in danger of dying. You're so far ahead. You're so strong. This just enables your cores to do more and more damage, to get more and more out of control. So we'll see how this works. I think item-wise, like, I mean, to talk about what VP can look to do, if they want to keep getting further ahead and control and close out this game, getting items like Desolator on Ursa could be really good this game. They do kind of lack building hitters, but that's where we've seen Ursa's kind of adjust their build, start getting the Deso, and just playing and probably pushing around like this Darkseer mech timing. They're not going to be able to get any kind of a high ground foot. I mean, the Aegis has expired, so the second Roche is probably what they're eyeing off. And perhaps a second Roche that they're going to give to the OD rather than the Ursa, but we'll see if that's the case. But as it stands, they're very, very far ahead.
Well, you can see the Navi game plan. They're somewhat cowering in the darkness, just eking out little scraps of farm wherever they can. Guerrilla warfare tactics, deep beneath enemy lines, hiding in the trees. As well, VP are ready for that. They scan, they find General, and they massacre him again. So another death for the Batrider. I think at this point, you know, maybe you just start building your drums, because getting a blink just seems like an ambitious task.
General's worst games I've probably seen all qualifiers from him, and
is this the fuck General strat?
Jeez, it seems that way, you know. But the old Navi, like when they were kind of had their moments where they were good, the plan was always like, if you're going to beat Navi, you shut down General. He's the playmaker. He's the guy you want to beat and shut down. Dendi's always going to get the help and support in mid lane. That's like typically been like their support playstyle, is to give Dendi the edge in mid. But if you shut down the playmaker General, even if Dendi farms and does well mid, it doesn't seem like Navi have that scary presence come mid game. And that's exactly where they stand right now. No blink still. No blink inside. Like, he's halfway there as a Batrider at 15 minutes.
And it should be said, I guess, as far as Navi's prospects go, they do have great late game. They have Battle Trance, they have a Slark, they have Bloodlust, they have a pretty good scaling support in the Oracle, who doesn't need a whole lot of farm. So, like, I guess that's the silver line is, as horrendous of a game as this is, they don't really need to have an explosive start to take it late, but at the same time, you know, VP are no slouches come late game either. OD scales quite well. You've got the Darkseer teamfight potential. Lots of AoE to work with, and it's not like Navi are going to have BKB for Dendi anytime particularly soon. So I'm trying to find the silver lining and talk it up, but truth be told, it's going to take some big mistakes from VP.
And until they get BKBs, they're not fighting into the OD and all the AoE, the Sand the Darkseer, and all that. And if they rush the BKBs, well, they're not able to keep up in terms of farm. BKBs are going to slow down their rate of farm. It's an item that kind of you typically want to buy to fight now, and I don't think Navi really want to fight, but at the same time, if they don't get the BKBs, they're also going to just continue to feed, so they're kind of in this tough, awkward position where there's no real ideal way to play this, but yeah, it looks like Pycat and Dendi are both queuing up those BKBs, saying, we're going to at least get these and try and take a fight even though we're miles behind. You can try and take a fight with a 10, 15k gold deficit if you get good value out of those 10-second BKBs.
Of course, the downside is if you lose those fights, then your economy is an absolute shambles.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, that's where like you really start talking about, is it just game over for Navi if that first fight or two with 10-second BKBs just completely fails. But they also have to get there. As it stands, VP continuing to control the map, push out all the lanes. They'll likely secure this, or at least go for that second Roche. And Navi are not going to have BKBs up before that second Roche respawn, so they want to contest it. They're going to have to do so just with the newly picked up Blink. So finally items have come out. General gets a Blink. Pyket gets a Shadow Blade. They've actually got their core items that they were supposed to have maybe 3 or 4 minutes ago, but they've got them nonetheless, and they can at least try and use these now. It opens up plays where they can use smokes and actually find kills.
Well, good call on the Desolator for Ursa, by the way, and Ramses basically has it now.
Oh, good.
So
yeah,
that is.
I saw him.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I saw him queue up a Basher earlier and was like, oh, he's going to go for the Basher, but yeah, I think the Deso is way better this game.
Oh, Rubik. Hello, Solo in the mid lane. It looks like the general debut of the Blink. Used the lasso. Yeah, it's a support, but support kills are pretty big at this point when VP's had so much map control all game long. He's fairly high level. Level 9. And a much needed kill for them, so Na'Vi will be very happy with that. I mean, you'd love a core, but these cores are extremely difficult to kill.
And you just, I think team morale goes up when you don't have 0 kills at 18 minutes into the game, so it shows that with these items they can actually achieve something, and if they can turn that one support kill into another couple of support kills, or a core kill maybe next time, suddenly this game, they're in a position where this game gets a whole lot more winnable, and they kind of start to claw their way back in.
So it looks like Na'Vi might be trying to force this tower, which could draw VP to side between Roshan or the tower. They're expecting Rosh will be up very soon if he's not already. Probably thinking VP or Roshan this very second, given it's been about 11 minutes. In fact, he has not respawned just yet, and Na'Vi are a little nervous.
Here come VP. This Ursa's gonna completely claw his way through here in no time at all with the Desolator.
They like have to completely chain stun him, or he is it's gonna kill them all. And the problem is he has a lot of crowd control backing him up. So,
oh yeah,
you're not reliably able to just jump the Ursa and expect no consequences. Now a blink secured for Pasha, so that big vacuum into Burrow Strike and hell, maybe an Epicenter is a real possibility as Na'Vi dance around on their own side of the map, quite unsure of where they want to go. CVP scanning. And they do want to fight this. They don't have the BKB on Dendi. Pycat neither. They're walking into trouble, and VP seem to be in a great position to take this fight. Pasha's there with the back to start off. The follow-up burrow comes through onto 2 almost immediately, but the lasso is there, keeping the Ursa away as Arman. He's like, guys, the Rosh is low. Let's kill it off. Pycat gets the last hit. General grabs the Aegis. Na'Vi have found the Rosh, but can they win the fight? That's the real question. This Ursa is big. He's bad, and he is quite mad. They brought down 4. They're going to look for Biver as well. It's likely to be 5 with the Astral. He'll fall 2. And scrambling for the hills is the lone survivor. It's General. It's 6 dead for Na'Vi. They steal the Roche. They steal the Aegis. And they get their asses beat horribly for it.
That Ursa wasn't happy. He's like, that's my Aegis. Go happen. I'm going to claw you all down. That's not happening on my watch. And, well, VP very handily won fight. And that the sheer net worth advantage just becomes kind of insurmountable in a fight like that. Na'Vi didn't have BKBs. And you talk about how they look to fight into stuff like the Sanking, the Darkseer. I mean, let alone the Ursa. I think the only way you can beat the Ursa is if you're not getting disabled, and if you can ignore the Sanking Burrow Strike and ignore the Vacuum, then yeah, you can perhaps handle the Ursa, but you can't do that without those BKBs. And, well, even without an Aegis, it looks like VP are perhaps considering going for some kind of a play around this top lane, at least maintaining map presence so they can keep Na'Vi in their base. They've got 4k gold on OD. Another 2k gold on Ursa, everyone getting very, very farmed on this VP side.
Yeah, you can see no one has a Blink Dagger in the quick buy. I'm wondering if he's like, yeah, you know what, I'll just buy like a tier 4 item now instead. Screw that Blink. But yeah, things are looking rather good for VP. This is a best of 3, so even should Na'Vi lose it, they'll have a chance to claw their way back in. And last time they played VP, I think they lost game 1 and still bounced back in game 2. But
yeah, that's right.
This, I mean, when VP is on their A game, it kind of feels like they're on a different level from Na'Vi's. Pycat, as I say that, will find Solo, but gets astraled by no one. Now the lasso kidnapping him while trying to kill off Solo as well. Will General be able to make it out? That's the question. Use the Blink to initiate, goes up onto the hill. TP out attempted, no one. Does have the Burrow Strike support, so they're going to get a Rubik, but it costs them a bat in turn. Which was honestly, I think, given the deficit, probably a net worth win for Na'Vi, or at least an even trade. But
yeah, probably is.
Oh, actually, yes, the Rubik's pretty poor.
Okay. Well, Flacco gets caught
forget
out
the grass
by
though.
On the retreat.
Yeah, that Ursa is out for vengeance. Ramsey's just rampaging through the mid lane, does find another kill. 16-3 the score. Only 6 more to go, gods. Only 6 more to go.
It's slowly happening. And Ramsey, well, I say slowly, Ramsey's going to speed it up a little bit.
Well, Astral's there. Armen trying to throw out maybe a little bloodlust from the high ground. Go, Denny. Live and prosper. Oh, not going to happen. He's dead as well. So, all 3 cores down. VP converging on the base. Game 1, a very clinical affair so far, and it looks like this is, if not the end just yet, likely the beginning of that end.
I mean, the biggest weakness of VP's lineup is always going to be their ability to hit buildings, and as much as their lineup can scale late or right, they can never really hit buildings well with Ursa, but he's made up for it with this Deso pickup, and they're pushing high ground early enough time before Na'Vi have items. Oh, there was a sentry.
Oh god. Blink and you'll miss it. 2 more fallen. Diver on the run. It's over, Na'Vi. They're already dead. VP, have mercy. Just kill their buildings. Knock them off the map and into game 2. I mean, if you could beat a team so hard in game 1 that you would just straight up win the whole series off of it, if there was some way to quantify a win being just too damned one-sided, I think this would be it. This is pretty ugly.
Dendi, he's got BKB, he's gonna waste it more or less. Doesn't really get much out. It gets out of an Earth Shock and obviously stops any follow-up disables or spells from hitting him, but that's the 10-second BKB, and, well, VP, back off, we'll take the shrines. Very, very straightforward game from VP. Started with a laning win at the bottom lane with the Ursa, and it really was the Ramsey show. He just completely snowballed out of control this game.
Oh, Solo stole Battle Trance, by the way, so well, that'll be handy for pushing in the next lane of Rex.
Yep, absolutely, and I don't even imagine VP necessarily feel like they want to wait for Roche. They've got so many big items coming out their way. The Ursa gets his BKB. The OD's about to have Blink and BKB of his own as well, so the late game items that are coming really in the mid game continue as the deficit just gets bigger and bigger between these two teams.
Well, gods, we've got a little downtime here. I guess we can dig into the autopsy and start talking about why Na'Vi is a corpse right now.
Well, here's the Hail Mary, LD. They've the four-man smoke gang. Do smoke is 5? I don't know.
Did everyone get bloodlusted yet? If so, I guess it doesn't really matter. No, no bloodlust. All right, this is a huge mistake.
He'll TP in onto the shrine, perhaps.
What shrine?
No. Yeah,
VP have already decided to slay it.
All right.
Someone kill it. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking about the autopsy here, like, where did it really go wrong for Na'Vi? Do you think it was the laning setup? We'll see this last fight momentarily. Blake, vacuum, BKB from Denny. He immediately scrambles away. Pycat also gets off the Shadow Dance and will likewise retreat, but the buildings, they can't run, and VP are coming for those as well.
Yeah, I think draft-wise, it was always going to be a tough game. They picked the Slack very early, like they third picked it because we're seeing it get banned out from some of the teams against Na'Vi. It has been one of Pycat's preferred heroes, but the hero has some weaknesses that VP exploited. Like they pressured it in, well, they forced a kind of rough laning stage by forcing Na'Vi to rotate these lanes a lot.
Ramsey's getting to work with the BKBs. They pound on Na'Vi, almost finish off Denny with the big hammer drop. Not quite, but Ramsey's, he's like, I expected I could kill him in one less auto attack, turning around prematurely a few times now. But that's 2 lanes of Rax, and any moment now, Na'Vi, they'll accept their fate. They'll tap out while they still have any dignity left. There you go.
Yeah, I think it was always
3-22. I think they wanted the meme, gods. They were like, you know what? We're playing against Solo. We got completely spanked. It looks so bad, it's almost like we threw the game. Let's just make it 3-2-2 and then we'll tap out. They did it for the fans.
They're truly the people's team, this Na'Vi, so win or lose, you've got to love them, I guess. But
are you saying the people lose in the end? Is that the moral of this tale?
Team ban. OG's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The more popular players, and we'll see what they decide to do for him in terms of what he picks up for his supports. Cat going to be the in-game leader as well as the drafter here for SG Sports on OG.
Dire team ban. Dire team
Treant Protector.
Radiant team pick.
Not much, just ready for some great games. IG.V Team Random, also known as Wings Gaming, should be a good one.
10 seconds remaining.
Dazzle in the spirit.
Dire
Yep,
team
no monkey, but they pick up the tree instead. You know, tree's been extremely popular in the Chinese region, much more than the other region so far. And I think they have a pretty good understanding of how to play the hero. They're even willing to first pick tree when they know it can get counterpicked into something like Ember Spirit.
Radiant team ban.
I actually have no idea. I think
10
it'll be a
seconds
core with
remaining.
the tree, but I'm not sure. I've seen traditionally they like to
5
play the really,
seconds
really
remaining.
tanky cores with the tree armor, but I don't know if they'll opt to go for that route when they're playing against something that breaks armor so easily. Like, I've seen them playing a lot of Viper, a lot of
Dire team
Abaddon
back.
with the Tree and Protector.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
I think a carry like Juggernaut would traditionally come out somewhere in the 3rd and 4th pick. That's kind of the area where, like, you've already shown your hand, you know, this kind of complements your draft, and if you don't pick it here, it's probably going to get banned out.
Radiant team ban.
It's also another hero that is pretty good against the Tree and Protector armor. His spin breaks the armor pretty quickly, got multiple ways to get out of the root, so not bad at all.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
I'm actually curious because well, I think the mid will come out pretty quickly here, but I want to see if they'll play Viper. They usually play Viper with the Tree and Protector. That's right, the mod special, the big slow tank snake man. But yeah, he's gotten some love recently with some talent buffs, and he's actually not the worst hero anymore. It's pretty good.
Radiant team pick.
Pretty good matchup for the Viper for sure.
Earth Shaker.
But okay, Earthshaker with the Ember Spear Dazzle so far. Can't say that one was expected at all.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
War Chief.
Radiant team pick.
Yep, Centaur Warrunner is still a very strong hero. Stampede's utility is pretty much unmatched in terms of utility in Dota. You know, you give everyone on your team complete haste.
10 seconds remaining.
Pretty good.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Yeah, you really have no idea, honestly, because in a normal game, I would assume it's a position, you know, support Shaker. But I don't feel like Shaker and Dazzle can do a lot to Centaur with the help of Tree, if Tree wants to go down there or even just armor him up. I don't feel like they're going to be able to touch him at all. Centaur's going to have a great time. So we'll just have to see how they like to play it. I really want to know why they felt like, oh, this, prime shaker setup right here. Yep, we got everything we need. Just really want to understand. Yeah, I mean, Shaker traditionally, they play him to kind of protect the lanes. When you have like that Shadow Fiend and they go to dive him, Shaker comes in, drops out the fissure. He turns, gets a kill or whatever. But he might just be there to kind of enable the mid laner. All right, Brewmaster. Okay, this is kind of the wing special, right? This is their hero.
Warlock.
Radiant team ban.
I think the only change with the most recent talent change for him was that his pandas when he ults gain 2,000 more health instead of armor. I mean, that's a lot of health, but once you take away the armor, unless you really have those, well, you can build armor, so it's not the end of the world.
Seconds remaining.
Still, they don't do a whole lot, They kind of are clunky,
5
slow.
seconds remaining.
I don't know. Mixed feelings about the hero for sure. And IG.V responds with the Warlock, another
Reserve
fantastic
time.
team fighter.
Dire team ban. Dire team pick.
Okay, Alchemist and DP. DP was also another Wings hero back at TI. Blink had the innovative build where he
Radiant
actually,
team pick.
I think he kind of started it, right? He had like the Blink Dagger DP build. It's pretty cool to see. He also received some love later, or in this most recent patch. Shadow Fiend for IG.V. Okay.
All right, so we are looking at the Core Venge.
10 seconds remaining.
Got the Core Venge Shadow Fiend. Pretty strong.
5 seconds remaining.
Random.
I think Team Random are in some trouble, actually. I don't really see how they're going to be able to
Reserve
combat
time.
the team fight from IG Vitality. You have Shadow Fiend and Venged. Two pretty strong tanky range cores. Once they pick up BKBs, Team Random actually have 0 damage between their heroes. And they've got heroes like Warlock and the Treant Protector to help them get there. Looks tough.
Yeah, I mean, random, they've got to pick a core here that's pretty independent, doesn't really need a whole lot of babysitting, because IG.V, they're going to get active really early, and you got to have someone that can just farm and not deal with all that wad of damage coming at you. So any obvious picks you're thinking of, or is this just really a random choice?
10 seconds remaining.
So the Slark has a pretty good matchup. Okay, Troll Warlord, here we go. That's exactly what I was going to say next. How'd they know?
It is Shadow's most picked hero in the past month, so definitely something he's been practicing on. Wings are really used to this strat, but the Brewmaster and the Earthshaker, haven't seen these two big boys run together.
Yep, this is definitely kind of, it's their thing, right? They play this Brewmaster. They played it in the past with Invoker, where he just kind of hits towers, kills them real fast with Alacrity. But, now he has the Demolish damage. It's the same without the, it's the same total damage without any bonus damage, so it's fine. I don't know, it's okay. It's not fantastic, but he hits buildings pretty hard.
He certainly does. I mean, if Team Random's actually able to get up and get that push going, you've got Dazzle Weave making you strong as hell, you can just sit there and smack them. Ember Spirit can probably bring out a fair amount of split push while that's going on. Team Random can take towers quickly, but you called it out. IG.V are just this wall of team fight, and you've got Centaur ult keeping everyone tanky. Warlock has just got that big stop sign in the form of his ultimate, so this is going to be pretty tricky. I mean, in terms of just draft overall, what are some of the strengths and weaknesses we're going to see?
So, like I talked about earlier from IG.V, they have some massive team fight on their heroes, but they do also have very long cooldowns. The Warlock ultimate, it's a 165-second cooldown, and that's pretty much their big, that's their spell that they throw out to kind of turn the fight when Team Random jump them. And Team Random, Troll Warlord, extremely high physical damage, with his ultimates, good Roshan potential. I don't know. It's tough to call. Team Random, they do have Ember Spirit, who's pretty elusive, and there's a lack of easy to hit stuns on IG Vitality. Tree can right click out of the invis for a stun, but if Ember Spirit's jumping around, he's going to be hard to lock down. I don't know. It really just depends on what each team tries to do first. I feel like IG Vitality have a pretty big advantage in lane phase right now. They have the winning matchup in the mid, the Shadow Fiend versus Ember Spirit. It's like a 65-35 matchup in favor of the Shadow Fiend, I would say, unless the Ember can snowball with some early kills.
Yeah, I mean, even if Dazzle babysits him, is that going to be enough to just give him a head start?
It'll definitely help a little bit, but I feel like it's kind of like Shadow Fiend's inevitably going to get these souls, and there's nothing you can do to stop him. You can help your Ember secure a couple last hits, maybe the first and second wave, but in the end, SF is still going to get everything he needs.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to watch out for heroes like Troll that'll notoriously just go in their lane for a little bit. They can dip into the jungle, and then all of a sudden, 20 minutes, they just walk at you with like 3 items, and you didn't even notice them getting big. So, something IG.V has to keep their eyes on. But like you mentioned, I think they just have a really well-paced draft. I think they're going to be pretty strong in the early levels in the laning phase, just like you talked about. But as we move towards the mid game, if they can actually combo their ultis right and get team random where they want them, this is looking real good for IG.V. Hopefully we are getting underway soon. We had a little bit of a pause here, but looks like we are ready to get into the game. Again, this is going to be a best of 3 as the very first match of the Kiev group stages. How excited are you, Brax?
I'm very excited. I can't wait to see what these teams have to offer. Both of these teams are very strong, in my opinion. They looked very well at the last whatever tournament that was, not the major.
DSE?
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, so starting off with some China versus China, but next up we are going to shake it up a little bit. It's going to be China versus NA as we have DC playing up against Newbie. So that's going to be next up, but there is still a whole lot of Dota to get through before that. We are going to be starting off with game number 1. Again, welcome to the Kiev Major. Good luck, have funds come out as everyone is just ready to get underway with this.
Yep, it looks like team random. They don't smoke a level 1. Usually most teams do, unless they're very, short on the items or whatever. Shaker, tons of clarities, wind lane, swords up the mid lane. Looks like he wants to... Oh, okay, so it's the troll mid, not the Ember.
Okay, that's going to be
switching it up.
pretty nice, yeah.
Ember Spirit actually has a really, really good matchup against Centaur. It's one of the heroes that pretty much can ignore double edge, and like if Centaur wants to get aggressive at all, Flame Guard pretty much blocks all of it, and then Centaur's sitting there at half health.
So in July, going to have a tougher lane. What about the Shadow Fiend? How's that troll matchup going to change things for him?
It doesn't really change anything for the Shadow Fiend, actually. Maybe Troll will decide to dip out into the jungle earlier, or maybe he'll get really aggressive at level 2 with the Shaker coming in and the Whirling Axes. But for the most part, it should be a pretty good lane for Shadow Fiend, especially if Tree has early levels into armor.
Yep, Tree going to be starting out, just holding his point. Usually we see the Nature's guys picked up if he wants to get sneaky, really wants to help Paparazzi in lane with a couple of stuns, but we'll see. A couple of early hits of damage may force him into armor.
Yeah, he's got the Orb of Venom with on the Treant Protector. I'm assuming he's going to start with the Invis and just zone Brewmaster pretty much. It's so hard to deal with if you're just an offlaner playing against a Treant Protector. He just comes and punches you and you can't do anything to him.
Yeah, Brewmaster, definitely a bit of a daunting task here, but this is Faith Beyond, one of the best offlaners in the entire scene. So I got faith in him, starting off with the Poor Man's Shield. He should be able to take a couple of punches. As we said, down bottom, it will be the Ember Spirit and the Dazzle versus a Warlock, and In July on our Centaur, but man, yeah, this Flame Guard already making it difficult for In July to do much.
They're just pushing the lane and trying to avoid any aggression so they can pretty much pull freely. Nice play from them. But up top, oh man, this is some tough stuff. We got Treant Protector. He's getting hazed.
Yeah, he went with the Leech Seed first. I'm not going to go with that Nature's Guys to get the old 1-2 stun, but instead just trying to keep that slow, steady damage and allow for Venge to get a little more free farm.
Yep, yeah, Drunken Haze costs pretty much no mana now. Very nice for trading hits with supports like this.
And in this mid lane, Shadow Fiend is definitely getting a couple of clubs to the face there. Shadow keeping on point, trying to make sure that Shadow Fiend can't rake in the souls. Only 4 for himself. Very different than those starts we see where there's a clockwork and you're denying cogs pre-horn and you already start out with like 15 souls.
Yeah, it's just, that's totally ridiculous when he starts the lane with like 70 damage.
So Sakata having to play a little bit safer, as the ranged axe can definitely do a number to him. He's a little bit squishy starting off, but still has 2 tangos left for himself.
This is actually pretty interesting to me. IG.V, they have the dual offlane with the Centaur and the Warlock, but they actually blocked the side camp. That means that they can't really pull back the lane or anything. Things can get much more experience and pulled out of the lane just by single pulling and farming that. But, yeah, I don't know about that. It's different for sure than what I'm used to seeing.
We got dogfights just kind of walking around here, stacking up some camps, punching some neutrals, and plopping down a ward or two, but overall things a little bit calm now with Earthshaker roaming into the mid. Could have seen some blood there. Fissure clips him on the wrong side, so Sakata just takes the long walk around, and, well, everyone just goes back to farming. Our last hit leader is going to be Troll by a pretty significant margin. 15 last hits for himself, only 6 for the Shadow Fiend. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, Troll off to a fantastic start. He actually might go down here with the Shaker Fissure. Here it comes.
Yep, Whirling Axes come in, but looks like Sakata might be able to get away. How deep does Shadow want to dive? He takes 2 tower hits, and that's going to be enough to force him back there. Pops on his salve and just goes right back to farming, so, well, in terms of overall CS, he's still doing really nicely.
Yeah, very close. His range rolling axes were on cooldown by like half a second.
Ooh. Got a stun down here. Blink is just going to be walking himself back, taking a little bit of damage, but should be able to eat through it. The mana is starting to be an issue, though. He can't keep his Flame Guard up all the time. Might have to be a little bit sparing with that.
Luckily for him, he's got that nifty mango.
Up in the top, we do have Ice rotating back in, maybe seeing if he can help this push out. Faith Beyond has not really felt too much heat, still keeping himself up in the wave, finds his level 3. Obviously not ideal CS, but definitely not completely forced out. Now, there's just going to be a couple of punches here as Ice's sneaky positioning was found out by our tree, and they're just going to keep slapping it out, and Faith Beyond no longer getting any farm.
Yep, we got some action in the side lanes here. Both teams pretty much trying to enable their offlaner, give them as much as they can get. And this mid lane is a bit worrying. Shadow Fiend quite low on the last hits here, and Shaker's kind of just hovering around the mid lane looking for any kill opportunities here.
Yeah, I mean, how bad is bad for Shadow Fiend? What are timings that he should be hitting? What are items that he needs to be picking up early and that he's not getting right now? And this Dazzle's going in pretty deep. They find Super here, gonna clip him with the Fissure. They do get the poison touch off. He immediately goes for the Shadow Word heal, and now with Sakata moving forward, it's just enough to threaten these supports back.
Yeah, you were asking about how bad is. This is bad. But he's getting to the point where Troll looks like he wants to jungle. He's got that Iron Talon. I think he's just going to farm that camp and go back and forth between the lane, get the experience on the Shaker. Or maybe he'll just choose full-time jungle. Either way, this is when Shadow Fiend will pretty much catch up and get where he wants to be.
Yep, Shaker's still sitting in for his level 2, hoping for that level 3. He's done a lot with Fissure, but does really just need to start sitting back and really working up to that level 6. So, no first blood being shed around the 5-minute mark. Still, everyone pretty much just focusing on themselves, focusing on their own farm. We talked about Sakata catching up, but man, it's a long road. Still only 17 last hits for him compared to Troll's almost 40 at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, Troll's off to a fantastic start here, and it's only going to get worse and worse as he just heads to the safety of his own jungle. Pretty hard to gank in there.
Yep, picked up the 6, but doesn't have the Battle Trance. Is that typical, or do you usually snap it up right when you get it?
This is pretty typical for like a farming build. Usually you don't get it right away. It's kind of like a player preference thing. They get it whenever they feel like it'll be useful. Game is pretty slow right now, but this bottom lane's about to get dangerous once Ember hits level 6. Then he's got tons of kill potential on the lane.
Yep, Ember's sitting back, farming really nicely. Going to be second on the CS chart with 38 to his name. Keeping the Centaur backs in July, still getting some alright farm for himself. Almost has his level 6 as well, but ooh, in the river. Got a Fissure catching out Super, but he'll just make his way up. We do have 4 Radiant heroes now crawling around this bottom jungle, leaving our Brewmaster to himself, but it looks like they do want to get active here in this bottom lane, maybe catching out in July as Ember Spirit just hits his 6.
Yep, I imagine this is the place first blood will happen this game. Definitely the place with the most kill potential from random.
Yep, they go in, they start things off with a stomp, but no, they can't get too greedy there. Blink pops on, gets the Searing Chains, they're locking down Super in place, blasting him with a Remnant, and that will be first blood towards Blink here, getting things started off nicely. Meanwhile, mid lane, you've got Troll coming back in, keeping the harass onto Cicada. So right now, things looking good for Team Random, but of course, we talked about IG.V having those big ults, and once all the level 6s come out, this could be a very different game.
Yep, definitely Ember Spirit very dangerous in the lane once he hits that level 6. So, let's talk more about the Shadow Fiend. We talked about how he was off to a pretty rough start CS-wise, but I don't think he really feels pressured at all. Like, he's not really too afraid of Shaker coming and killing him with Fissure, as long as he's somewhat defensive. Same with Dazzle. Like, they don't really have heroes to kill him. So, he knows that he's gonna get what he needs this game, pretty much no matter what. But as I said, of course, Shaker's walking in, kind of hovering around.
I was about to
no
call you on that caster's curse, but it looks like Cicada will play this one safe.
Yep, I am curious to see when Tree wants to do Tree things. I feel like he, I don't know, he's conflicted right now. He wants to zone this Panda, this Brewmaster, stop him from getting a pretty early 6 and everything, but Brewmaster just hazes him and then beats him up with his stick. Not a whole lot Tree can do about that.
Yep. Mid lane, Cicada finally getting his Ring of Aquila up and running. Already has that double damage rune in the bottle, so I mean he's gonna be hitting pretty hard, getting pretty aggressive, but still has to find something. Now down bottom, we do have a Fissure blocking in July, goes for the stomp, does not have enough mana for the Stampede, but doesn't really matter as Blink's not gonna commit to that.
Yep, July has the hood completed now. He's very, very tanky. Magic damage. Uh-oh, Invisor mid Shadow and Cicada.
Yeah, he goes in, realizes he's a bit over his head, and just backs right out, forces the Shadow Word onto the Shadow Fiend, but again, everyone on Random just farming up nicely. Switching over to our net worth chart here. Troll and Ember topping things out, just really keeping things going, and Centaur is actually top of the chart for IG Vitality. Certainly not ideal to have your Shadow Fiend down middle of the pack.
Yep, SF not off to the best start, but you know, he'll do his thing. He's gonna hit jungle creeps no matter what his start was pretty much, and he'll be farming no matter what. Looks like Wings are smoking up the top lane. Yep, we got Dazzle and the Shaker heading up there. Maybe Ember would like to join them. Maybe not actually, he's got no port.
Yeah, I think Ember's just completely content, continuing to dominate the Centaur, and well, Paparazzi's got the goop, Drunken Haze on him, and Faith Beyond just goes in, slaps the clap. There will be a stun thrown out. Paparazzi gonna get stampeded back, and it looks like there's just no catch, as Dire will be able to escape this. You got Pandas coming forward, but well, they'll just regroup and maybe push the tower a little bit. Meanwhile, still good farm going the way of Team Random in the mid and bot lane. Got a little bit of a tussle going forward. Look at that sleight of fist going out. There is going to be a full hood up on our Centaur, keeping him nice and healthy up against Blink.
Yep, that's kind of what I was worried about.
Ooh.
The Stampede definitely counteracts
Shadow.
that movement, but they're smoked up mid, huh?
Yeah,
Shadows
they'd
look
really
good.
like to go for Troll here. They do get a stun. They get the Leech Seed off as well. There's a TP in from the Brewmaster, but they know he doesn't have ult. It looks like Shadow just wants to take out Cicada with him. There will be a swap back, trying to go in with the Requiem. It will clip down the Troll, and now Faith Beyond going to get stunned up by the Venge. Grave comes out just in time by Y. And that could have been a complete disaster. It looks like Paparazzi's still chasing, has that wave of terror. Can he get in range of it? Shooting it out, but just barely misses. So Paparazzi won't find a kill there. Meanwhile, there is going to be a chase up. Ice does make it to his shrine, and they're just going to keep slapping each other down. Dogfights, camping near the trees, goes Invis, and, well, they go for the Fissure. Can they actually get him down? Tree certainly overstayed his welcome as Blink comes in to deforest, and everyone just shrines back up, so after a very long-winded fight, they do make a good trade, but I don't really know if that's enough to get IG.V way back up on the charts.
That was very, very awkward with the swamp up top. Shadow making us move on to Super here. Out comes the ult. Can he get the bash? There's one
Oh,
bash.
sure can. First hit right there.
Alright. That's all I needed, just one bash. Nice pick up there. Warlock was trying to hit his level 6. He actually has it. He had the tome, but you know, sometimes free experience, gotta stick around. That engagement was so awkward. Like, Shadow Fiend was totally fine, then Venge swaps SF. SF kind of freaks out, moves back and forth for a little bit, doesn't really realize what was going on. Starts handling the ultimate again, then he's got like 100 HP and a Shaker just runs him down. It was so strange.
Definitely a little bit clowny here, but both teams just kind of finding their legs so far in the tournament. Got to be a lot of pressure here. First game of the Kiev Major, and they're going up against very well-practiced opponents. So, Dogfights defending top, just going to be spamming out that living armor on the tower. Only has 1 point in it, opting to get 3 points in Nature's Guise. Is that a build you agree with, or you think living armor should take more of a priority?
I definitely think that's fine. They have the Ember Spirit Flame Guard to break armor anyways.
Ooh.
And Ice Ice in some danger here.
Sure is. Looks like he's crawling around trying to be sneaky, but Dogfights is just going to go. Oh, they're going to punch him up. They've got swap and stun for days. Now Shadow moving forward. They're going to drop the Warlock ult. Connects onto 2. Shaker is able to drop his ult, and it looks like Dogfights is able to get a heal. Pandas are splitting. They're trying to go in, but a little bit of confusion on who they're focusing. Dogfights gets away after a really nice overgrowth, and there looks like they will eventually loot their Warlock. Golems aren't going to be super successful here, so Radiant do still get a kill out of it, but they have to trade. Support for support. Gold-wise, barely comes out in IG.V's favor, but with this tower going down, looks like Random should be taking the win on this.
Yep. Team Random's pretty much dedicating almost all their heroes. They brought 4 heroes up to the top lane to secure that fight. Vlad's on the troll. He's got 19 armor and 1300 HP now with the magic wand. Very, very tanky troll warlord. But it looks like IG Vitality want to make the move to the enemy safe lane tower as well. This tower's already extremely low thanks to Centaur pretty much just smacking it the whole time.
Yeah, they get a scan on Faith Beyond here, and they know he doesn't have any split, so they go in, Wave of Terror clips, and they've got vision. They do have to crawl around and deal with tower shots, but Paparazzi is sure tanky, so they go in, and this is just a massacre. There is absolutely no way that Brew got out.
Yep, he tried to bring out the juke shoes and the trees there, but it's not enough.
So, 2 heroes on Team Random just kind of cowering behind the tower. They clip the fissure onto Cicada, but I don't think it's going to be enough to really stop them. They have such a live posture here for any aggressive TPs, but they won't find anything, just a free tower. In terms of net worth, things starting to even out a little bit more. Troll's still at the top of the chart, but Centaur and Shadow starting to really hold their own.
Yeah, you can see the difference here between the Centaur and the Brewmaster in terms of net worth. Just with the lane setup here, Centaur is extremely farmed right now. Hood, Blink Dagger, 13 minutes. He's so tanky right now. And Blink actually has quite the interesting build here on Ember. He chose to rush the Blade Mail, and he's got Yules queued up in his quick buy as well. He just wants for fighting items. We usually see like a Veil into bots is the most common build, I would say, but it's not always the strongest fighting build here. Blade Mail definitely very hard to deal with right now. It shows you what kind of wants to go for. You know, they just want to fight. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, just saying that he picks up a double damage there. So right now, you don't really want to mess with Ember Spirit, who's going up top. Looks like for a solo gank onto Dogfights, and yeah, they're trying to get some serious fire going, but lack of detection stifles him once again, and Dogfights is just going to be sliding into the mist here.
Yep, looks like they do want to set up on this Ember Spirit top lane. This Flame Guard is running out.
Yeah. They go in, they get the punch. There is a stomp, but well, Flame Guard eats up a good amount of it. They hold him in place, and there's going to be that Blade Mail. Dogfights, what are you doing, bro? Oh no! Kills himself on the Blade Mail. That's unfortunate.
Alright, sometimes that happens, but you know, in the end they get the Ember Spirit kill.
Yep.
Can't be too upset about that one. And I feel like if that play didn't happen, then Team Random would be like on mid tower and bottom tower right now, trying to force IG Vitality to use their ultimates to kind of fight them. They have the split up, but IG.V smoke up right now. They want to punish this split aggression from Team Random.
Yep, they're going in. The core Venge is starting to stack up. Goes for a second Hood of Defiance. They've already got a Hood on the Centaur, but realizing that magic damage is just going to be a little too powerful this game, so stacking up, getting that Venge nice and tanky.
Oh, Team Random know this. They see the ward placed and they have a sentry there. This could be really, really bad for IG.V.
Yep, super caught out. Go for the Sleight of Fist. Not going to clip him, but, well, everyone's just going to back off. A little bit of no man's land here in the mid. Faith Beyond gets hit on by that Wave of Terror, but that's not really an initiation point. Can't go for that YOLO swap just yet.
Team Random pretty much revealed the fact that they have the majority of their heroes in the mid lane now, everyone except for the Ember, who can easily make it back. But IG, pretty much, they're farming. You know, they're pushing these lanes out. Tree almost has his Hand of Midas. Excellent item. There's tons of Hand of Midas this turn, that's for sure. And, I mean, they're not freaking out. You know, they see all these heroes grouped up mid. They know that it's not worth them to, you know, defend. They can't take these fights convincingly right now. They know they just have to scale, get their items. SF has a Shadow Blade. He's not really ready to fight. He kind of he just wants to farm. You know, he's got his BKB queued up, wants to get to his next item.
Dire's middle
Let's
tower
get there eventually. Faith Beyond getting very, very close to that Blink Dagger. I mean, how is Blink Panda going to change things? Because so far, our splits have not been super ideal. Faith Beyond having a little bit of kill participation, but for a Brew that got a decent amount of farm in lane, it feels like we should be feeling him a little bit more.
Yeah, once he gets the blink, it'll definitely help Team Random start these fights a bit better, but of course there's still the Centaur ultimate to kind of disengage once the split comes out. So it's hard to say how effective it's really going to be. And they just can't do anything about this tree split pushing top lane. He's been sitting in his happy place for a good 5 minutes now, just whacking creeps. He's almost got his Midas. Actually, just finished it.
Yep, grabs his Midas, heads in towards mid, so you got all 5 heroes now concentrated, and it looks like they're ready to go. All their ults are up, and we talked about IG.V just having that big drop the ult moment, and a good, strong first team fight could really help secure this game for them.
Yep, and they've also itemized extremely tanky with the double hoods coming out on their heroes. It's going to take that much more power to actually bring them down. But Team Random, they're smoked up mid lane. They want to jump.
Yep, they're going in, showing off that Blink Dagger with style. There will be the golems dropped out. Centaur ult trying to get everyone away. Venge, even with the hood, still getting focused. She's going to swap her way to freedom if there's an overgrowth coming in. Requiem dropped. So far, there's only 2 casualties here. Venge goes down, Earthshaker as well. Injulad's going to get poison touched up. This Dazzle is so gosh darn low, only has 1 grave. Does he save himself or his teammates? A little Sophie's choice going on. He will be putting it onto the Troll Warlord as Faith Beyond is still fighting after that split ends. And this Blade Mail keeping Blink alive, diving back in with another Remnant, but even with the double damage rune, still taking a ton here. Can't quite get the kills he needs, and it looks like Blink might have to hop out of here sometime soon. Gets punched up one more time, but will be able to run to freedom. So after a very messy fight, I mean, what even happened there?
Great execution. Team Random smoked up on the hill. Fissure clipped 2 heroes into the Blink Clap and ultimate from the Brewmaster. Of course, Stampede disengaged a bit, but Ember caught a hero with the Slight Chains combo. But honestly, that's a win for IG.V. Their tower is staying healthy.
Yep. Push coming in now as Troll's ready to go. They bring Ember forward. Dogfights trying to solo defend this, just going in. Popping out an optimistic heal. There will be a TP back in from Cicada, but he's running a little bit low on souls. They go in, they get 2 heroes with this stomp, and this is a nice chance to focus down the Brewmaster. And they get blinked by his lonesome. He's going to be remnanting back in front of the tower. There's a swap back in as they want to get this started. Shadow completely isolated, unable to be saved, and now Dazzle, even with the grave, can't get out of there. Just doesn't have time to cast it off. So all 5 heroes of IG.V make their hold in the mid lane. They get 3 heroes that they really wanted, and this tower is going to be theirs, so big win coming out of the Dire team.
Yeah, definitely. Excellent team fight there. You know, SF TP's into the middle of the tower. He knows he's relatively safe with his Centaur standing behind him, and he's got the Shadow Blade under his own tower. So it's pretty difficult for them to, stick on to him. And now they're kind of hovering around the Roshan pit. I don't know if they'll do it. There is no Brewmaster split for 15 seconds. Not looking like it's long enough, though. They're going to head back and just farm for now.
Upping towards the mid, Dogfights can't resist the opportunity to go in and get aggressive. Ice drops the Fissure, but that's not going to be enough. They go forward. There will be an overgrowth. The Shallow Grave may just be enough to keep Earthshaker alive. Faith Beyond does now have that split, pops it immediately. Troll ult comes through. Bruin's hitting hard, hitting fast. It's not enough to save their Earthshaker, but will it be enough to turn this fight? They've got vision on Dogfights, but he sure is speedy. Walking right out of there. They can't get the TP on super canceled, so they're just going to go push out their lane while Dogfights is just a huge nuisance.
Oh, Dogfights here going to get caught as well. Walked away from the tree. And now it's Team Random that's looking at Roshan.
Yep, they're bringing it down pretty quickly. IG.V, they've got 2 in the grave, and yeah, this thing is melting. They are going to be bringing in Venge. Again, she does have that hood and the medallion, but that's going to be a risky swap for you, girl. Oh, they're going for it. All right, double hoods are coming out. Faith Beyond forced out of the pit. There's a swap back in. They catch him on the other side of the Fissure, and there's glorious Warlock ult. Shadow is going to be caught there. Requiem clipping him down. Blink, he's got that Blade Mail rocking, but they're going to leave him alone until it expires. There is a TP attempt out from Dazzle, but it's canceled. There will be a Remnant all the way back. Blink does make it to a shrine, but they do have to give up the Roche and 2 of their heroes.
Yeah, Roshan's been donated to IG Vitality here.
What is this
Double
golem?
buybacks.
It looks like a mess. It looks like Cyborg Doom.
It looks like a box. Like one of those box monsters.
Well, either way, it's going to get its chance to go ahead and slap onto that tier 2 tower, as IG.V just take a huge jump in net worth there, bringing things about 4,000 gold in their favor.
Yep, nice decisive play from them. Choosing to double buyback there. They know exactly how important this Aegis is for Troll Warlord or Ember Spirit. If they don't have it, then they're not going to be able to survive when these big R buttons come out from IG Vitality. As we saw in that last fight, the Golem was dropped on like 4 heroes with the Shadow Fiend ult. Didn't even look close.
Yeah, just so much good combo coming out of IG.V, and Team Random, again, it feels like in every fight they're just a little bit unclear on which target they're focusing. You've got kind of 2 fights going on sometimes, but I think as the game goes on, as items come out, we will see the cores be able to do a lot more. You've got Ember Spirit now with his full Yules, got the Boots of Travel online. Brewmaster, of course, 1,300 gold in the bank on top of his Blink. What does our Brewmaster go for next?
Typically Brewmasters go for like Vlads and stuff, but Troll built the Vlads already. He might realize that this game is not going at pace they want, and he might go back for a hand and might as well hopes of getting some larger items later on in the game. Nice deny there from Blink.
Yeah, spicy deny right there. Blink really took his time with that one.
I don't know. There's not really a good item that's going to help him, so I would go Midas because he's not going to get to a big item that actually has an impact until much later into the game anyways, so why not just invest into bigger and better items? But he might just go for like Aghanim, Shivas, or BKB, something that just helps him get his ultimate off pretty much and tank him for now. Because I'm pretty sure Team Random realized they have no hopes of team fighting the Shadow Fiend right now with BKB. Pretty much every tower IG Vitality walk at should be theirs for free.
In this top lane, we do have Treant getting rooted here. Blink trying to do his best, just... That's not Treant, that's Shadow Fiend. When he was invisible next to trees, I got confused, sorry.
He's got a bunch of green stuff hanging around him right now. So, this game has I feel like Team Random hit a wall, kind of. They desperately needed that Roshan to keep progressing with their game plan, and now they don't have it, but at least Ice Ice has farmed that Blink Dagger up on a support Shaker, which is pretty good. He's 1 level away from his level 2 Echo Slam now, so we could surprise IG.V with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be a hell of a surprise to jump in, Echo Slam, like all 5 of them, and then have the follow-up and the will to not die immediately after. That's going to be what's difficult here, so... Well,
yep. Pipe
just to tease him, but that tier 2 is done. A little bit of split push going on up top as Shadow's just wailing on this tower, and Blink can follow up. They've got TPs to get back to their base when they need to, so it'll be a tier 2 for tier 2 surprise, but this tier 3 is getting mighty low, and they're going in. The split to follow up. They're going to send out the remnants. There will be an overgrowth to hold him back as Troll, he's just going to dodge this one, does not want to fight, as you've got Blink just trying to scoot his way out of there, but the upheaval makes things quite difficult. Shallow Grave trying to hold him back, but there we go. There's the dunk following up. It's going to be all 5 heroes clipped by the fissure. They are able to pop the Aegis, but at what cost there? They're going in. Double Edge going to be thwarted there in July. Finally gets it going. They do have to get their Brewmaster down. Y taking some serious damage from those raises as well, but so far the tower's being held. These fissures are hitting on everyone, and they go back in. Faith Beyond gets back in the fight, goes forward. The Searing Chains connect onto a bunch, holding him back. This is huge for Team Random. That's going to be a triple kill now for Blink, and they're going to go in. They are not going to let this Centaur off with a warning. 4 heroes dead. It was costly, but they got exactly what they needed out of that.
Yep, gigantic Echo Slam in that fight, and the buyback from the Brewmaster there pretty much secured the cleanup on everyone else. Man, they played that fight so well on Team Random. The Brewmaster split went out, you know, IG.V dropped the rock, upheaval, and they kind of kited backwards, but Team Random, they just waited it all out. Shaker finally found that big opportunity to drop the Echo Slam, and they just won the fight convincingly.
I got to admit, I don't think I believed hard enough in that first Blink Echo, but holy moly, the fact that he got it, was able to follow up with a fissure and just do whatever he wanted. That was pretty fantastic, allowing for Blink to actually get in there and do the raw damage, Shadow helping out as well. So now we've got some pretty farmed cores on the side of Team Random, taking over the top 2 net worth slots.
Yeah, they played that fight so masterfully. Like, heroes that shouldn't go in, waited until they found the right opportunity. Ember Spirit kind of baited the Brewmaster, just hanging out front with the Shallow Grave. You know, trying to bait IG.V to come back in after they used the cooldowns, like their Black King Bar and everything. It was nice. Really nice.
Now IG.V, they're up, they're regrouped, they're going to have all their ults up in 45 seconds when the golems come back. I mean, how do they not let that happen to them again? Do they have to spread out more in these fights? Do they have to have constant vision of Team Random?
They just need to, up top, smoked. Oh, dogfights avoids that one narrowly.
Yeah.
They're endangering the... Staring at him pretty much, Jesus.
You could feel them, their spidey senses were tingling, but dogfights, man, he plays bold. He's backing off, taking out sentries as he goes.
Yep. It was the, they just need to be wary of their BKB timers. Like, SF felt pretty confident in that fight because they had Aegis, but once his BKB ran out, he's pretty much just gonna die twice once the Echo Slam comes through like that. So if they can avoid, taking the fight like that, they kind of chased Brewmaster back in along with the Ember Spirit, and that was really what set up the big Echo Slam. But now all of a sudden, Blink almost has his Radiance, Troll Warlord almost has his BKB, even Ice from the Shaker, extremely farmed. He got 1400 gold off that last team fight. He had the Shadow Blade queued up, but he's like, no man, it's alright. I'm gonna get a Force Staff, I'll help you guys out from the tree route. And it looks like Faith Beyond is going for the Aghanim Scepter. So yeah, I mean, this game is gonna definitely revolve around this next Roshan.
Yeah. Core is starting to get big. I mean, Matt, I'm just super impressed by this Earthshaker. It took him, what, like 25 minutes to finally scrape that Blink Dagger together, but as soon as he debuts it, he's now just rolling in it.
Yeah, definitely a massive team fight impact in the last one. And it's only going to get scarier for him. But it looks like IG.V, they're running it right down mid lane. Nighttime, that tower's at 300 HP. They want to pressure.
Yeah, all they gotta do is just lay in enough damage, but...
Shadow Fiend's sitting on 3,000 gold. That's 3,000 gold not being used to take the fight. Centaur, 2,000 gold at all. They're sitting on so much excess gold here.
See if they can hold on to it here. Backdoor protection being broken. Fortify spent, as it looks like they really want to keep this tower up. Going to be difficult there with July soaking up the hits. They just need one more, and it looks like they will use that return to their advantage. So tower goes down, Shrine's now vulnerable, and that's going to mean just a little less Roche control for Team Random and potentially a game-winning Roche for IG.V if they can actually get in there.
Yeah, very good play to get that. They make it out there. It's just so scary to see your SF sitting on 3,000 gold, not ready to use it for the team fight. Same with your Centaur. He almost has his heart completed. But yeah, nice play for them. Towers at 300 HP, it's very, very difficult to defend a tower like that when it's literally just, a tower killing itself on turn.
Yeah, it's just July walking around sponging damage at that point.
Right. How do they defend that without fully committing into a massive team fight? It's just not possible for the Centaur. He's got his heart, 3,000 HP with the pipe up now. Whew. This guy's looking pretty scary.
Yeah, he's a tanky boy. I mean, he started out super farmed, having one of the better offlane Centaur games. I mean, he had, what, like Blink Hood by, what, like 13, 14 minutes?
Yeah,
it was super fast.
Very, very farmed on his Centaur. Looked like he was in the safe lane.
So, we got IG.V grouping up. Again, their Wombo combo's ready, all the ults ready to go, but betting into Team Random, they've got to be careful, because clearly Team Random have got the skills to pay the bills here. Blink going for some split push up top, but they know he's not going to fully commit to that. They don't have to get too worried.
Yeah, they're not too worried about sending a hero up to ever deal with that because they can just armor the tower up, no big deal.
They have kept this tier 1 up for altogether like way too long.
Yeah,
This thing
it's
is
so hard to bring these towers down against Treant Protector. IG.V pinging out the Roshan, pretty much all of them in the area. They know what's up and they're just going at it right away. Butterfly completed on SF, very, very strong right now.
Yeah, look at this thing
Right, so
melts. You got Venge popping out with that Solar Crest on it too, so that is just one of the quickest Aegises I've seen in a while. Right there onto Sakata, so they're ready to go in and push again. Scan's going to reveal that they're heading straight towards mid lane, and Team Random, they've got to posture up and get ready for this. Blink trying to soak in that last little bit of split push before he remnants back into the base.
Yeah, I'm pretty worried here for Team Random. Unless they can pull off another miracle team fight, it's looking pretty difficult. But of course, that Blink Dagger will not be a surprise, as they saw it last time, and they got completely annihilated by it.
Troll's 10-second BKB could be a pretty nice factor in this. Oh, they go in. They are going to be able to clip onto Shadow Fiend here, forcing him in and out of the fights. And they do get his Yules burning up most of the duration on his Shadow Blade, but now they're just going to walk away, playing this one safe. IG.V definitely learned their lesson about clumping up and pushing a little too hard.
You know, both teams not really wanting to force it there. They both don't want to walk into these big team fight ultimates. They're just gonna go back down to bottom lane, claim the free gold and the shrine. But it's tense, you know. Shadow Fiend wants to hit these towers, but Ember walks in, pretty much take Shadow Fiend down to half health. But neither team still can commit to the fight comfortably without being punished by the big R buttons.
Yeah, so, I mean, the name of the game is just IG.V playing as a group, kind of winding their way through the bottom jungle into mid lane while Blink goes in for split push top. I mean, he's just gotten so much farm out of, you know, this little zone here, but eventually they've got to commit and actually get some structures down. If they can bust some tier 3s open, Team Random are looking really good.
Yeah, definitely. And they do have the tools to slay these tier 3 towers as well. The troll ultimates, very, very good. Killing towers. Alright, free tower here bottom for IG.V. And it looks like Ember Spirit's heading back up to the top lane to get a split push on. Someone definitely will have to come back here. We got the illusions. The Ember Spirit just cutting waves. All right,
I mean, do they have to back? They've just got living armor. They're going to be going forward. Blink's the one retreating as In-July is now trapped here, but again, this Centaur with a heart is pretty difficult to take down. He's able to just get forced back through that wall. You've got Paparazzi taking some damage from Blue Split, but oh, Overgrowth not going to be the most impactful as now Ice Ice is making his way forward, is still holding on to that Blink Echo. There's going to be a swap out. Paparazzi just wants to get some distance from this fight. Centaur still going to be held in place by that Wind Panda, but altogether just some ultis thrown out, but nothing real comes of it.
Split used, but base defended. Top tower received the beatdown thanks to these troll illusions. But yeah, it's just these fights are very difficult for both teams. You know, they can throw out these ultimates and then still neither team really wants to commit for anything unless it looks absolutely ideal for them.
Preamp Protector getting somewhat close to his Ags, about halfway there, going to be flying in the other half. So we're now going to have some eyes in the forest, a lot more vision to keep track of Team Random. So trolls, sneaky voyages into the jungle to get farm aren't going to be so sneaky anymore.
Yeah, Tree's eyes definitely change how the game is played. Wings pretty much need a gem on them at all times if they want to kill these things at all. And if they don't, they're just going to lose all map control pretty much.
Big smoke coming in, pinging out this mid lane. We'll see if they can go try to crack racks. I mean, they're really focused all in for this mid lane. They're still leaving that tier 2 top. I guess just trying to get that creep advantage.
Yeah, they definitely want to try to force something while they still have the Aegis. Maybe they can just have Centaur tank the bottom tower with his heart until it kills itself again, just like last time.
I mean, In-July shouldn't really have a problem with that. You can see he's just eating tower shots like they're what's for dinner. Now Paparazzi getting close, does have that swap available if they want to isolate someone, but it's going to be pretty difficult to sink their claws in. Cicada gets taken down to half health, but still a couple of minutes left on that Aegis. Look at In-July just not take damage.
Yeah,
That is a
killing the
Heart
tower.
Solar Crest Pipe Centaur that just takes down a tower passively because it hits him.
He's pretty much got a whole Shivas now too if he wants to buy it. See that.
All right, they're going in. This is the jump they go. They do a fair amount of damage to Cicada. There is going to be the Overgrowth to hold the Radiant back. They pop out the dust. They're trying to get the bashes onto Cicada, but there is going to be that Stampede away. In-July, he finds himself a nice target here. They do have some good lockdown. Grave comes out onto Blink. It looks like Blink might just make it out here. Is able to run it back up to base. Cicada is going to get his Aegis burned as Ice drops another fissure. Now, how do they reinitiate on this? Do they keep going through?
There's
like a
still the
shrine.
Echo Slam. They have to be careful.
Yep. Pretty tricky now. One less Aegis keeping Cicada up. But, I mean, In-July is just the real target here because he can just casually sit back and eat up everything that Random can throw at them. Now, Super just chilling, channels the upheaval. It will be canceled by a fissure, but there they go. They're able to find the tree. Now, In-July going to be fighting. They drop the golems on top of 2. Shadow getting low. Will take another grave, but the Ember Spirit's down. He has buyback, and he's using it. He needs to get back in this fight. Shadow goes down. He does not have buyback. 70 seconds, no troll. The carry Venge now isolated. There is an Echo Slam connecting onto a bunch, but the follow-up damage is lacking on Team Random right now. They just can't find the kills they need, and it looks like there will be more lockdown coming as Ember narrowly escapes a dieback, but these racks are toast. They are just getting handed down. Faith Beyond comes in, another fissure connecting onto 2, but again, where's the damage? It's just not there. With the troll down, with Blink being too scared to reinitiate, they can't find these kills.
Oh my god, once that Rock and Shadow Fiend ultimate came out, everyone just melted on Team Random. They just, as we said, they don't have the damage to really bring these cores down. We've got Centaur, who just sits in the front lines, 3,700 HP. He didn't even have his Shivas in that fight. He's sitting on 4,500 gold, by the way.
That's
Next
fair.
fight's looking way worse for them. And Shadow Fiend, he had Aegis. This time he held on to his BKB until he respawned. Smart choice. He made sure that he didn't mess up this time and just get annihilated by the Earthshaker Echo Slam there. Echo came out, but these heroes are starting to tank up. It's not dealing as much damage as it did previously.
Starting to tank up, man. This Centaur, you wouldn't want to run into him on a dark alley. Look at that. He is crazy.
He's ridiculously farming this game. Second highest on the net worth. Yeah, you know, typically you see Centaur, he's got his Blink and his, you know, his Piper or whatever, and he's not that scared, but this kind of Centaur who's had such a fantastic start, these are the kinds of Centaurs that get really, really hard.
Yeah, I mean, the cores on Team Random, they're not slacking. They're still really getting their farm up. You've got Troll still with an 8-second BKB, sitting on 1,400 net worth, or 1,400 golds, looking for the MKB to go against the Butterfly of the Shadow Fiend. So, I mean, they can still do some good damage. You got Ember Spirit again. Now with his Radiance, going to be going in for the full Octarine core. But when Ember and Troll aren't in these fights, it just feels like toddlers slapping at the Dire team. They're just doing nothing.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And even when these heroes like Troll do go in and they pop their BKB, they just get rooted and they're disabled for their 4 seconds. Like, he needs more time to itemize well against Tree Roots, or he won't be able to hit anyone in these teams at all. But it may be a little too late here, as Team IG Vitality are knocking on the door right now.
Yep, going in, letting In-July do his thing, being healed by living armor. They've got a medallion on the Venge if they want to keep him tanky. Like, this is silly. That tower just fed itself to In-July. And
They
now
just
the
can't
Rax.
touch him in the front lines at all.
Yeah, I mean, again, IG.V, they can't get too comfortable. They can still very easily fall victim to a 5-man Echo Slam if they get a good blind from the Troll off on all of them, if they get some good follow-up, you know, slight Searing Chains combo. It could still be nasty. They're going to reinitiate here as 3 heroes just tucked between a rock and a hard place. Oh, this is very difficult to deal with. In-July, just going to be taking a beating there. We'll get bashed up as Shadow is just running for his life. BK beat and fleeing. We'll get punched in the corner by dogfights. The real fight still happening over here as Pandas are split, and there's just not really a clear game plan from Random here. Looks like Shadow will finally escape. Faith Beyond, Blinkenite of Freedom, as IG.V a little confused on who to initiate on there as well.
Did you see the tree in that fight? He was man fighting the Troll. He just bashes him, walks back and forth, waits for his Invisian, bashes him over and over. Troll sat there at his BKB getting bashed. Didn't do anything. Interesting item build here from Venge, going for the Shiva's Guard. He knows that all he has to do is play this kind of supporty role, you know, tank up, stay alive. Doesn't really
Yeah,
go for this
Paparazzi picked as the
gigantic
core
man
Venge, but In-July doing the real work here. Sakata taking a lot of damage. We'll get 4 staff down as In-July just continues to hammer the Rax. It's now or never. Random, they gotta jump in. They gotta take this fight or they're gonna lose everything that keeps them in this game. Shadow, he's just chucking axes for all he's worth at In-July, but he's taking no damage. And a full set of Rax goes down. There's going to be a Blink Stomp Stampede coming in. Oh, God, this is it. That's going to be the rock dropped onto 2. And they're going to be rotating back. A good fissure stops the fight temporarily. Blink out from Faith Beyond. He just makes it to his fountain, but can't get to this fight. It's just Blink versus the world. Ice drops a fantastic Echo, and Sakat does go down, but it looks like this Earth is getting very, very low. He's going to get graved up. They've now got Ember Spirit isolated. Faith Beyond comes back forward. Is going to be trying to do his best here, but man, this tree's tanky. Dogfights just crawling next to this and will end up burning down. Blink trying his best still. Paparazzi will hurricane himself down to the low ground. Super now running away with that Glimmer Cape. He's got Troll now focusing In-July. How tanky is this Centaur? He's going to go for his stomp, go for the double edge, but does kill himself. That's going to be 3 heroes dead. Finally, an opportunity for Random to breathe and get out of their base. Trying to focus down Paparazzi as well. It looks like we got a good lock on this Venge. Goes for the Hurricane Pike, trying to take out Faith Beyond, but the Grave is there, and they got the kill. That is a full 5-man wipe, not losing anything on Team Random.
All right, they're all dead. So is their base. They're in quite the tough situation here, playing against Mega Creeps right now. But it looks like they're not quite ready to tap out yet. No good game has been called. Just kidding. There it is.
Okay, you know, they had their fight. They had a
went
good
out-
fight.
they
The
went out
racks are
feeling good.
down.
You know, they kill them all, dancing on their corpses, and then they come up big game.
That's, you know, it's
They're going out
fair.
with a smile.
All right, so after a really nice fight for Team Random, they just tap out, realizing that it's better off to just focus their effort, focus their mental energy onto game number 2 of this series, because again, it is a best of 3. IG.V, they take a 1-game lead, and we're going to be back with game 2 of this series in just a little bit, cutting back to the break. But again, I'm Android, that's Brax. Hope you're enjoying our coverage of the Kiev major group stages, and sit tight.
You do also ask the question, like, how much did that fight up on top lane hurt them? Like, it wasn't just the fact that SF was able to pick up the 2 kills. Obviously, that's a big part of it. But then the space for Chaos Knight. Armlet is up. MP working his way towards having the BKB. Space was created with that one failed fight. The VGJ just couldn't, like, win and then add more pressure. Restrict the movement of Team Secret. Now with Veil, they try and burn him down. Mid one's here. Puppey. Oh, Spirit jump back. He's going to be able to do it in a long way away. Forcing rotations from Team Secret. Freeze trying to distract them more than anything else.
They actually don't have enough armor on Dire side. The only armor item they have is Veil right now. They don't even have an Aquila. I thought they were going to build Aquila and then maybe a medallion on the Vengeful Spirit, but they have an urn on the Ven, but they haven't gotten a kill in ages. They got like, what, 1 kill in the last 10 minutes?
Yep.
So, this physical damage is quite staggering. You need your heroes to be tanky so you can play around it with Omni Knight. You know, you want a purification first. When people get low, then you throw out your repel GA combo, and then your second round of purification will
Do
be
you
up.
want this aggressive? He's brought the tower within deny range now, so he does take it. Keizu going to rotate in, but here comes the Eclipse with the relocate. It's difficult to get away. The Guardian Angel's taking up so much of this damage, so they will survive to kill off Pylai Die. RTK, not enough life to actually give back to aggressive, or is it? It will be enough with the Frostbite creating space. There's a 4-second stun on the Crystal Maiden and dying to Phantasm. Fenrir can stick up quickly. Nova, he's got a Frostbite available too, and they'll trigger the Shrine. So Fenrir will survive. Io will fall. They claim the tier 1 tower. So a good engagement for VGJ overall.
He didn't get the armlet toggle on the illusions. The illusions don't have the armlet buff on them. I think they might have been able to kill the Crystal Maiden just with the armlet buff on the illusion without his hero. But pretty nice kiting by VGJ. They didn't end up with a Luna death, which is incredibly painful. Finally, they get that tower.
Yep. With the death of the tower, the fact that Luna survives, the painfulness you're talking about is the fact that Luna could have been delayed on her Manta style. That's the dodge she's looking for to stop the Chaos Knight from being the big controller.
Yep. And it's like mid one is actually building into a Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn, I don't know if he's actually going to commit for it. Maybe he thinks, okay, they're actually not focusing me down at all. If I get away with it, especially with this BKB. One offensive item, one defensive. Really good versus the Ember Spirits.
Bottom lane, goodbye Vengeful Spirit. Easy and successful smoke. Meanwhile, Freeze is being pushed out of the top lane. Just want to farm it up a little bit. Man, Casey does so much damage with that Abaddon. Freeze is forced to TP himself away to safety. RTK is in the neighborhood.
One thing I will say about Kezu, he really does play for the team.
Relocate. They're coming up after Fenrir. It's just not a fun day to be a VGJ support.
More deaths. More track gold.
Puppey's just setting up for it so easily. The Io and the Bounty together.
Dire's middle tower
Very scary global accommodation with these tests continuously happening for VGJ. They just can't come out, so Team Secret, they're happy for it. Raise down the wave, forcing the tier 2 tower. And VGJ are in no position to fight yet. They still need to get the Blink Dagger over on Freeze. He stopped after getting the Veil to pick up the BTs.
I think about how VGJ get back into this. Their lineup was built around 5 manning, but their window has been like missed for quite
Nice
some
side
time.
of fist. Perfect searing chains MP. He could actually get the combination over on Freeze, but Freeze needs to get out of here. His BTs are off cooldown. And there's the Spirit Jump, but he's right on top of mid one. Another Spirit Jump. Back to where his tier 2 tower used to be. But this has been good delay from VGJ. That Aegis Immortal is going to time out in about 30 seconds time. So they've managed to avoid the fight during the Aegis timing.
Not good though if you're needing to avoid fights. Eventually they are going to have to fight, and I think the team fight items are coming out of plenty.
I'm still looking at RTK to have his big team fight items. You could see it as how effective that Guardian Angel was in the mid lane before.
Well,
now he's
is he
running
gonna
his Hand
go?
of Midas. He's trying to catch back up again. With the plus 60 gold per minute, it's all about the holler for RTK.
There's no good team fight items that he can really get though. He doesn't have Arcane, so he can't go for Greaves. I guess he could get a mech, but it would like late. And
Well, the last time he did, he got Pipe and Shivas.
Pipe is not very good versus the lineup. Shiva's is but I don't know if you want to get that as your third item. It is pretty good versus the, but I don't think he really wants to be the one running in there. Like his earlier skill build and item build suggests that he did, but when it comes later into the game, when Shadow Fiend hits really, really hard, I don't think he can. And the Orchid is completed up on Shadow Fiend, so now they have. He doesn't have a mobility item, but he still can catch Omni Knight if he's out of position. Prevent defensive swaps.
Don't think you want to do this, FY. Oh, that's what he wants to do. He stuns to take the range creep and then TP's out.
They're stalling for Lina to get really big.
Yeah. But, man, I'm looking at Keizu, and Keizu could probably take most of this in the future. Like, Aghanim's Vlad Solar Crest,
Yeah, he definitely can.
they already can't kill him.
He's really good versus Luna. And he has the right items to run in there and not care. Unlike ROTK. They're solo oriented.
And he's always going to have friends. Relocate in with a CK. Keizu is never alone. That's why this two-man push onto the bottom tower is just so effective. VGJ knows they cannot fight this.
They can attempt to sneak a Roach, I think. If they build a medallion on one of their heroes with the VS aura, I think if they can catch Secret split pushing, they can trade a Roach for it. But first step is to take these towers down, and I don't think
Here
Luna's
comes the
gonna die.
TPs. Mid one's to the front lines. FY is already forced to run away.
They see mid one, they just leave. They're like, no, no, no.
Was that RTK TPing down? I think it was. And he actually ends up cancelling it. He was headed down to the bottom shrine. Then they just leave the space for aggressive. More levels up for him. Still approaching the BKB. And until he's got that, it doesn't look like he wants to have any engagement at all. And the Ember Spirit's just moved off having the Blink Dagger. It's all about the Lincoln Sphere. Full protection for him now. Perfect Observe Ward watching aggressive farming up top lane. However, that silence being released over on Freeze. RTK will break him free. Mid one, they're focusing on the Ire. They need him to go down in order then to kill off that BKB'd up Shadow Fiend. They're able to achieve it. But they lose the Luna in return. That was Team Secret actually being forced into two different engagements. They used Observe Ward watching the Dire Ancients. Or near the Ancients to farm, to try and get the kill.
Yeah, that was actually a difficult play by Secret. They saw the free Luna kill, but if they go for the Luna kill, they actually can't win the fight on top. At least they didn't lose the mid one. I do like how he wasn't very greedy. Like, he didn't see any heroes in sight, but he knows that he just needs to not die in that fight is pretty much what needs to happen for him right there.
Oh, Poppy. He's got a Yule Scepter, cancels the TP out, the Orchid's down, and there's no Spirit to jump out to. Mid one with a raise. Ends up killing all Freeze. All Freeze want to do is add a little bit of pressure to the top lane. And now they're going to be scared. Roshan potentially can spawn up, and this will be in their minds. But they'll have to wait a little bit longer. Just over a minute before Roshan is alive.
You know it's an issue when Shadow Fiend has done more magic damage than that. Something that really doesn't happen very often. Especially when he goes for a Veil build super. And yeah, Ember Spirit is just not going to be very useful. He doesn't have any AoE to deal with the K illusions, too. He's getting pretty fat right now. He's going to have Heart pretty soon, whereas you're just going to have a Linken's on your Ember Spirit with no damage, no Maelstrom, no Battle Fury, and his magic damage is...
Oh, the relocate. There goes your Maiden. Fenrir in trouble again, Puppey being the man to set up for it. Kezu being in the neighborhood. And FY and Aggressive can't really do much to stop this. There's sentry warding everywhere on the southern part of the map, but it won't matter when Team Secret break your base. They're going into the high ground. There's your swap back out again, trying to save the Omni Knight. You get silenced up, and thanks to this, maybe now there's some rebuttal. MP just being a Photic shielded up. They can't even stun and control. So Team Secret do heavy damage to the tier 3 tower. They can back up, however. The line's being drawn. Roshan did just respawn.
Yeah, they can easily take a
Oh,
fight
wow,
right
that's
now.
TP? No.
Their ulti's back up on an MP. Oh, and an Arcane rune. I wonder they're going to give that to. I guess maybe Seek. I think having the second ulti is going to be really nice for pushing high ground.
They give it to the Abaddon.
Yeah, I guess Abba's okay too. It depends on what they want to do. I think Abba's is way better for the team fight, and CK's is way better for actually Seek the base.
Notice how VGJ are doing nothing to try and contest this. Fenrir is trying to leech experience up on the top. RTK pushes at the bottom. They know the fight's going to come to mid. And again, they'll just have to have like better positioning, better control if they're going to survive this. And Freeze just needs a little bit more money. Puppey's able to find him once again. With both Yules as well as the Shuriken toss, it's so easy for him to interrupt Freeze doing what he's doing. And in fact, now he's going to go on RTK. Quick Yules up, then repel, TP out. RTK will have the life to survive this. No more stuns to hurt him and relocate down.
Still a nice attempt by them. Still no way, and I don't think they're ever really going to have a way to stop.
Is this Freeze with the confidence?
Making plays at creating space, but still his upside for his team fight is quite limited. They see mid one, but
Yeah, they're going to try and kill him off. Aggressive, able to get the initial stun, but they just don't know.
bro, he has Aegis.
Yeah. The committal for
That's
that
one of
doesn't
those
seem
you're
to
like,
be
we can't do this.
And now MP actually wants to go on Freeze. Perfect sleight of fist here in chain, so he'll get away.
I still like their plan of let's see SF run away.
It is the cheapest guard for RTK. He just completes it now.
Yeah, that's nice in combination with repel. Maybe he can run in. I think it will limit a lot of the damage from the. Maybe not as much from the Shadow Fiend because he's a lot more attack.
Ethel. He's going into the middle of 4 heroes from Team Secret. Lincoln's will trigger. Yule's Scepter up into the air, a quick sleight of fist, and then Spirit back to his tier 3 tower. But reveals the position of Team Secret as the small advantage.
Everyone looks like he wants to push high ground, but it seems not really that close. Creep wave is coming in. Seconds that he needs to wait. I think they have everything that they need. They have Aegis primarily, and the Solar Crest, and Vlad's, and a really, really fat Shadow Fiend.
But getting all the way in is so difficult, especially when Aggressive can be babysitted by RTK. Bobs up the wave pretty quickly. Ember Spirit's still not involved in this. He's pushing in the top lane. He's trying to finally finish off that tier 1 tower.
He doesn't have enough. He doesn't have any wave clear. Like his Sleight of Fist doesn't do any damage because he doesn't have Maelstrom. So he doesn't actually need to be here for the wave defense. I guess he can stall with Slight and Chains, but it doesn't really work versus that Abba. And mid one's gonna have to deal with this like repel and
here we go again.
Spam.
MP jumping in, looking for that initiation. 3-second stun. Vengeful Spirit has to swap RTK back out. He will survive. They don't have a shrine to help him out, but the tier 3 tower falls. Freeze now here in the fight. Another quick jump, but the sleight of fist, searing chains. MP just cannot get his combination off on the Ember Spirit, but what they can do is leave the Immortal one. Mid one with the Aegis, beating into the range racks. They get the fortification out as well. Another quick victory here for Team Secret.
They're actually limited by Kezu's mana pool. They can probably just tether them up if they. P3 down. Shrines. I think they have enough time with the Aegis to even venture further into.
That's enough for Kaiser to actually buy up the full Ags now. This now, VGJ, they've moved out just down to their southern shrine. Not really going to find anyone to kill off. It's just, again, more pressure, push out, control as much as you can and get as much resources in before Team Secret try and siege you once more. Get aggressive, closer towards that butterfly.
I don't think it's going to happen in time.
Butterfly before they push again.
Yep.
I don't disagree.
ROTK is playing like an ABBA. Once I think about it, he's playing. He's like, I wanted ABBA, but I'm just gonna have to suffice for Omni Knight. He likes being up there. The typical Omni Knight playstyle is like getting Aether Lens and sitting way in the back and buffing at one of your other cores.
Aggressive, don't show yourself. If you want to survive through this FY, SF's gonna raise down the wave.
At least he can speak. They don't have any instant. Only like a minute and a half left on this Aegis. Actually, it's less than a minute.
In towards the mid. Fenrir, more trouble for him. Poppy sets up. Pilot Eye and MP just wander in, and now there's no Crystal Maiden. And mid one's making his way towards the mid. But the bigger support I'm watching out for is FY. How many times does he have to defensively swap as opposed to aggressively swap? Blink Dagger is now
pretty much
up
every
for the
time.
Ember too. It's just a sad thing, right? Because like the only way they really top Team Secret is by getting a kill on either the SF or the Chaos Knight. And the only way to do that is by dragging him out of range of the Abaddon.
Yeah, but SF has BKB, so you can't really go on him. And Chaos Knight also has
Hager's
BKB.
just timed out the jump forward, aggressive, able to get that BKB off with the 2-second stun on the RTK. There's that swap again from FY, pulling back the Omni Knight. They have to trigger up the Shrine, but the Force is in there from Team Secret, looking to push into the melee racks. RTK just goes in, 3-second stun on him, aggressive. The damage output is not too bad, but then again, it's just not enough. Team Secret is so far ahead in this game, they just don't have the power. A quick push in, it's actually mid one going for it with his Hurricane Pike, trying to kill off FY. One more attack will do the job. More bounty rolling his way, and with the relocate out, they don't even get the kill on that front. It's RTK stunned up, an ultra kill for mid one. He just reset, repushed, and rampaging through everything VGJ offers. Will it be a double? No, it won't. MP will take it on a B-stick of life, and they're going for the GG push, and rightly so. VGJ have nothing left in the tank to defend that.
High MMR wins games. Mid one. Jeez. And just came right back and killed him. But I mean, he didn't have an easy time. He didn't have a West babysitting him. He didn't have that many stacks for himself. But look at him, man.
Dire team
Yeah.
pick.
They ban out the Monkey King and the Treant Protector, the new Captain's Mode boys that maybe aren't quite balanced just right yet, but I digress. Either way, Magnus Ricky is our first combo of the game.
10 seconds remaining.
Very, very interesting to see Random prioritize the Vengeful Spirit over the Magnus, who I feel like most teams would consider this hero to be very, very strong, if not like in like the top 3 heroes right now. Very, very difficult. When they comboed up with the Riki, when Riki ults and he has the power buff on him, he actually cleaves every target he hits. So can
That's
actually
gross.
do some ridiculous damage if multiple heroes get RP.
That's actually ridiculous. I mean, I honestly didn't think Ricky Magnus was like the synergy here. I thought they were waiting to show it off, but that's enough to make the Ricky and Magnus pick warranted after all. I mean, that's huge.
Ricky definitely one of the favorites in the Chinese region, of course, in the group stages of whatever the last major time ago.
Boston?
Actually, no, actually it was for this one, for the qualifiers. I'm sorry. Ricky in the Chinese scene was banned like every game in the second phase.
Well, I mean,
They know something we don't about this hero.
he hasn't been picked up a ton by IG.V in the last month in their competitive games, but who knows what they've been doing at boot camp. I mean, they could be just practicing Ricky strats out the bum. Either way, they go in for their Legion Commander. Faith Beyond has been picking that up a fair amount in the last 30 days, so definitely something they've been practicing on the newest patch. But again, requires a pretty strong start, requires that early blink, early mobility, and the ability to not get totally screwed over in lane, which is going to be tough.
Commander, another very strong hero we've seen kinda, I guess DAC is really where teams showed him off, right? IG, XXS on the LC pretty much destroyed like every game he played. It's a good hero against the Magnus. If you can ever find him to duel him, you can start fights that way. And the press the attack also removes the RP stun. So if you have a like a ranged frontliner like a Shadow Fiend, you can just sit behind, you can just heal him whenever the RP comes out. And then SF can press his BKB, and everything's. And they also have Vengeful Spirit to swap to also kind of do the same thing. So I guess they do have some tools to deal with the Magnus here, which is nice.
Yeah.
Radiant team
I mean, who else does Magnus have absurd synergy with that Team Random really need to be banning out here?
Well, they've already banned out the Juggernaut, which, of course, we've all seen Jug flash farm with the Omni Slash, of course.
Dire team
Very dangerous hero. He hits your towers, and you can't really go on him because Magnus protects him. So there's Magnus. Lifestealer is also extremely scary, especially with the Ricky. Kind of take him around everywhere. The Invis taxi brings him around to kill everyone.
Yeah.
10
Very hard to
seconds
deal with.
remaining.
We've seen a
But I'm sorry.
I don't know
go
if
ahead.
it's popular in the Chinese scene, but the Magnus Void being like a really popular combo, because then you can run Void in the safe lane as a true position 1 core. He doesn't need to farm up a Battle Fury, but is still farming like he has one.
Witch doctor.
That's definitely a scary combo.
Ooh.
I think Troll is one we'll see a lot more common.
With the Witch Doctor, though, I don't know. I'm feeling that Faceless Void. Get that little ward right outside the Chronosphere, spray out the damage left and right. I can see it.
Got some old synergy there, for sure.
10 seconds remaining.
Random taking their time here, trying to realize, you know, what they want. The Venge picked up so early. Is that, I mean, do they run that as a core? Or is that going to be kind of a position for, you know?
I definitely think that's a core when you first pick it. All these teams play it pretty much the same way, where it's kind of like that supporty, safe lane bench core build. You know, he's got like the Solar Crest into Hurricane Pike and all the tank items. I can't imagine that they would put so much priority on a support bench.
Yeah. That's
But
fair. So
it's possible.
we've got some supports to pick up here. Keeper the Light being picked up, and that's actually one that, you know, Y and Ice Eyes aren't running too frequently here. Y actually one of the few supports still really giving a lot of love to Oracle. How do you feel about Oracle in your pubs, Brax?
Oracle, I'm glad I don't see Oracle in my pubs because they all feed their brains out. That's pretty much what
That's fair. Well,
Alright, Phantom Assassin. Okay.
another hero that really benefits from that Magnus and power.
10
Again,
seconds
can
remaining.
farm like she has a Battle Fury when she doesn't even need a Battle Fury. So
5
PA
seconds
free to go
remaining.
for ridiculous, stupid damage stuff that is going to be very fun to watch.
Yeah,
Reserve
it looks
time.
like Team Random are kind of going for like a 5-man Coddle Ags daytime push strategy where they hope to be able to farm and get their items before IG Vitality really have a whole lot of damage.
10 seconds
kind of-
remaining.
You know, they just want to sit there 5-man in the Coddle Heal Blast and just push. You know,
5
IG.V,
seconds
they don't
remaining.
have a lot of ways to stop the push besides the RP, but they have these heroes that can kind of reset. Oh, and there's the
Radiant
Medusa.
team back.
There's their tanky frontline core that's going to hit the buildings, and they'll have LC and Vengeful Spirit kind of just sitting behind the Medusa, protecting her, preventing her from getting skewered into the enemy's fountain. And, it's a good hero
10
for sure,
seconds
but
remaining.
it doesn't have the best matchup against PA. Maybe
5
they'll try
seconds
to go
remaining.
for a Silver Edge on Venge or LC, kind of deal with the Phantom Assassin.
Reserve time.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Team Random are doing here, but I think IG.V, they definitely have a super clear game plan. They can tell this draft has just been run 100 times in scrims. I'm curious what the last picks are going to be here. IG.V get one more chance to ban out one of Random's heroes, assuming they're going to be taking out a pesky Roman support here, but it all depends on what they think the Venge is doing.
I think these teams know each other well enough to know that the Venge is a core. I think core is probably like 80% of the time how Venge is played nowadays, especially in the Chinese streams. I've actually only seen core Venge. All these
Yeah.
teams are playing core Venge. And I don't know, like it's pretty obvious what Team Random want to do. They're gonna sit behind this Medusa who has all these buffs to heal, gets mana to tank up from Coddle, Vengeful Spirit with the auras and everything to just keep Medusa healthy. So right now, Team Random's game very heavily relies on this Medusa having a good game. Because if this Medusa has a bad game, she's just gonna die to all the damage on IG Vitality right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a ton of pressure. I like that Rubik ban. That is actually Y's most played hero in the last month. He's just been snapping up the Rubik, and of course there's some yummy stuff to steal here. They're just making sure him and his stupid null field aren't going to be a part of that, so last pick for Team Random. Other picks they've been grabbing up a lot of Crystal Maidens, like we mentioned, some Oracles, some Dazzles, but again, they're not as flashy as what's been banned out so far.
Maybe Team Random will surprise us and transition the Venge into a support and pick a different style safe laner who they think might be better for the game.
Well, with all their reserve time gone, they may actually live up to their name here in Random. And they go for the
All right,
Ogre
the
at
Ogre.
the last second.
Pick.
Okay, so buffs are the name of the game right now. They're going to make that Medusa big and beefy, powerful.
Yep, IG.V.
I would say if Jug was still available, it'd be obvious Jug could rush a Diffuse Blade. Good at burning the mana from Medusa, and you can
5
also
seconds
purge off
remaining.
Bloodlust. Is he strong?
Reserve time.
I don't know. They need a safe laner.
Yeah,
Depends on what style of play they really want to go for here.
Paparazzi's been running a ton of Weaver lately, and that's still available,
Okay.
but I don't know if they want to go for the double invis here.
Weaver would actually pretty good here. She's a natural Lincoln's carrier against the LC. And Weaver can also build that Diffusal Blade up. Alright, it's the Invoker. Okay.
Okay.
Invoker is a very difficult hero for Medusa to play into when Invoker has very high levels.
And this is one where Paparazzi plays their invokers. They might do a little swap around, Paparazzi usually being the position 1, but he'll grab
Yep.
that for himself.
He always plays the Invoker on there.
So, IG.V, I mean, how do you like it? From the very first duo, I was really liking what they got going on, and again, I think Medusa's going to have a really tough time, and that's just such a backbone of Team Random.
Medusa's definitely going to have a tough time. He's going to have Ricky and PA just sitting on him the whole time. Witch Doctor might also move. Or sorry, PA's in the safe lane. It'll be like Invoker and Ricky messing with the... I don't know, it's tough because the later this game goes, the harder it is Team Random, actually. Invoker is level 25, the 7-second tornado or whatever it is once he has Octarine Core.
Yeah, I think it's 9
Ridiculous.
with all the debuffs and stuff. It's a little silly, yeah.
Yeah, it gets out of hand real quick. The Medusa, not one of those heroes that wants to build a BKB quite early.
Again, a lot of pressure on Dusa. Random, they've really got to play around her, make sure she gets huge. I mean, if somehow Deuce is able to dominate the laning phase, this is going to be a pretty solid, easy to execute game for our boys. It's tough. I really think it's tough. I'm hoping that we get to go to a game number 3, but I think IG.V, they just got such a clear game plan of what they're doing here. Can never call it before we see it. Again, hopping in. This is the Kiev major group stages. I'm Android, that's Brax. We're in game number 2 of the former Wings, now Team Random, playing IG.V.
Yep, I'm a big fan of Medusa, actually. I think this hero is extremely strong in the right situations, and this is one of those situations. You have all the tools you need to make her successful in the game. You have all these buffs that make her farm fast and get to a point where she's pretty much unstoppable. Her talents are ridiculous at the moment, and yeah, I actually like Team Random's draft a lot.
Alright. I mean, what lanes are going to be the most crucial aside from, you know, we talked about our Dusa matchup. Who else needs to get fat? Who else really needs to do their job to have a according to plan game?
30
Well, they have a really,
seconds
really
left.
strong dual offlane here with the Coddle LC combo. LC has the poor man shield start, and she's going to spam out the nukes over and over onto PA, and PA's going to have a pretty hard time farming. She should feel pretty pressured, and I don't really know how much Ricky can do in the mid lane, especially if he gets some help, or if Ogre comes on over too. But yeah, I mean, Medusa's typically thought of as like this late game carry that's, you know, unstoppable. Like back in the old days, Medusa farms rapiers, kills everyone, can't be killed, that kind of thing. But she's not that kind of hero anymore. She farms like an item, maybe an item and a half, and she just 5-mans. And she becomes this tanky monster that you can't go on because once you use your cooldowns on this hero, you won't be able to finish her off, and then she just turns the fight with Stone Gaze and fight.
Yeah, I mean, what have you seen any Dusas in the Chinese scene? Because I just haven't had a chance to catch one. I know Purge is a big fan of the Mask of Madness Dusa now. Is that something we might see?
I certainly hope not.
Down on the bottom, we already got some harass coming out. It's going to be a pretty wacky tri-lane. We'll see if dogfights on the Riki is going to be rotating, but so far, just Coddle Blast, trying to keep everyone at bay. Faith Beyond probably going to have a tricky time getting a ton of farm here as Super is ready to zone everyone out.
They both just nuke the wave in, push it in. Coddle goes back for the stack. Nice play there. This is quite the tough offlane here for our Magnus player. The Ogre zoning now with the Orb of Venom. Vengeful Spirit also pretty strong on lane.
Yeah, he's already sitting at half health with only one Tango left. He has just been taking damage left and right. Hopefully there's enough just for him to sit back and play nice and soak some levels, but it's not looking that way as Blink is just all up in his business. Our mid lane.
Yeah, so far it looks like lanes are going in favor of Team Random. I feel like this LC Coddle lane is going pretty well, actually. LC's hit level 2. We have Riki in the mid lane. Shadow's gonna take some damage. Oh, here comes the cold snap. What?
Yep,
Can't
going in.
take this.
Mana Shield, it's doing some work. They need just a couple more hits. The Fairy Fire gobbled up means there will not be a kill there. Dogfight's gonna eat up a Fairy Fire of his own, so no blood being shed, but two very low heroes. Shadow forced to salve, but Paparazzi still getting some good farm out of this.
Yeah, definitely both heroes very lucky to make it out there with their lives. Fairy Fire saving both heroes.
Down bottom, we got our PA. Again, sitting pretty good in terms of last hits, has 10 for herself, and isn't being phased too far by that Coddle Blast and, you know, Legion Commander trying to slap at her. Meanwhile, top lane, Magnus still having a tough time. Almost found his level 3. Again, just getting some good solo soak, but he's not going to be feeling all too rich anytime soon. He's got himself 7 last hits to Blink's 9, but again, if the Ogre sticks around and continues to pressure him, now eating up a Clarity to get that mana back, so just ignites all the time. It's going to be really annoying.
Yeah, he actually picked up the Iron Talon so he can jungle and get some farm now. Good choice from him. He knows that the lane is quite hard. And now Ogre's pretty much free to run around. He picked up a nice haste rune. Gonna go check out what Magnus is doing probably.
Yep, he'll be making his way through. So no real action just yet. We could see potentially harass onto Paparazzi, but the Riki's still hanging around. Still there if needed.
Haste over coming in. Paparazzi's in some trouble here and brings out the Ghost Walk. He's alright.
Yep, just realizing there is no vision whatsoever at this point in the game, and that's just a quick get out of jail free card.
Yep, unfortunately it takes his entire mana bar, so that's all he gets for now.
Dogfight still waiting around, maybe waiting for ice pressure and just a little too hard, but and this Ogre is just very difficult to harass down. Shadow on our Medusa still getting some really nice farm. 18 last hits on her, 14 on the Invoker, so he's got some work to do. He's got to continue to play safe. Down bottom, we are going to have an initiation here. Faith Beyond just really trying to charge forward, getting the most out of this gank onto Zakata. Zakata's very, very low. The Illuminate clips him down, and finally he finishes it off with the overwhelming odds. Super now getting very low as well. The Maledict going to end. Faith Beyond a little bit too low to press in and look for that follow-up kill on the Witch Doctor.
Yep, nice blast from Coddle there in the side, just charging up his laser from out of vision, blast him in the face, and great timing, you know? It just happened to get, he was just there right when they went in. They're able to get that kill because IG Vitality decided to play aggressively there.
So, Legion's game starting off pretty nicely. Already level 4 and a quarter on her, even though she has been splitting a little bit of experience, so getting what she needs. Down bottom, Sakata on her PA. Getting some space, but is it dangerous to leave the PA alone after Team Random have already shown that they're comfortable killing her?
I mean, they definitely can't kill her unless PA decides to make an aggressive move like that again. So she doesn't feel too pressured to farm, or to like, she's not really in danger as long as she just farms. And they also can't do a whole lot to the Legion Commander right now. They spot the Coddle here, and he's got no boost. Ricky's on his tail, Witch Doctor's coming in. This could be pretty bad.
Yep. I think Y's pretty dead here. Does get down some good vision before he goes. Does place down the Observer and the Sentry here. So if that stays up, his legacy will live on, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately it was spotted by Dogfights. He even pings it out. He knows there's a ward there, so unfortunate.
As far as the other lanes go, top lane, there's a lot of farm going the way of Blink right now because he has had a free lane as In July ducked out to the jungle. Obviously, Magnus doesn't want to cripple himself. He needs farm of his own, but letting this free farm and Venge go at it is pretty scary. They're jumping right back in. In.July is in some serious trouble. He went back to lane for just a couple of seconds and will end up going down. Now here in the bottom lane, we've got some more action coming out as there's going to be scans revealing that Radiant heroes are still in the mix, but well, salve up on Cicada, getting back to full health, and Faith Beyond not able to find any picks there.
Yeah, both teams dancing around their side lanes. Team Random pick up that nice kill on the Magnus there. Magnus been killed off, forced to jungle. Pretty tough for him. Ogre's kind of just bouncing back and forth through his woods. You know, always trying to keep him in check. But, you know, at least this gives Ricky a place on the map to get some experience, get some farm, because he can't really do a whole lot this game. Like, he's not going to be able to run mid and kill mid or anything like that.
Yeah, Deuce playing really safe, having raindrops.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dogfight's making his way in, get some good vision up, and I don't believe that was scattered out by anyone, so they don't know that there's some mobs here. High ground now, no longer safe for Shadow.
IG can't really find any places to pressure on the map. Magnus, tough lane. Mid lane is also something that they can't really kill, and their safe lanes being contested by Legion Commander and Coddle. Very difficult for them to really make a move anywhere on this map.
So clearly IG.V not having some wild success in any of these lanes. In fact, pretty much all of them are not going to be won. How does their late game look? If they just kind of play safe, minimize loss, and just keep farming for the next 20 minutes, is this going to be still very winnable for IG.V? Hold that thought. Might be able to score a quick kill on Faith Beyond. Nice overwhelming odds drop down. Man, this Legion is just ready to go in. Not feeling scared of anything, and now Y is going to be able to isolate dogfights. They get him down with the Illuminate. Now Cicada running for his life will get clipped as well. All of a sudden, that is going to be a big trade. Legion finally loses their life, but that's a 1 for 2. Still going to be good gold flowing for Team Random.
K goes down yet again, and now Team Random are pressuring this tower. So IG.V's late game is ridiculously good. Their late game pretty much counters what Team Random wants to do, but there is going to be a very, very large time frame mid game where Team Random are very strong. I would say they have like 25 minutes in the mid. Where they're pretty much in control.
In some trouble, our mana pool's getting low. That mana shield can't help it forever, but there's Y to save the day. 2 points in that chakra magic, going to be helping out that Deuce a ton.
Yep, unfortunately PA did not have the level 6 there, so no crit available.
He's working on it. Now top lane, Faith Beyond going to be rotating to give In.July a hard time, and this Legion is starting to get real scary. Almost 500 gold towards her Blink Dagger on top of her phase boots, and Duel ready to go.
Yeah, nobody can really lane in front of the Legion right now. There's too much of a threat with the Duel, and the overwhelming odds is too much to handle right now. But yeah, they're pretty much just trying to scrap together whatever they can in their lanes right now. Not their lanes are really performing very well. Mid though.
Yeah, this is where they're going in. They just got to gobble up all of Deuce's mana pool before they kill her, and that's just so annoying. I mean, you see that's 3 heroes giving it their full attention, and Shadow is still completely fine, perhaps even able to turn this Snake up in 5 more seconds, and Faith Beyond's coming in. They drop the overwhelming odds. Paparazzi gets clipped just barely by the wave of terror from the Venge, and that's going to be enough. Now Super finds himself in an unfortunate situation. Duel coming in. Faith Beyond snaps up his first victory. It's not looking easy. That's going to be a support and a mid taken out. Team Random starting their snowball off right.
Yeah, Medusa just so difficult to kill. Doesn't even have the Stone Gaze yet, just the 4 points and Mana Shield. 3 heroes still can't bring Medusa.
Faith Beyond giving the business to Cicada up here. Now Cicada has that level 6, so crits are going to be coming out from our PA, but is that really going to be enough to cut through all the tank of Team Random? They've got some work to do.
Definitely. Team Random decided to smoke up here. We got 3 heroes down in the bottom lane. They're pinging directly on top of their Invoker. They've got some hacks going here. They ping him right on the head.
I mean, I think they're just reading the situation right. Invoker's not in lane, but they know he hasn't rotated elsewhere, so he's probably just in one of those 2 camps, so. Cicada, I mean, this PA is just scarily low. In.July is going to be popping some smokes here, but that's not looking good for his longevity. He's going to be swapped back, stunned up, and just completely killed off. This core Venge starting to feel like he's on top of the world. Blink already with the Dragon Lance, now 400 more gold after that kill. And they're ready to pressure a tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, up top, Dogfights, our best Chinese Riki in China, or technically the whole world too. Ready to jump on Faith Beyond, but just doesn't quite have the damage.
Best Chinese Riki in China.
It's, I mean, not an incorrect statement, not the best I've ever made.
Alright, anyways, it seems like Team Random, once they, you know, smoke up the lanes, get a kill, there's really no stopping. They can't be stopped right now. Magnus went for a full farm build. He's got no points into the Skewer or RP. I mean, he knows that he can't do anything at all. He just wants to get to his Blink Dagger as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's rough. He's just got like no gold set aside. He got pretty crippled in lane, tried to just bail out, but the second he steps foot in lane just to check on how it's going, he's killed once again, so he's gonna have to really play safe, really split the farm here, because you've got Invoker no longer really able to mid too. He's gonna be dipping off into the jungle himself. They're splitting resources a little bit thin. In the top lane, looks like maybe we'll get the fight started onto Faith Beyond. Coconut sprayed out, but Legion is able to get that heal off in time. Death Ward channeled up, Faith Beyond gonna be walking out of range, now Shadow moves forward. Dogfight's getting low, they are gonna turn things onto Shadow here. Mana pool still pretty high, and finally the Maledict finishes off our Legion commander. Vengeful Spirit moving forward, stepping right into that Riki Cloud. Blink, taking a dagger, it's not gonna crit though. I think that might be where the fight just stalemates out.
Yep, not bad at all from IG.V. They're showing signs of life here. They make something happen on the map. You know, this is the result of losing all your lanes. You know, they feel like they can't go anywhere, they can't pressure any of these lanes at all. They're just too far ahead for them to really do anything to. But they make a nice move, catch out the LC here, and now they pretty much attract the attention of Team Random. You know, they ported up, they moved around the map. Their other heroes are free to farm and do as they please now. So, good for them. They're making space on the map.
Paparazzi finally getting to taste that sweet freedom of free lane, and I know he's found himself a Midas. He's thinking about that pretty early Aghanim Scepter and should have it at a decent time if he can keep this pace up. In terms of our overall net worth, we're going to have Venge just skyrocketing out of control here. 6,200 net worth for her at only 13 minutes, and now has that full Hurricane Pike queued up, so mobility is just going to be key for her. And I mean, 4-0-1, the snowball's already rolling. How do you stop a Venge that's getting this big this fast?
Well, they just need to hope that they can get to their items quickly, because once IG Vitality get their Blink Dagger up on Magnus, Venge is very vulnerable to getting RP'd. You know, she wants to kind of sit in the front, hit towers for now. She probably won't once she figures out that Magnus has a Blink Dagger, which is still quite a bit of ways. You know, Medusa will be taking that role, but there's always the surprise factor of getting that one nice team fight.
We've definitely seen IG.V get in there and have a nice team fight before, so looking forward to that. Down bottom, Y, again, just getting some good split push, keeping this wave totally under control just with his Illuminate. Has that fully maxed out. Still no points in Mana Leak. Man, I kind of missed that Coddle meta where you got first point Mana Leak and just made your enemy laner want to kill themselves.
Of course, not going for the Mana Leak. He's trying to play the World of Warcraft game right now, farm it up. I mean, this is what their strategy revolves around, right? They want to get these Coddle Aghanims pretty much as fast as possible, so you'll never see this guy in a team fight for the next 10 minutes until he finishes Ags.
We got Super trying to solo defend this top tower, but realizes that is probably not the best plan, so this might be a free tower unless we got some big rotations coming in soon, but looks like Cicada just content to go farm up himself. You've got In July getting kind of close to that Blink Dagger, but it's still a couple of minutes off. Not going to be having that for this tower defense at least.
Yeah, and these tower pushes are 4v5, Team Random. Coddle pretty much does not want to participate in any of these pushes or group ups or anything. He just wants to farm. IG.V knows that, you know, they're looking for him with the Riki and everything, but Riki not really going to solo kill Coddle anytime soon, so we have Cicada coming up. Far enough to stack with the Empower. Play there. But he's taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, definitely not going to be able to turn that into a quick kill, and now has to just very quickly bail out as Shadow moves forward. Will snap up the last two Ancients, so sharing the wealth. Dogfight still keeping eyes up onto the Keeper of the Light, but like you mentioned, can't really do much. And we got a high price invested into that Riki just getting information. As this push moves towards the mid lane, again, you got Bloodlust sprayed out onto all your cores, and these guys are starting to hit hard. Our Vengeful Spirit now flying in that Hurricane Pike, and she is just ready to wail on this thing.
Yeah. This time, well, last when Random pushed the top tier 1 tower against IG.V last time, IG already had their heroes like in the area. Oh, dueling out on Invoker here. This was looking like plus 10 damage.
Sure is. Faith Beyond, just fearless. Going in onto that, realizing the Invoker just doesn't have any friends nearby, and it seems like IG.V are just a little confused on their positioning. They're not quite sure if they're defending or what, as Witch Doctor is just pulled away from his friends. You can see that Team Random, they come in and they've got this super clear game plan of this is how we're fighting, this is where we're rotating, this is who we're getting farm on. And again, like you mentioned, that whole push was 4v5 as Coddle's just doing Coddle things down here, blinding dogfights and feeling fearless.
Yeah, Team Random playing extremely fast paced right now. Just looking now at the powerful Blink on Magnus. Oh.
Alright, we got our first Blink RP coming forward. Can they find anything off of it? There's a dead Ricky. And now a stunned up Cicada. Oh, can't even find the kill on the Ogre. That's gotta hurt. Sunstrike coming in. Alright, they get something for their troubles.
408 gold from the Ogre there. Big bounty on the big man. But very underwhelming RP. You know, they just don't have any damage. They even got the Skewer as well. PA doesn't have Desolator just yet. She's so close. She also only has 1 point in Blur right now, so she actually died to right clicks pretty fast. It's tough. You know, they're just training it from one tower to the other, and they can't really do a whole lot. It was really unfortunate at the very first tower. IG.V were like in the area already, and then they were kind of like, they're pushing. What do we can't defend over here.
Nice Sunstrike.
Right, nice
they will be able to
call.
combo down the Coddle, who had a fair amount of loose gold saved up, going for that last component of the Item Scepter. So at least trying to pump the brakes onto Team Random here. Giving Cicada a little bit to snowball off of, but you see this PA is still a long way from being that big position 1 core that IG.V really need her to be.
Yeah, PA needs quite a bit of items right now, but luckily for her, she picked up her Desolator, so we may be able to see some large numbers there with the Daggered and Power. But, alright. I'm trying to explain something, and it takes a long time, then something else happens, so I'll, like, bring out the condensed version. Team Random want to push. IG.V were in the wrong place when that push came, and then they didn't really know what to do. That happened because if they leave and Team Random sees that, then they can just keep running down the lane, and there's nothing they can. So they kind of just like were there as 4 people in front of the tower, and they all wasted their time for like a minute, and that delayed the Magnus Blink Dagger before the next tier 1 push. So yeah. That wasn't even simplified. This is terrible.
You know, you gotta work on your Brax notes just a little bit, but I got the point. I got what you're trying to say. Team Random, they're heading in towards the roast right now. They're all clumped up here, and I mean, IG.V, they just don't even want to poke their heads into the pit. They know it's a scary scenario, and now our Venge, who's now got over 10,000 net worth to her name, just gonna be charging in, feeling completely unkillable, going in for the full Sanjin Yasha, and she'll have that within the next couple of minutes or so.
Yeah, double damage Venge takes down Roach really quick, and here comes the push train. What can they do? Looks like they're smoked up here from Coddle. Coddle's so close to his Aghanim's old grandpa. Is he gonna die before he gets it though?
I don't even know if Coddle knows he's in a team game. This guy has just been doing his own thing for the entire game, and it's so working out for him.
Oh, but he dodged the gank here. The wisdom.
Yeah,
can't catch old Gramps like that.
Well, the rest of his team is just annihilated in this tier 2, so Team Random definitely keeping IG.V on their toes, and they're just going to go for a tier 3 push here, realizing these guys aren't on the map. They get the tier 1 for themselves. They're all going to have to TP back in, and this tower's already starting to take some heat. Blink again with the Aegis, soaking up tower shots, doesn't really mind that much. Gonna get healed and just back off. Again, you got duel ready on that Legion Commander who now has the Blink and the Blade Mail. So a couple of lucky crits may end up killing the Phantom Assassin on that Blade Mail, depending on how the duels go. So, yep, they swap him back out, separate him from his buddies. There is In July getting ready to party. Does get one here with the Skewer, trying to bring Blink back. Blink still alive. Again, goes down. Aegis is ready. You got Dusa just sending out that unfortunate Stone Gaze. No one's going to be caught in it, but it does put a nice pause button on the fight. You got a great RP into the meatball. Oh, that's huge. This is where the fight turns around. They get 4 in the blink of an eye, and now IG.V are free to move about the map. The only survivor is Solo Man Coddle here. That was the Magnus play we've been waiting for all game. followed up by Paparazzi's damage. That was A+.
Alright, so now we've got an even game again, pretty much. What is that? Ridiculous net worth swing off the back of that RP there. That was, So, when they push like that, they really don't want to group up, right? They want one person to hit the tower so they don't get RP'd just like that with 4 people. But, Venge went for the aggressive play, swapped the Witch Doctor there, then the fight, you know, gets chaotic, people freak out, they're like, uh-oh, hit this guy, hit that guy, and they all grouped up for the RP.
That was, I mean, I guess they just kind of forgot their plan against a Magnus. He's been quiet, he's been calm the whole time, but well, once he got that Blink Dagger, he just can't wait to show it off. And then Cicada TP's out. Faith Beyond can't find the duel in time, unfortunate.
Yeah, barely avoids the duel there. And mid lane, Ice in some trouble here.
Yeah, he's going to be going down. Sorry about that, friends. We got a little 1-2 punch, support for support, but at least there's some good experience going Cicada's way. This Phantom Assassin had a really tough lane, left to her own devices most of the time, but now getting very close to that BKB, and will be able to feel a little bit more impactful in these team fights.
Yeah, she went from having Death Zone 1 team fight to almost a BKB immediately after. And Invoker, him as well, he's pretty close to the Lincoln Spear now, about halfway there. And that team fight alone pretty much got Magnus's Midas.
Alright, so I mean, IG.V, they're still up and kicking. It looked like this was just a very slippery slope, but just look at it get brought back. Only 5,000 deficit. You can feel Team Random just being a little bit more uneasy about their style, whereas before it was just, alright, 4 of us go one lane, Coddle, you do your thing, and they can't kill any of us. Now they're feeling a little bit shaken.
Yeah, they definitely maybe were a little too aggressive there. They just got Coddle Axe, but they didn't wait for daytime. You know?
Bottom?
Oh no. Coddle's in trouble here. Ricky's gonna scout him out.
Gonna
He actually
be
recalled a
friends.
teammate too.
Yep, Sunstrike coming in. Oh man, they're gonna be splitting the difference on that. Y able to make it just outside the radius of pain, and Dogfight's gonna be crawling away. Not able to get all the resources they need. There is Faith Beyond, ready to look for those sneaky duels. How's our vision game going here? In terms of who's got dust for the Ricky. We got Ogre with 3 sentries ready. Ben, she's just at the mercy of her teammates. So, Ricky might be able to slide in and out of these team fights a little bit. You got some good sentry coverage here in the jungle.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep, we've got about 1 minute till daytime, which is when I imagine Team Random will decide to group up and test their luck at the top tower. Again, it's very low, so when they group up, it'll probably die right away. But for now, IG.V looking pretty dominant across the map, pushing out wherever they want. Even Ricky just farming waves.
Yeah. We haven't talked a whole bunch about our Dusa. It's really just been Venge and Coddle making the plays, but she's sitting back, getting some really good farm, and just about to pick up her Manta style. So that's going to change the game a little bit. You got 3 snakes instead of 1 in your fights. See what difference that's going to make, as Ice has jumped on a couple of lucky crits. May just make the difference here. Going to be skewering them back. They just need a little bit more damage. Sunstrike going to be dodged out, but the dagger does it. Just barely enough. Now Cicada's going to BKB and try to turn this. This is that first BKB charge. It's a little bit ambitious. Got a coconut bouncing around as the rest of the Dire are going to be TPing in. Dusa, no, Shadow just kind of screaming it out, but won't find anyone with that stone gaze as IG.V is able to disengage.
Alright, there was the debut of the triple snake action. Looking pretty scary there. They pick up dogfights. On the bottom lane, of course. But, alright, now it's daytime.
Yep.
That was an
Invoker.
interesting fight there. A lot of BKBs being pressed, TPing home, trying to avoid any aggression in the fight.
I think that was just PA starting to really feel her momentum and say like, alright, if I BKB, I probably can turn this, and just kind of testing her limits there, and she doesn't get punished. Pretty encouraging. Smoke up here, not going to get scouted by any Radiant wards. They're going to have Blink and Shadow leading the charge with 3 Invis heroes behind them. Popping out a sentry to look for a wandering Ricky, but so far just going to be some clean pressure onto this tower. It's going to get fortified at 60 HP. They're just
This
ready
is
to
what,
take this out.
Team Random have been waiting for.
Now they're going
This is
in.
the time to shine. Coddle Blast, it's daytime, buffed up Medusa. This is it.
So slow siege coming out right now. Team Random know they've got a good amount of time for themselves. They get the tier 3s, they can back off. Arc starting in on the shrine. Roshan gonna be up, well, we'll see. Relatively soon, we'll see if it's gonna be a short or long respawn.
Just taking out the shrine here, 3 gold. And just by pushing that tower, which is at like an extremely low amount of HP, they forced all of IG back into their base pretty much. So now exactly where they are. TPs are on an 80 seconds down. All these towers are down. It takes IG.V a long time to get to the base now. So they pretty much, by them doing that and taking the shrine and not trying to go for any sort of racks or anything like that, it confines them to the base, which is very good. They're winning out on the money battle for now.
Yep. Still feeling good, but I mean, that acceleration kind of stopped IG.V. They really got their train rolling. That one RP combo really set everything back. Team Random still kind of scrambling to get that momentum back, and they're doing a good job, but I think
This is go
IG.V...
time.
Yeah. IG.V
got
are
the,
ready to have that next big fancy fight, so we'll see.
Team Random got a nice pick there, off onto the PA, the Blade Mail duel pretty much. PA crit, killed herself. She was like, oh man, why do I have all these fancy items? They don't help me survive. She's pretty much never going to be able to survive until she picks up some sort of lifesteal, which she has 10% from her passive, or from her talent I should say, but not enough for now.
This core Venge is, I mean, still hugging towards the top of the charts, getting surpassed by the Invoker now, but she's going to have a BKB of her own very shortly. About 200 more gold, so she's just got to play this safe. There's no Aegis. Venge gets picked here, that really sucks for her. Dogfights, sitting back, getting some good vision, trying to burn up some mana. Looks like no one's going to get caught on that. The Coconut does bounce to Blink, though. There's going to be the full field coming back up. Caudle is... Shadow just going to be zoning with that ult. They get half a Rax, and they're just going to retreat. Not going to get too greedy. The slow siege is still going to work out. As again, there were TPs in. Now Team Random know exactly where IG.V are. They know they can't leave their base. Roshan going to be up in about 2 minutes. That's going to be a good snap for them.
Yep, just purchase a gem too. However, it is about to turn at nighttime, so they won't be able to use that too well. Team Random are probably going to just wait on Roshan now. They've got a set of racks. They know that this game is going very well for them. They've pretty much hit the power spikes, and IG Vitality just don't have enough items right now to deal with threats on Team Random. We saw that Blade Mill duel come out on PA. PA pretty much killed herself in like 2 hits. Tough stuff. So IG.V, they pick up the Shadow Blade now on Magnus. This helps them get these initiations off. And it is
Problem with
about
that
to
is
turn nighttime.
they already have a gem. They're already carrying a ton of sentry wards, a little bit of dust for Dogfights, who's just been kind of nipping at their heels all game. So hopefully In July can find that. Worst case, he just walks in while he's Shadow Bladed. They see him and they kill him immediately before he has any impact.
Both teams smoked up here. They're going to cross.
Yep, they're going in. Looks like Ice is going to be the one to break it. They're ready to go. Super eating up a ton of damage. Sakata's BKB just ready to rail in. They get 2, and the Meatball is going to be following up. Meanwhile, there is a duel, but it looks like this time PA won't be killing herself. She's going to get the kill, the victory, and they're going in onto Shadow, who's screaming it out with that Stone Gaze, but the mana pool's gone. That mana shield's going to be nothing. Unfortunately, Phantom Assassin does get turned to stone. You got 3 heroes still up and fighting. Dogfights finds a kill. Paparazzi gonna have his Lincolns broken. You got 3 heroes huddled up from Team Random, and they will go in and find a kill on the Ricky to kind of end that fight nicely. You got Faith Beyond blinking forward to look for more, but with Magnus and Paparazzi underneath their shrine, that's going to be the end of the fight, but very bloody, very back and forth. In the end, Team Random going to be getting what they want.
Yep, nice buyback there from Legion Commander, securing that team fight. LC got the duel off with Blade Mail out onto PA, but this time, PA, she has more items now. You know, and she had the help in the fight from Invoker, Sunstrike, and the Meteor came out.
Oh, right before Roche was.
Oh, the tornado actually dropped right in front of Roche. It did not see it respawn.
It's a little unfortunate. The blink in from Faith Beyond will mean Team Random are ready to go. Got a circle drawn on the map by the dead PA, trying to figure out, you know, do you hold this? The problem is there's no shrine to TP to, so you got to get in there, smoke up, move. By the time all that happens, Roshan is getting very close to dead. Sunstrike just keeping vision up in the pit. There's an Illuminate going to be blasting uphill. Paparazzi throws out the tornado. It does clip onto the Vengeful Spirit, but he may pay the ultimate price for that. It looks like he will get dueled to death. Swap back in. They isolate the Witch Doctor down as well. He lands a double man Maledict, but then just gets immediately dropped like it's hot. So Roshan will be claimed by the Dire. 2 more picks go the way of Team Random, and it's looking like they're ready to close this game out.
Yeah, that's looking like some desperation right there. Like, they have no hopes of fighting without their RP. Invoker trying to peek into the pit. you know, see if he can do anything there, but in the end, leads to his death, some more damage from Legion Commander, and it's about a minute and a half for daytime, and that is probably their window they're looking at to take the next set of racks here.
Yep, overall net worth, I mean, it's just been little Loch Ness monsters squiggling up and down, but Team Random still feel like they definitely have a huge swing of momentum going forward, and if they can manage to break a full set of racks here, this could just about be game. Buybacks come in from the Invoker, so they're not going to let this go without a fight.
Yep, buyback comes out, and they're not going to commit to anything just yet. There's still a minute left in daytime. There's no reason for them to really walk up that hill yet. There's free gold to be taken on the map. We have shrines going down. Yeah, Medusa picks up her Scotty just now. Just makes it that much harder to kill.
That's scary. She's got herself the MKB queued up next, trying to fight that Phantom Assassin. I mean, who's really the biggest problem on IG.V? Like, Team Random, clearly they're playing this safe. They're not going in too crazy. What are they most scared of? Is it the Magnus RP combo? Is it some lucky crits off of Cicada?
So I think the best way IG can take these fights right now is if they skewer one of the cores, ideally the bench that's attacking the base, who shouldn't be attacking the base, by the way. It should just be Medusa with Aegis sitting there hitting the base away. And if Magnus skewers, then Shadow Blades, and then waits for his next blink cooldown, that's when Team Random might want to group up to like try to get in there and save each other. But I mean, it's going to be pretty safe here from Team Random. They have Aegis, it's going to be daytime now. These Coddle Blasts are going to keep coming in, just healing Shadow up.
Tornado EMP gonna hit on Dusa. She's able to force herself away before the EMP comes through, so her mana pool still nice and full. She's very tanky out of that. Now another tier 3 broken. These Illuminate Flash is completely holding IG.V at bay. There's the blink in. Wow, Legion is getting crazy here. Definitely making some space as Dusa's gonna follow up with that Stone Gaze. They are able to isolate down Cicada, who's gonna be leaping back in. Dusa now way out of position. But Shadow's still fighting this. Wow, that is a lot of damage coming out. That new Scotty doing some work. They do get the kill on PA at the steps of her own fountain. Now a jump back in, buyback from Cicada. They're trying to get this done, but it looks like this could be a GG as IG.V are just huddled up in their fountain. They've got one last hold in them. Cicada coming back in, will get swapped forward. This is going to be a dieback on Cicada if he goes down. Takes out the Coddle with one fell swoop, but that's a GG as they just don't have any damage left. So Team Random will take game number 2, tying our series up 1-1. And we're going to be going to a game number 3 here in our first series of the Kiev Major Group Stages.
Yep, well played. They had a plan to beat this Magnus. They wanted to just sit behind this incredibly tanky hero with all these heals and buffs that they just can't touch, and just run it down the lanes and push. Well played.
Team Random, they had a plan, they executed, all the lanes went their way, so unfortunately, IG.V, they don't get to show off dogfights as best Riki in the world, but we'll see. Game number 3.
No way for him to survive in too deep, and it's mid one who'll take the killing spree from him for 322 gold.
LC's actually not that farmed for the status that I thought she would be in. She was 3-0 and 3 up until that point, but he really only has like phase boots and blink and just hasn't been able to...
Needs to finish the...
Yeah, he really needs blade mail. He also needed more mana at that point, more so than... I mean, if he had the robe, perhaps he would have been able to cast the duel right then. But Invoker is big. Mid one is almost in the same place as he was net worth wise, and compared to the last game where he was SF and dominated. This time he is Midas and he is Invoker. He got past the tough part of the game, which was laning versus Lina ES, and now that he almost has Scepter, he is going to be destroying them. And yeah, he kind of has to worry about Silencer, but aside from that, he really doesn't have to worry about anything. As long as Tusk is really quick with the snowballs. Like they have to blow a lot of spells to try and deal with the Tusk. Like they even got a really nice stun chain on the Tusk because he was trying to snowball the Centaur to save him, and they actually stunned the Tusk as he was coming in. But I think like later on in the fights and when he has like a Blink Dagger, when do you actually global if you're...
It's infest gank time.
Yep,
The sentry was down, so even if mid one wants to go inside a Ghost Walk, it won't happen. And it's just infest, jump to duel, and mid one no way to survive that. Even a global silence just in case.
They expected like 3-4 heroes behind him, but
Well,
there's
mid
that.
one was very aggressively pushed out.
Oh yeah, oh definitely, because he was
It looked wrong.
he was really close to a scepter. You know, you get that greed. You're like, oh man, I almost have it. I almost have it. I'm just one piece away. And then you're like, oh wait, I just delayed myself another 2 minutes. And his Midas was off cooldown, or really close to it. Bad times.
Can't Midas, can't farm. Still allow aggressive to close the distance.
We haven't seen as many Midases as I expected to. There's only one in this game. 1 out of 10 heroes.
Invoker.
Yep.
Built for freeze. So he actually, because he was looking at the Yule Scepter to start with, now he's switched himself into going for the Bloodstone. So he's able to finish that up pre-19 minutes, and the next item he has in his quick buy is actually a Shadow Blade.
That's their standard build. Shadow Blade, yeah, it's good for picking off the Invoker, especially. But I think that should mostly be. I don't even know if he can do it solo, as probably needs +1. Maybe leave that LC, do it with the Infest Bombs.
Like a frontline.
The Mask of Madness lifesteal is actually really nice versus the Blade Mail too. LC, like it's a very big problem as a core when you're dealing with a Blade Mail LC. It's like, do I build damage and just kill myself on Blade Mail, or do I build no damage and survivability and just do no damage in team fights at all, and probably still die in the duel? So it's kind of a nice mix, I would say, having the attack lead and the lifesteal, and he can also farm with it. Power farm, although I'm not necessarily sure that you need it with the reach from Feral Impulse.
Use it all now to farm for the moment. FY is being stalked by the Wolves. Tries to find the money for his Blink Dagger. He's just a little bit short of it at the moment. Gonna rolling boulder out and not join the rest of his team. The rest of his team is grouping up around the mid lane. Smokes on any of these players, but aggressive. This is what he wants to do. Desolator is completed, and he moves inside the pit. But at the same time, Team Secret are reading exactly the same play. The Lycan Wolves are coming over now. They don't have any Observer Wars looking around the pit, but they do find aggressive.
They need a smoke if they want to make this fight happen. They actually might need a gem soon, but I don't think they're in the economic position to do so.
RTK wants to jump. That Observer Wall doesn't see enough. They go for the silence over on K2. There's your jump forward. It's going to be Puppy is the one brought down by the Infest combo, but Lycan running forward. Mask of Madness Trick takes so much damage. Freeze the Sunstrike. They'll connect with the Rocket Fatal Bonds together. VGJ, their fates are tied, but for how long? They'll back out as far as they can, back into the fight. MP, not a healthy man. FY can't do enough damage to bring Lycan into that critical place. Or maybe he can. The Magnetize Armlet toggle through and then in range of the Shrine. So 1-for-1 trade-off. Keizu jumping forward. He has to create space for Pilot to survive as Fenrir couldn't get the last glaive in, so he'll fall for it as well. MP with a double kill. The Ice Wall, VGJ, they just can't run. They're forced to stand their ground. But Freeze needs to do the damage from the side. Aggressive will finally go down. MP with a triple kill.
Oh
they
my
turn their attention
God.
towards the Lina, but the double light strike array, it will be enough. Just keep running, Freeze. The Laguna Blade, but it's not enough. Mid one pushes him back with a deafening blast. He'll find the kill, and it is all-out war. It was a 5-4 trade-off in that fight, and we're not done yet. FY, I can't get in range of mid one. Mid one's out. He's home. He's hosed.
I think that was the best individual play I've seen MP make. That was disgustingly good how he went in, and it looked like suicide for him. But as Global Silence was wearing off, and he's more than hasted, he just cut really quickly to the southeast as his team followed up with the big rock, with the big fatal bonds, and then he armlet toggled like 3 things only to die to the light striker right at the end. But that was, oh my god, that was good.
Wonderful Dota. Keeping it level, 22 minutes in. 19-14 kills galore. It's not done yet. The double damage rune Aggressive's able to find. So they look back towards Roshan. Fenrir, that's a nice advantage going into it. A quick sentry ward, de-warding of that secret ops. So the Sunstrike connects on Freeze. They know what's going on, but the question is, can they do anything about it? The Observer Ward scouted MP moving in, but Roshan's dropping so quickly. Thanks to that double damage room, Team Secret won't get there in time. The Sigil is being a pain in the butt, but VGJ, they still own Roshan. And it's Aggressive who will hold on to the Aegis.
No Echo Saber on the Life Stealer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Personal choice, I suppose. Pretty. It's not. But I don't think it's that great versus the Lycan because it's going to be perma-hasted, so that might factor into his decision a little bit. Yeah, respawn time taken by Lina. She probably is going to be dying a lot, but at the same time, that means you're not going to have any long-range artillery. You're going to have to rely on a lot on your melee heroes, which isn't going to be easy. You have to deal with Stampede, you have to deal with Upheaval, you have to deal with Hasted Lycan.
Oh, freeze,
Ice
freeze,
Wall. Oh.
freeze. The Sunstrike's there. FY tries to create space, actually helps tanking up the Sunstrike and sacrifices himself for the greater good.
Uh-oh, they can't
That's
deal with this
MP's
wolf.
ulti as well going off for this.
It's not that long of a cooldown for him, but he can kind of just run around and do what he wants. If I think, do they have to duel him to lock him in place? I think it's the only way they can really kill him. I don't know. It's not looking good in terms of wolf control here. That's before BKB. He can just run at the silencer. What is the silencer supposed to do versus this menace?
Rely on his teammates. Lina moves to the top, same with aggressive. Still trying to finish up that assault cuirass he's got in his quick buy. Poor freeze as well. Gets the bloodstone, now down to 7 charges on that. This isn't the dream, and you can see the defensive item as well for Silencer. Got that Ghost Scepter in quick buy.
Yeah,
that's his only way to stop the attack.
Yep. I guess alternatives are like, what, Force Staff, which only saves you temporarily. I guess Ghost Scepter is a little bit longer of a save. Alternatively, you can go Shadow Blade, but he's not in any position to buy that item.
FY is doing the same thing. And with the double Ghost Scepters on your supports, it will force like that situation where MP can't just run and instantly get a kill. Highlight die, blink up RTK. He actually starts with the overwhelming odds and then gets the dual wind damage. So plus 58 now into RTK. Remember the plus 2 onto Sansa as well. He's sitting at 18 positive at the moment. The trade-off will be the tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. But that trade-off is easy when Freeze takes the top.
It's actually pretty important that they kill Pilot Eye because he's the one that's actually building anti-global silence. He's the only person on the dire side going for.
They're on TP scrolls. Like.
Yeah, there's still no one. What is happening here?
They're missing a lot of TP scrolls, and the Infest will allow at least Lifesteal to come down. And you've got Legion Commander as well. There's no duel for 8 seconds. The Stampede, MP's in the trees, freeze! Oh, they'll find him. That's one way to kill a Lycan. That maybe not essential. If they waited 3 seconds, they would have had dual damage again from killing off the Lycan.
It's just instinct. Kill really quickly, though.
Kill him and move on.
Yep. You got to maximize your damage in team fights, but
maximize your damage by getting more.
Well, they thought it might have potentially been more. Kind of like how they overcommitted with the global on bottom. You just expect more heroes to be there because generally that's, you don't get free pickups like that very often.
It does show the problem of VGJ with what happens on bottom lane. Like, you take a little bit too long to get down there, and Team Secret have really good tower kill. Like, that tier 3 tower fell very, very quickly before VGJ could do anything about it.
Yeah, they were just busy trying to pressure T2s, I suppose, but now their shrines are vulnerable, and that is definitely not good when you want to stop Invoker from getting Roche. He went Lincoln's on Invoker, so there's still no way to deal with Global, but it is really, really good versus Duel, which is mainly what is going to be picked off by Legion Commander. The very common counter is to get Halberd, so you can proc the Lincolns before, but he still has to get his BKB first. So anti-global measures on Secret side. It looks like 2 Lotus Orbs are being built. 1 on Pilot Eye, he's prioritizing that over any other item, and 1 on Centaur, who's prioritizing that over an Ag Scepter, let's say. But, Ags has been nerfed a few times, and it is going to help them a decent amount, but I would say the Warlock one is even more important. If I were Centaur, I think you actually cast a Lotus on your Warlock, so you can drop the rock during duel.
Those wolves. They scouted out Freeze. The sentry ward was down, and thanks to the wolves being there, RTK barely missing it. The guesstimation is right on point for VGJ. They have the Observe ward in the lane. That's what they knew he didn't escape. And maybe top lane. The silence is out, but where's the vision? They don't have it. Mid 1 just able to scuttle himself away. Back deeper into his own jungle. And VGJ miss out and yet again another initiation.
Whew, he was way too quick on the Ghost Walk there. I think you might actually just like preemptively silence at that point because if you silence, he can just walk back. He can't blink out, which is normally what you're afraid of for a global silence. But because they casted it too late, FY was unable to get that gank off.
They're bringing Dust this time. FY's got his Dust up and running. MP taking out the Shrine. Mid one's there to support it. Advantage of taking up that tier 3 tower in bottom lane.
Yeah, this is still pretty tight. VGJ, I don't really know if they're going to win the next team fight, though. It's going to come down to a lot of like really nice Lotus Orb usage. Centaur has his completed right now. The timing of, I guess, Global Silence, which isn't up right now. Are they going to catch aggressive? Oh,
Big one. If they can kill him off, the Sunstrike's on the mark. Aggressive. Can he toggle his way back up the hill? The silence is there for the Deafening Blast from mid one. It'll help connect. It was Paladine that found the kill. Poppy will trade his life for it. Remember, they did commit the rock to go for this fight, as now you look for that Legion, the jump, and he can't do it, not while he's being cold snapped up, but his bottom lane is the distraction game. MP pushing in through the bottom, looking for that melee racks. FY wants the kick, but he can't stop it. The duel will begin. That'll keep MP off it. If he can only just do enough work, MP will end up falling. The melee racks is still alive for the moment. The mid one will be able to finish the job.
MP won that duel.
Sunstrike! Oh, Fenrir. So close. Freeze as well just has to hide inside the base. Team Secret, they've ravaged the bottom, and they're moving towards the mid now.
Dude, everyone just leaves aggressive stranded. He was raged for like 3 seconds trying to walk back to his base, and no one is there to infest. Like, where is the teamwork coming out from VGJ? This is not the same team that we saw a couple months ago.
Yeah, there's definitely some problems in their first series of the day. And with this format, problems can drop you down. No way to get the top seeds if you lose even a single game.
Like, their main problem right now is their melee's getting, or is aggressive getting kited. Or just initiated on like that fight because they didn't have Global Silence. But they have to enable the life
This will be nice. Freeze, Light Strike Array connects, Laguna Blade. Quick, simple pick off over on Puppy. And he needs to create space for the rest of his team now.
Yeah, it's just incredibly difficult, though, when they had to blow Global Silence like that to try and go for a kill, and then you lose so much with just one small mistake there. Roshan going to be up very, very soon. VGJ, they just cannot let that go. You might like win a duel in exchange for the Aegis, but that's not going to be worth it because you're still going to lose a team fight. Like, they don't really have any punch after the duel. It's like, oh, okay, duel, and then you're dead, and your whole team's dead, and your buildings are dead. So, yeah, that's
a lot of issues you're talking about. Right
if aggressive can right-click people, I think they will win the fight. That is the issue, though. Like, if you can blink duel like the Warlock, even I think if you blink the duel the Warlock, you might not even have to. Actually, yeah, you would still have to blow go at the start of the fight. But
still gonna be very deep in the lines to reach Pilot.
Yeah, but I think if you just drop him early on in the fight, he does not have the respawn time talent yet, and even if he did, he'd be level 20 at that point. So he's not gonna be able to come back that quickly. But if you wait for Lotus 1, Lotus 2, Global Silence is useless, and then you just have like 4 heroes that do some stuff.
He wants this. He really wants this, and he really should not want this. Legion Commander is waiting nearby. With that Halberd available, he can trigger off the Lincoln Sphere. So they go with one. Here goes your trigger. Into the duel. Support is there from Keizu. It's RTK who's losing his life. Support is there. The Global Silence. RTK can't run. The Ice Wall will hold him in position. So RTK's down. 50 seconds. He'll lose the Silencer as well. Both down with no respawns available. That is a second lane of racks. And Freeze can nudge him the top lane all he wants, but, well, that ain't going to happen. Not when the snowball comes in very deep from Puppy. A little bit too deep going on to FY. So he'll die at the tower, but it's more space creation. Mid-melee racks will fall. They TP up towards the top. Freeze couldn't do enough work in time. And mid one with no call step available. Freeze, quick run away under the cover of Shadowblade.
Did a fair amount of structural damage. But they just have not made very good use of the first big Legion. I think like RTK is just perhaps out of his comfort zone with these couple of heroes that we've seen, because he's not known for his LC. He's not known for his Omni Knight. He's Like his Magnus, I think, is like incredibly good, and there's a lot of heroes in this patch that I think he's a little bit better on. But in this game, like even that last fight, he didn't pop his blade mail before. Not that it would have made that big a difference, but like for a lot of LC players, it's just automatic. Yeah, I'm gonna pop, press the attack, blink, blade mail, BKB, everything right before you go into duel, because you can't do anything after you duel. But he wasn't able to do that, and wasn't even close to taking down the Invoker during that fight.
Well, VGJ, they know they have to do this, but Team Secret, Smoke Up, Rock is available, the Lotuses are available as well, everything's available.
Yeah, I just don't think you really have a choice right now. Like, the net worth graph is not that bad right now. It's only 5,000-ish in favor, but like...
Oh, jump, half stomp, perfect target is over on Aggressive, but Aggressive, the shards again pushing him out of range. He'll toggle it out, the Rock will fall. Not really perfect on the hits, but Aggressive cannot outrun MP. RTK actually jumped into the middle of it. He allowed for the Infest escape, but Keizu still hopping the tail. They're gonna lose everybody here. VGJ trying to stand their ground, but MP comes back to just munch on the bones that is the corpses of VGJ. Even Gems of True Sight's being dropped. Invoker is on the run. He's trying to chase after Freeze, who's up there with FY, but it won't matter if MP goes straight through the mid. The bottom lane's already pressured in. He doesn't even have to wait. That's why the Wolves are attacking into the range. But it's Invoker being brought down by Freeze. The damage with the Magnetize, it may almost be enough. Freeze will actually get the kill on this. Followed with the Laguna Blade into Puppey. It almost feels like a consolation prize. With the push down, Freeze's attack will follow through. The mid-racks was mopped up. But that's some really good money in for Freeze. 711 for the kill on mid one and 391 for the kill on Puppey.
Wow, it's crazy how hard Lina right clicks without the plus 50 damage talent. Like, he chucked down that Invoker in a double stun combo.
You can see it building into the damage now. It's the Daedalus. Yeah. It's not even Bloodthorn, it's just like straight up Daedalus.
FY attempting to slow them down. They have no lockdown for FY, so he's just able to...
Rolling Boulder up. That's a double damage Lycan. Ghost just to play around with him, jumps forward once again, and the Stampede, he actually baited that one out. So VGJ, this is the best opportunity they have just to swipe out Roshan from underneath Team Secret. Aggressive is on his way over too. With no Invoker, no buyback on him, they should have this. But Lycan Wolves always pesky. The Gem of True Sight's on the Earth Spirit.
It's too low to leave, but if you stay too long, Invoker's going to be here. VGJ, how are you going to tackle this? 10 seconds left on Invoker, but no Stampede?
Yeah. Shards will fly through. Roshan still low, but not low enough for him to find the kill. FY creates a great buff for keeping Keizu away, so he cannot blink forward. So VGJ, but Keizu, there's your double blink. Global Silence comes out. So VGJ, they lose a big ultimate. And they have to retreat. Force off and run. And without Global Silence, Aggressive. Ice Wall kicks in. He has to rage and again retreat. But Team Secret, they ping out. They want to go top lane. The tier 2 tower's the next target. Is this really the efficiency? FY denies his tier 4 towers.
Tough call. Diffusal on Lycan. Needs to deal with Ghost Scepters. Not terribly surprising for him. Just need to make sure this little ghoul can attack people.
Oh, there's your jump. This is a big one, Aggressive. Aegis the Immortal. It doesn't last long. And Team Secret didn't have to really commit a lot for that one. Aggressive is stuck in an ultimate freeze. Both the shards as well as the ice wall. Rage is a beautiful thing. Allows him to escape.
But that was a Aegis for nothing. No ultimates used, no big cooldowns at all. And now you're faced with the high ground defense. There are 3 shrines left for VGJ. They may be able to take the fight with this, but are there? There's what? Wow, one of them's not even active. That's really bad. They need everything they can muster for this.
It comes off cooldown now. So they do have 3, and they actually just triggered the mid one to get FY some mana. Got to keep our eyes on the buybacks. Legion as well as Earth Spirit, the only ones who currently have buybacks for VGJ. Everyone else is just short by about 800.
And now the Centaur has Ags though, so during the duel, I do not think he can win a duel. Even on a support, it's
Is that when you
gonna
just
be
change
really
your
hard.
RTK to be that control factor?
Who do you control though? Like if you're using LC for control, that's not what the hero's supposed to do. He's supposed to be able to kill people. He only has 58 dual damage, not that much, but when in to deal with stuff like Snowball, Sigil, Solar Crest, he doesn't have that many opportunities for
Moments
kills.
like this, Readiness just scanned out. They hit mid one, but only mid one. Probably thinking the rest of Team Secret is behind him.
It's really hard to jump in one, especially without a BKB up on the LC. Like
Freeze. Patience. Patience. The Wolves are coming in. He's not envious. The Sunstrike's right in the money. Wolf Stomp as well. This is real trouble. The Lina flipped up and she'll go down 30 seconds. Only her death time, thanks to that negative 30 seconds respawn time.
yeah, I think definitely worth it for him to take the respawn talent this game. He's died a fair amount, and the times that he's died, I think it's been really important that he can come back to the fight very, very quickly.
Trying to create a little bit more space for F5 to farm. He's looking for Observe Wards at the moment, but he's 400 gold away from having.
Dire team back.
They might feel like they already have enough to deal with the Terrorblade because of all the cleave damage they have coming out with Empower, so they might just pick something that's going to be a good carry matchup versus whatever they pick. I imagine PA is going to go mid if the matchup's alright, but in that case they probably wouldn't abandon ODs. I'm not sure where they want to lane PA. If PA is in the safe lane, then their mid will just be like a counter pick to Team Random, and it... Well, yeah, I don't know, it just depends where this PA goes, because if PA is in the safe lane again, which I feel like is a mistake unless the matchup mid is pretty horrible, then this pick depends on what.
5 seconds remaining.
So how are Team Random laning? Because with the Omni Knight and CM, it seems like they got pretty solid duo there. Then you got Ven just kind of doing her own thing. Is this going to be more of a core Omni?
Yeah, it'll definitely be an off lane Omni Knight.
Okay.
They'll run around with CM or man shield and pretty much be untouchable.
That's going to be really difficult to deal with. I mean, Random going in for their last pick here. Still looking for their mid laner. They've been... Oh, okay, no, they're going for an
Alright,
Earthshaker.
Earthshaker. Okay, so
So-
change of plans here. We have no idea what they are doing.
Alright, I'm here. Omni mid. Terrorblade's going to take up safe. It's going to be an aggressive tri-lane of Vengeful Spirit, CM, and Earthshaker. If that's actually what happens, I
Alright,
want
called
$1
it.
billion.
10 seconds remaining.
Not for me, that's for sure.
Not the best.
remaining.
Alright, so Team Random definitely trying something interesting. IG.V sticking right with the meta, going in for that Lina that was bloody popular a couple of weeks ago when they shifted around her talents, and now you have to choose between the respawn and the damage. Fell off a little bit, but still really popular in all scenes.
Lina, very strong hero. Kind of surprised, made it to last pick. Another good hero potentially for IG.V would have been the Tinker against Terrorblade. A very, very hard counter when he has the Aghanim Scepter. Laser blinds all the illusions pretty much. But they go for the Lina. It's also great once she gets that Aghanim, she can go through the Pell and GA with her Laguna. So nice for finishing off TB. But yeah, we got some wonky stuff from Team Random. If it's what you called, then I think IG will have a very hard time dealing with it.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, what's IG.V's plan in lane? Are they just going to keep it simple, or do they have a
5 seconds
draft that's
remaining.
kind of fluid enough where they can rotate lanes around if it gets weird, if Team Random are doing some crazy stuff?
Well, the Ricky can kind of float in and out of wherever he wants. PA Warlock, they're pretty safe. They've got a lot of sustain, a lot of heals. Magnus farms and does his own thing. They can play a lot off the Lina with Ricky. Lina very strong in lane already. Ricky can kind of help empower that. It can always, slow them with the Orb of Venom to try to set up the Light Strike array, and that pretty much kills every hero in the game. Unless you're laning against an Omni Knight with Repel, I guess, but I can't imagine Omni Knight would have a very good time in the mid lane.
So
I don't know.
we are
it
loading in.
looks like disaster for whoever goes mid lane.
And Terrorblade mid? Is that what's happening here? No.
Maybe.
No.
We don't know.
How
They don't
Blink
even
plays
know.
as Terrorblade. He might play it mid. It's a little wacky. Let's see. As we load in, again, we are in game number 3 of the first series of the Kiev Major group stages. It's 1-1 so far. This is going to determine some seeding with Swiss style. It's all about those rankings. You got to get those wins to be in order to move up, get the desirable brackets. So Got some crazy stuff. It looks like Blink is going to be on that Venge, so it is going to be the core Venge. Shadow playing the Terrorblade. Got items to go mid lane. Our support duo of Y on the Crystal Maiden, Ice on the Roaming Shaker. And up top, we've got Faith Beyond taking the long lane as an Omni Knight.
Yep, alright, so they pretty much picked heroes good for the game, and they're adapting the lane situation to kind of help. They see Paparazzi here, and they're smoked up. Oh, nice Fissure block.
Yep, they go in, they get this done, and it's looking like, unfortunately, this guy's between a rock and a hard place, and it will be first blood for Ice. Getting that support started off right. He's got boots money pretty soon. A very good aggressive rotation from Random. Already getting their weird draft off. This is gonna be interesting. I want to see how it scales into the late game.
They're establishing their dominance, claiming their bounty rune. So I imagine their aggro lane will break down once Terrorblade wants to jungle, because he can't sit mid against Lina forever. Lina eventually pushes him out. 3-1 for bounty runes in favor of Team Random there. Tries to snipe one, but it's unsuccessful.
Gets a couple of clicks off onto Shadow, who's taken that TB mid. I mean, how does TB mid fare in general, let alone against Lina, one of the most aggressive mids we've got now?
Typically he plays kind of like Alchemist, where he can do okay for the first couple levels, and then he'll want to jungle pretty quickly. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's definitely something that they have to play around. Like he's using meta right now, just so he can lane. That level 1 engagement from Team Random actually enabled them to switch lanes. Oh, nice block off. He's gonna get screwed with the tower. Uh-oh.
Yep, in July, able to get him on through, and now Blink gonna be eating up some tower shots. Dogfights is there, gets the Orb of Venom on him, but no. Okay, Blink is gonna be just fine.
And that leaves Paparazzi up top to solo up against Faith Beyond's Omni Knight. Definitely Omni Knight favorite. And Faith Beyond, great players. Well, both of these guys are great players. These are top caliber teams here, of course. And this is interesting. They're choosing to fight the bottom lane instead of just leaving Magnus to kind of do his own thing here. They really want him to get some farm this game.
Dogfight's gonna be getting in aggressive. Wanted to cancel off that salve from the Vengeful Spirit, but it may end up costing him his life. In July, gonna go for the skewer onto Ice. Ice still with cooldown on Fissure, just trying to punch down Dogfights, but they aren't able to get in close enough. Super now coming forward. He's just gonna shadow word up the Ricky, so try on try. So far hasn't yielded any blood since the horn.
Yep, very, very close to makes it out with his life, and now Team Random are gonna shrine up. Thank you, Ice Frog. These things are great for the offlane.
You know, I was real resistant against shrines at first, but I don't remember what it's like to play without them. Same with the HUD.
Yeah.
When the new HUD came out, I was like, oh, this looks terrible, but now it looks so much cleaner than the old one. Anyway, going in. Dogfight just trying to go, get some good harass onto Y. Looks like our no item Crystal Maiden will have to leave that Centaur for dead.
Dogfights, camera back and forth. Nothing you can really do. This match up top is not good for Phantom Assassin, by the way. Soloing the Omni Knights, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, she's getting some alright levels. Her last hits aren't plummeting, but it's just not an environment where she can thrive. She can't really go for kills. And speaking of kills, down in this bottom lane, in July, please relax. Goes for the kill on the Crystal Maiden, finds it, eats up a couple of tier 2 tower shots, but is still alive. Ice has that fissure up in 1 second. The Dogfight is going to keep him distracted. There's going to be no more vision on Ricky, so he's just going to be walking to freedom.
Yep, CM actually didn't have gold TP to the shrine to try to fight. Picked up the boots, 30 gold left over, couldn't make.
Unfortunate. Now let's talk a little more about this top lane. I mean, what does PA have to do to really be successful here? Because she's getting okay farm. She can just keep daggering here for creeps. I mean, does she want to stay in this lane, or does she want to move as quick as possible?
I think they'll need to rotate at some point. PA can do okay, but she already used her shrine. Pretty much Omni Knight runs at him every creep wave, and then PA has to back off and only farm with daggers up. It's not a good lane.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Faith Beyond having the time of his life, just 2 points in degen aura. He can just run at people and they're scared of him, and just going in. Misses the nuke there on Paparazzi, but again, still, this PA can't even touch Faith Beyond. Down bottom. In July, we'll get clipped by the fissure here. Magnus should be able to run to freedom, but Blink on this bench still getting some alright farm to herself. Their support's able to keep this guy's own back.
Yep, this is the exchange they make. You know, they put PA in a little bit of an unfavorable spot to try to accelerate Magnus's game. It's not always the worst thing in the world to do, especially when your Magnus isn't going to have the best 1v1 matchup.
Back towards our mid lane. We've got Terrorblade mid doing, you know, surprisingly alright. Picks up 2 points Metamorphosis, 2 points Conjure Image, no Reflection yet.
Yep, he's getting to the point where he wants to leave the lane pretty much.
Setting up bottom here. Ice just goes in, punches, and there's a lot of aggression down here.
And it's still just a duel lane against IG.V's tri-lane, and they still don't feel like they can do anything. You know, they have no real ways of being aggressive with their combination of heroes down there. All they can really do is see him just happily jungling away.
Already found her level 3 just now, so gonna be even more effective at frostbiting and getting what she needs. What is CM going for here? Like, what's her ideal? Alright, I'm done in the jungle. I have... Is it, you know, is she going for Blink? Is she going for early force? Does she just want to get levels as fast as possible?
Oh, it's just levels. It's definitely not any specific item that's going to be game-changing for Maiden. Wants to help supply her team with that sweet, sweet mana.
Oh boy. Up top, Paparazzi just taking it from Faith Beyond. This guy feels no fear. I mean, he's a little short on mana right now, but that's nothing he can't fix. Mid lane, do have that Crystal Maiden coming in, gets the Frostbite onto Cicada, makes it pretty deep, and is going to keep the Lightstrike array. Shadow gets low. They will be able to find a return kill, but not before Shadow takes out Cicada. So some experience not going that Lina's way. And Y just going to turn things back around, freezes up dogfights. Meanwhile, down bottom, everyone's still farming up, so... Nice little gank on the mid lane.
I do not believe Terrorblade will come back to the mid lane now. It's looking like it's at jungle time.
Yeah, he's got the Talon. He's gonna be sitting back playing safe. Full Aquila coming out, just a couple of 100 gold.
Goes, and now looks like Shaker will probably take up the mid lane, and then Venge might have to move away from the bottom lane. You know, Paparazzi's not doing too bad for considering how obnoxious this lane is. He's still getting some decent farm, but
Top.
he just gets ran at. Oh no.
Caster's Curse,
Rotation in.
Brax.
Rotation in from the Crystal Maiden. I do that on purpose when I see her coming in. That's what I tell myself.
Bottom
Down
lane. Looks
bottom
like they're
lane.
going for another gang, trying to get some revenge for their lost core. Dogfights getting ready. His levels are okay. Going to be picking up his level 4 soon, but yeah, they just don't have the catch to go into Blink. Lacking
Yep,
a little
not
bit
a
of
whole
stun.
lot of kill power there. No stuns. Just nothing. They
So,
can actually...
Lina in our mid.
Alright, Lina lane against the Shaker. Shaker soaking up some nice experience now that TB's jungling. PA actually rotated down to the bottom lane, but pretty obvious. Once she's died, she's got nowhere else to go. Does not want to go back top lane. Switch places now. Magnus is up top.
Going to be a little more straightforward as far as laning things go. Well, our Terrorblade is going to be getting a ton of farm, now level 7 on him. He's doing pretty alright in terms of last hit. Switching over to net worth, our big leader is going to be the Omni Knight. I mean, he has just got everything he needs to out of the laning phase. Top lane, you got a jump coming in. Oh, Magnus, he goes down, just flies a little too close to the sun, doesn't realize there's 3 heroes ready to take his life.
It's a tough life here.
And now Shadow
for,
moving forward. He's got that Metamorphosis ready to go, 2 points in that. So this tower should push pretty quickly top if that's what they're going for. Now, mid lane, it looks like they'd like to set up onto Faith Beyond. They've got dogfights in the area, but this Omni Knight is pretty tricky to get down. The one saving grace is that it hasn't picked up Guardian Angel yet. Top lane, going forward. Radiant, they're going to go ahead and fortify here, but that just means they lose Super and potentially their tower as well, as now the Magnus just has to back. There will be a TP in from the Lina. This is going to be pretty aggressive if they can go for it. If they can find this, it's pretty nice, but Magnus is still level 5. No RP for him. He's trapped on the wrong side of the fissure. He's going to be charging around, unsure if he wants to re-engage or disengage, and both him and the Lina are just far too low for this. Why? What you doing there, bro?
Just going for the sniper shockwave. Oh, 10
Tada.
HP left on Shadow there, so close.
Yeah. Able to use the Laguna Blade to find a kill on the Earthshaker, but Oh man, Dragon Slave so close. Kana now just a little bit overcommitting here. Light Strike Array does clip onto the Crystal Maiden. She doesn't have enough mana for that Frostbite, and Sakata's going to turn this around, gives her own life for it. Does take out the CM. I don't really know if that's worth it, though. A little bit of sibling rivalry going on.
Definitely not worth it. Got a little over-aggressive there, but realized she was in too deep, had to go for it at that point. And yeah, they really wanted to defend that tower. Unfortunately, Terrorblade lives with 10 HP thanks to the raindrops. Very tough. But at least IG almost have their level 6 on Warlock, and that'll definitely make these tower defenses and team fights a lot easier. They still can't do anything. You know, Magnus wants, like, he prefers these slow games. You know, he needs time to get to his Blink Dagger. PA still trying to just scrape together whatever farm she can get.
She's gonna get stunned here. Wow, just taken down to a quarter health by one big purification nuke. That has gotta really suck for Paparazzi. Just sitting back, trying to play so safe. Going for the Vanguard here just because she knows she can't survive without it. Mid lane, we do have some good push coming out. Sakata using those fiery soul stacks. The tower's getting low, but they have to back off while it's in deny range. Light Strike Array comes in. They get the Venge stunned up, but lacking kill power without the rest of their heroes there. Dogfight, just keeping eyes on Shadow, soaking some of that XP. Well, Venge is able to deny mid.
There's just so much pressure on PA all the time. You just can't farm anything at all. Gets heal bombed, fissured literally every time he comes up to a creep wave for now.
Yeah, even though the lineup is really crazy on Team Ram, it feels like a very similar game plan as last game, where it's just cripple the PA, make sure PA is doing no damage, and then rotate as a unit, rotate really tightly.
Dire's top tower is under.
Yep, IG.V do have a smoke coming in bottom lane.
Okay, they're gonna dump out that. They got that Earthshaker, I tell you what.
That's the hate.
Yeah, as Faith Beyond walks away pretty much unscathed. Terrorblade gonna be coming in, and Terrorblade can really push this. Still holding on to that Metamorphosis as the emergency Sunder, so... Yeah, golems are down. This weird little claptrap gonna be just going back. They gotta play safe. They don't want to feed the golem gold on this. Very
That's
interesting
just how
fight.
desperate they are to do anything.
Blink gonna be going long range swap. They isolate Super. They get the Frostbite going in. There will be a Light Strike Array as they are able to trade for the Vengeful Spirit. Super somehow still alive throughout that entire fight. Now Dagger goes in, slows down Shadow. Is able to go ahead, pop out another illusion, and IG Vitality, you can feel they're really torn on whether they jump on this. Paparazzi goes forward, is able to get back to safety. Earthshaker trapping her behind the fissure. So a bit sloppy here, but IG.V still making a hold, making sure that Team Random don't push in and don't get that tier 1 just yet.
Yep, nice hold from them. Team Random, they forced it just a little too hard. Pretty difficult to take that fight once the swamp under tower comes out. You know, they're like, rocks down. It's not really going to do anything now. We can take this fight, but, you know, they were unable to. But as I said, smoking back up in July, looking like he's in trouble. Goodbye.
There's no way he gets out of that, so just a quick re-engage, and now Super coming in like he can do something about this, but he's got 3 points in Shadow Word. You can do it, man.
Sam's there to cancel the TP too. He's no man's land right now.
Yeah, he's he's kind of trapped,
Space
I guess
created.
you could say. That's not great, but mid lane again. Got Sakata coming up nicely. There is going to be Blink spraying out a stun on the dogfights, but yeah, that's about it. Just getting some pressure. Sakata now isolated. They are going to bring in Faith Beyond. Light Strike Array not going to clip anyone. Slight nuke there, but Sakata still able to get something done. Unfortunately, isolated back down. Magna comes in, saves the day. A Light Strike Array going in. Will clip onto Faith Beyond. They finally get down that pesky Omni Knight, and a heal comes in on Sakata just in time. Down bottom of TP. Yeah, they're trying to go in. Shadow temporarily forced back. Paparazzi doing his best to clear out these illusions, but they are tanky and they are hitting hard. And there's going to be a freeze as Crystal Maiden just securing a quick exit for Shadow. Taking jungle farm as he goes. Got dogfights pinged out as he comes forward. Ice is going to be caught here. May not be able to retreat. Is just going to Echo Slam. Man, he does not mess around. Another dagger. Potentially another blink could secure this kill. Okay, Sunder comes in. Terrorblade keeping his buddies up as they're going to go Shrine anyway. What a
That's
play.
the team player right there. Saving his lowly support there. They shrine up and they're going right back. Warlock actually does not have mana for the Chaotic Offering right now.
This is a huge time to strike. You've got Paparazzi feeling like he's on top of the world, forcing everyone back. There will be a fissure out. They grab Super, and Super just hits the deck. So kill score is starting to rack up in favor of Team Random. Once again, Paparazzi just chilling in the trees. TP on cooldown for another 15 seconds. Better hope they don't get found here. Dogfights is in vision, in terms of sentry vision, but gobbling his way through the trees, making sure he's not caught. Now blink back, Paparazzi. Gets a little ambulance help there from the Ricky, but now 2 heroes caught down, just ready to be sandwiched here by all the Dire team. They're just blinking away for safety. They get dust on both of these heroes, but can they actually go forward and find the catch? A little smoke to break things up as Paparazzi's TPing. Look at this. Support doing everything, but it's not going to be enough. The fissure still comes through, and it's going to be a 2 for dead. It looked like it could have been a great play with synergy, but unfortunately both heroes still go down.
Did you see where PA TP'd? His TP was 4 seconds long, not 3. He TP'd to like the shrine on the other side of the map to farm or something. I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that said 4 seconds.
Damn.
Oh, I wish I could go back and see it. But yeah, that almost worked out. Nice team play there. Unfortunately, they both go down. But they did buy a lot of space. Magnus actually has the CS leader in this game. He's almost top of the network charts this game, rushing the hand of Midas.
Yep, he's got Midas, he's got his Arcanes, he's got his Talons, so he can farm quick as can be, and that blink is not too far off, and, well, a good blink RP can always turn things around. That's one thing IG.V has been teaching us since the start of the series.
Yep, this Magnus progression is definitely much better than last game. He did go for the hand of Midas, you know, it's like, it's very greedy, you know, he doesn't really want to fight too much. But in the end, when you can get it this fast, it does pay off a lot of the time.
Dogfights, he's got to be tempted here. Shadow getting pretty low after taking these Ancients. There is a Sunder available, so he's got to be really careful to keep TV trapped in that smoke cloud. We'll see if Shadow's going to misplay here, or if he's going to stay safe. Well, Dogfights tapping up the rune clearly gives away his position, and he's just going to back off with his team, so we should start to see some good, you know, 5-on-5 team fights pretty shortly rather than just stragglers getting picked off. Paparazzi going to be picking up his Desolator relatively soon, but still a long ways to go. This PA was forced into a Vanguard, so not quite as far along on aggressive items as you want. Courier.
Luckily, he's got the Empower to kind of catch up Dogfights.
Oh! That Crystal Maiden lived with, like, just the smallest amount of health, makes it back under tower, so why counting his lucky stars there is the rest of the Radiant, they're grouping up. Lina picks up the Bloodstone now, so would love to just add a couple of charges onto that, and they're going to smoke up as 4, leaving Lina to her own devices in the top lane.
Nice timing on the Bloodstone there. You know, we definitely... Team Random were much slower this game we saw last game. They goofed up from tower to tower. They pretty much took everything for free, but now IG.V have some massive team fight. They're actually smoked up now with the Magnus Blink Dagger.
Here we go, Dogfights leading the charge. Everyone's going to be coming in. It's a 2-hero RP, dropping the golems on top of it. No such thing as overkill here, as they might finally find the kill on Faith Beyond right after the Guardian Angel comes out. Oh, they make Omni Knight burn all he's got, and he still drops. So really nice rotation from IG.V, and they're going to try to turn this right into a Roche. We'll see if Team Random has what it takes to get in here and contest it.
Yo, Earthshaker's respawning in 5 seconds. Buyback from the Omni Knight. Alright, they do not want to give this Roshan.
Yeah, he's not messing around. Omni Knight doesn't have that GA, but he's still feisty enough to get this done, so looks like Radiant will be scared off from the Roche pit temporarily, but still got a couple tricks up their sleeves, clearly.
Alright, Team Random are thinking, hey, they just used RP, Rock, we still have meta, it's time to push. Comes, it looks pretty unstoppable.
We'll see. I mean, Paparazzi now halfway towards that Desolator. You got Magnus, you know, he's still got the potential to blink in, grab, isolate one with a skewer. Even if there's no RP to follow up, the potential for damage drop with Lina's ultimate is pretty big, but yeah, that tier 1 tower just wasn't valuable enough for IG to take that risk. So now, Random heading into the Roche pit themselves. How quickly can they take this? Because it's got to be on the forefront of IG.V's mind.
IG.V don't have ultimates up, but I still think they need to test this.
Yeah, in July, just tossing out the shockwave. There we go, into the pit, skewering all of them out. Light Strike Array is going to be off the mark. but they still got Shadow silenced. He finally gets off the Sunder now, is going to be healed by the Warlock, and oh, they're going forward. Light Strike Array clips, but it's not enough here. You got Crystal Maiden dancing. 2 heroes dead on IG.V in July. Not going to give this one up so quickly. Shadow, they know he doesn't have Sunder. They know the heals are few and far between, but it seems like IG.V are just outnumbered here, and they will finally secure their Roshan. Aegis picked up on the Terror Blade. Man, in July tried so hard for that.
Yeah, such a big play, screwing them all out of the pit like that. I feel like with just a little bit more coordination, they could have completely wiped Team Random there. They missed the Lina stun off of the skewer into the smokescreen combo, and that definitely would have sealed their fate completely and just given them the Roche. There was also Lina ulted the Omni Knight with no ultimate there. He didn't have the GA available. Instead of ulting the Terrorblade, who's equally as low, Terrorblade got a Thunder off. I feel like if they kill Terrorblade, then all of their damage is gone and can still perhaps win that team fight, but you know, it doesn't work out. But I mean, now IG.V, it's not that bad. They have RP up, they have Warlock ultimate up, they can still take fights for now, especially with meta being down for 20 seconds. They're not weak at all when they have their ultimate stuff. They're actually smoked up and heading down to the bottom lane right now.
Yep, I mean, they isolate the Omni here. Sakata gonna get clipped by the Fissure, but maybe just drawing out the Dire even a little bit more. Dogfight's gonna make his way forward. There will be a solo RP onto this Omni. They keep him silenced up and then get him stun locked, so nice kill. I mean, this Omni is pretty high value. It's gonna be almost 300 gold going straight to our Warlock, who's, well, what's he working on? He's got 1,000 gold. What are his dreams? Is he thinking about a blink? Is he trying to go for a force?
I think he'll just buy something to help him survive. He might go for Ghost Scepter, maybe Force Staff. Perhaps he'll hope to invest, get a hand with Midas. We can get some real items one day.
Alright, Shadow trying his best to defend this. PA's starting to get pretty big. Definitely had a very tricky laning phase, but getting close to that Desolator. Gonna be starting to really slam home those crits.
Yep,
Our core
again.
bench. Shadow Blade for her, so prioritizing some sneak attack, just going, using that swap to isolate IG.V as they're really playing as a unit. You can see IG.V, when they move in for those smoke ganks and those defenses, they are just all one behind the other, really close-knit.
Yep, that Silver Badge will definitely help against the Phantom Assassin. Breaks the passive so she can't evade the right clicks. And yeah, that's the RP. They have 45 seconds without RP, and Team Random want to abuse this. They're grouping up in the bottom lane to get their push on. And it looks like IG.V have... Do they want to fight this? I mean, they're kind of grouped up, but they don't really have a smoke. They're just walking to the opposite side of the map. They don't want to fight at all. They know they have no chance, but as I say that, Lina TP's in to kind of stall.
It's a scouting TP. Sakata gotta play safe. Again, Bloodstone dropped to 8 charges, now with 9. Luna's gonna work hard to earn those back as Shadow again still oodles of time on that metamorphosis. This tower is just donezo. Backdoor protection comes back up. They need another wave of creeps to get in there, and well, there it goes.
Yeah, but IG.V, they're kind of wasting their time here. They're just sitting back, front row seats to the show, watching their tower get slain, kind of just not doing anything. Wall of dies. They could be using this time to push out mid lane. You know, Lina can run there instead of TPing to the bottom lane, create some space, get some farm in this downtime. But they just have 4 heroes sitting around. I guess they're desperately looking to take a team fight for when this meta runs out. They see the Terrorblade right now running away, and they're smoked up looking for him.
Yeah, this chase is going to be pretty difficult as Random just read this right. They back out right away, and now they're on their own side of the map. This is going to be some dangerous turf in July. He's ready with that Blink RP, but they got to pick a really neat target. I don't know if Crystal Maiden's worthy of all the pain, but she's about to receive it. And she is evaporated. Now 3 heroes scouted out here. This could be a juicy pick if they can actually isolate him. There we go. It's going to be a solo RP, but they are able to isolate the Venge. She's got herself a swap, but still 5 seconds until that Shadow Blade. They come in, they drop the rocks. There will be Faith Beyond getting in there with the Guardian Angel saving Blink. What a great job there by the Omni Knight. Now Shadow is just going to be cleaning up the mess, going in, taking out that Golem, an extra 100 gold for himself as the rest of IG.V just run for the hills.
Nice aggression from IG.V again, but this may also be the go button for Team Random, you know? RP was used, Warlock ultimate was used, 25 seconds from meta, and they're just running down lanes now.
Cicada.
I feel like they're not getting enough out of these plays to justify using their ultimates like that.
Team Random really, I mean, as soon as there's any window, they're able to push so quickly. Terrorblade is just one of the best pushers in the game. Combo that up with an Omni that can just keep spam healing everyone, and it's really tough. Now Earthshaker coming online as well. He's got his blink, so he can go for those blink echoes, and there's just so much zoning on Team Random. You've got Terrorblade just annihilating structures and his bodyguards.
Can't touch him through his bodyguards.
Up top, we got Paparazzi finally with the Desolator and working towards that BKB, but this Phantom Assassin just doesn't feel like the huge core we need her to be. We need her to be raking in kills, but she's only found 1 to her 5 deaths.
Yeah, it definitely feels like she needs like the BKB and then maybe another item on top of that to really start being scary in these team fights, but at least Lina is extremely farmed. Lina, definitely a hero that can take over the game.
Yep, picking up another Bloodstone charge for herself too, so he's helping out. Gets the damage instead of the respawn time, just thinking that the Bloodstone is enough, and since the patch change, that's been really common now. Crystal Maiden just gonna be, you know, under vision here. Not as scary as you think she is, but Cicada can't find the Light Strike Array, can't get that stun, and Crystal Maiden just TP's right on out. Able to de-ward though, so more quick gold going towards Lina.
Yep, nice nice catch there on the D-ward. And now it looks just like it's the Roshan game. You know, there's no Aegis on this Terrorblade. They desperately don't want to fight into RP and Warlock ultimate like that as they were in the past. And they just want to slow the game down for now. They're kind of huddled up. They have smokes on them ready to use. One comes out. This is the Shaker Echo. Or sorry, the Shaker Blink Dagger debut.
He's had it for a little bit. I'm fairly sure he's been seen with it, but it might just not be on the forefront of everyone's mind. So let's see if he's able to actually go in and get some use out of it. They're crawling their way away, hugging that ancient pit. Looks like they're going to be pinging out this top lane, trying to focus down Cicada, but this speedy Lina is already back to safety, and it seems like this smoke is going to be fruitless.
Yep, if anything, it gets them some positioning. IG.V back up into their base, and they're actually surrounding this Lina. Oh,
okay, no. Lina is playing way cocky there. Even with no vision on the map of any of the Dire heroes, just going out trying to push the wave, but away from the safety of her tower, she's an easy pick.
Yep, gem pick up from the Omni Knight now, securing map control. And that nice kill on Lina there. Lina is up in 15 seconds thanks to that Bloodstone, and this is without the respawn talent, as you mentioned earlier, so yep, she's still back.
Yeah, but that Bloodstone ticking low, only 6 charges left on that. Omni Knight now picks up a Blink Dagger of his own, so he can just get on top of you and keep you in the D-gen and just keep walking behind you and hammering you down. It's so obnoxious to play against a fed Omni.
Yep, and this is one that is definitely going to scale into the big items. He's got his Hand of Midas, gold talent, and everything. He'll definitely be able to keep up there in the network. And yeah, this is, I feel like IG.V, you know, they have like these big team fight ultimates and everything. They can actually take these fights if they're grouped up, but they just, you know, they need to gain, they need more items, you know? So they're out on the map trying to farm, trying to get what they need to actually secure the game, and they're getting picked off. You know, it's going to happen eventually, just because it's, you know, you have to take risks eventually to gain items, but this PA has a long way to go until her next real item. She's going to pick up the BKB pretty soon, only a couple hundred gold away, but I still feel like she needs more to deal with Terrorblade. He has like 43 armor once he gets solar crested. Pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, what's the key for IG.V? Is it just hoping that Team Random are huddled up and you can get those amazing blink and skewer back into the RP and follow up with a chaotic offering? Like, do they need that wombo combo? Or can they just sit back and farm and not give anything away and it'll even out over time?
Well, they can farm, but they still need to make moves or else they're just going to give away Roshan for free. They're hoping that PA gets so farmed that she can kind of just jump in, pop BKB, and then Team Random have to, you know, address the threat, and they'll all start to hit her. And that sets up the easy RP or the Warlock ultimate. But yeah, unless they do something, Roshan's going to be free for Team Random. And as I said, they're ready to fight this. They're heading towards the area.
Yep, and they're looking for something big. Dogfight starting things off, but he's going to have to immediately hop into his ult. Shadow He gets flashed there, but man, this Ricky's so scared, just hops back to his teammates and it's not clear out illusions. There will be a double man RP. This time they get the wombo combo they're looking for. Guardian Angel popped out as Earthshaker's the only one to fall. Looks like Magnus will get beaten up. They will find another though. Vengeful Spirit dead in the pit. Paparazzi's BKB runs out now. Has to play this one safe. Faith Beyond trapped in is going to be able to go purify himself and now Crystal Maiden is ulting, just going to be a zoning ult as they're trying to finish off the Roshan. Dagger comes in, they lose the Omni. The gem is just a free pick to Paparazzi. Now, meanwhile, Shadow going to be taking out Roshan. Now has an Aegis to his name, just needs one more hit onto Paparazzi. The urn is going to be enough, so the gem falls back in. Shaker, yeah, he's back in here, and they are going to go find a kill onto that Lina. My god, what is this massive super? The last hope for the Radiant, just holding on to that gem, trying to waddle to freedom. He's gonna make it, man. No. Killed off there, body blocked in by Shadow's illusion, and the gem back to its rightful side of the map there. The Dire take it back. What a crazy fight. That buyback from Ice secured the full wipe.
Yeah. I mean, we had some great plays from both teams there. Sakata kind of manned up. He ran in, hoping that there was no vision. He found two heroes, and that gave In July the opportunity to land that nice RP on those two heroes. Then, they pretty much killed both of them instantly. It was the Venge, and I'm not sure who the other one was, but whoever it was died right away. Didn't even matter. And that started the good fight for them. But it's... I don't know, even with that great of a start, the fight still was won by Team Random there. Terrorblade just proving to be quite the problem right now. Sitting at top of the net worth, he's got Aegis now as well.
Yeah, he's a spooky boy. Now has that Iascati gonna make just right-clicking even tougher, so another 2,500 gold seems to be on the way. What does he go for next here? Does he want to go, just raw damage? Does he want to pick up something defensive? Does he want to get a little bit feisty there? What's he going for?
He might pick up the BKB just so he can attack.
Now yeah, they're jumping in. They're ready to go, but they know there's no follow-up. There's going to be an Echo Slam as everyone's nice and cuddled into one corner. Paparazzi's BKB, but yeah, going to get very, very low. Jumping back in, still alive as they are able to take out two. The Omni and the Vengeful Spirit hit the deck. And now Terrorblade poking his head into the scene. Does he really want to go on this? Fight still up and still healthy. Starting to burn through those diffusal charges.
Man, alright, so they almost get the PA there, but In July saves him with a nice RP there. PA gets BKB off, kills Venge and Omni Knight, and this delays Team Random from pushing again. This is not a game that they want to play at, 90 minutes into this game. PA Magnus, this is before PA really has items, right? She's just sitting on Deso, Vanguard, BKB. Once she picks up the Abyssal Blade, and then, her next item after that, it's going to be extremely hard.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is you got Shadow, your Terrorblade here that definitely can hold on well into the late game, but the sooner that Team Random can actually go and touch high ground and push on these racks, the better. It seems like they've gone and they took out these tier 2s very quickly and very powerfully, but now IG.V, they're still up and fighting, and there's no creep advantage for Team Random.
Yup, it's just, there's nothing you can really build to itemize against Magnus, right? If you get RP'd, Lincoln's doesn't save you, BKB doesn't save you. The only thing you can really hope for is that you're tanky enough to survive. Oh, Dogfights actually pops the smoke here. They drop the sentry. They don't know what's going on. Even PA just sneaks on by.
Yeah, they're going in. Looks like In July is going to be the target here, but PA jumping back to some friends. This is a very mobile fight, as this squadron of Team Random heroes are just jumping every which way. Now again, Ice does have that gem, so Dogfights isn't totally in the free here, but yeah, Team Random make a big rotation and find nothing out of it.
Yeah, nice smoke gain converted there. But, Team Random, they're still poisoned up towards the mid lane here, get ready to get their push on. But I don't think they can walk up to the hill. Like, they're going to have to push into Fatal Bonds, Lina spamming, Magnus spamming.
It's going to get real annoying real fast. Shadow pops into that Metamorphosis, brings his friends, and this is where the push is going to be going down. In July now has that RP ready.
Nice
There's a swap back in. They isolate Super, so there's going to be no Warlock ult for this fight. He can't buy back. He's dead for a minute. Blink gets kind of low, but will be saved. In July finds an RP on 2, skewers back the Omni, but Ice is right there by his buddy's side. and they are able to turn that around. They lose the Omni. They take out the Lina, who's going to buy right back into this fight. Cicada now reinitiating onto Shadow. The Light Strike Array clips, and they will burn the H's with the Laguna Blade. Frostbite holding back our PA, and now Crystal Maiden just going to be ulting like it's free, and now Dogfights goes in, tries to finish off Ice, but just can't. Going to be dead, has the option to buy back, but at this point it's not quite worth it. Team Random, they're content with what they got. They forced a buyback, they got some good kills, forced some ults, and they're just going to buy back, or back off, only losing the Omni.
Yep, Cicada TPing in aggressively actually with the Shadow Blade, looking for more.
Yeah. Pretty easy kill there on the Crystal Maiden, just getting the most out of those fiery soul stacks. Oh my! Why gets healed up by the urn, one hit from death, but still up and kicking.
Yep, that was such a nice play there. Bench swapped in the Warlock before he could really do anything at all, and they kill him off immediately. I was gonna say, like, unless they have a good way to start the fight, like they need to actually get in there and, you know, kill someone important like the Warlock. That I don't think they could just walk up, but they did that, and well, they took the tier 3 tower pretty much for free there. I mean, there was a bit of a skirmish here and there. Lina bought back, Aegis was lost, but at the end, very worth it for Team Random.
Yeah, that follow-up Echo Slam by Earthshaker was pretty big, made sure that IG.V did not feel comfortable even standing behind their own racks.
Terribly finishes up the Butterfly. PA has the MKB and about 500 gold, so that's not going to be that effective, but it does give him a nice bit of damage. I don't know, I feel like he needs something to help him fight the PA. Like he's relying too much on the Silver Edge from Vengeful Spirit to really deal with the evasion for now, which might be okay, but later on he's gonna need that MKB, sure.
Group up here as it looks like Team Random are either gonna rotate pretty tightly or wait for a smoke. There they go. They're just gonna be charging down. They're pinging out this mid lane. They just want to keep their, you know, battle cry up. So.
Yep, if they catch Paparazzi, who was just walking up the lane, this could be very, very bad for IG Vitality.
Paparazzi throws out the dagger, will get clipped. The Fissure swap back. BKB comes through and will be able to blink back to a teammate. Now Shadow leading the charge for his team. Can't quite catch up to any of the Radiant heroes except for, unfortunately, Dogfights, who just gets pummeled into the ground. And now there's some serious pressure coming into this tier 3. They're going to focus bottom as they already have that Rax cleared off. And yep, there's another Metamorphosis. Cicada. He's got the weight of the world in his hands. They do have this Warlock ults, but he's going to get clipped here. Can they follow up on that? Warlock's going to be patient on this one, just going in. These Racks dropping low, and there is now a full lane of Super Creeps in the bottom.
Yep, TB meted with Pell 50 armor thanks to the Sword Crest. They can't touch him right now.
It's feeling really difficult for IG.V to fight this. I mean, they know they have a decent initiation when they all go in and toss their spells together, but that leaves such a vulnerable window if they can't actually find a 5-man wipe off of that. You know, if Team Random get the information that, you know, there's no Laguna Blade, there's no RP, there's no Chaotic Offering, that's just GG. Random can really push their advantage there.
Got a pretty long Roshan respawn, I think.
Not yet. We don't know if it's going to be long or short.
Okay.
The blinking red light means you're not sure.
Oh,
Once it
it's
touches that
almost.
side point, then you find out.
Okay, well, let's see if I'm right anyways.
Also, there'll be a digital pop-up, 207.
Well, alright, it's a pretty fast one, right? What is that?
It's on the longer side. The longest it can go is the far
Oh,
north
okay,
there.
I'm pretty stupid.
We're teaching Brax how to read the Roche timer.
Oh, this is tough.
How many hours do you have in Dota?
Too many.
It's all good.
More than that clock can count.
Very fair. All right, so looking at overall net worth, things really starting to slide into Random's favor, almost a 15,000 advantage, and they're really going to have to go and allocate, at least IG.V are going to have to allocate resources to keeping this bottom lane cleared out, because having a lane pushing in, breaking backdoor protection, that is a surefire way to lose your racks by Terrorblade ratting.
Yep, well, IG.V, they've just, they've kind of fallen into a new set of items here. PA has the MKB, Magnus actually has Refresher. So they've got some very powerful fighting tools here if they can find the fight they want.
Scan comes in, Radiant making sure no dire heroes are hanging out on this cliff. And one more minute till Roshan respawns, but here's the fight There are going to be golems. Drop Cicada still alive, just barely. Blink chasing after him, but too far isolated from his team. Now Magnus picked off here in July, trying to skewer to freedom, but his body doesn't even make it there. They're going in. They will find Blink here, but it's going to be BKB'd up. Can the Venge live through this? Going to be earned up, but Earn taken off. Swap into freedom. Faith Beyond taking one for the team. Going to be able to go and repel himself as now, oh no, the PA is isolated. This is huge. That's going to be a godlike streak from our Terrorblade. There's no buyback on the Magnus, no buyback on the PA. The Chaotic Offering is down, and it's time for Team Random to blast this game wide open. This is their shot to go in and end. They've got a minute of freedom before that PA's back in.
I don't see any way IG can hold here. No buyback on Magnus, no buyback on PA. Magnus up to 35. Maybe they can fight at the top tier 3 if Team Random kind of fall out of their seats here and don't kill the Rex.
They're going for Megas here, and it looks like they should be able to find it. Light Striker right not going to be doing anything, as Shadow is just going to be buffed up by his teammates, repelled by that Omni, and yeah, it's looking real tricky. They clip the Lina. The GG is called as Team Random, aka the former Wings, the TI champs, get in there, get the job done. It takes them 3 games, but they will emerge victorious in their first series of the Kiev Major.
Nice game for both teams. Terrorblade mid did pretty well early on, transitioned into the jungle. Nice laning from Team Random. You know, they made their strategy work. They picked heroes they thought were good for the game, and they found a way to kind of lane everything to make it fit together. And in the end, it works out for them.
All right, so that's going to do it for this series. Again, congratulations to
they kind of just run at you and they say, you gotta keep using ball lightning or we're gonna hit you in the face. And that makes it very difficult to play Storm into, right? Because then you have to ball away. You never want to be balling away, you always want to be going in for a kill.
As well, actually going to heal up Resolution, so Thunderbirds, they themselves could look to try and turn. We'll see a bit of a fight around the rune, and in the end of the day, it's going to be the 2 for 2 going either way, and Thunderbirds getting themselves the first blood. They may even be able to get themselves more here. Mana is nearly going to be there for Resolution to have a second Ray Fire Blast. He's clarity up, he's got it good to go, drops it down, and with the Shadow Word damage as well, this should be a second kill for Thunderbirds as they block Mind Control off, give a bit of gold as well to Weeha, perfectly done, and Liquid all a bit of a mess down there.
Yeah, this is way too ideal there for Liquid. They just can't fight at level 1. Monkey King without his third skill is not that amazing at trading. The hero's got 0 armor at the start of the game. He just can't tank any damage. And even like Winter Wyvern and Doom didn't want to skill anything, so they walked in there with basically 1 skill point for 3 heroes. It's just not valuable. So the Doom will start in the jungle. It's not that big of a deal, but giving 2 kills to Thunderbirds at the start of the game is gotta be tough.
Yeah, making sure that they get that Sunstrike hit as well is huge for Weeha in this mid lane. I mean, the mid lane matchup as well, Invoker versus TA. Oh, actually, we'll hold that for because top lane Moon, it's being gone on, hasn't quite hit level 2. He needs 1 more creep to die to get that XP for the Burrow Strike, but it looks like he's not going to get that lucky as Liquid will take him down and punish him. You know, obviously getting that first point in the passive, you need it, but if you can't hit that 2 in time, you're always going to be vulnerable.
Yeah, that was pretty greedy by him. If he did hit 2, he probably would have been okay, but he probably felt overconfident against a Winter Wyvern Spectre. It's not really the best dual lane, but definitely some decent slow. They'll be okay from here on out. In terms of the mid lane, like we were talking about, Invoker's historically not good versus TA, just low armor kind of stuff. You can't really break Refraction super easily, but depending on how early Miracle goes to the jungle, should be okay for Weeha. So most of his gold acceleration is just going to come from Sunstrike kills and just typical laning stuff. So really it'll be a little bit more about how his team sets up kills, and they can do that easily with Wraith King in the safe lane. So that's going to be maybe the hero we watch, is whether or not Doom gets combo killed, or maybe even Monkey King too.
See Mind Control, you know, after picking up that first creep in the jungle, coming back into lane and getting a bit more aggressive. Has picked up the toughness aura, and I guess that's, you know, as you mentioned, Tranquil boots, they've been taken away in terms of the armor, but you'll be able to pick it up in the form of an aura, and you can head back to lane.
I mean, he's got an Alpha Wolf here. This is really the ideal in a lot of ways.
For sure.
It's like 30% damage bonus, and you have a 20% to double damage crit. So that's by far the best neutral.
Top lane again, Moon being gone upon. Spectral Dagger is there. Matumba fairly low, and Moon will have another Burrow Strike in 5 seconds, but with Kuroki jumping in, it's not going to be quite enough. They'll try for the chase down. Moon actually turning around with the aggressive Burrow Strike to hold Kuro back. Sax is there as well to make sure the Liquid can't get any damage done. And in fact, at the end of the day, Kuroki himself is going to be walking away very low on life. And also Matumba in this top lane.
This is the hard thing about Monkey King right now. His armor is just so low that if you go Poor Man's Shield level 1, then your other support has all the items and you don't have that much regen. And then if you go Orb of Venom, then you have no armor and survivability. So when you do get hit, you lose like 300-400 HP every single time. So there's this weird place for Monkey King now where in the early game you have to be a part of a lot of kills or you have to get some pulling done, because if you don't, you're going to get under-leveled and you're not going to accomplish very much.
And it is a very hard lane really to kill the Sand King in, it feels now at this point, because you've got all the slows, but that's about it really. You don't have any huge amount of burst damage and you don't have any stuns.
Yep, yeah, exactly. So it's difficult to actually make a big lane impact on the hero. You just have to be kind of like a roaming playstyle. Show up at the right place at the right time, get the kills, and let that try to accelerate your team. But now that they've rotated Warlock up here, it's even harder for them to kill Moon Meander. On the bright side, though, that is going to give more space for Mind Control in the safe lane, and he's already picked up level 3. And in the mid matchup, if that continues to go well for Miracle, then overall this will be all right for Liquid. But they've got to give some space here to Wyvern, who's going to die, and Spectre.
Yeah, ticking out to the Shadow Word. He came forward trying to interrupt the pull that was being made, and Moon actually with the next Burrow Strike onto Matumba. Matumba himself incredibly low. Saxa has got a Shadow Word if he can get himself just in range, and Matumba, he's going to be taken down as well as Thunderbirds get a second double kill for the Warlock on the off lane. And Liquid looking after a really rocky start in this lanes.
Yeah, it just looks like the typical thing that's been popular since DAC. Pick really, really strong laning heroes and let that carry you into a good part of the game. And I think Liquid maybe is part of the problem with grabbing heroes like Winter Wyvern sometimes. The hero's kind of inconsistent in the lane, and Spectre is definitely the same problem. So their picks maybe is going to work for them better late game, or maybe the mid game as well, but it's looking real iffy right now.
For sure. I mean, one of the lanes that's going very nice, of course, for Liquid is this middle. Already the CS, as you anticipated, Miracle with the TA, certainly riding on the advantage that he has in this era, and even more so, in fact, by the looks of it. 23-12 against the 11 for 7, and also that little play from Kuroki, not getting the kill, but forcing Weehai out the lane. I mean, Miracle, he is going to hit those item timings, and if he gets himself a good Blink Deso, he is going to be able to help these side lanes out that are struggling.
Yeah, he can actually help a lot against heroes like Warlock and even Beastmaster sometimes. If you can go on those guys, and especially when they're by themselves, that way they can't just ulti, it's a pretty easy kill. Those heroes don't have very good control. It's basically just Wraith King and Sand King, but he can actually deal with both of those heroes, especially the Wraith King. So I think TA is going to be instrumental here. He's the best hero at dealing with the Wraith King, just tons of physical damage and minus armor. That's the best way to kill Wraith King really rapidly twice.
And already as we see there, the Ancient stack.
Moon might be in trouble top. Never mind, just being a little harassed.
Tumba, 27 CS to the 34th Rezo, so not falling too far behind, considering the amount of harassment Moon and Saxo have been able to force onto him. Moon, the strike isn't going to connect. Has to be a little careful. Kuroki is in the neighborhood, still just level 2. But no point in the boundless yet. Moon, very, very aggressive, feeling confident with the backup of Saxa. But Liquid, can they actually punish it? I mean, we already talked about how hard it is to get Moon, and he is able to do these sort of plays and positionings. And with 3 heroes there, he doesn't feel too scared at all.
Yeah, I love the Treads build he went as well. It's not something I've seen before on a Sand King, but
that's true, actually,
the attack speed that he gets from it, that's an extra Caustic Finale proc on every single thing he attacks. The extra attack speed makes a huge difference in the laning stage here. Not to mention, it did just get buffed, gives him a 200 HP difference, which is massive early game. And the Tread switching.
10 stats, is it?
Yep,
yeah,
10 instead of 9. So small buff there, but the attack speed is huge, and the Tread swapping in the laning stage, it's actually super valuable here. It's going to be, in a lane like this that already has damage problems, if they're going up against Treads unexpectedly, things get even harder. So I really like this choice by Moon here. Really affect the lane.
Some mind control there, pick up an Invis, and
they're
eyeing up middle. He's not quite level 6. does have the Shockwave nuke, but it's going to be top lane where the action again is happening. Moon moves in onto KuroKy. The Cold Embrace will be there. Moon, though, revs up the epicenter. He's sticking around for the Monkey King kill, and he'll get it. Brings down KuroKy. Matumba in return, trying to find Sack to the stick charge, just about keeping him alive. He'll still fall down, and Matumba dives in deep, but Resolution coming in with the rotation, looking to hunt down Matumba. The Sal's there. Matumba not quite enough mana for another dagger. He does have a mana. He's got the mana for TP. He's going to go for it. He's not going to make it. Resolution hunts him down just in time. And with a good few crits, he should be able to get this. I mean, Matumba's speedy with those phase boots.
He's still map hacking?
He's been duped. Resolution's still looking for him in the trees. Matumba just cuts across the lane, gets out. And meanwhile, whilst the attention was being drawn up there, mid lane, Liquid went full in and took down Weehawk.
Oh, Misery's going to find him accidentally.
Matumba, this is not the route you want to take.
Does he see him?
What?
All right, now he sees. They might get him.
Okay. He's fine.
No, okay. That was really close. I think Rezo didn't anticipate the phase or something, because he just sat there and auto-attacked.
Yeah.
Probably expecting the kill, but had to be a little bit more careful with that. So, good escape, but still costs the Spectre a lot of time here. In the meantime, Moon and Meander pressuring the tower.
Yeah,
this should be a dead kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, they didn't stack the stuns. They're holding onto the Brave Fire Blast. They don't even need it for GH. Did GH gets away? He lives, and Moon goes down. GH will finally pop, but now Liquid with the 3-man reaction straight in onto Resolution does have the reincarnate, so he's going to have that second life to go, which will almost certainly be popped as Mind Control tries to chase it down. Can they kill him a second time? Doesn't look like it.
No.
They have to back off, but still, that's a long cooldown to be put on.
Yeah, no kidding. 240 seconds is huge for this hero, especially if the first reincarnation you use doesn't produce a kill. It puts you really far behind, actually, because now you're just this squishy hero that has a stun, and until he actually picks up something like Armlet, his damage isn't even that incredible. So definitely a bad place to be in for him.
Mind Control will get the deny on the tower.
Losing the safe lane is so big, though, at this point. 8 minutes and your safe lane tower's gone. That's insane. Because now Spectre doesn't have a safe place to farm, and if he does sit in the lane here, it's really far for his allies to TP to a tower and support him. So this should give a huge advantage to Thunderbirds, especially with heroes like Beastmaster. They can just push out the lane, invade the jungle, and now they have an extra couple camps, and it's easier to gank the Spectre, who's still insanely far from Radiance. He literally has just got his basic items.
Matumba can certainly pick up a bit of action though with the Haunt now online. If KuroKy's able to set up for some sort of play. I mean, between the two of them, if they catch someone their own, you just having the phase boots and the chase down with the Desolate damage, they can find someone. But it's always going to be risky, because we've seen already how both teams in this game are very quick to react and make sure that no one's left alone. But mid lane Miracle, he's fairly deep. But KuroKy comes in with the Boundless to cancel the epicenter charge up, and Matumba haunting in, as mentioned, able to be involved in 2 quick kills. The Roar will be there just to hold them back, but no follow-through from Thunderbirds to find anything in reaction, and that's brilliant. You know, Spectre that was suffering in lane suddenly turns up, gets involved in a good slice of action.
Yeah, super good rotation there. 2 kills and a mid-tower? That's insanely good. And all it took, really, was the Boundless Strike on the epicenter. That turned everything around, and Bokur would have been fine otherwise. And he still doesn't have Midas yet, 500 gold away from that. Now, all of a sudden, things are looking a little bit rough for Thunderbirds. The last, 2 to 3 minutes, other than that top tower going down, has been kind of weak. I mean, Wraith King did that early TP to the top lane. He didn't get a kill for that. And ditched the safe lane. On the bright side, Soxa hits a fast 6 and gets Arcane Boots, but I don't know if that'll cover for it fully.
I mean, with that 6 online, do you think we can expect to see Thunderbirds very keen to go for a play? I mean, they're smoked up. They want to try and find something, and as you know, they want to do something big with this ult, and getting a tier 1 in return down mid would be perfect. Finding someone like Matumba would be even better. You know, the Haunt's not going to be there to help him escape. But can you get the jump? You've got no epicenter
really
for
hard.
this.
And they don't have Roar either for 20 seconds, which is fine. By the time the smoke ends, it'll be about up. So, but they didn't bring the Warlock with, and them starting fights is a little difficult right now. Because if they go on the wrong heroes, this is just not going to work. Because if it's Doombringer and he turns on his Scorched Earth or something like that, it's going to be a tough kill. Picks up the Cloak Aura, surprisingly. Not sold on this. It's only 5% magic resistance for heroes, but probably just did it because he wanted to eat something. He's probably really hungry.
So yeah, you're getting that bonus gold. Top lane, Thunderbirds finding the place to put a bit of pressure onto this tier 2. What Liquid want to do, reaction, they are starting to make their way up there. Matumba Man still 30 seconds before the ult is back available.
That's one good advantage that that Thunderbirds has, is that Liquid takes a very long time to set up. Their heroes are all pretty slow. They're not super mobile. The exception of Spectre ulti, basically. They are a lot better at split pushing. And Crow can just split push in the mid lane. Well, so, alright. Who picked up the Midas here? Oh, Doom's got a Midas, damn. Is that the only one?
We've got the minus on Invoker
Okay,
as well.
Invoker just picked us up as well, but Mind Control getting at that time is really good, actually.
So Midas into drums looks to be the plan here for Mind Control this game.
Okay, so no Tranquil Boots yet. Probably will just not upgrade his boots, I'm guessing. That's
Yeah, I
probably
guess
fine.
there's not too much detail. I mean, you get a bit of extra speed from the
Yeah.
Scorched and...
If you don't get armor from the Tranquil Boots, it's probably okay
Yeah.
to pass it up. Even though the extra movement speed is still really good on the hero, I feel like he'll probably just wait. And early drum is super effective when you're having a little bit of teamfight problems, just because it's an extra, what, 14% attack speed or something like that? Or 14% movement speed, 25 attack speed, I believe.
A big buff to
13 or
have early
20,
on for the entire team.
So now the teams are getting a little bit passive here. Miracle's farming aggressive, which is good because that way he can rotate into a lane if they need a kill. But it's not as easy for Thunderbirds to do that because it's basically Invoker, right? So he's going to sit on his Ancients and hit creeps, but it's so much more dangerous because heroes could actually get wards down. There's Monkey King that could scout him out. So I feel like at this stage of the game, Liquid's actually sitting really good after they got that double kill mid with the tower. It like killed all of the early like tower advantage that Thunderbirds
Bottom
had.
lane, they just go for the quick and easy kills here. There's been a bit of a downtime, but the action picking back up as bottom lane Sacks are caught out.
Almost no way that he survives there. And this is really a nice thing about the Monkey King Spectre. The laning was really rough, but now it's just so easy to find a hero. If it's somebody like Warlock that can't defend themselves, easy every time.
This could be nice. 5 seconds until the Boundless strikes. They don't have the initial stun follow-up, but they've already got 3 touches onto Weeheart with the melt damage. It's more than enough for Liquid to pick up the Invoker kill. A massive one to find. That will be the goal for Miracle, to have the Desolator complete at a very respectable timing, 13.5 minutes in. Resolution actually moving out aggressively in the mid lane. He does have his ultimate to rely on, so he's feeling fairly confident and safe. Knows that the Haunt isn't there.
And he doesn't walk over any traps, which is very good for Thunderbirds, because he could have just been revealed here. They're going to maybe try to kill Doom here. It's a possibility it'll work. Still has the Cloak Aura, but no Scorched Earth for 20. And they don't even do that much tower damage just yet. Basically just simple right clicks. He does have Armlet at least on the Wraith King, so that'll help a little bit. Liquid pretty heavily controls the middle of the map. Slightly surprising due to things like Beastmaster, but I feel like we haven't really seen Misery do a whole lot this game so far. AFK jungled a lot, did a couple of early rotations, but they were pretty reactionary. We haven't really seen him start tempo and get a kill.
Do you like the decision of Resolution this game to go for this armor and then into the Blade Mail straight up?
It's a very good build actually. He definitely needs extra armor this game. I think that's probably the main reason it's good. Because if you're against a TA with a Deso, Armlet alone isn't going to cover you. You need to go really heavy into armor, and that's one of the better builds to do so. There's just going to be a lot of damage happening in the fight that can't be stopped. Like Doom Scorched Earth can reflect back towards him. Things like fighting the Spectre is pretty strong. Fighting TA once his refraction's gone is great too.
Just going to see a smoke up here from Thunderbirds, ready to go. They have all the ultimates at the ready. See if they can get the wraparound jump. No one towards the mid lane really at the moment. Only the Wyvern general neighborhood.
Yeah,
he's already heading himself out of there.
Basically, Liquid's just paying attention to this. They know that their opponents have really good team fights, so what they're going to do is just avoid fights. I don't even know if they can get this kill.
G8 should be fine. Still has the Cold Embrace to rely on to get the heal off when he's far enough away. Kuroki's coming across, mass TPs. They want to make something happen. There's the Haunt. The Boundless strike onto Resolution. The Golem's been dropped in return though. Thunderbirds trying to use it to buy themselves some space to back out. But they've already lost the Warlock. Resolution being surrounded by the 4-mana Liquid. But Moon comes in with a beautiful epicenter burrow strike. But is it enough damage? The Golem's been taken out. Matumba Man's low. Resolution has the Ray Fire Blast. Finds the kill. Lost Miracle as well here. GH has to get himself the hell out of there. And Mind Control could be in trouble as well. The Ray Fire Blast connects. Moon is going to have the Burrow Strike to find another. The crit comes through and Thunderbirds end up taking the team fight. And they may not even been done yet. Moon still hunting down GH. GH tries to hide in the trees. He's not going to get out. 4 down on Liquid. Thunderbirds. I mean, it just kind of I really want to give credit to Saxa there. Just even though it didn't look great at the start, just drops the rock, and that allows the space and time for Thunderbirds to kind of reposition themselves and turn it around into a massive win.
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to win that fight. It looked really bad for them, but Reincarnation at the same time as the Epicenter actually made a huge difference. Maybe Kuro, you could blame him for not ulting earlier. I feel like maybe he should have dropped his ult. But I don't think he felt like he needed it, and Epicenter kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, that 3-man Burrow Strike epic combo, absolutely perfect.
And the Doom was a bit weak as well. They didn't really need to Doom the Beastmaster. Got him out of the fight, but he had already used Roar, so at most, level 1 axes, no call the Wild Boar. Kind of an effective usage by Liquid, but I thought they were going to win that fight. I think they felt confident with it as well.
Great fight for Thunderbirds. I mean, it's just kind of rocketed. Resolution now on par with Miracle, who was keeping himself a little bit ahead with the speed that Miracle was farming at. But that fight has leveled the ground between the two of them. Miracle halfway towards his Blink Dagger. Resolution off the back of that, of course, Blade Mail complete.
Yeah.
And will be queuing up the Blink himself, so an extra bit of chase that's going to be pretty crucial. And we're seeing these sort of fights, and it's never really everyone dying in the midst of it all. It's whoever can chase down those extra 1 or 2 kills at the end of it that comes out on top.
And it's not even just the chase, it's also the fact that he can initiate is huge on Wraith King. Being able to go in first, force your opponents to actually cast spells on you, use your ulti, or maybe you have to use Winter Wyvern ulti to save like Monkey King. That could absolutely swing a fight. So, and if your ulti goes off, you can blink out sometimes. It's going to be really effective here.
What do you think about the decision from Moon, actually? Something I feel that we don't always see on SKs, the blink into Hood.
I've seen the Hood a few times. It's so good when you pick it up. If there's a lot of magic damage, it actually makes Sand King so survivable. I think the last saw this was actually a Genting where DC at the time actually did end up winning the tournament, and Moon was building it, I believe, at the time. It's really effective for overall survivability. It'll be really good against things like Doom, Scorched Earth, against Radiance when it comes out. It's a good item. I think it can really make Sand King way more survivable.
Talking about the Radiance as well, the progress from Matumba, 3.4k gold, so very close to having that relic. We'll see if he is able to close that small little window on this first big jump towards the item without being punished by Thunderbirds, and he looks like he'll be okay, unless this goes really badly for Liquid. They themselves are looking to fight here. Moon on the high ground, great position though to dispel the smoke and immediately blinks out. It looks like Liquid won't find the catch that they wanted to with that movement.
Really good play by him. I think their observer did spot them smoking. They were around that area when they ended up smoking, but either way, still really solid play. They'll try to turn this into a Roche kill, though. TA is one of the best Roche heroes, but can they get there?
Oh, on the side already. Epicenter coming out from Moon as he bursts down Kuroki and immediately eliminating one of the members of Liquid will force them to back off, and that brought Roshan down to half health. Thunderbirds themselves, they could try and say this kind of without the Monkey King. They don't feel too much threat around the pit. They need to be careful about a good ult from GH.
I mean, Thunderbirds messed up really bad there. Misery summoned the Hawk. The Roche clapped and killed us. They don't have vision. This is going to be hard for Thunderbirds.
The Horn coming in straight away with the Winter's Curse. The Radiant will get Roche, and they do still get the Aegis. Liquid aren't able to stop them doing that. Matumba falling incredibly low, trying to get himself up to the high ground, but the Sunstrike, not quite enough as the damage is split with the creeps. Matumba's still on the run. Weeha, can he chase this one down? They themselves don't have any vision there, Thunderbirds, so Matumba man will be safe with the initial attempt to juke, but the TP's still on cooldown for 30 seconds. There's no way this man gets out. Surely not.
No way.
No way. No, oh my goodness.
Holy
okay, they've not
crap.
seen. He's still got 20 seconds of
No, they assume he's gone.
Oh my goodness.
You don't keep looking at this point. Oh, I haven't seen him in 40 seconds. Maybe he's still here, guys. Maybe you would own. I'm not sure if they would.
He's getting out.
I think he is going to get. I mean, he did lose a lot of farm time here, but the fact that he didn't
For
die
sure,
was
and
helpful.
it still was not great, of course, for Liquid.
At all. I thought that Liquid was going to take that fight pretty well, considering that they had Thunderbirds had no vision, but it worked out. The Rock came down at the perfect time. They were able to get Roche kill and Aegis still. That was a huge grab.
Yeah, it's crazy. And Thunderbirds now able to turn it into another bit of an objective on this bottom lane with the tier 1 push. Liquid, they're in the neighborhood. So they will do their best to slow this down. But Resolution with that Aegis, with Reincarnate.
He's got Blink too, so if they see an opening, he's going to go.
He's thinking about it. Miracle with a click Blink.
I like how he did that. He doesn't want to gamble a Blink stun. He'd lose too many resources, but just testing the waters. Throw the Hellfire Blast out.
We'll still get the tower. There's the jump forward, straight in onto the TA. GH and Mind Control there to try and hold him back, but the Blade Mail's pot. Resolution continues to charge forwards. Can actually bring him down once. That Miracle touches him and says, I'm out of there. Does not want to commit for that. Knows that there's backup as Saxa, Weeha, Misery in the neighborhood as well. And Moon, meanwhile, driving the tier 2, tries to make a play with the Epicenter. Doesn't really get too much damage done at all with that one. But just a zoning one, just to try and assert his domination on the game, Purge.
Yeah, trading that for Monkey King ulti, I think it's completely worth it here. Because now Monkey King's kind of a worthless hero. Not worthless, but he's not good.
Look at this aggression from Rezo, just diving in. Knows the backup's going to be there with a Burrow Strike and a Sun Strike. The double strike combination to bring down GH. 15 to 10, Thunderbirds moving on to yet another tower. Matsuma Man, how's it going for him? He's doing his best right now. He knows that he can't turn up to the fight. He's trying to get that Radiance finish. He has got it. Haunts there as well.
It might be too late.
Absolutely. Against the items and the stage that Thunderbirds have reached, these fights are not going to be easy at all for Liquid.
Yeah, especially with the Hawk. It's spotting where their supports are standing, and then it's so much easier for Wraith King to jump in and stun, or Sand King. They can make perfect decisions basically with Sunstrikes and get those crucial support kills. Like if Winter Wyvern dies, that's most of the team fight for Liquid. They've basically got Haunt, they've got Monkey King ulti, and they've got Winter Wyvern ulti. Obviously Doom is great, but you need some AoE control to try to combat things like Warlock and Invoker and Sand King. So the vision game is huge in this match. It's almost everything. Really. Miracle hoping for a solo pickoff, but
with the AFK strats here,
he can maybe kill Warlock, but even Warlock has a buckler right now.
And if he does, I mean, he's almost certainly going to be in risk of being punished by Thunderbirds.
He could actually kill Invoker, maybe. Invoker's probably who he's hoping for, but
I don't know. Quick reactions from We could get him out of a good tornado.
They swap
it. Yeah, but they're going to haunt in. They want to fight. Mind Control gets the Doom on to the Sand King, but in response, Taxus there drops the Golem. Already Liquid trying to split. GH with a decent curse on the backlines, managing to lock down the Invoker and the Sand King, and in fact that's going to be it for Liquid as they get the two. They've popped the Wraith King once. Can they do it again? They've lost Miracle though. The Golem's still alive, pounding through Liquid's lineup, and Matsuma Man trapped amongst the Ancients, trying to get himself away, but he's ticking down low. Does actually manage to survive. Resolution tries to hunt him down with a blink forward, but it's going to be off the point. And on the back lines, they were able to take down Misery as well. Resolution ready to come back in. He's going to try and go for the back cleanup. Oh my goodness, that crit! They said Doom had a lot of health. Not anymore. That one shot from Resolution bringing Mind Control straight out of the game.
He even skipped the, he got the health perk as well. 275 health is kind of hard to pass up, and it doesn't quite pay off there, but...
I mean, he's got no way to break this tree. Okay, well, Moon has the burrow strike. They still don't have any vision to get this Monkey King.
He's got force. He could force here. Oh,
he needs to break the trees. Oh, I didn't break the right ones.
Just a little bit too late here.
They know that they can't get the monkey. Oh, okay. Well, if he comes down off the trees, they might. Oh, no. Kuroki just with the bait, but the Sunstrike's there. They've got him this time. Thunderbirds able to outplay Kuro at the end of the day.
And the pressure's on. Wraith King's looking really good this match. He actually does counter a lot of the Liquid heroes, and you're seeing it in that last fight. Just does a lot of right-click damage. Is very hard to kill, survivable, and it's not going to stop.
Misery with the roar onto Matumba. Matumba does have backup, and this is right by the shrine. So Liquid straight in with the reaction. Oh, Moon on the back of it all with the Epi straight onto GH. Sunstrike setups there. As they'll take the Wyvern out the fight. Mind Control just being pulled apart from his team. Moon may go down, but Mind Control, can he survive? Cold Snaps there is the Ray Fire Blast. Double kill for Weehaw. And again, another trade where Thunderbirds are coming out on top in terms of numbers.
Yeah, all the cores on Thunderbirds keep getting more and more farm here. That's the big thing. They're not dying in the fights, so Weehaw's going to eventually get to something like a BKB or an armor item. Or it looks like he's going to go Lincoln's Blink BKB. He's got it all planned out. And at that point, he's just not going to die, really. The Spectre's got his Radiance. He's picked up a Vid Booster, but I mean, he's still going to be vulnerable to the Wraith King at most of the stages of the game. It basically comes down to initiation. Can Liquid go in first and kill off some important heroes like Warlock or Sand King or Invoker? I don't know if they can this game. It's tough. I don't think the Monkey King has to play safe, basically, because he always has to worry about like the Hawk or some other person having vision on him and blink stunning him. So like their vision advantage that they're maybe supposed to have is very difficult to actually facilitate and give their other team members advantages.
Absolutely, a very, very tough position for Liquid to be in this moment in time. To 15, 25 minutes in. Miracle's still up there in terms of net worth, but the fact that Invoker and a Wraith King on level with him has got the BKB complete. This is an absolute necessity against this lineup of Thunderbirds.
It's definitely good to have, but it all depends who goes first. If he gets chain stunned, he's dead, 100%. And they're going to go in first on him.
Let's see what they can find here. Resolution, ooh, quickly though, as the blink outs there from Miracle. There'll be a haunt from Matumba. Matumba's actually gone right off the midst of it all. Mind Control jumps in with the Doom. Very Nice, make sure there's no chaotic offering this fight. The Winter's Curse is there to control the Wraith King. KuroKy's looking to Moon on the sidelines. Miracle's chasing down Wii. They brought down the Invoker. They've taken Wraith King down once. They may be able to do it again. He'll jump forward. He's looking for the Crown to GH. He isn't going to be able to find it here. They surround him. Resolution almost certainly going to go down a second time here. And Liquid doing it there. And you've got to give hats off to Mind Control.
Yeah.
Getting in with that Doom without the chaotic offering, which has pretty much been the key component in the last few fights. They couldn't quite do it. And they may not be done yet. KuroKy looking to Moon. And it's going to get out the Courier, though. Just sitting there
left it.
with the AC completion recipe and the armor. Oh, my goodness. And there's no AC now for 3 minutes. What's happening? Thunderbirds are just a swing around.
Yeah. They didn't expect that fight to go like that. But if you try to initiate to stun a Templar Assassin with a blink Wraith King stun, it's just not going to work. It had to be Sand King going in first, and that was the crucial mistake there for Thunderbirds. If Sand King initiates first and they fall up, they win that fight. But instead it was them retreating, getting doomed, and then everything going badly.
Goodness, Moon. Trying to slow down this push here with the Burrow Strike. Tier 3 already down to half health, and Liquid certainly going to be riding on a newfound bit of confidence after that bit of play. Miracle suddenly 2k ahead at the relevant cause on Thunderbird's side, as he will look to build into the Bloodthorn as his next time to have that extra bit of lockdown and damage. And as we're seeing, these silences, these dooms are just huge against these heroes that rely on getting the ultimates off in these team fights.
And they're building the right items. And there's a lot of survivability things. Soxa picking up the buckler still on a buckler. Someday he'll build a mech, but he is definitely the hero to doom, though, especially with a mech.
Absolutely.
But he will be protected against silences later in the game, at least. He'll have that going for him, but they've gotta have the good initiation. It's all about that this game.
Straight into the pit. Don't have Horn, of course. Liquid still down. I'm actually saying that only for 5 seconds, but it looks like the speed that Thunderbirds can take this is going to be too quick for Liquid to have the chance to contest. So, they do Horn. Oh, Matumba, he tries for it. Not quite there in time. The Burrow Strike in reaction. The combo ready to come through from Weehaw. They're actually, Rob, I believe a creep there. KuroKy drops the ult in the midst of it all. They're bringing Weehaw and Resolution down low. They've already found two. They'll pop the Aegis on Weehaw. The bashes coming through from the Wukong's command, knocking the Wraith King down. Also, the bashes again on Weehaw. A second bash from this Wukong's, doing huge amounts in this team fight, and they'll clean up the 5th as well. A perfect ultimate there from KuroKy. And Liquid, they don't get the roast, they don't get the Aegis, but they get the full team.
I'm actually so surprised they didn't do better in that fight. They got the Golem off, they got Fatal Bonds. I mean, I guess they did waste Necro just killing the Roche, but... And the Winter Wyvern ulti was crucial there. It actually guaranteed the kill on the Sand King. He's actually going to go...
He's trying for something there with the Epi. Moon straight in. And with the Sunstrike, it will bring Mind Control down very low, but the Cold Embrace is there to top him back up. It will slow down the Doom's aggression. The rest of them still standing fairly strong. They will back up now, with Thunderbirds coming back into the game. Yeah, these last 2 fights for Liquid showing incredible potential.
Yeah, he actually picked up the Devour Ancients skill, and he grabbed the, I don't remember what it's called, the new purple one that has no magic resistance. He's got the Petrify thing, which roots for 2 seconds, and he's also got Desecrate. Now, Desecrate's pretty special. It does 200 damage, which is quite good, but it also lowers your base armor by 50%. So if anybody has a lot of stat items or naturally high armor, it can be really effective. So that's possibly part of the reason that they're shredding so fast, because stacking that on top of Templar Assassin, for example, could really amp your damage. But most of the fight still comes down to killing the important heroes and preventing their team fight from coming out. And once again, Thunderbirds got initiated on. Even with the Aegis grab, it wasn't enough.
Matumba, well, is certainly going to become more and more of a trouble to deal with, Manta style, and with that Vit Booster now looking to build it up into the heart, so just tanking up against this huge amount of burst that Thunderbirds do have when they get the jump. But now, once he has that heart, you've got to ask, are they actually going to be able to kill him in that initial burst? And with the backup
I don't know.
of GH and such, Liquid have got ways to keep that Spectre alive and allow him to turn and fight.
And the other thing is that Thunderbirds haven't been scaling as well on their cores. Like, Wraith King's been sitting at these same items for a long time. It's not just because the Courier sniped. They've lost 2 Roche fights in a row now. It was like the team fight by enemy shrine, then the Roche fight. Resolution hasn't scaled into his next item in a long time, and he's also built a hybrid armor item. So yeah, it's going to increase his damage, but it mostly just makes it so that TA doesn't like 4-shot him or something like that. And because that got delayed by like 5-10 minutes, now they're just, like you said, they're tanking up Spectre. They're not going to kill this guy rapidly anymore. They're not even close to that.
Here we go, Liquid. We've seen them win the fight outside of the base. The high ground siege becomes the next big test. And looking at both lineups, really, for neither side is it necessarily going to be easy. Lots of ways to fight from the high ground. Both teams this game. And understandably so, we're seeing Liquid respect that. Not going to go for any sort of high ground play. Just they will back up for now. KuroKy just cleaning up the top lane.
It's too dangerous, and they're safe to do this anyways. Just send a man far away from where they know Thunderbirds is, and he can always haunt in. It's pretty straightforward. He continues getting farm. Grow can split push the other lanes that are being pressured in just because Monkey King's so able to get around rapidly. It's looking pretty darn good for Liquid right now. Mind Control changing up his creep, picks up the Granite Aura. 15% extra HP for him and his team. With items right now. His HP items are Drum and BKB, and he's got 3k HP. This is actually insane. And he's obviously got the HP perk, but this is a really cool build. I really do like that health perk. It just got buffed so many times. 275 health on a regen-based hero like Doom. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, 20. If he hits that 25, I imagine you take the 48 H regen.
Infernal Blade damage is hella good, especially against a hero like Wraith King, but kind of hard to say. We'll see what he does.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, this game at the moment, 32 minutes, it could end up going on. We could see some of these 25s come out. It certainly doesn't feel like a game that's going to be over just like that. Both teams have lots of ways to keep themselves in the game, split the lanes out, and both have pretty good late game potential. I mean, the team fight from Thunderbirds is always going to be massive. You've obviously got that Invoker that's going to scale incredibly well, and then vice versa. On Liquid side, you have Matumba, and then you have, I mean, even just the Wyvern, someone that can use the enemy's advantage against them.
That's huge against Beastmaster as well. Especially if you grab somebody that isn't like Wraith King. Pretty much any other hero is definitely a threat to dying this game.
Summer Man will be gone on here. The Manta Star, though, causing initial trouble for the Raw, but it's still come through in time with the gods as well. They'll chain him up the horn, tries to get his way out. He's not going to make it. Boundless Strike will be dropped. Mind Control in the front of his all. KuroKy questioning if he wants to get himself involved. Miracle is now coming across to try and join Mind Control. Tornado EMP trying to split Liquid up. Burrow Strike from Moon to hold back Kuro and GH. And with the Deafening Blast and Meteor combo, they'll find one kill and may even get a second. GH trying to get himself out with the Winter's Curse and TP, and he does make it. Neat little play from himself, but overall, Liquid getting punished heavily there as they were just split up. Matumba Man being caught out and changed in like that at the start was a perfect way for T-Birds to jump in.
Yeah, I didn't really see the framing at the start of the fight, but I'm confused that Matumba Man was there. Like, he's the guy that's supposed to react to the fight with a haunt, but instead it was him getting gone on. Maybe feeling too comfortable with his HP levels. I mean, they definitely blew a lot on him. It took like a Hellfire Blast into Aurora, into a Golem, but against a Spectre, the tankiest guy when he's by himself, you do that every time.
It's actually going to buy back as well. They really don't want to lose a set of racks. They want to make sure that they keep control of their base, but costing him the buyback, it is going to prolong that heart.
Yeah. No, what's special about that is it wasn't just the base, it was about that shrines right there that they protected. Because if that tier 3 tower falls, they can clear shrines, and then again the vision game changes again. So it is still about initiation. If they lose their shrines, it's easier for their opponents to grab gem, close off the map, and just outfarm.
Yeah, that's true. And in a game as well, where it's, no one's really leaps and bounds ahead, those shrines are very important for specifically like Roche control at this stage as well. That's going to be huge as this game goes on. As we can see, there's only a 5k or so difference. So, as you mentioned, for that reason alone, certainly see why the call was made to buy back.
So Wraith King queuing up a Monkey King bar next. So you can hit the Monkey King more often.
There we go, Purge.
To prevent him from auto-attacking.
It should. It should take away his weapon, Picked it up.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mostly stops the Radiance mischance and potential butterfly pickups for either the TA or the spec. So I think it's a safe pick. You can actually lifesteal from it, by the way, if you didn't know.
Oh, what, from the extra...
From the procs,
yeah.
Yeah. It's magic damage, you can still lifesteal from it. It's kind of a cool interaction. And I think he could get away with the 20% vamp aura at 25.
I think he can.
I don't think he needs to worry about mana drain.
Yeah, for sure.
Hypothetically, Spectre could get like a diffusal, but it's a very low chance. So
I mean, that could be the play, couldn't it? Wait until the rating hits 25, gets the lifesteal, and then hit him with a 70-minute diffusal blade pickup.
That could win them the game.
It could win them the game.
You never know.
It could win them the game.
You got to think about those things, just in case 1 out of 1,000 games that happens.
For sure. I mean, with Manta and a diffusal, you lose that 900 mana pretty quick.
Yeah, that's true. It could actually matter. Goes for strength over attack speed on Wraith King. It's probably the right choice. You will catch Kuro, though. This could be really dangerous for him.
The Sunstrike and the Burrow Strike. Again,
yeah,
clean combo from T-Birds.
Dangerous, definitely. Looks like Invoker going for a Shiva's Guard next, most likely. good choice.
Very nice, yeah.
Really limit the attack speed of Liquid. A lot of their heroes don't buy that many attack speed items. Usually Spectre sometimes goes more tanky. Heroes like Doom don't buy attack speed very often.
It's really good as well against the Monkey King. You know, when he's trying to get these ults off and Kuro's trying to be in a position, maybe the other side of a tree line or such, suddenly the vision's there.
Yeah,
you
that'll
get
help.
him out. Get him out.
Figure out where he is and actually kill him.
Yeah.
They think they see the Spectre. It's pretty obvious it's an illusion now. Nobody would
I
stand.
don't think he got on mind control. Too big for him to go on his own.
Okay, he definitely knows the Spec's to the left now because he saw the camp retreating, so he's going to try to find him. I don't know if he will, though.
You have got the rest of Thunderbirds making their way up here. But Matuma Man, yeah, he's playing it safe now. Realizes they're off the map, almost certainly being hunted out as he comes top lane. So straight back out for him. And I imagine we'll see Matuma playing a little safer after that. A bit of a debacle around that Ancients of Radiant.
Yeah, he can't get caught again. He's got tons of HP, but his survivability is not insane. His resistance, things like that. T-Birds kind of looks like they're considering smoking. They're grouped up as 3. They just know that they can't separate because so many of their heroes just get killed solo. If Monkey King finds a single hero and Spectre haunts, that's a dead hero. But they've got to stay grouped. It's really going to hurt their farm levels. Whereas Liquid feels like they can be more mobile. They've got more Blink Daggers. And they've got Monkey King. So
back up. I mean, in terms of teams taking it, as we've seen, both sides can struggle because of the AoE team fight that each opponent has. Both teams are aware of the status of Roche. So control of this area is going to be pretty key. Liquid trying to get as much as they can down bottom as well. A bit of an illusion push. Pressure being put on by Matumba, and now making it across from behind on the mid lane.
yeah, it's so sick what they did. Miracle came mid, pushed the wave, which means T-Birds has to move over and push it, which lets them
They're
initiate.
going to go straight in here with the Haunt. Matumba, and yeah, looking for the backliners, making sure that there's no chaotic offering for this team fight with the Doom dropped as well. They'll take down Saxa. Resolution now being focused, has been split up from the team. Weeha comes in with the Tornado and EMP to try and hold them back. Kuroki has managed to get the Wukong's command off in the high ground, so they'll bring down the Wraith King once, and they'll go for a second time. Boundless Strike immediately there. The damage from Miracle coming through with the Bloodthorn finds a second, and now Misery's in trouble as well. Matumba, he's out of mana, but he's there with the chase down. They've got the slow. Liquid find a third, only losing GH for that fight. We Are Moon are still in the neighborhood. Trap slow onto Wee, holds back Kuro with the cold snap, but mind control straight in on his face. Looking for the chase down to Invoker. Again, the Boundless Strike from Kuroki, slowing down Weeha that little bit more. Did get the dust stop, but Moon's there with the Epi Burrow Strike to hold back Kuroki, but it's not enough damage. Miracle quick with the Bloodthorn, tries to go for the chase, but Moon's out with a blink, and the Sandstorm should be safe now.
The way they approached that fight start was amazing. Just push the lane, sit everybody to the right, and as soon as somebody comes to push it, they look for the back line. And once they didn't want to go on the Wraith King, but they knew where he was standing, and because of where he was standing, they could make assumptions that their supports were on the back line. That was insane play by mind control, because as soon as you doom the Warlock, the fight's won. Spectre just haunts, jumps in on the Warlock, and kills him. And if Warlock had buyback there, whole fight changes. But without buyback, Warlock's out no matter what. And that means that Liquid can actually pressure and take a fight well. And they definitely got advantage there. It wasn't insane. They didn't get Roche as well, but that was maybe the one good thing that Thunderbirds did, is they really delayed the fight. Maybe that's why Weeha stuck around, tried to get them to chase him, so that they could prevent Roche from dying. But if he just ran away, they would have just taken it instantly.
And the big items coming out as well, as we just saw the Butterfly now complete on Miracle, Heart complete on Spectre, and an interesting one here from Kuroki this game. He's got the Diffusal Blade coming out for himself.
Yeah, interesting choice. We almost never see this on Monkey King, but more mana drain, and it also applies to your Wukong's commands, so those are also going to drain mana. Not to mention, just does a lot of damage.
Yeah. And as I said, he's level 23, but because he's a bit dumb, the end game's not great. He's only got 800 mana, so it could definitely been burnt out. There's the Haunt. Misery being looked for first. The Chaotic Offering did come out in time. In fact, Moon comes in with the two-man Burrow Strike. Thunderbirds trying to finish off Miracle. They'll have the Roar to hold him. The damage from Rezo, the crits is not going to be quite enough. Resolution, the evasion is destroying him. He can't get the hits in onto Miracle with the Butterfly, and the Solar Crest buff from his teammate. He's fine. 3 dead on Thunderbirds. They'll come back in with the Epicenter, but it's not quite enough damage. Matumba Man just absolutely losing no health at all with this Heart. They can't kill him. They're found 4. They're going to be able to find 5 as the bash comes in from Kuroki. A Meld Strike straight between the eyeballs of Moon.
That was a really good fight for Liquid there. The Monkey King ultimate just controlled the fight so well. And even GH, I think, played amazing. He ultied a BKB hero. I think it was the Invoker on the backline. Didn't do much damage, but the important thing was that it really limited what Wraith King's initiation did. He landed his first stun. There was a little bit of follow-up, but it just guaranteed that it was just Wraith King slapping away all fight. And almost every time he got somebody sort of low, it was just Cold Embrace from GH to ensure that Wraith King didn't do enough.
Absolutely,
I'm kind of feeling like he went too defensive on his items here. The Armlet Blade Mail was fine, but I think he maybe should have skipped AC and gone even something like Radiance, perhaps. I think that might have been the better move, just to guarantee that you standing there does a lot of damage. It's hard to say, though.
I mean, for sure, the physical damage limitations of Thunderbirds are certainly showing at this stage. Liquid have just seemed to scale a lot better. They did for early on. But at this stage, just the farm that they have and the way that they're executing these team fights just seems to be a step ahead of Thunderbirds. And Thunderbirds, even when they get their ultimates off, it's not quite enough, and then you kind of ask yourself, well, what is going to be enough? Maybe it's Wraith King getting those items, but he needs a lot of time, and in that time, Thunderbirds are going to continue to just struggle to keep up with the pace that Liquid are farming.
Realistically, it's still about the team fights. Like, items will definitely matter, but it's more likely the reason is because Thunderbirds have been losing fight after fight, and that's because Liquid have been having really good initiations. So maybe we can talk about the AC, but it's realistically, they shouldn't have lost fights. That's the bigger problem than what item he chose. So that's what they got to do. They got to take good fights. They can't get their Warlock doomed. The last 2 or 3 fights, they haven't gotten a rock out of the engagements. It's just always doomed, killed.
Yeah, Lin Miracle. Have that DD. And Resolution actually going to jump down to the low ground looking for the initiation. But again, Solar Crest is on Miracle. He can't hit him. Miracle just walks it off. He's A-OK. The Hawk comes through, and Liquid, they're ready to rock and roll. Straight in onto the high ground. Miracle bursts down one, takes down Misery, turns towards Resolution. They'll pop the Reincarnate. The BKB up, ready to look for more. Resolution will get the blink out. Being forced away from their tier 3. Liquid will force out in turn the fortification. Definitely still ready to go aggressive. Not feeling too scared at all by the potential of Thunderbird's defense. Burst strike back to safety from Moon. And the Rax in the mid lane, sure to be going down as Liquid looking to be borderline unstoppable at this point.
They want to chase and fight this, but it's so hard against Solar Crest and Aegis on Spectre. Any engagement they go on, it just has a low chance of actually succeeding. So now Thunderbirds is in a really bad spot. They're just not able to combo their disables well enough. Their cores aren't going to scale nearly as well. Wraith King's their carry, but he's not even the most reliable late game. So with offlane Sand King, who's going utility items, they're just going to run out of damage really soon. They have to have a good team fight now or very soon, or they're going to lose.
If they find Matumba, that would be nice, but he does have friends around the corner. And he's such a big target to go on. They will try with the jump in. Liquid's going to come back. He responds again. Mind control. This time with the Doom straight onto Weeha. So Weeha is out the fight. Can't throw any Tornado or such in to break it up in response. And Liquid, they can continue to chase. Diffusal Blade from a Timmerman used to slow down Resolution. Does have the Reincarnate. He's actually going to fall on the mana. Might not even have mana for it. He does just have enough mana. But Liquid, they're almost certainly ready to kill him a second time. Weeha will come in with the Meteor, trying to save Resolution, but it's not going to happen. Kuroki with the Bash chasing down for more. And Thunderbirds tap out. They've had enough. And Liquid really pulling it together and showing us some very, very impressive play this game one.
I think Mind Control and GH especially really pulled together in the mid-game fights. I think Mind Control played amazing all game, but kind of everybody really did actually. Kuro's Monkey King ultimates made a huge deal in the mid and late game around the Roche fights. I mean, this game was definitely within...
Flank carries. If they want all that region, they can't come down with Poor Man's Shield. So he's sitting here even without a Stout, and creeps are coming under his tower.
Yeah, he's getting kind of Shrek, to be honest. Like, he has 3 last hits, which is more than I thought he would have. But meanwhile, mid lane, Sumail and Cuckoo going toe-to-toe. 7 last hits for Cuckoo, 9 last hits for Sumail, so already a pretty good start for him with ranged axes. Doing some serious work, but yeah, this starts looking like an okay laning phase after that kill top lane trend.
Honestly, it's impressive from Sumail. There's a pretty big gap there in terms of the overall damage. Like, I mean, the one thing about PL though is he does have one of those like weird averages because his minimum is 62 and his high is 84, so you can run into some weird problems when you're CSing. But he's got the Quelling Blade, and Sumail's only working with the Wraith Band. He's still doing very well. I mean, typical Sumail, of course, but
yeah,
it's not the easiest thing to avoid all these denies.
To be expected this point, I suppose. Doing some nice damage. He has melee whirling axes if he wants to use them. Now Cuckoo needs to be careful. The Doppelganger will come out just in time just to make it away. And a bit sketchy for both of those heroes. Meanwhile, bottom, Zai took a lot of damage. So something to just keep in mind, to back up and regen up, it looks like.
Yeah, probably not worth using the shrine. Yeah, he wants to save it for his offlaner himself, so we'll just make the movement back to a shrine inside the base. And we should bring that up too as well with what we just saw with the whirling axes. An important thing about PL versus your Keepers of the Light or your Troll Warlord, he can dodge out that blind by using the Doppelganger, so watch out for that in the later stages of the game.
And he's going in, whirling axes. Oh, the melee almost didn't hit there for a moment, but does now. Now top lane, Shackle's coming out, the Ogre, and Pale will come through. And they're going to turn their attention to the Nyx instead. Again, very tanky on this Ogre matchup, but actually a lot of damage coming through. Open Wound still ready, so is Rage. So RTZ just saying, listen, I know it's an aggro dual lane, but I can still man-fight you pretty well.
Sam H doing very well, though. One of the stronger players on TNC. Has quite a few signature heroes for himself, like his Nature's Prophet. Always used to be one of the bigger ones, and his Nyx is very good as well. So sitting at 14 last hits, just tied up there around the same mark as RTZ. They will start to bring up Zai, though, and this is where things get a little bit sketchy. You know, you're not too worried about the Shadow Shaman, but this tree is here. There's no ward back here, anything to spot TPs, so it could be a little bit of a shocker.
If Crit walks up, they're going to shackle
out
here. And Pale will come out. That's been used, and Crit running in, but Sam H looks like he understands. He's back himself up at least a little bit. Zai has not been spotted bottom, but Sam H walking perhaps a little too far up there. Is going to be the bash coming in. Crit looking for the shackles, but gets off the spike carapace perfectly. So Sam H says no thanks. Meanwhile, mid lane, Sumail almost getting the kill. Doppelganger is up. Cuckoo and Sumail, man, fighting like crazy. Dear God, put your fists away, guys. Just chill out for a second.
And it does look like it'll be Sumail getting the room, though. So nice little advantage for him as he spots that.
Yeah.
And he'll just send back the bottle.
Yeah, doing pretty well for himself right now. Salves up 23 last hits to 19 of the PL. So again, Universe also very good farm bottom. He's 1v1ing against Raven.
Yeah.
And right now, Raven just cannot do anything. They'll rotate Tim's as well as Rior up top lane. I feel like this rotation needs to work. Otherwise, they're just not getting enough out of it.
This is what you run into when you run a Slark. This is one of those big problems, is if they send down a very strong offlaner like a Timber or a Legion Commander, Void in this case, that early poor man shield, and he didn't have one on the Slark, you're into so much trouble, and your supports just have to leave because you need all these levels to get 6 so you can at least catch up and farm.
Sumail has a pretty good idea of what's going on right now. They know they haven't seen any supports both top and bottom, so he sits pretty far back towards this tower. They'll just take down an illusion or two, but it looks like the smoke is going to break, and Tim's is standing right on top. Oh, that's his own Observer Ward, just kidding. So yeah, they will scan. They'll find him anyways, Observer Ward or not. But he does end up dropping one down on the high ground. All right, well, again, kind of a waste of time here from TNC. I feel like they're starting to lose a lot of efficiency on the map.
Yeah, it's difficult. Rior can't really do anything but jungle. Just a top kill to get top with his Treant, as well as his Lifestealer, hard hero to gank early on, so you just have to settle for getting a little bit for yourself while your Slark is just, again, desperately trying to get to level 6. But things are a little bit better for him. He's got the Sentry to watch for Zai showing up, and the wave was pushing a little bit into him, but at the same time, Universe now about to get close to 6, these 2 range creeps. I might see a rotation down to help him, or even just a trance coming out.
Chronosphere going to be a huge ability in this game. Raven's sitting at level 4, so again, forced to kind of pull, get some farm that way. 14 last hits. Again, he can come back later on down the road, but he needs some room.
He can't even get that range creep with Dark Pack.
Yeah,
like,
man,
is,
like,
whew.
rough game for Raven down bottom. Universe pretty much on the opposite side. Meanwhile, Battle Trance will come. Sumail will take some of these creep camps. So it's begun. Level 6 for Sumail himself.
And now the Universe is 6, this is a big problem. You can't be here this low as Raven, because he knows the threat of Battle Trance is there. And until he's 6, like, what are you going to do? You're just going to get chronoed and Battle Tranced and die.
Exactly. And there could be another hero that rotates in as well, which they could absolutely 100% get the kill without it, perhaps. But we'll see. We'll see what they're going to do here. They have given up the mid lane. There's nobody here farming it for EG, not yet anyway. So Cuckoo getting bloodlusted. I think maybe the Ogre was around mid. Decided to head out of there for Sumail. He says, I'll just take the jungle farm instead.
Raven just hanging back, waiting until they spot Universe.
Man, Raven is so juicy. Look how low he is right now. And Universe obviously doesn't have the vision for it, but...
Yeah, it may have been 5 months since he's played the hero, guys, but still looks good. Second on net worth, all 3 cores from EG up top. But it's followed by a 4 block of Radiant Heroes, however the gap is starting to widen quite a bit. We're almost up to a 3K lead here at 7.5 minutes for the side of EG.
And not a good start again for TNC. You can get things back going here once Cuckoo starts getting some farm. His net worth is the only one really close to EG's. Throughout that Spirit Lance, looking for crit.
He's going.
Battle Trance, they're going to find it. There's the Chronosphere. Can they bring it
Mid-jump.
down? One more stun. One more bash, not enough. They get the stun off for Tim's in time, but the Time Walk is there, and the auto attack will do the job. Now he goes for the TP. They've already used the Fire Blast and the Frostbite, and he will make it away. So Universe just dives the Tier 1 tower bottom, and TP's right in front of 2 heroes.
It's like, you know what's coming, and you can't even do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, if double support's trying to back you up, and the pounce was there, but hell of a chrono, of course, from Universe, just on the tip.
Man, to feel like that futile in that bottom lane, I don't know how Raven's going to find anything this game. He's still not level 6. He's very close. One more creep will do the job, just about. Impaled top lane, RTZ also finding really good farm. Midas is done for him. Into phase boots next. And then, of course, Sumail. The lowest one in terms of the top 3, but he's starting to get some extra gold going his way as he has a double damage run. He just clears the creep wave real quick. All right, man.
At least they have the Slark at 6 now, so Raven, like, he can catch up pretty fast in the jungle. He's got this Iron Talon. He knows that's where his life is going to be. But you can just hear it, right? This non-stop trance. And you're just like, oh my god, this troll, he's just getting so farmed across this map. This Life Stealer we can't kill. This Void we can't kill. They're all so survivable. They all have their little niche ways to live these ganks. So you're just relying on this PL getting absolutely massive this game.
What was the plan for TNC in the first place? Get Raven farm, get a Shadow Blade, and then start invading the jungle? Well, I mean, I'm not sure if they could have done that even with the Shadow Blade, even with Raven being farmed. What do they need to get done?
Yeah, I think they were envisioning like a decently strong hero against Lifestealer, right? You know, he's not a Weaver or something, but at least he can go into the Shadow Dance. There's nothing something like a Lifestealer could do. But they're trying to get aggressive now. There's Bloodlust on Cuckoo and Crystal Maiden, but this Shadow Shaman's soaking mid.
They
can't
do
even get
see
him.
Sumail with the ward, and they're going to come right
so
in.
Low.
Spirit Lance, the Crystal Nova comes out. Can they bring it down? The Whirling Axes, the Living Armor is there. The Frostbite, the Vendetta gets it done. Now the Impale misses on Universe, but Tim's still coming in. They have the Fire Blast. They'll use it instead onto Crit. Meanwhile, Doppelganger comes back through. Crit getting low. Shackles going, but he gets canceled instantly as he's taking too much damage. He needs to leave. Universe also time walking out. The Spirit Lance will go. Good turnaround. Okay. TNC, they sort of stop the bleeding a little bit. They get Cuckoo some extra farm, some kills, and they give some room for Raven bottom, Trent.
Yeah, great support play. Having that ward there, just catching out Sumail, getting a little bit greedy, especially with the Nyx at level 6, as he was almost there himself, just roaming on through. Nice play by Sam H. Got the Carapace off onto the Shadow Shaman to reflect the Ether Shock, doing like half of Crit's HP.
Yeah. It's a rough game for Crit, kind of, if they get caught in these positions.
And even drawing Universe up there, right? That's more space for Raven. You know, he's not getting bullied out of his lane at that moment. He's getting a little bit of gold.
He's back up there, man. He's tied with the Nyx Assassin now. Sumail, meanwhile, Whirling Axes. Cuckoo will pop the Invis rune. They shouldn't have detection. Not at least on Sumail. And he'll be able to go back in, just leech some experience if he wants to. Maybe set up a kill, but nobody's nearby. Again, just kind of getting tabs on these.
Just takes the last hit.
Yeah, that's classic. He needs to maybe think about running, though. Doppelganger will go, and that will keep him alive. And the rotation from Crit a little bit too late.
And he's gone for the max Doppelganger this time. But we've seen some different builds for PL, but the Phantom Rush, kind of a cool skill these days where it gives you that bonus agi. So the more levels you can get onto your PL, the stronger and stronger he'll start to get, especially those little illusions that he's popping out everywhere. But so far, so good. You know, he's hanging out near the top of the net worth. However, RTZ, again, is just... This is a game where he's getting way more love than he usually gets.
Yeah.
A lot of that because of Troll just falling
away.
to the jungle. He doesn't really need that much help in lane, of course.
RTZ impaled up. There's the Crystal Nova. He does have Infest the Frostbite. Good rage in time as the Fire Blast was there. The TP Vendetta, is it enough damage? One more auto attack. The tower was not hitting him. If it was, it would have gotten the kill. Nice TP from RTZ to make it out in time. So a gank very close to successful, but not so for TNC.
And he'll pick up that armlet recipe so he can head back to lane and then just slowly grab his armlet out of these side shops here. Crit just getting on here, looking for a good ward. Of course, it's kind of tough to just drop wards in this part of the map because they're just going to get dewarded. You know, they're just going to triangulate it using the Slark, so I'm just going to drop a sentry down instead.
That is the one advantage. The vision they've got going on. That's pretty good. Anyway, TNC just trying to make as many rotations as possible, sort of get everything going their way in terms of the lanes. Did a lot of damage to this tier 1 mid, but already you can see Zai's got it back up to half HP, the classic. And in the meantime, RTZ rotates bottom with the Universe, and they take the tier 1 for themselves, so good stuff.
I mean, you saw making anything.
Yeah, that's not easy. This has been a pretty good draft so far for EG. pretty much firing on all cylinders. The only thing they lost was that crit died early on in the game to First Blood. They lost a couple of other heroes over towards the shrine. But again, RTZ was just farming away.
Sam H is getting quite a bit of space up here, though. Like, he's got a little bit of a threat here. They didn't want to just bring the Lifestealer right back up. Zai can't just, like, freely farm up these creeps or anything. He's just, like, soaking a bit of experience. Then he'll grab some under the tower. But overall, the fact that you can see the Nyx, maybe that's just kind of a benefit in itself for EG. They don't have to worry about these rotations. Now, he is coming. Crit does, too.
Yeah.
Might be dead.
Vendetta, Impale, Crystal Nova. This should be a dead Shadow Shaman. But the Living Armor comes out in time. And they get the War Trap off. Crib will turn it around. The Shackles are there. Do they have another Frostbite? They do. They will get the Spike Carapace that gets the kill, and Sam H will still fall for this. It's a trade that's really not that beneficial. Crit doesn't really add that much value. The only good thing is that they do use the Serpent Wards at the very least, but even that's not that great.
Yeah, they tried to break one of those wards down to let Sam H out, but not quite in time. So, actually, it looks like it's a favorable trade overall towards the Radiant, I guess, just because the net worth differential. So,
yeah,
at least there's that.
When you're behind, jump in, Chronosphere. Universe, they'll find him. The battle trance is up as well. Sumail does walk in, so Cuckoo might actually be okay until he gets bashed up by Universe. Now Riora's going to get chased down as well. He's like, please no. Tim's coming in. Fire Blast, Bloodlust. They'll have Raven. Maybe they can find some kills here. Sumail, tough to bring down that Living Armor. They have to pop Shadow Dance. Sumail somehow is still alive. The body blocks from Tim's are perfect. The Impale is there. Can they get this kill? They will. So the trade is 1-for-1 in terms of your mid laners. Finally,
that's
TNC,
a little bit of the lack of damage of the Chronos showing off there. Is now Tim's.
Yeah, I believe he might be dead too. Universe going to come in, get hexed up. He did use some 6 stars, which actually got him to a decent amount of HP, but not enough to save his life. So even when they get that kill mid on Sumail, they will find Zai actually top lane. He's going to go for the TP. Dark Pact might not be enough damage. In fact, it's just not enough as Zai is able to TP home. Second time they've done that. First time, of course, was Arteezy. Speaking of which, we'll take a Crystal Nova mid. And again, though, the trade 2-for-1. Favorable for EG.
Yeah, you can see his build too. Only going for the one in the open wounds. Just not really having the kill potential up top. It was only like this treant that kind of like helping him. So yeah, the Feast doing so much damage to the Ogre and that little bit of a gank there. But maybe losing Sumail there, showing off the fact they don't have the most damage in the Chrono. Like just because of where he was positioned inside, he couldn't quite get the range with the axes. It was close. I mean, that's how he got caught inside, just trying to get that little bit of a tap there.
Exactly.
But he's got the Yasha for the move speed now. And kind of that standard sort of troll build. We'll see if we get the SNY to come out too.
Man.
The old classic, but...
Universe already has Vlad's and is working on an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
So.
And that's probably the last Chrono where we're going to see that real lack of damage. I thought maybe he'd go Maelstrom first. So really showing how much they need that Chrono to kill the Slark over and over. And that he wants the Aghanim so early on.
Spike Carapace maxed up for the next Assassin. Actually keeps him alive against Arteezy. He didn't reach there. So he'll be able to escape. But at this point, they really just want to try to find farm for him. Looks like he's going to be picking up the Midas for the next Assassin. On the other side, Cuckoo is going to be picking up his Diffusal Blade next after he has bots early on. So they have okay late game. I mean, you have a Fancy Lancer. It's not the end of the world. You have a Slark too. And they're sort of catching up again. They're still a little ways away, but they might go on to this. Oh my God, they just blow him away. Shackles, Hex, Ether Shock, Whirling Axes. Sumail is able to find that kill with relative ease. Saying, okay, maybe the PL's in an okay position, and then he just gets absolutely run at and destroyed.
Yeah, just nighttime vision, not quite strong enough there. It was almost day. Might have had a chance at spawning Crit, but his reaction's not quite fast enough there. A little bit greedy. And as you're saying, this tower, I feel like he's just been pounding away on this thing.
Yeah.
But Treant Protector, ladies and gentlemen, good hero. This game, Zai also spending a lot of time in the jungle, much like JX said, but no Iron Talent for himself.
Has been spotted. There is a Sentry. They have a Chronosphere. Sam H, he does have Spike Carapace and Impale, but when you get bashed up like that, it's still tough. Impale will come out. He might actually be able to live, even with that overgrowth coming through. Tomahawk forward, they're not going to use it. They're going to say, the Chronosphere is done. We can't bring down the next Assassin. We'll try to at least do some damage to Raven, but Sam H just tanky enough that he gets the Shrine off, and they just don't have the damage there. As you mentioned, Faces Void Chronosphere, they need a bit more.
Yeah, not too bad, though. Good survival there. Now, they don't have the Vendetta for another 10 seconds, but it's almost back. So, Raven just looking to use the Shadow Blade, and one more second till he's got it. Crit has the Sentry here, and now Raven's in it. He's a quick Hex.
Yeah, he's walking right through. Hex
cool.
comes out. Sumail, Arcane, very fast. Impale only onto 1. Looks like it might have been onto 2. Sumail in trouble. Do they have the Living Armor? It's on cooldown. He just used it. Not enough. And the Pounce connects. Raven going in. He does have the Shadow Dance. No overgrowth. A lot of damage to Zai. Can they bring him down? One more auto attack. A lot of shift stacks coming in. Universe again. No Chronosphere. They might find Sam H though. There's the Shackles, and it looks like they'll finally bring this bug man down. Universe comes in, gets his revenge. He does buy as much as before dying, or maybe even after dying, but still, it's a 2-for-1 trade there.
Raven way in the back lines looking for Crit. Oh.
I don't know. Is this die worth it?
He's going.
He's
He's got no mana.
This is crit juking like crazy, and Raven can't find it. Now we'll go for the TP. They have no way of canceling it. Universe can't quite get there in time, so
Jeez,
a good attempt from Raven, but
he almost got him. And yeah, that fight mid too. Crit just out of mana. Like he sees them coming in, so he goes for the 1 hex, but doesn't have the shackles or anything to help save Sumail, and that just leads into a little bit of a snowball additional kills there. So all in all, pretty good for TNC, but this graph, man, it's still just inching further and further down towards EG. You can see it's bouncing back, but I mean, we're still like a 5k lead here. And Universe is just about to be very, very frightening with the Aghanims and then potentially a Blink or potentially more damage. A lot of
So
options.
are you more afraid of EG in their farm? If you are TNC, do you want to try to get something going here just so that you can maybe sort of quell that lead or what?
I mean, they still have some good stuff going for them. They have this Diffusal coming out relatively soon for Cuckoo, and that can get scared.
Oh, that is a Ward Trap. Good Shadow Dance. The pounce is up. Maybe he can survive this coming in. Samh walks through. Cuckoo's up here as well. He's actually caught in. Finally, I think he might be able to break his way out as he's bringing down all of these Serpent Wards. Now the Infest out. RTZ Fire Blasted. The Impale to follow up as well. He's out of mana, and he's getting chunked down. Finally, Rior will help find that kill as they rotate pretty much all 5 heroes up top, and they will secure themselves 2 important kills. But mid-tier 1 getting pushed into by Sumail. Zai will come through as well. He does have his living armor back up in 5 with overgrowth ready. Oh man, will they be able to finally find a tower? TNC again against this freaking Treant Protector with living armor. It is not easy, as we have mentioned multiple times.
Yeah, that was a nice maneuver though from TNC. There was no TP on Sumail or Zai, so they couldn't be there for that one. They're able to punish those heroes despite it taking a while. Like with the Infest and everything, nothing there. And the Universe.
That was pretty cheeky, but I don't know if it's going to work out. Chrono's going to come through.
Oh, there's no troll?
He stayed way too long. It doesn't matter. He does enough damage anyways, even without the Aghanim Scepter. And again, they cannot get the tier 1 tower, man. God. Although, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, did get Diffusal on Cuckoo, so, and he's now looking towards the Aghanim Scepter, of course. The new thing, I don't know, it's pretty sick, I gotta say. Like, you get a wave.
A lot. I know.
Oh yeah, he's the fan. Except he rushes it first every single game.
Which, how do you feel about
please.
it? Yeah, no,
not
that's not a fan. Okay.
It's okay, but yeah, so he'll get that up. Probably a Manta too, and almost surprised he's not going Manta first. Honestly, I would be a little worried about time dilation. Just if he gets caught out by that on Universe, that's a problem. Obviously, no more self-purging. So, well, let's see if he gets punished because of going for the Aghanims.
DD picked up for Samh, Tim's and crew. Meanwhile, mid lane, RTZ doesn't seem to be too worried. He's going to get impaled. They have the mana burn as well. Can they bring it down the Fire Blast? He's got rage, but he is dead. He walked up thinking he could absolutely survive given any situation, and boy, was that a quick kill from TNC.
Yeah, the mana burn, just no infest. He was trying to rely on that to get out, and smart play as well from the Samh. Of course, not getting greedy, not going for the damage from the Vendetta, just saves the stun first.
Sumail will get caught as well. Here's the Spirit Lance. He's going to get caught, but the Whirling Axis will come through. Doppelganger on the high ground. Cuckoo maybe not wanting to be there. Sims comes in with a Fire Blast, though. All of them, they're going to turn 2. So EG losing 2 quick heroes.
And they're trying to keep the chain going.
Yeah, they want a third one. They have the Sentry up. Zai going to get chased down. Do they have any more detection? Looks as if no. Meanwhile, Raven on the back lines again. Yeah, they really need to get some pushing going here. It's not going to be easy. Chrono is not ready yet, but it will be in about 20 seconds. 34 for the Troll. Living armor will commence and continue. There isn't a glyph. Something to keep in mind.
And look at them bouncing back this net worth chart. Like Slark, despite that horrendous start, he's only 200 gold behind this life stealer. Like, this is what this hero can do when he's given a little bit of space. And they're at their strongest point in the game right now. You think about TA and wanting to fight with like Blink and Death on all these items. PL's the same way. He's got this Diffusal Blade. He's working towards an Aghanims, and he just wants to sync up with the Slark and get shit.
Chrono onto 3. Universe does it again, but they find any damage here. Arteezy coming in on the edge. They want Cuckoo. The freezing field is up and ready to go. The Impale comes out. They will find that PL. They're trying to turn, but it's not going to work out. Rior, they've got to retreat. They've only lost 1. Now they're going to lose Samh as well, potentially. The Shackles will be there. The Overgrowth on top, and the auto attacks from Universe and Arteezy are more than enough. They will end up losing the tier 1 tower, but Trent, very good turnaround fight from Evil Geniuses there.
I believe that's what you call vintage Universe right there. So,
yes.
Very nice. Chrono catches 2 right on the tips. And now they move directly into the Roche pit. And 2 of the most important kills to get to. The Nyx to help secure this. Don't have to worry about him coming and messing you up.
Oh, but he buys back.
PL too.
EG,
they have a sentry, though.
They're not doing this quickly enough, by the way. Here comes Riven, gets hexed up. The Dark Pact is there, though. They're going to jump right in. They want crit first. The Shadow Dance. He's got Pounce ready to go. They don't want to overextend too far. Universe is coming back in. Impale misses. Sumail's coming right on through. Whirling Axes. PL is back up in 3. And that's what they're delaying for on TNC's side. They don't want to go too far without their Phantom Lancer. their main damage dealer early on in the game.
We do have the Aghanim Scepter on the Void, though, so Universe heads it back up now, but the Mana Burn has been messing with them.
Yeah.
Sam H throwing it out there, burning down Universe. Of course, the Illusion's doing it as well, so there are some troubles here. And how many Arcanes do we have? Only the one on Zai, so it can be very tough for them.
Oops, I'll keep that up a little bit longer. Yeah, it's something they have to be aware of.
They smoke, but it's spotted by this ward.
Is that ward? Yeah, that ward must have seen it. We'll have to see how TNC react here. They're going to head into the Roche Pit again. This time they don't have Serpent Wards, but they have Battle Transit again. Look how fast this falls. They need to get in there, but boy, this thing dies quickly, and they will take it more than likely. Age is picked up by Sumail. Just like that. That's all they need to do. TNC not in the best position. They rotate. They look to find farm, but Battle Trance just cleans up Roche so fast. It's insane.
Oh, they were close. So that does cost them. That buyback that was on Sam H not going to result in them saving the Roche themselves. Their tier 1 tower unlikely to be saved tier 2 unless Sam H can make some big plays, but he's just sitting here thinking, man, I really wish I could use my Midas.
Yeah, TNC clearly look like they don't want to give this away, but a bad fight here could spell disaster if they're not careful. Let's see who initiates first or if they just let this go. The Fireblast Living Armor is up on plenty of heroes, though.
Look at that mana burn on
Open Wounds out of Tim's. Yeah, it's getting more annoying. But he has enough for a Chronosphere still, and the Time Lock, too. He gets mana burned a bit more, and then he'll be in trouble. But they do take the tier 1 tower, and not really much TNC could do there, other than them gone.
Heard of dust, too, but not going to catch anyone. So that'll be Universe backing away, and he will start eyeing up that Maelstrom. It's either that or the Blink, so it seems to be that they're maybe just going on a slower tempo, maybe content now that they have this Aegis.
Shadow Blade.
Really feel a big need. Oh, did he switch it up?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Okay, so that's the in-between item, right? Blink is the full initiation, Maelstrom's kind of the full damage, and this gives you a little bit of both. Very good against PL. He can just be Shadow Blade underneath him, and then go for that Chrono play. Good scouting with the illusions.
For TNC to deal with. Ags is coming soon for Phantom Lancer. Game gets a little bit easier when he has that item. Now bottom lane, they're going to look for Arteezy. They have Impale Vendetta ready to go. They're going to find it. Can they bring down? They need a TP in, and it's from the PL. Inside the creep, now he'll try to infest out. That was huge. What a play from Arteezy. Infest the TP is not completed, and then makes it away. Making it look easy, too. Damn, that was sick.
Yeah, that's pretty slick, gotta say.
The little things.
Yeah, crafty. So he gets on out of there, and Kuku will just have to keep on trying to push this top lane out. But it looks like it's EG who are coming up here. And with the threat of the snakes, it's difficult to try and defend this. Sumail going to think about it for a second here. Of course, it was Sumail who was having some PC problems as we began here. So probably the same issues, just popping back up.
Yeah, we'll get a quick reconnect from him. In the meantime, looking at the scoreline, 11-11 in terms of kills. More importantly, the net worth, 4,000 advantage for EG. Which at 24 minutes, it could be a lot worse for TNC right now, Trent.
Yeah, it's not bad. They're catching up. Like, that Slark really was in trouble. But as they're bringing it closer and closer, EG did get the Roche, so that's bounced them back up to that 4K. And if you're this PL, this Agnums is going to be like in the same way the Diffusal Blade was. So looking forward to watching this. Of course, if you guys haven't seen it before, basically, if you throw your old Spirit Lance, it then will like spread in an AoE onto other targets nearby, and that does include creeps. So it's a very good farming item too, which might be why he was looking to get it like before this Manta, because it can accelerate your farm the same way, but it also does more damage in the team fights because it creates them onto heroes too. But again, without that Manta, we really do have to watch for the time dilation.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind.
It's just so good against like even just like Slarks, Weavers, everyone like that.
I'm not sure if they could do this, but can they split up the map? You are against Battle Trance and a troll that can push very quickly. So I'm not sure. I think
they know they can't. I don't think they can fight Chrono, Ags, or Snake and Aegis. I think it's just too scary. And they're doing fairly well. Like, he's doing quite a bit of damage down here. Our Slark, by the way, is building Manta again. Same situation as earlier today where we had to face his Void versus him, so the time dilation.
Universe, time walking away, doesn't want to get caught. TP's coming in en masse. They're looking for a fight here top lane. They might find somebody. Arteezy, again, has Rage ready to go. They might not be able to catch. Crit. Well, Sumail looking to turn back in. Meanwhile, Zai is deep, but they have no way of spotting him. Not yet, anyway.
So Universe finally made his mind up on that Blink, eh?
Did he pick it up? Yeah.
Yeah, he just... Maelstrom, Shadow Blade, Blink. He didn't know what he was doing.
Sometimes it takes a while, man. You gotta really think about it.
A nice little play where he TP's down bottom just to create the threat of pushing them away, so immediately they all TP top, but with the Blink, he can move across the map very quickly, so he's already back here. David, stop the threat mid and bottom.
Look at that. You're right, that Aghanims is pretty nifty. Fire Blast coming out, Arteezy, living armored up. They need to be careful. Wraparound gank coming in. Can they find this open wounds? Tim's just going to try to bait this out. Crit getting jumped on, and the overgrowth just in time. Can they get him down? Crit at the frostbite, the freezing field, the impale onto 2. Cuckoo getting low. Now Sumail again still has that Aegis Manta style ready as well. Freezing field still going to work. The frostbite is up. The Chronosphere on the back lines, but he did use that Shadow Dance just in time. Rior will fall. They do get the kill on the Aegis at the very least, but that's it. Now Raven about to get caught. Same H nearby as well. No impale. Shadow Blade away. Sumail coming in. They've got the bash from Zai. Now Cuckoo back up and ready to fight as well. Arteezy running low on mana. They don't have the Aegis anymore. This might be too much. They might have stayed too long. Arteezy and Sumail getting solo. Cuckoo finds himself a double kill. They will both go down. The impale is not there in time for Universe. He is able to get away and then blinks out. But T and C, even through the Aegis, are able to take the fight and win. Trent, what a great engagement for them.
Yeah, Rior God, honestly, that ulti was so sick from the Crystal Maiden. He just got so much done in that tree line. It's one thing to get the damage going, but mostly it was the attack speed slow. You had a troll and a lifestealer chasing after an ogre, and they couldn't kill him because of the attack speed slow that was coming out from that Crystal Maiden. So exceptionally well played by him. And also, of course, that PL he survives through. He gets out of the fight for a moment. They collapse in onto one hero, and you saw the Spirit Lance go to work.
Crits. Good bash to come out. They might be able to bring him down. The Impale is there, however. The Chronosphere used again. It's an Aghanim Scepter, so it's right back up. They drop the Serpent Wards. Raven needs to leave. So too does Sam H. He'll pop that Spike Carapace, but they don't get auto-attack down. Meanwhile, Cuckoo comes in. He finishes off. They might have stayed for too long. Now it's throw down. Zai's going to get caught. Time walk away. And all of a sudden losing everybody. Again, Sumail TP's in. Rolling Axes will go. And right now, 1 for 2 trades so far. Will they continue on here for TNC? It looks like no. Man, this is getting very interesting here, Trent.
Yep, they're maybe just considering their options here. It's like, all right, we know we have to fully commit. We have to take this tower down. So do we think right now with the current heroes up and where we're positioned on the map, can we commit to this? Like, you don't want to run into this whole... you lose 2 heroes for nothing, so this is not permanent damage as it usually is.
If they could find Sumail, it would be absolutely huge. He's going to get jumped on. Can they bring him down? Diffusel's there. The Frost fight, and they do. And now they almost certainly can bring this tier 2 tower down, even with the Tramp back up in 2 seconds.
Yeah, and post Manta, he's going for a... is that is a Maelstrom? Yeah, he's not going for the BKB. So,
yeah,
Sumail going to continue to have these issues with this Fusel Blade.
I'm a little surprised, and all of a sudden, as you mentioned, right around the time where they picked up the Aghanim Scepter and the Diffusal Blade, this is TNC's power curve. They're right at the peak of it at this point, to use an oftenly used phrase, but still. They're in a very good position now, as you can see by the net worth graph indicating a 4,000 advantage for TNC. Meanwhile, top lane, Cuckoo just doing what he does best, split pushing with these ridiculous amounts of illusions. Meanwhile, Sam H is on the high ground. Do they have vision of him? They didn't see him. They pinged him. They might know that he's there. Meanwhile, tower living armored up, but the creep's still working on it, slowly but surely getting whittled down. And it looks like they cannot contest on the side of Evil Geniuses. All of a sudden, they have 1 tier 2 tower left, and that is in the top lane. And again, it's pretty low itself, so they'll have to heal it right back up with this Tramp Protector.
Sumail will be back up here, so start to back away, but things looking pretty damn good. Only 1 tower left, just saying, and then Roche coming back in about a minute, or at least we'll know the time that is in a minute or so here. Figure out if TNC can secure it for themselves, but very well played so far. And we brought this up to a 4K lead for TNC. So Manta can only do so much in these fights. It's going to be very difficult for Sumail. Basically relying on these Chronos now at this point from Universe. Of course, there's anyone you'd want to rely on. It's this guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
RTZ TP's mid, though, and I think they saw that. So it's like kind of obvious that they're doing something. Like, you got 3 heroes standing right here. Probably going to be some sort of a smoke play here. Then again, that just relies on TNC to keep these waves pushed in, try and just keep revealing who's inside the base, and that allowed them to advance into this jungle and try and get some vision down to these areas, perhaps even sneak one into the base. We talked a couple times about the Slark today, but that whole idea of denying out that vision, if you can keep wards off this part of the map, that's going to make it more difficult for Universe to come out here and get one of these big 3-man Chronos out of nowhere and bring them back into the game.
There's like no vision for EG right now. You're absolutely right. Denying the vision
and look
is
at
there.
this ward, too. It just sees everyone walk in here. They just missed it with the sentry on EG.
Crit is probably dead. Just pops the Manta. He actually isn't going to stay around too long, so good living armor there. Actually tanky enough to stay alive in some of these engagements. But while this is happening, Cuckoo is top lane and working on the tier 2 tower himself. So,
and that's this ward paying off, though, because he knows that these heroes are in here. He knows there's a Faceless Void right on this cliff, so he doesn't commit to that kill, because he might get Chrono to die, and then you're throwing away this lead. And it's all very near when Roche could be up, and in fact, he's up very early. So
yeah.
Might be
They
time
do
to
have
scout that out.
Zai did pick up the gem, by the way, so they just dewarded that ward that you mentioned a couple of times.
Oh, and Courier's about to fly over the pit, too, so they'll see this.
Hey, look at that. They had to see that, right? I would
Yeah,
hope
sure.
so.
They probably would have checked. They'd have known it was going over.
All right. Well, again, TNC looking strong right now, but it is not over for EG. Again, you talked about relying on the Universe Chronospheres. There's absolutely that. Arteezy's got some really good right-click damage, you know.
Yep.
Super wards, so.
EG as a whole, of course,
has
has also been one of the best teams ever in terms of capitalizing on the Treant ult. Not quite into the Solar Crest yet, but once he has that, he might even consider the Blink, and we'll have this kind of a double AoE strategy.
Right, here we
Radiant
go.
Vision, nothing here, so they don't know the smoke is happening.
However, they do scan. Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close,
Boom.
and it will spot them. It knows exactly where they are. And if EG go for this again, there's an illusion in there, though, perfectly placed, so they'll know as soon as Roche has started. But again, they kill it so quickly. They're waiting for this illusion to go down. Meanwhile, Observer Ward not scouting out Sam H.
It's so funny that they're waiting for this, and yet it's only just giving time for TNC because they already know they're there.
This is falling so quickly, though. They need a blink stun, but they're not going to find it in time. They will take it. Aegis goes to Sumail again, finally. EG getting back right on the board in terms of getting an objective done. So it will prolong them for another 5 minutes or so. Meanwhile, Raven is deep.
Man,
very deep.
That's a very impressive grab up from EG. Like, just trying to find that hole you slip through with no vision.
Spirit Lance to come out on RT. Doesn't spread. The Bloodlusts are coming. Sumail's looking to jump in and fight. Whirling Axis. Tims is kind of on his own. They're heading in different directions right now. It looks like they wanted to get a ward down.
Oh, Cuckoo's ready to burn these defusal charges. He's got the recipe ready, just has it locked in his inventory. He's ready to spend, and no Manta still, though, so still the dilation, but clearly not giving him too much trouble lately.
Meanwhile, look at mid. Slark is going in. Chronosphere
Chrono
comes out. They find Sam H. Is it enough damage? They should have it. Sam H spike carapace just in time. Forced twice away. Then blinks. Sam H makes it out. They get the tier 3 tower, and now EG, no Chrono. And here comes Cuckoo. Look at all the illusions. Look at the frame drops. The freezing field. Arteezy's going to fall. Crit should be next as well. The Diffusal is seriously going to work. The Shrines are there. Will it be able to heal him up enough? Cuckoo just needs a couple of auto techs to get this kill. The Living Armor. Wow, Crit is surviving for a long time, but it's not enough. Sumail's still with that Aegis, but they decided to go for a different direction. Arteezy down for 50 seconds. Gonna have another game 1 upset, potentially Trent. It might happen. Fire Blast coming through, and they will bring Sumail down once. The Aegis is there. They're looking out this Bailey Racks, and they might just get it. Cuckoo do some serious work here. Glyph not available. Still down for a good half of it.
Man, Universe is even hitting the dilation, and Cuckoo got caught with it, but it doesn't even matter. He has so many illusions by the time they get him that not having a purge for himself is not hurting him the slightest.
Damn,
Very impressive stuff. That double Force Staff into Blink from Sam H. Hell of a play in terms of overall teamwork. Again, it's Rior coming through and Tims. This guy's backing up TNC. And just good objective gaming there with Raven in the mid lane.
This is, yeah, I gotta say. I cannot believe he died, or I can't believe he didn't die. It's pretty insane. And he's gonna have an Ags pretty soon too as he picks up the point booster as well.
That's the threat of committing to one of these fights. You need that kill as EG, you know. If you're gonna throw out your Chrono right next to your base and start a fight there, if you don't get that kill, you see what happens. They don't Chrono to defend Rax.
I mean, the smart thing was Raven was starting when they were all still up here in this area.
Yeah.
Like, he was right in that tier 3
beeline
tower.
mid. Saw the creeps and he was like, yep.
You don't need me here right now. I think what's more important is buildings. Again, though, it is only one Melee Rex in a tier 3 tower. Sure, EG lost a couple of heroes in the process, and the net worth is starting to get a little out of control. 15,000 almost for TNC, but they still have the Chronospheres. They should eventually still have click damage from both Sumail as well as Arteezy. The Mjolnir is now done. So 2 Mjolnirs this game. Very good way to deal with these illusions, which so far have been causing a ruckus for EG.
Yeah, those racks give so much money to supports, though. This is like the best thing ever when you're a support player, because now you can itemize into what you need to survive through these. So Tim's already had the Ghost Scepter and the Force Staff, but now he's a mech. And the racks, it gives Rior a Ghost Scepter for himself to go on top of his Force Staff. So now he's immune to this Troll and this Lifestealer. Even if he can catch it before the Chrono, might be able to survive through that too. So they can just continue to keep making the plays that they're going with now. It's Cuckoo, bloodlusted up, moving through this jungle. It is under vision this time, though.
No, Zai still has the gem. I don't think he died in that fight. Yeah.
Sam H has one too, though. Oh,
yeah.
This will be dead.
Yeah, if they want to. They're going to head directly over to Arteezy. He's going to rage TP, it looks like. And I don't believe they have any way of stopping it that I can tell. So, nice job from Arteezy to get out again, but again, these man fights have not been working out in his or EG's favor, for that matter. Man. The road to come back is tough for EG, but it's definitely doable.
Yep. always got to watch out for those Chronos, but he's still ways away from any sort of like a refresher or something like that, so it's still not going to be the easiest of tasks. And even when they're leaving the base on a smoke, now look how close this wave is.
Yeah, it's in a dangerous position for sure.
Dire vision,
TNC,
nothing.
I think they might understand something's happening. They're backing up with some of these heroes. Drop a ward down. Really, if they could just even get vision for EG, it's good. But again, as you mentioned, dewarding, map control for the Slark, it's very good. And they're going to go. EG, they're still at tier 2, so they can't quite wrap all the way around.
Think of their initiation. It's only Blink Void. There's no Blink on this Shaman, right? He's so poor. There's no Blink on this tree.
It's a good thing it's Universe, but they have to back up.
Not enough, though.
They canceled the TP.
They caught someone for a second.
Yeah, with Sumail.
So they might think they're all here right now. Probably panicking.
Yeah, no. They'll see a TP back. It's actually, yeah, Crit's just going to deal with this. Armor back the ranged racks. All right. TNC feel a bit more comfortable now. Look at the net worth, though, for some of these heroes. 22,000 for Cuckoo and then 17 for Raven. RTZ's not far behind Raven, but, I mean, Cuckoo's the real monster right now.
Yeah, and Sam H is catching up here, too. With that Midas, he's got an Agnum's almost finished up. And that's very handy not only for defending high ground, but pretty good for sieging. We've already talked about how good the mana burn is this game. Still no items that are really improving the situation for the universe. So if he just keeps getting whittled down, there's going to be this pressure on him to throw it a Chrono, and that could result in him being forced to throw, and it's not exactly ideal.
Yeah. I mean, they live and die by these Chronospheres, as you've mentioned a couple of times. So it's like the only initiation, at least until Trian gets a blink, if that ever happens, or maybe even crit, but he's heading for 4 staff. All right, what's the play? I mean, TNC could clearly wait for Roche. They've got still a little bit of ways to go, but they're pushing in mid. Actually, they've seen RTZ bottom.
Yeah.
TPs are going to come through.
He's doing what he can. I mean, again, they don't have the rage cancel.
Rage,
so
TP,
later.
yeah. Until they get a Basher or anything.
Yeah, kind of surprised that Raven didn't go for that over the Scotty, actually. I mean, very good against the Lifestealer and the Troll, for sure. But with it already on the PL and how much they're spreading it over the fights, I thought maybe he'd be the one to get the Basher. He'll probably just be forced into it next, though.
All right. Again, slowing down the game, waiting. Impale, mana burn. Universe is just annoyed. A little bit a tickle from Sam H, but they're really just taking control of this map, Trent. I mean, you can't really get past the river if you're EG. In fact, you could barely get outside of your base.
Yeah, Greaves are almost done here for Tim's. And maybe that's what they're waiting on before they poking away at the high ground a bit. Maybe even just the next Roche. Maybe a butterfly on Puku.
That'll do it. That will do it.
That certainly will. Sumail nowhere near an MKB. And RTZ likewise.
Man, these Spirit Lance illusions coming out actually lag the game a significant amount. It's like a new Wukong's command coming in. It's just like there's so many.
So you need what? Terrorblade, Wukong's command from Monkey King, TL,
Vac
frame
wall,
drop draft.
Vac wall.
Yeah, Vac wall.
If you really want to blow up your computer, yes, the perfect draft.
How to crash a Dota 2 server.
Impale comes in. RTZ had already used Rage. Raven coming in as well. A lot of damage being done. Now Dark packs away Pounds. Mid Pounds gets chronoed. Looks so cool. Can they get the kill is the better question. There's going to be the overgrowth coming out, and well, Zai dead instantly. Now Universe time walking away, and without Chrono, this is tough. Here comes the freezing field. Universe in trouble will get dropped. Raven finds himself a dominating spree, and now looking for more. Pamps the Vanta, and they're going to try to get this kill on Sumail, but they drop the Serpent Wards. Sumail still in trouble, is able to get out just in time. Now forcing him away. The shackles of their Raven got to get dropped down. RTZ forced to come in, and Universe forced to buy back, but they secure that big kill on Raven, and they're looking for more as well. Can they turn this around? It looks like they might stop. Universe, Corona back at 25. Time walks forward, still looking for Sam H. And looks like that might be the end of it. Meanwhile, Cuckoo is just manning up. Here's the Impale. It's onto one. They blow away Sumail. RTZ. Man, these 4 stabs have been huge. And RTZ now out of mana. Universe getting low as well. He's got Chrono back in 9. Cuckoo still just sitting here completely fine. I mean, he's a little bit low in HP, but he's going to get earned right back up. And
it's actually crazy how he's surviving. Like, he keeps getting hit by the time dilation, and he's so low, and he can't do anything. He literally waddles around, unable to cast spells or do anything, and his team just 4-staffs him.
Doesn't need a Mantis style. Come on, man.
Oh, big saves. His allies are there.
Good 4-staffs throughout the entirety of these fights. He will TP now to the top lane to split push that. Luckily enough for EG, no real, damage to their constructions. I guess they have to buy back on Universe. I think that might have been the only one. Oh, that's the wrong button. Looks like the answer to that question is yes. All right. When is Roche up?
I guess he did save Rax, but soon. About 1 minute. That's the thing with Faceless Void, though. I mean, this is why the hero, I think, fell off in the first place, right? Because we always talked about cooldowns and how games were becoming like Tide Hunter died, Faceless Void died. We've seen quite a bit today, though, thanks to these Slarks. But yeah, you know, you buy back and you have nothing. You can time dilate people. You look at these heroes like Nyx. He buys back. He's got Impale. This thing, it's on a 13-second cooldown. Stuns for 3 seconds. That's a lot of uptime. It's pretty good stuff. Centaur Warrunner, same deal. Slardar, good heroes. Faceless Void, very disappointing in that regard. But they're grouping up again. I've seen this story before. Hopefully they'll go a little bit better. Do we have any additional jump? We don't.
I don't believe so.
Same story.
Yeah. So, I mean, they really just need to find the right chrono.
Or maybe
and not that
another
Universe
Rosh
has found
again.
the wrong chrono. Well, the thing is, it's not going to be up, unfortunately, for them. They could stay around Rosh if they want to, just sit inside the pit for the next 30 seconds. I don't think that's the best use of their time, though. They're going to walk through. I've seen a play where you walk up to this high ground, and trust me, it did not end well the last time I saw it.
They're like, where is EG?
Yeah, they have an idea of where everybody is. Raven will walk right in. Spirit Lance Doppelganger coming out. They have the Chronosphere can bring this Cuckoo PL down. The Impale is out. They're looking to burn everybody down. The Freezing Field is there. The Overgrowth not doing nearly enough, and they will break down Sumail. It looks like actually still staying alive, trying to man fight. So far, so good. All of a sudden, they have to buy back and reor. Nobody dead just yet for EG. They're going to come in RTZ, just trying to toggle and stay alive. Is it enough damage? Cuckoo finally brings him down. The double kill is there. It takes him a long time, and now Crit is going to be next. Universe completely out of minute. The pounce is there. Cuckoo finds himself an ultra kill, and GG is called. TNC.
Oh, Tim's, boo! He stole the rampage.
Did he?
What is this?
Oh man, that sucks.
How dare you? Yeah, very impressive stuff. Like, do you see how much
man.
they had to spend to kill Rior in that last fight? They threw like 4 spells to the guy because first he gets entangled because he's ulting, and then he just pops his Ghost Scepter, so they can't right-click him anymore, so they have to Ether Shock him, and meanwhile this PL is just annihilating the rest of your team. Amazing support play coming out of this game from TNC. Not to take away from the cores, of course. A very smart pick on the PL. Not a hero we get to see too often unless he's like countering an Evoker mid or something like that. So smart grab here from TNC. Kind of a staple of that region, especially.
To have when you're already tanky. And at this point, he basically can't die. Liquid needs all of their heroes to actually focus on him or to chain stun him when he's looking the wrong way.
And also, I don't know how much of an effect it's going to have, but they fluffed up the fortification there, popping it after the tier 1 went down.
Did it come back? They fixed that. Or they changed it, remember? It's like if you,
there's a little
if you
bit
mess
of a
it up,
window, isn't
yeah, it refreshes. It uses it, but it refreshes
Icebox
it.
got your back, Liquid.
Yeah, that's to help all those high ping players, right? Absolutely. Or the bad ones or something.
Here we go. Thunderbirds smoking up, but it was under the ward, so Liquid
doesn't matter.
Unlikely to be caught out.
I just feel like no matter what, as long as Weeha's in the front, they're going to be... It'll definitely waste the smoke, most likely. I'm sure they'll prep for this. Yeah. Miracle, oh, this could be really bad, actually. They don't have vision.
He's gone. Surely he can't get his way out of this one. With 3 heroes surrounding him, he's dead. Miracle,
that was a huge mistake. Like, they definitely saw the smoke.
They definitely.
Just Thunderbirds took it the right place. I just really don't think that Miracle was expecting it to be over there. And by the time the smoke broke... But that's the problem with Dark Ward. He can't get away fast. He's pretty much committed. Like, if smoke breaks... And Moon reacts like that. Oh, smoke broke. I'm going to blink the high ground. Let's see if I can get somebody. They needed somebody who was more defensive on the mid lane, I think. And maybe they were thinking Ember, like Ben was talking about in the draft, but he's more survivable at least. Like, they definitely have equally bad time in lane, most likely. Maybe worse on Ember, but Arc Warden just feels so bad right now. It just doesn't feel useful. He's just dying repeatedly. He can control the area, space very well, but he doesn't feel like he's contributing anything to this game.
I mean, he's got the Maelstrom now and picked up the recipe trying to go for that Mjolnir, but Weeha is obviously going up a BKB. And once this man has a Vanguard and a BKB, the damage just isn't there from Liquid to do anything about Weeha. They have to ignore him, but at the same because it's this mid, Core Bristleback in a great position, and he's going to have a lot of damage to offer. The team fight kicks off. Misery with the blinding light back. Mind Control on the front lines taken down. Now the chase down from Liquid as they'll look to try and get a bit more protection from Thunderbirds. Miracle with the Tempest double, trying to zone back Weeha, but we're seeing the Flux just pretty useless against this 5-man that T-Birds are now pulling together. It's a spell that's just made entirely redundant.
Yep. If you're standing next to somebody, it doesn't do it. anything. Actually does nothing. So this is one of the big problems with Arc Warden. If you get behind and you're trying to team fight against opponents, a lot of times that skill does nothing. And then you're like, well, I hope I have a stupid amount of items, because otherwise it's just a magnetic field caster.
I mean,
that's about all you do.
It feels like with this build against this play, you can't really turn up to fight against the 5-man. The only way you can play it is kind of farm up and split push, surely, because
yeah, that's one
the
of the
effect
things
that you have in these fights is so low.
And if your opponents have better gank pressure than you as well, then you're just not really accomplishing that much. They are going to go for the CM kill. They even scanned for that one. Thunderbirds were expecting somebody, like they were hoping for a Monkey King kill, but found CM instead. Ooh, can they get the follow?
Miracle.
Like what does he do here?
He tells Kuro to pick another hero.
He got another Ice Shards too because of the Coddle. That was cool. He can cast that twice. That's a 14-second block with Ice Shards. That's insane, actually.
18 to 11. Thunderbirds, at the moment, doing their best to bring this series to a 1-1, which, of course, wouldn't mind. We get to see another game between these two teams, and both so far have been incredibly entertaining. Now T-Birds thinking about the high ground break. Weehart goes for the turnaround AFK strat. It's pretty strong with the Bristle. Moon jumps in with the Burrow onto Matumba, forcing him back. A immediate boundless strike onto 2. Saxa falling very low. The Birds will have to back up and bring themselves back together before getting back in on this, as Liquid are full up and ready to hold. And indeed, Thunderbirds respect that, and they'll leave for now and look to high ground push another day.
That was a great CM ulti, but nice blinding light there to push the CM away. But that's really their best damage right now, I think. It's basically Crystal Maiden Freezing Field.
I mean, how's Matumba doing at the moment on this live
I'm sure he's got good. Yeah, he's got Midas he's got an Armlet. He's almost got his Deso, just a 600 gold away. He can kill heroes really fast, but he's got to get on top of them. And the way he did in the last fight was Night Stalker ran in, basically. So it's a good way, but it doesn't get you there instantly, and your opponents aren't necessarily disabled when you jump in.
They'll get themselves a bit of a freebie here, Liquid. A quick rotation onto Saxa to bring him down. And, I mean, kills like that, it is pushing Mind Control very close to having his Scepter.
Yeah, that's going to change the game a lot, because it's gonna hit the timing when Thunderbirds picks up their Ags on Misery on the Coddle as well.
Yeah.
It's about 500 gold away, so once he picks up that and they can just spam Darkness all the time, then it's just going to really limit any vision advantage that Thunderbirds was supposed to have. So when you have these lineups like Bristles and Terrorblades just hitting buildings, vision is huge for pushing, because it does let you swing around, maybe catch the one hero that's by themselves. You can always know when your opponents actually have all 5 heroes there, so yeah, the Night Stalker is going to be a huge thing in this part of the game. But even still, I don't know if I have faith in Liquid's cores this game. I don't know if the Arc Warden is going to be strong enough. Will there be a point in the game when he actually is able to take the fight to Bristle? I'm not sure.
Maybe if we see kind of the game kind of continue to stay at this pace and not rocket too far down for Liquid, we could definitely see a similar situation to Game 1 where Kuro is able to get his items, and the Wukong's command becomes a massive part in holding these high ground defenses.
Yeah, that's true. That definitely could matter. And he does have the Midas, so you know, he's on his way, I'm sure. The levels will help as well, and he can always just split push out bottom. But will it be in time before the Edges comes up?
Down, and he's found Miracle, but the Pro Strike's already been blown. So Miracle will be able to get himself out. Very close to being caught, though.
So he's doing his best split pushing, but I don't know. I just like right in the meantime they defended that, and Weeha's still hitting a building. That's how confident he feels right now. Feels like he can be anywhere. Oh, the big save from Soxa. That was so sick.
Matumba man's just wrapped around from the back lines and immediately looking into Misery again. Good Wukong's command into the 3-man boundless strike. They'll take down well. They'll get the Saxa as well. Weeha forced to put the BKB as he's trying to run himself away. Liquid, they can't deal with that BKB Bristle. They'll have to leave him.
That's okay. They got 2 kills.
2 kills.
Soxa did a great job trying to save Misery there. Blocks him in with the Ice Shards. The Lifesteal has to walk around, but Matumba making a perfect choice. He saved Rage there. Unlucky for Liquid. No Roche up just yet, but maybe they can grab Weehaw here. His HP's still a little low. They've got the Ags on Night Stalker as well, so they know where everybody is. The target is Moon Meander, if anything. Prevent those epicenters.
To see if they can get some sort of a wraparound here at the moment. Resolution already backing his way out of the jungle. In himself safe on TB. But definitely a thing to account for is what it feels like. In terms of the cores, you say you doubt kind of Liquid's potential, but surely the same for Thunderbirds. I mean, the Bristleback eventually there's going to be a point where his damage output is very much limited. He's not building any right-click items other than the solar crest.
It doesn't matter. This hero actually...
Yeah. You think the cool spray stacks are just always...
His ulti is real strong. Every spell you cast, you get 30 damage. Who needs items, man? Like, you could even go the build that Moo was doing consistently was like Blink, Echo Saber, Vanguard with Ags. That way, he could just cast Goo even if nobody was around. And then he would blink in, and he'd have like 8 charges of his ulti, and he'd like 2-shot somebody. It's actually, there's a lot of interesting ways that you can build Bristle, and you just need a mix of some stats but also survivability. And he did definitely need things like Solar Crest, Black King Bar, but I think from here on out he may go maybe if he goes Lotus Orb, I don't know. I'm not sold on that build this game. Oh, free courier, that was a gimme.
At the same time, Liquid were able to find Misery in the jungle, but for sure, Thunderbirds in the favorable trade. They'll put the pressure onto the tier 2, force out the fortification. Now, this time the float's coming into play. I'm going to see Weehaw say, come and stand next to me, boys. I'm taking a bit of damage here, and it looks like they're keeping themselves away from it. Moon will try and come in with a Burrow Strike, but with the silence onto Saxa. Saxa, he's out and down. Boundless Strike onto Weehaw. He'll put the BKB, try and get himself out. Matuma Man has to back away, though. The Quill Spray stacks building up. Mind Control will get taken down. Again, we're seeing at the moment when that BKB is popped, very little that Liquid can do to bring him down, and Thunderbirds turning back in for more. Godlike now for Weehaw as he picks up the double, and with Resolution turning up, they're ready to power down the mid lane, take a tier 2, maybe even more.
Hits for 300 damage right now, and that's just from casting spells. So strong. And he's level 19, of course. That part helps a little. Continues to buy utility items, though, and Resolution on the backline is going to probably be able to do the damage his team needs. Maybe kill these whatever Tempest double thingies.
See, of course, with the field, Errol making it very hard to hit the tower. And Weehaw will be baited in close, but Timmerman trying to go in onto it.
It's daytime, though. They got heals now. This is the big thing that T-Birds are waiting for, and this almost guarantees a Rax in some ways. Although losing the Resolution's ulti, the Metamorphosis,
yeah,
that's going to be a big
deal. A lot
deal.
of damage gone. Yeah.
And not necessarily the damage, it's more about the range ability, because if they can just sit low ground and keep hitting the building and continue to get these like 500 HP heals from Illuminate, that's where the value is. But unfortunately for them, that fight was forced, and it wasn't like a tower siege. So I think what the smart thing that Liquid could do is try to force fights that's going to get Resolution to use his Metamorphosis, and prevent him from just using that to siege. Because if it's daytime and they've got Metamorphosis, it's going to be pretty straightforward for Thunderbirds to eventually take a tower. But running out of that there, absolutely shut down their push.
Roshan is back up. That's something that Thunderbirds for sure will want to look for, but at the same time, we know that Liquid can do a lot to hold on to it. We're seeing just the power of the Monkey King around the Roche pit. Big plays potentially from Kuroki to come through. If it does kick off around there, he's very close to having that basher complete.
That's going to be huge.
Yeah, that with the ultimate, we saw it last game, just how disruptive it can be around these confined positions.
With that said, though, if they know where he is in the fight, I think Terrorblade's going to be able to deal with it really well. Super ranged hero, he picks up a Dragon Lance, so he's going to be able to kill the Monkey King.
And the speed
as does Bristle. Like, Bristle can just run at somebody. Like, Monkey King can't really stop Bristle. Well, I mean, he could just ulti, I guess. That would do it, but with a basher. But it's difficult for them to stop Thunderbird's heroes from running at them because they're all fairly tanky, and they've got good heroes backing them up with the Caudal and the Tusk and the Sand King. The Scotty coming up soon, though, for Terrorblade. That could be really huge against heroes like Lifestealer. Just get permanently slowed. And he went a little bit more of a greedy build, Midas into Desolator, so he's a little bit more damage heavy than typical Lifestealer, so he actually might die really rapidly in some of these fights. And pretty consistently, teams that pick Lifestealer almost always ban Terrorblade, so that should kind of tell you what kind of a place this is looking late game.
Thunderbirds, 26-16 in here, just looking at those two cores net worth. A clear 2,000 in respective between the mid laners and the safe laners of both sides. Tier 2 going down. Thunderbirds.
They got 30 seconds till nighttime.
Looking incredibly strong in this game too. How do they stop this siege? People their best efforts, trying to make it go on to Weehaw. Immediately with the Lotus Assault, trying to remove some of these debuffs. He's brought down to half health.
Doing good damage. They got a shrine at least. Oh, Kuro on the backline gets caught. That's a huge grab for them.
Oh, and he doesn't have back as well, so he had no Wukong's command for this defense for 40 seconds.
Man, that's so tough for them, actually, because they were like 15, 20 seconds till nighttime. I think he might have forgotten about the Caudal eggs. Or Misery was hunting him the whole time, also a possibility. But grabbing Kuro is massive. 30 seconds without that? At least the creeps are a bit cut. That helps him.
Mind Control? if you could get a grab onto Saxa, but quick with the blink.
Yeah. Guess they're gonna give up on that one. Somebody must have pushed out mid, or just happened to be pushed. I'm not sure, but
I guess maybe Miracle had one of the Tempests out there.
yeah, this is. I was wondering about this. Where's the gem for Thunderbirds? They picked it up just now, and now this should give them a lot of map control. They weren't able to kill a tier 3 there, unfortunately, so no shrine kills, but they've got to offset what the Night Stalker is doing basically.
Mihar, feeling very confident. I mean, he is on his own, but definitely has the capability to do so. And I do like his decision as well. You kind of touched upon it earlier in some other builds that players do on the Bristol. Getting the Acronyms, having that, being able to, as you say, max out the stacks, and just providing that slow and armor reduction to really allow the Terrorblade to hit home on these heroes.
Yeah, not to mention every time he casts it, somebody's armor is going to be lowered by 2.2, and that could hit Night Stalker. That guy's not going to be Magic Immune. You know, using it against Lifestealer will be a bit unpredictable. You don't always know when you'll be able to cast it, but the damage amp, the AoE slow, all that stuff's going to be really worthwhile. What I'm really curious about is what he gets at level 25. Is that the 30 health regen or the 25 cool stack? I think you go for the cool stack here.
I think you go for the cool stack.
It got buffed by 25%.
Yeah.
And there's a coddle, so he's going to cast more quills than average.
Yeah.
You do insane damage with this.
No,
you go from 36 quill stack damage to like whatever that is. Something. Yeah, 61
that's right,
per quill stack.
Perfect.
So that's going to add up real fast. We're talking like 400 AoE physical every 2.5 seconds, or the heck is it, 3 seconds.
Yeah, it just really feels like he just does not need that regen. He's able to frontline the moment with these items, with Vanguard, Lotus, and Solar Crest BKB. Who needs regen?
And the disable threats that his opponents have, he can always turn, almost always. So we'll see what he does though. He may not end up committing, but there's a lot of mediocre armor heroes on the enemy team. That's basically everybody but Lifestealer right now.
Simba trying to do his best to hold off the push. As Weeheart very, very confident in the front lining. The mass TP's coming back in from Liquid. Will look to do their best to hold. They're going in on the Briss at the same time. A bit of a split push coming out from Resolution's Illusions on the top lane as they work down that tier 3. Once again, in on the front, Wee falling low, but the bait potential as Moon comes in with a burrow strike, but in response, Kuroki looking to get the tree down. Wukong's command out won't quite reach Weeheart on the side of it, but they get the 2 on the front. Moon and Saxa punished for their over-aggression.
Ooh, they lost the gem as well, I think. Must have been on Tusk, perhaps? Or Sand No, it was on Sand King, definitely.
Yep.
That's a big loss, and this is basically the Night Stalker counter, is what it feels like there. He didn't actually even need to use his ulti there, but I guarantee that if Night Stalker wasn't in this game, Thunderbirds would just wait till daytime, then they would do that.
Oh, and a free
big kill.
Tumba, yeah, just a solo kill on Misery. Will knock him out for 45 and no buyback. And there's that pickup that the panel talked about, having someone with the Silver Edge. Now they're on Miracle.
Yep.
So now there's that extra chance to bring down Weehaw.
2 chances. Both him and his Tempest double are going to have it. Which means they can use Silver Edge for, what, 10 seconds in a row if they want. And now the game's just so weird because Thunderbirds should be just closing out Arax easily. They have a big advantage, but the nighttime thing is causing so many issues. They don't have this like overwhelming heal to keep the Bristleback healed up. Like his items are covering some of those problems, but they want to be getting these 500 HP heals every like 5 seconds. That's when they can just end the game and get a Rax or 2. But they're just not getting that opportunity because of the Night Stalker counter pick. And Thunderbirds are forced into...
Reserve time.
So there's obviously Monkey King, which is, by the way, available, but TNC decided for the Earth Spirit, which was a hero that was kind of left out of the entirety of that first series that we saw today. And obviously not touched in the first game that we just saw between EG and TNC. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes for TNC. They have the CM to combo along with it, which, by the way, Rior had a heck of a game on that Crystal Min. But Evil Geniuses, they'll go for the Bighorn Man. The Magnus is going to be picked up. Very exciting. Obviously, he's not quite the man he once was when it was DAC or even before that, but still in power, very good. Getting up a good melee hero, and then, of course, RP, Shockwave. Very good ways to find team fights with a Magnus to come out for EG.
Yeah, he prevents a lot of strategies, too. He just gives you that wave clear in terms of the Empower, so he can help against those earlier pushes. Same thing with the RP. He just gets a blink, and he can stop a 3 or 4-man push with a solid enough RP skewer. And, of course, with so many of the heroes left, the Troll, the Jug, the Life Stealer, his Troll just gets removed here by TNC prior to that Naga, but you just need one of those little buddies to get powered up here.
Yeah, and there's a lot available, that's the thing. So, you'll ban out a couple for TNC and hope for the best. And also, we've seen drafts before where Empower is not necessarily the main focal point. It's very rare when it comes to Magnuses. We saw one the other day, but you'll have Empowers with ranged heroes occasionally. But obviously, the best thing to do is have some sort of melee hero like a Juggernaut, for example, which is, by the way, still available if Evil Geniuses want to go for it. Lifestealer has been banned out.
Yeah, pretty
again,
solid
that
hero
still
too.
there, by the way, but
true. Hard to squeeze in with Tree and
there's
Spirit,
no
but
room.
certainly
You're right,
possible.
there's no
I mean,
room.
if you wanted to 5 a Tree, I think he's one of those guys you could do it if you really wanted the monkey. But
I mean,
the Treant Magnus, maybe not the strongest. Like you think about other forests like that Monkey King or like a Ricky. They tend to abuse the Empower a little bit better. So definitely gonna need, I would say, at least 2 cores to be abusing it. Sometimes you can get away with like this Ricky, and then you only have like 1 other core that gets empowered, and you still get this crazy Ricky ultimate that dishes out so much damage thanks to that cleave. But I don't know. I do like Jug. I think he's good against Crystal Maiden. He just have to worry about the silence from the Earth Spirit, but he'll of course be building Manta. So pretty solid potential here for EG. But they could be thinking here right now, are we just about to give Jug over to TNC? Southeast Asia, very well known for running that Jug in the mid lane. First off, in fact, it was TNC back with Teehee, who were always doing it. So
yeah, it's interesting.
Tough call.
We'll wait and see if they will indeed pick it up, but there's still 1 more ban left for Evil Geniuses. Now, the question I have is, where do they send this Magnus? Normally, it's been really only played in that 3 or 4 position as of recently. Do you think that's going to be the case? I mean, there is already a Train Protector, as you just talked about, so...
I would imagine it's still just going to be for Universe, but there's the Axe. So rather than taking the Jug for himself, TNC will be like, go ahead. Because, these heroes that tend to be good with the Magnus, they're pretty bad against Axe. Good hero. He can just jump right on top of someone like a Juggernaut. He can cancel out that spin TP. Would make it difficult for Arteezy or Sumail to go around ratting the entire map up.
Yeah. Axe is a good choice for sure. And it's another Universe hero, but again, you already talked about the Magnus, so there's a good chance that he just plays that. But 50 seconds left in reserve time. Again, we talked about potential pairings. They'll go for the Rasta first, so they don't go for the Jug immediately. Maybe they have another idea of what they want to do, and they're not really concerned about the Jug. TNC could still definitely pick it here if they want to. I mean, there's plenty of room. They get the good old Lina. Ooh, the mid lane Lina is coming out for TNC. The hero of the meta currently in terms of lane dominance and just crazy stuff that you can do.
Yeah, she didn't get mentioned in our first draft either. Was taken out very early on in our games earlier this morning between OG and SG Esports. We didn't really have a chance to see her, but partners up well with the Axe. She can layer the LSA over a Berserker's Call. They already have great team fight coming out from the Earth Spirit too, but there you go. That is a very nice partner. So we're into that second tier of partners. There's the first one in terms of like Troll, Lifestealer, Jug, but then you get into the Slark, the Faceless Void, the Anti-Mage. So the free Battle Fury coming online here, and moving later into the game. Now, the Shadow Shaman and Train Protector, they both scale pretty well. TNC removed one of the other very popular buddies in a Sumail Ember Spirit.
Get that Ember out of there. And the thing is, this is still not going to be... Like, you were talking to me about what certain pros were saying, and that Lina currently is one of the most, if not the most dominating lane hero in terms of mid in the game right now. So I don't know what you do if you're Evil Geniuses to deal with it. Obviously, you don't necessarily need to have the best lane against Lina. You just need to get some farm. So what are your thought process when it comes to matchups against Lina? Mm-hmm. It's not unheard of. Well, they'll have to think about it. I'm just kind of scratching my head. I wonder what do they do with their last couple of Magnus picks. They put him with obviously Alchemist, but he's been banned out. So, yeah, all right. Well, that's not what I was anticipating.
Omni?
I'm not sure what.
All right, well, something awesome's happening here. I guess it's probably some male Magnus. That's a little disappointing. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some CIS mid Omnis lately, so I got a little excited. But it looks like we'll just be for Sumail then. So of course he's well known for his Magnus. Has a very good one, and then that'll be throwing this Omni Knight over to Universe and Arteezy on his AM. As much fun as a mid Omni would be to see from EG, does not seem their style.
Let's not count our chickens just yet, man. We don't know for sure if it is or
maybe they've been watching. I don't know.
anything could happen. It's day one. It's the second series of the day. Who knows what the hell's going on?
I mean, as you're saying, in terms of like matching up against Lina, Shockwave will be a very handy tool to have. You can just kind of, although you're a melee hero, so it would suck, but if you're a Magnus mid, at least you'll have the Shockwave to try and rely a little bit on your CS.
Yeah. Also, levels wouldn't be an issue either. And usually when you're in the offlane, sometimes you have a tough time finding that experience, especially if you're getting zoned out pretty heavily, but he should be fine.
They banned out the Ursa, who's a good hero against AM. With that physical damage and quick bursts to try and bring him down. So at this point, he's also a Diffusal Blade carrier, which you probably want against Omni, even though they're not quite as good as they used to be. Still nice for that Guardian Angel. And so probably looking for some combination there. There is the Jug, but again, there's this RP, and the Animage can kind of man-fight you, so I don't know. You'd have to be pretty confident in your Jug if you wanted to go that way.
Anything else standing out to you right now besides that Juggernaut? It seems to be one of the classic
Weaver's,
picks.
like, kind of okay. Builds Diffusal.
Okay.
Can rat a little bit, but doesn't offer any control. Not an Abyssal Blade builder.
Well, we should have known.
Terrorblade.
That's an interesting pick, I suppose. But one that is starting to become more and more common as we get through the Kiev first couple of games. So, all right. What are you thinking, Trent? Tell me about this this Terrorblade pick.
Seen him right. This is an AM and an Omni Knight, so early on, not the strongest. The Omni doesn't really have any D-push. AM doesn't. We have Shockwave. We have Ether Shock when he gets into some levels there, so they're just going to kind of try and bring that tempo from TNC, control enough of the map with Metamorphosis, take down these early towers. You have the Crystal Maiden to keep the team up and rolling. No natural HP regen, though. No mech builders, no helm builders, really. So that could be a concern. That might be kind of like one-and-done pushes, but when you're working with Metamorphosis, it kind of works out that way anyway.
Yeah.
So this is pretty solid. Lina gets that damage rolling early on. Probably going to be looking towards that blink on the axe to really give them that big momentum. But I could see TNC doing it again here.
Yeah, there's a definite possibility. There's a lot of control mentioned with the Terrorblade coming out. They have really good push potential. This is a definitely doable draft, really, for both teams. Again, if we were coming into game number one, most people would probably give the advantage to EG, considering, of course, you're playing up against TNC. After that first game, though, I'm not so sure. They do have the Shadow Shaman again, so they have some pushing of their own. Very good team fight, as we mentioned, for EG with RP coming out, but we'll see how this this gets started. I imagine Tims will be wanting to roam around pretty island here, maybe to go mid, potentially. I don't know. We'll see how the laning phase goes. What do you think about the laning phase in general, Trent?
I would say the first early half of the game should be pretty well favored towards TNC in terms of heroes, but EG, of course, is a team well known for their later game tactics and strategy and kind of an advantage in that department. So I would have said the same thing last game, but that PL was pretty crazy. So we saw what TV did earlier today. One mistake, you can be heavily punished as Sumail comes up, but
he does have Skewer, so there's that at the very least. He will avoid the gank. However, the Bounty Rune might be taken here by TNC. They'll drop a ward, they'll leave somebody here, and they'll head back with a couple of the heroes into their own jungle. Meanwhile, EG are doing the same, but this time top lane. Sam H not wanting to try to fight here. So just some interesting rotations. And also still over here is going to be Zai. He might be able to steal this. We'll see how well Cuckoo does. He maybe can steal up LSA and go for it. They shouldn't be able to get this one over towards, rather EG shouldn't be able to get the ones over towards the top rune spot. And of course, let's see if Cuckoo can pick this up.
Yeah, Sam H is even going to leave this one, so he gets denied it on both, much like they do. You know, you see that rotation way heavy down bottom. RTZ can just go take the axes, and then Crit just walks on back to deny that one out there from
Musical
Sam H.
bounty
So
runes. That's what it turns into. Musical bounty runes. So they'll pick up a couple of them. Tim's already starting mid as anticipated, but again, Skewer has been skilled up for Sumail, but we'll see what Cuckoo wants to skill up first for himself. We'll see also if Tims wants to head top. He definitely wants to get this ward down. And we'll look at the rest of the lanes and the way they're shaping up. Universe and an aggro dual lane with the Treant nearby. Defensive dual lane with Raven and Rior. And then top lane, of course, it's starting to turn into dual lanes for both teams as Tims is rolling up here for now.
Yeah, and Sumail's already out of tangos. Burned to them both thanks to that first little bit of engagement, and then the pressure coming out already from Cuckoo. So he's got that Null Talisman. Hits pretty hard.
Rolling Boulder onto Crit. He'll just eat his way through towards the tower. Sam H went for spin first. No procs coming out. There's going to be the Shackles coming in. Crit just cancels. He's like, I do not want to die to spins right now. So
many
Sam H will get
creeps.
some work done. Yeah, that's a frightening position to be in. Tims also has Rolling Boulder ready to go again. He is running in. No, Crit doesn't have a salve, but still might be able to juke it away. Arteezy also taking a lot of damage, but Tims is just going to head out. He's like, that's fine.
Oh, look at that roll, too, to make sure he gets to the wave or the creeps in time with that wave.
That was, yeah, I was wondering. That's sick. Damn.
Nice little play.
Yeah.
And that'll get a pull in. And Axe can just deny this, and then they Axe is comfortable fighting in here around these neutrals and stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Sam H salving up, just pulling and taking the entire creep wave. Again, RTZ. He does have Blink now, so a bit safer than he was previously. Tim's getting close to level 2. Again, Rolling Boulder is there. They don't have Call yet, so still missing some experience PNC. But already this lane a little bit rough for EG early on in this game, Trent.
Yeah, I mean, you'd rather be the Radiant denying this out from an AM than like your Axe missing out on some stuff just because he's pulling into these waves, and he's getting the majority of them. So RTZ also doing a very nice job, though, to his credit.
All right. Sam H getting zoned back. RTZ doing small attack damage. Crit had Battle Hunger on him for a moment there. Cuckoo back towards mid. 9 last hits, now 10, up to the 10 of the Magnus as well. So kind of an even matchup. A lot of damage being done. Sumail has a salve ready to go. Cuckoo's running low on his regen. He does have the, of course, Arcana ore to work with.
Yeah, and Raven actually, Possible Orse down bottom, but doesn't really get any denies going. So he'll get a little bit of pressure going, but Universe is still farming very well.
That purification just comes out.
Kind of surprised he didn't try and hold the wave or something. They're just trying to put on the full pressure instead.
They might try to chase him down. Zai's looking for a potential bash up. Again, Rior's, I mean, I think they can afford to be a little greedy this game with the CM, but they need to be careful with Raven. Bash comes out. We'll keep an eye on him in terms of how much CS he gets and how that bottom lane goes.
Yeah, cancel the clarity, and Rior is going for that little bit of a greedy style again. So Raven got ditched a little on his Slark, but TV, you would think, you can abuse a TV a little bit more in terms of his power and stuff. You can actually use the CM to get kills, where it was very difficult for a Slark, not exactly a very strong laner. However, TV using the Metamorphosis can really put the threat in. But Omni is a very strange offlaner. These guys we don't get to see too much, but
yeah,
he's pretty potent, especially with these new shrines.
Rolling Boulder, RTZ going to try to make it away. They do have the Boulder Smash, just putting some pressure on, and that top lane Battle Hunger will come through as well. He does have a Ring of Health, so regen will happen a bit slowly. Rior coming in as well. Crit not spotted, but they should see the CM momentarily anyway.
Cuckoo's level 4, almost 5, so 2 points in the Dragon Slave is trouble enough for Sumail to say this isn't worth it. He's under vision over here. And one of his camps is blocked out, so slowing down his potential farm as he just has to empower in the jungle and do some bottle crow. Not a fun time.
No, not great. Again, the Lina's getting some pretty good farm too. Cuckoo's just having a grand old time.
This wave will push in though, so Sumail could come back and get a little bit of this experience at the very least, if not some gold. Yeah, nice skewer over.
By the way, ever since they rotated Zai down, or at least since they've shown Zai and Rior's not been there, Raven has not gotten a single CS in the past 2 minutes.
Oh, look at that damage.
Oh! LSA. Dragon Slave was not available. He just used it. So, again, Cuckoo just pumping out the damage. Sumail looking for the bottom rune. He will find a DD. Man, that Dragon Slave does so much damage. The range is insane on that ability. Cuckoo went for the LSA animation, decided to cancel it.
Universe, can I use your shrine?
Yeah, Universe is like, it's fine. I have Arcanes. I have Purification.
Yeah, I
don't need it.
Dude. Look at this. Yeah. This Terrorblade hasn't got a lasted since you left.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy.
There's going to be the counter helix's top, RTZ getting a few spins. Axe, of course, coming in and just doing some nice damage. There's no call just yet. He is about to hit level 4. Ether Shock from Crit. So, again, they're not putting the most emphasis on RTZ getting farm, but there's farm elsewhere happening now because of this. You have Universe really just getting free farm down to this bottom lane trend.
Crazy. Mid lane, Smell gets silenced, but he missed the kick. Or he might have died there, honestly. Would have been very close.
Raven is getting dove. Universe had a huge purification. He's got another one off cooldown right now. And it's going to be first blood. Universe just dives, gets a solo kill. Zai is not needed. Man, feels like game 1 for Raven.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you think magic damage is going to get TB early with this low HP pool. How about some pure damage? This is ownage. He's doing half his HP pool per spell or something.
Yeah, Raven definitely doesn't feel good. This feels a lot like last game. But again, he did come back, so there's still... very early on to this game right now.
Yeah, and we did talk about how much work the supports did last game, and I guess this is why, right? Because they're very greedy on the supports.
Yes, absolutely. That's something notable for TNC. Rolling Boulder, Crit's going to be found. They do have the Boulder Smash ready. They actually kick him away. Gets denied. Nicely done from Crit. Just stays right around those Ancient Blight Dragons. He's able to stay long enough in order to avoid giving a kill away.
Yeah, good stuff there. Loses 111 for himself, but at least he's denying that out from his opponents.
Fine. Who cares? It's fine. All right, well, Sumail still trying to get some good farm here. A little bit behind the Lina, not by much, actually. Considering this match catch up and how it's gone. But the big thing is Cuckoo and the damage he's dealing to the tier 1 tower. Is there any living armor? Treant Protector's just level 3. He's holding his 3rd point now. So if he wants to go living armor and start healing this back up, he can. Skewer in was looking for Cuckoo. Tried finding it, but couldn't quite grab the kill. He doesn't have his RP anyways. So.
That little bit of damage, though, might have been enough. And I don't know. You can think about a couple right clicks after that skewer and the shockwave would have been kind of close. But I'm a little worried for TNC this game.
Yeah.
The same thing as last time, and they had the Slark, and he caught back up, much like Raven's gonna do, gets a D-ward down bottom, but this isn't Anti-Mage. Like, you don't have this kind of trump card like you did last game with this PL and how farmed you got and how difficult he is to deal with. Instead, you have an Anti-Mage that's going to be accelerated more than your standard Anti-Mage, thanks to the Empower, so you kind of have to be worried, I would think, a little bit about a timer here.
Yeah, well, the thing is they are getting same H some good farms, so if they want to go for that early blink and put some of that pressure onto RTZ, they can. However, he's going to get shackled up. He's underneath the tower. Some spins going through. They've got the Frostbite. The call will go as well. Do they have the damage? The Boulder Smash is there in time, but RTZ still going to work. Sam H getting lower and lower. Stick charges up. Can he get this kill? RTZ stays alive. No Calling Blade. Not yet anyway for the Axe. He's just almost level 6, and maybe he gets that kill with it, but good turn there for Evil Geniuses. Great shackles underneath the tower coming out from Crit. Damn,
that saves it from them, so they can't pressure the enemy carry, and meanwhile Raven still just kind of down here. Only feeling 25 last. It's almost doubled up here by Universe. Will now come mid. Just ensuring Sumail was going to be okay.
Top lane, Sam H running it again. God, those counter helix procs. And almost level 6 once more for Sam H. He will get it here. Just needs to bring these creeps down.
Ooh, EG.
RTZ still getting chased. Tim's, again, he has the Boulder Smash, rolling Boulder as well, but here comes the Bash to come out. Fairy Fire's there. Boulder Smash comes in. Nice swift dodge from RTZ. Blinking, thinking about it, now looking for Tim's. He doesn't have the Mana Void. He needs another blink, get this kill, and he might go for it, but instead they turn their back. They know some heroes are on the way. Battle Hunger will come through. Call is going to be there. Sam H, he's got the Calling Blade, and he will use it. Not once. Can he get it twice is the question. Yes! Double kill for Sam H. Just gets the perfect spin.
Damn, dude.
Wow. Yeah.
That sends him in towards that Blink Dagger. Very well done.
Yeah, he just bought Tranquils too, and he's back up to the gold he had previously.
Cuckoo's going to leave mid, so they are healing this back up. It was very close. It was deny range, but of course, Treant Protector. So they're going to try and hold on to it. I thought maybe Cuckoo would get a push going too with the Treant dead, but he backed away, and now Zai will be back, so they'll continue that going.
Because there is that pressure mid, they do rotate a couple of heroes, and especially Am dying. They get a little bit of farm for Raven, but now getting chased down Zai. Was spotted, yes. The sentry just caught him, and so Raven's like, I need to run.
Yeah. Like 300 pure damage. I mean, that means if Zai walks up, stuns him, and there's a long-range Purify onto Zai, he's just dead on Raven.
Oh, yeah.
And he will just go down. I mean, he already had to Sunder.
Look at this. Raven thinks he's safe right now, and he might be. Zai's the only one here, but here comes this crit. Rasta. So he needs to be very careful. Using his illusions to farm. It'll take a while, but he doesn't want to die again. And, well, AM forced into the jungle now. The creep cutting commences for Sam H. 1,700 gold. If he wants a blink, he certainly can get it pretty soon here, Trent.
And they're even glyphing up as Universe will take this tower for himself.
Damn.
What a fantastic start to a game for an Omni.
Yeah,
4,500 gold. Midas secured.
Universe, the offlaner, seems to find farm and kills wherever he can. Top net worth, God, by a long shot. Yeah,
I mean, they've given him some great matchups in these past two games. The Void into the Slark, and then now this Omni Knight into a TV with these greedier supports once again here from TNC. I mean, often with an Earth Spirit, you want to put as much pressure as possible because you know he does spend time in the safe lane, but this is just like a whole other level with the CM being so greedy too. It'll be very impressive if Raven can do the same sort of a bounce back thing. I mean, it's the same strat, right? Get this Iron Talon early on. Of course, your Terror Blade, so these illusions start getting a little bit crazy. It'll kind of be on Sumail to go for these ganks and try and shut them down, and Zai to keep shadowing them like that as well.
Speaking of Sumail, Arcane's up to 1,000 gold as well, so get kind of close to his blink. But guess what? Sam H has his. They immediately TP with Rior. They'll go for the smoke, and they're going to head into the jungle. Universe is the target they pinged, but I'm not sure they can bring that target down. They need a couple more heroes in that top lane if they want to go for it.
Well, it's very reminiscent of the last game of the Knicks.
Blink call comes out. There's the silence come through with the rolling boulder. He is pretty tanky. Boulder smash coming out the LSA, and they now finally have the damage. They don't even need to use the calling blade. Universe getting pushed back. Purification. He thought about using it again. GA also up. So Universe has all of these abilities ready, but can he save the tower is the question. The creep wave is pushing in, and there is a glyph. Something to keep in mind. But it looks like that's going to be it. As they're maybe thinking about going on Raven bottom. They have Zai nearby, but actually Anti-Mage is blinking away. Doesn't want to deal with this. All right. Good turnaround there, finding that blink kill. And they're going to go again. Sandwich is coming. No word, I think, spotted this. Maybe this one mid did, but I'm not sure. TP's coming in. Raven's still a bit further up. Zai's nearby. Might wrap around and go for a gank. Raven's going to back himself away. He has Sunder, by the way. But won't get a chance to use it. He's going to just stay safe for now. And Sam H is just sitting mid, saying, I want to kill. Badly.
Yeah, I mean, this Arcane Aura, so helpful for heroes like this. They even just
RTZ
shrine up on the Lina.
He's just going to see this as he gets jumped on. The rolling boulder is there. The silence is up. The LSA, the call. Boom. Sam H, this blink is doing some serious good work here, Trent.
This is what they need. It has to be on the axe. You know, this game, you look at how this is going to go. It's all on him to set a tempo here with the Lina. Create that space once again here like they did last game with the Nyx Assassin for the Slark. They're doing it again here for the Terrorblade. Zai, gotta steal that bounty ring.
Bash.
Give him the stun, but Rior's here.
Universe is nearby. Sunder comes out, so Universe will take some damage. They're looking to jump in Boulder
Nice
Smash. The
stun.
silence is there. The Frostbite. The call. Sam H is there again. Now Zai trying to get out. Another one. They get the kill regardless, even though the Calling Blade actually misses. But huge kill. Universe, top net worth hero, going down. Just the right place, the right time again for TNC.
And it's impressive. I mean, this is what we said. We expect them to have this kind of like first half of the game to have this advantage. So they're getting it done. There's no question, though, that it is kind of tough to execute. Like, there was a pretty deep dive there to get that AM, right? And no rotations came through. No one able to save them in time because of how fast they're bursting people down. It's like reminiscent of what SG were trying to do earlier today with that Legion Commander and the Morphling with the E-Blade and the Ember Spirit. And they're just trying to, like, go, go, go and keep it going. But they're actually on pace and on time here for TNC. So... Yeah. Impressive stuff for sure. And that Terrorblade, he's doing it, man. He's past the Magnus and the AM. So TNC's strategy here of just sacking Raven is working out so well.
They've done this multiple times, not just in this tournament, but just throughout their Dota 2 games. Now the smoke is up. Zai will scout things out and will drop a Crystal Nova and D-Ward at Sentry real quick. But no luck there getting an initiation from the Axe. So EG will survive this time around. But you're right, man, though. Raven is somehow farmed. And TNC, they're looking to push that timing that you talked about a moment ago, and they're going to do it into this tier 2 tower. Metamorphosis is back up. It is level 4, and everybody is up here. Even with Living Armor and Glyph, I'm not sure what you could do if you're EG.
And look where the wave is. It's like Crick can't even punish this with snakes or something down here. Just this control they have thanks to Terrorblade. So there's really nothing to gain for EG anywhere else on the map.
Yeah.
And they're already going to start rotating people down in the jungle, I'm sure. Try and get some vision back out here. They have some, and they'll spot Universe. Maybe they'll come down, but... Damn, dude. I'm feeling pretty good for TNC, gotta say.
Yeah. They've turned it around. I mean, it wasn't even that bad of an early game. Samich had a great job top lane, and of course Cuckoo just getting all the farm he needed. He has picked himself up a Yule Scepter, and they might go for a defense. He pops the Invis rune. He needs more heroes nearby, though. Can't just be him.
It's you know, like last game, this train did so much work because they only had what, Slark and PL, so the building hitting was pretty weak, especially in the early game. So it was easy for the train to try and like hold stuff down and try and slow down the overall pace. Again, much like we had in our first series of the day with OG and SG, but Terrorblade's a pretty good counter. The Treant Protector, just because of how he's a guy that pops Metamorphosis and he finishes the tower. That's his job, you know. It's on this big cooldown, but it's so much bonus damage that teams, they tend to fully commit when they're going in for something with this guy. So it's hard for a Treant Protector to really bring you on back. So they're heading in towards Roche Pit. Wouldn't be too bad to get some vision up in the surrounding area. They already got this ward up here, spawning out quite a few rotations up and through.
I will say, man, we have yet to see the full impact of Empower and a Battle Fury from Anti-Mage. It's still early on enough that he doesn't quite have it yet, and once that... Oh, he might even die here. That's the problem, unfortunately. They're going to get caught. Magnetize, good purification. The Repel will come out. Blink Call, but it only hits the Omni Knight. Can they get this kill is the question. Frostbite, they've got the Culling Blade. He gets off the J. That might be enough. They're going to try to turn this around. Raven, no Metamorphosis, still has that Sunder. Jumping in, skewers their Rior. Is going to fall. Oh, perfect purification from Universe. Sam H misses that call, and now he is all alone. Shackles and EG will turn it right around and pick up 2. Sumail finds himself a double kill, and RTZ almost dies, but Universe there to save him.
Yeah, and there are the rotations this time, and that is a lot of gold on Sumail. But bottom lane, they will LSA kill.
Yeah, that is a dead crit. Stick charge is not enough to save him.
They have RP Blink, but Sumail just kind of waiting, hesitating here, seeing who's up. Oh, now he's this big juicy TB.
Yeah, Metamorphosis is ready. But I don't know if they want to use it for just this tier 1 tower, especially... They've already used Living Armor, but the Glyph will come. All right.
Oh, it's so tempting to pop it just to finish that, but looks like Kuku's going to be the one to do it.
Good Yules. Couple auto attacks should do the job. Boulder smash there. LSA on time. Rolling Boulder in. Overgrowth. They need a Laguna. He doesn't have the mana for it. Kuku gonna fall, and Tim's might be next as well. They still have that RP. He does. He gets the tower. Now he's gonna try to get up, but no such luck. Smith blinks right in front. Finds himself another double kill. And TNC perhaps staying a bit too long again.
And this is where they have to be really careful not losing this early game edge that they have. It already wasn't too much in terms of the overall gold here. It was mostly the experience, but I guess they're both now falling close to zero. Now the experience will actually be edged out over into EG's favor. And we talked a lot about Roche today, but they don't have the best Roshan heroes on the Radiant. You know, you're like kind of okay with the Terrorblade, but he's no god tier. There's no minus armor to work with over here. Not that the Dire have it much better, but of course, whenever you're pressing an advantage, that's the kind of thing you want to look towards. No vision on the bottom shrine as they smoke up, so EG looking to go. Again, still no use of this RP.
He's going to use it soon. He's got a double damage too, man.
That's
wait for it.
Lina.
Sumail was like, I want a big RP or just a big target. I don't really care which one, but we'll see if they can find anybody. They might have to back up. They will see Tim's not really the ideal target, but a kill is a kill. He's underneath his tower now, so if they go for it, they'd have to dive. And TNC's positioning, just good enough.
Yeah, I mean, they have a ward here, no one's showing. They have a wave pushing mid, no one's showing. So they're in here somewhere.
That's a good point. They're behind this tower with Zai, and he sees Tim's.
Yeah, so they pretty much know at this point they're shadowing Arteezy, and they'll all just show.
Yeah, they'll just go for the tier 2 tower, which is pretty good at this point. They could use some more gold.
What does Raven do? Oh, he's coming Roche. So these are their options. They could have pressured tier 3, could have walked in here and pressured Biggs. Creeps are coming, or they can go for Roche. So this is what their commitment's going to be. If they TP in, they're still going to have RP. They have the Shrine, but they do have the vision up here.
Can they do this fast enough? They do have Metamorphosis back up now, which is huge. They'll take the tower. EG, are they going to go for a contention? Sumail does not have a TP scroll, which is a bit unfortunate. By the time they get there, Roche should be dead. And they will grab the Aegis for Raven. And now Crits.
This is a risky play.
Call comes out. There's the Purification. They have Cuckoo still alive. The Guardian Angel used Laguna Blade, Culling Blade. It's there. GA used, and nothing out of it. It's just a defensive GA that turns pretty poorly all of a sudden for EG. And now they're looking for Zai as well. The dust is up. The Blink call. SamH finds it again. The silence is there. The LSA, another call. SamH again. A double kill once more.
Oh, man. Very aggressive coming out from TNC. Like, you never know. There could have been people TPing to the tower too kind of at the same time, but I guess Creeps just letting this vision be enough and hoping that there wasn't anyone TPing the trees and moving over, but it pays off heavily. They get 2 supports. Now they move forward. They get another tower off the back of this Aegis, so TNC, as you said, it took a little while there, but with that full commitment down bottom and the lack of TP on Sumail, there was really no hope for them to contest, and he's going for a Force Staff as well, so not going to go for that Shadow Blade that we tend to see. This is more of the item for when they are fully 5-man grouping and you don't think you're going to be able to sneak through. Like, they'll probably have sentries when they're grouping up like that, and your Shadow Blade might be useless, rather than how good it is at split push. So he's going to have to try and make plays with Force.
Yeah. Extending that range of the initiation potential from the Magnus. We haven't really talked too much about Arteezy, just that he's getting towards a Battle Fury. He has it now. He's working on what is going to be his Yasha, which is flying out, I believe, as we speak. It's Med Style, which should be next. So again, it's one of those, they have the Anti-Mage, they have the potential to come back. It sure doesn't look great right now, but it's not that bad. 5,000 net worth advantage at most. It's more like 4,000 for TNC. So Trent, you have the Aegis. What do you do here? Wait for the next meta and then make a move there?
Well, you really want to keep the tempo up for sure. I mean, again, we talk and talk, but it's AM, and he is Battle Fury. He has the Empower actually being stacked on him now. We're starting to see a little bit more of a connection between Arteezy and Sumail. So Arteezy's GPM is going to start skyrocketing, going through the roof. He'll probably end up passing that TV pretty soon. And we all know what can happen when he gets like Abyssal Manta, right? He's just going to blow up any hero of his choice, especially with an Omni Knight backing him up.
Yeah, the Purification will be there. These fights definitely get more difficult. You're absolutely right.
Look at this, too. With no Lina here, these are doing so much work, these snakes.
Yeah. They are going to get close to this tower. I think it is going to just be denied. Looks like it, yeah. So, but tower's a tower. Anyway, what else is coming out?
Arteezy takes the top slot.
Yeah, and he might be there for a bit if EG can sort of split up the map and maybe even find a couple of pickoffs for themselves. Keep the bottom wave pushing while this is all happening, sort of threaten that tier 3 tower high ground sort of thing that TNC have to be aware of. But they're already starting Raven to push mid.
I think the biggest thing for me coming out next will be not just the Bloodstone for the Lina, but probably the Blink Dagger for Tim's. Really let this guy show his prowess and why he's so good on this hero. It's especially useful when you're starting to get into these high ground territories. You gotta, fully initiate commit.
He's already made plenty of plays, and I know that might just be standard for an Earth Spirit when you see somebody like Jerax or something, but no, he's definitely done a great job so far this game. He's found a couple of kills because of him, and because of Sam H combining up as well. But you're right, Lina getting her next item up here momentarily. And does she already have the...
Her Bloodstone just finished.
Yeah, she just got it. I was wondering if she had the recipe, but she does, yeah. So, Bloodstone is now up. Respawn timer pretty short. Is she level 15 yet? She is. She went for the 50 damage, as expected. We very rarely see any mid Linas go for the minus 30 second respawn time. Sometimes we'll see supports do. In fact, Trent, you and I have cast games recently where the supports will go for that minus 30 seconds. But the 50 damage as a mid laner is just too much to pass up, I think.
Yeah, I've seen a couple mids pass it when they go, like, if there's, like, a really good Ags game, or if they're not getting enough for a Bloodstone, you might end up with this, like, kind of hybrid build where you're almost more of, like, a magic ganker rather than the, walking turret that is current Lina, the new sniper, the new lone druid. Pick your favorite, but yeah, 50 damage is just unbelievable with the Fiery Soul.
Yeah, watch how fast this thing dies, even without meta. 3 stacks Fiery Soul, your tower's gone. But there is going to be an attempt at a trade here from EG. Whether they go for it fully, they'll drop the Serpent Wards. They are committed. However, it looks like TNC do not care. They, again, still have Aegis, they have meta, they have Manta Style. This tier 3 tower might fall very quickly. There is Glyph. TP's coming back already, very quickly. A lot of damage already done. The Living Armor will go. Zai looking to walk up. More illusions going. Skewer back. They found Raven. Can they get this kill? They've used the Purification. The Leech Seed is up. They get the Bash up as well, but they can't find the kill. Samich is coming in. The Sunder comes out as well, and now he'll continue onwards in terms of taking this tier 3 tower. They've got the call. Crit getting caught. They have the Dragon's Blade. Laguna Blade just in time is going to be that repel. Jump in. RTZ double mana void. RP. It's going to be on to 2. Good LSA to come through. Can Raven dish up the damage? Is the question. A lot being done. RTZ will fall. He's got buyback now. Universe. GA popped, but will it be enough? Crit already getting dropped down. Tim's no rolling blower. The silence will get the job done. On the other side, looking for a call. Now Cuckoo going back in. The repel is there, but the damage, it's too much from Cuckoo. Age is gone. They have buybacks on 2 heroes, but the Rex might just get cleaned up here, Trent. Will they try to go for
what
this
a good call by
side?
TNC to head into towards this. Like, Arteezy's just a little bit late coming back. He saves for that other wave. He wants to apply that pressure, but then there's this really sick skewer in RP, but he's not there to follow up, so the Sunder gets off. There's no damage from the AM, and that repel, it was great too, but then it wasn't there for AM. So he jumps in and applies all this damage. He just dies.
Man.
And that is a Rex, and they want more.
Yeah.
Like, you're here. There's 25 more seconds.
They really don't want to buy
back
back on RTZ, and he might have to, or else they're going to get double Rexed. Raven again has been used. He doesn't have his Aegis. Blinky, we're back. They might be able to get this kill. He's low and low, but the call will be there in time. On to 2. Sam H is going in. The LSA, the calling blade, the Guna Blade comes out as well. Sam H finds himself a double kill, and
Raven cancels his TP. He's staying. He's Sundering.
Yeah,
Rior.
he wants to go. He's Sundered in, and Rior's like, that's fine. I've got Tranquils. You guys take that Rax. They've got 1 full set down bottom, and they're about to get another in mid. AM has respawned. The price of not using buyback is 2 racks down. TNC are moments away from 2-0ing EG in the opening series, or one of the opening series for the Kiev Major. Sumail is forced to buy back his RP back up in 27 seconds, and that will be the signal to leave for TNC. Looks like that'll be that. EG lose so much out of that fight. In fact, I don't know if anybody on TNC died there, by the way.
No.
I don't think so.
They did not.
Yeah.
They were not able to grab a single kill throughout the entirety of that. That is unbelievable. So well played by TNC. Man, that combo coming in from AM as well too. They I guess they got Rior once, right?
Did they?
No, that was before. No, yeah, they got that one. That was it. Damn, dude. TNC Dota. I mean, you can't ask for much more, honestly. Out of this lineup and up against EG, just using this Terrorblade and pressuring, and we knew it was possible with the draft. Like you said, yeah, with these heroes, you could see TNC doing it, but I can't say I expected it.
No, I mean, especially kind of earlier on in the game. Every time we see Raven get sacked, we're like, oh, he's not going to get farm. It might be a bit rough here. At least that's what I'm thinking. And then all of a sudden, they just, like, he finds farm somewhere in the ether. I don't know. And he comes back, and it's great. So, pretty good stuff for Raven this game.
Such a slim window for them to punish, too, because, EG was just aiming for that next Aegis. They get that line, they can sneak in. They were going to have the medallion on the Treant. In fact, it's done now. and then they would have had the Basher up on the AM. They get that Aegis going. They have the Omni Knight, and then it's them who are in control. And they're cleaving and they're fighting. But they found that window, and that's what's so difficult with these drafts. And a lot of the time, OG makes it look easy, but there's a reason they're like the best team in the world. They use this Terrorblade so well. They pressure in, and it looks like TNC are doing it as well. I've seen Raven kind of own on this hero before, but to do that against, these guys are playing a lot of these Southeast Asian tournaments, and the region obviously doesn't get the most respect, especially the respect that it probably deserves, much like NA can kind of suffer from the same problems. We're a little bit of like brother regions in that way, but
I think especially now, there are some, we've already talked about some of the SEA teams, Happy Feet, High Ground, Warriors Gaming Unity, all very solid, not even mentioning Faceless or Fnatic, or Mineski for that matter. Some exceptional teams in that region, and TNC got some very good practice. They're still, they haven't finished this game off yet, so EG, they're still hanging on by a thread, I could say. There's one set of racks up top of the Tier 3 tower, trying to keep all the waves pushed out. The net worth graph has plateaued after those fights happened. It's 15,000 in favor of TNC. And EG are going to have to come up with some big plays from Sumail especially to find a victory here. And Roche is up.
Well, in terms of longer cooldowns, RP is definitely one of them. Does not get held up by higher levels or anything like that. It's still always going to be 2 minutes. So yeah, you're not wrong. If Sumail messes up and doesn't get quite the right one, or even if they just end up doing some like buyback plays, there is potential for them to just come right back as TNC. And you can see we talked about Diffusal Blade heroes. They are going to grab Crit up here. Oh, actually, it's Crit who's grabbing Tim's rather, but
yes,
can they punish?
Yeah, he's dropped. Well, now question is, can they get out? Serpent wards were used. Raven just comes in and blows him away. They don't get the other hero, which of course was going to be Zai, who TP's out, and he's able to make it away safely. And then they'll get back into Roche, as it was already, half HP as Cuckoo went in there. I'll seize it up, and Raven will come in and help finish this off. RTZ's doing what he can. He's just split pushing bottom, as expected. I mean, he's got Basher. What else can you get here this game, Trent? What is the item of choice for RTZ? I feel like he needs so much.
I mean, it just has to be the Abyssal, and then, well, from there, we'll just have to work on whatever's going on from the side of TNC, but the Diffusal Blade is done up here for Raven, so we can get that going, and not kind of worry about that Guardian's Angel. Came out in a pretty key moment there in the last fight. Wasn't quite enough to win it, of course, but now not going to be of a concern to the Radiant.
Yeah. Universe with such a fast start, but some unfortunate, I guess, picks that happened to him. Not really enough to stay alive in certain instances. This game has not been on him, by the way. And it's really not been on anybody from EG. It's just TNC has played well. The draft worked out perfectly in terms of the timing they were looking for, as you've previously mentioned. And again, it's not over yet. EG still have potential. Hit a late game AM and see what happens, because they could sort of get things out of control, especially with Empower.
Yeah, we still have to watch those wobble combos out from the Dire team. I mean, the Radiant, we do still have a 10-second BKB sitting on Sam H, so this is kind of their trump card, as it were, just to ensure that they're not going to get totally wiped here. He can just BKB, come in, cancel stuff, as long as he's not totally chained up or anything like that. So Raven hitting that high ground, has the Aegis, standing proud and tall up there. A little of a cluster back here in these two heroes, but not exactly the RP of your dreams here. Is Cuckoo coming from the side.
Yeah, crit. Oh, LSA misses, and because of that, he throws the Laguna Blade, and it won't do enough damage to get the kill. Raven, in the meantime, still going to work. Hex Sumail was looking for that Blink Skewer, finds it. It's actually the Axis. He blinks in. The call won't go. The BKB is finally, they found Sumail, and here comes the Scotty going to work. The freezing field is up as well. RTZ, he'll take down Rior. Buyback coming in from Crit. Thunder comes out, and Axe still going to work. Jump in. RP onto 3. Is this going to be enough? RTZ walking in. Do they have the damage? Everybody's low. They'll finally take damage. They get the Aegis. They get another hero. It's Tim's falling, and there it is. Cuckoo, LSA, that'll be up under RTZ. Doesn't have a Laguna Blade. Purification coming out. Raven still trying to do some work here. Skewer back into the shrines. RTZ solo, but Raven can't find him. They found the Hex up. Cuckoo getting chased down. LSA ready to go. And he gets it off just in time. Purification comes out. Zai solo. One more auto attack gets the kill, and the Yules will come out as well. Can he make it away? He denies himself with the Bloodstone. Also getting out is going to be Raven. However, Rax is going to be safe. The tier 3 didn't go down either. Beautiful defense command from EG there, Trent.
Yeah, it cost Crit his buyback, but you can see they're playing so hesitant there from EG as well. Like, RTZ, he really wanted that kill onto Raven or possibly the Lina, but he's just a little bit too low. Might have been able to get it, but it's just slightly too risky. And just wants to ensure that he stays alive here. So he'll clear up that tier 1 mid with the Manta. He's got his Abyssal Blade and played exceptionally well that fight. Didn't even have to drop the Mana Void. just kind of holding it, trying to find that RP moment.
Yeah,
but...
I thought he was going to use it there with the RP, but I guess decided against it. I'm not sure. But
And how about Sumail holding on to that for that perfect moment, too?
yeah, it was looking pretty bad once they got the blink in from the axe, and he just called him. But Sumail going to get spotted now. LSA should be there. Oh, misses again. Cuckoo just not at the right timing and throws the Laguna Blade once more. Auto attacks. Purification comes out. The Greaves as well. Cuckoo, I don't know about this, my friend. This is not worth it. Repel. He goes up to the high ground, and okay.
Getting a little crazy
sketchy,
here.
But that's all right. Yeah.
But this is that time. I mean, 25 seconds left until RP. They are not going to be back here. Quite a time. They have the wave mid. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Raven's feeling the pressure. He's going in.
Metamorphosis.
Yeah, they got that timer going. 15 more seconds now.
They really want to do this. The Living Armor now down. Tier 3 tower with no glyph. It's gone. Now they'll jump in. RTZ trying to fight Mantis from Raven as well. LSA, RTZ did have that repel up. Doesn't use the defusal charge yet from Raven. And they might just back. Here we go, though. Cuckoo coming in. Living Armor's up and ready to go.
Look at the reach of Sumail with the Force Half. They are very clustered here.
Yeah, this could be
they
a
need to
huge
be careful.
fight.
They have good vision with this Observer.
I don't... TNC might back here because meta's going to be done soon. Yeah, they're going to just say that's enough of that. Jeez. Okay, well, they got the tier 3. They put some damage under the range racks, but again, there is Living Armor this time around.
Yeah, it's probably time to start heading back in towards the slow burn of things. Thinking about the next Aegis. And just trying to get your economic advantage. Just knowing that you've taken down 2 lanes. They're pushing in. They're worth less gold. Try to use that on your team. Try and get into another round of items that can put you a little bit too high above that dire side.
Well, EG say, screw that. We're going to smoke up. And yeah, Cuckoo would be a great target. That'd be great.
Yeah.
He is Shadowbladed.
There was a gem on someone.
The Universe has it. They see him now. Blink, jump in. They found the Hex. The Lincoln Sphere is broken. Cuckoo is more than likely dead. RTZ absolutely destroys him.
Damn, that's a Bloodstone respawn, too.
Yeah.
Still 35 seconds. Fantastic. I mean, that's what they have to do, right?
Yeah.
They don't really have a choice. They are going to be looking for kills, and Cuckoo was trying to use this ward for safety, but the smoke will be the death of him.
All right. TNC will play together. Getting picked off. Not exactly what they want to have happen. Raven working into that butterfly now.
Yeah,
Very
and
good
RTZ sees this too. And, you're talking about what's his next item going to be. He spotted the evasion already onto Raven, so it's time to go for an MKB.
Yeah. RTZ might be able to live pretty long now if the repel is there. He didn't have the repel for when he died, and they lost that 2 set of racks disadvantage. But now I think Universe is going to make sure repel's ready for him. With RP initiation, they could easily find something. When's Roche respawning? We got a while, man. Saddle in. We could be here for a bit.
This is pretty much what it's come down to. Universities are saying, pretty standard item build. If you guys want to play your offlane Omnis, you want that blink to increase your own range. Make sure you're always there for those repels when they're in time. The purifications too. Even just the Angel needs to get a blink right into the fight for it. And then there's this talent too for the plus 75 cast range, which doesn't feel like a lot, but a lot of the times that's what comes down to. With this new repel, that 11-second downtime, just such a different hero than he used to be. Tim is blinking very aggressively as they chase his eye.
Oh, they will find him. The call comes out, Laguna, and he is dead. Is this going to be enough to push them in towards this tier 3 and this rax is the question.
They'll probably tease it a little bit here, but still a little sketch, of course, with Sumail.
RTZ has to
what's our buyback situation? No buybacks for Sumail. That's pretty huge.
AM has one, so does Universe. Jumping in, RTZ found the first hit bash. Abyssal is ready, but now he's just getting jumped on. There's going to be the jump in. Can they bring him down? Yes, they can. The axe. Huge call there. He has to buy back. Meanwhile, the RP is gone. It's Sumail. BKB down, and he's going to die to these auto attacks. The Shrine's not in time. Down for 70 seconds, and RTZ is going to have to do this without the help of his trusty mag. He actually just got enough to buy back. He just gets it, but RTZ might fall again. The silence is there. The LSA. He's not dead yet, but GG is already called, thinking that he might have just fallen. And the racks will fall. It's going to be Megas. Is it actually GG? It absolutely is.
TNC Dota.
Wow. TNC. What a 2-0 victory. Unbelievable start to this Kiev Major. Dear God, man.
Yeah, hell of a draft. Again, they see this moment with the Terrorblade and they say, look, this is an AM. It is scary. He's got that in power. He can farm a little faster than normal, but we think we can push the tempo and see how much we can get done in the early game. And they did it. Sam H really carrying this one in the first 15 minutes or so. The pressure coming up from him and Tim was on that top lane, and just able to slow down RTZ enough that he was able to get that blink dagger and like 3 or 4 kills just right in a row, set that pace for TNC. They followed through for the rest of it. So SEA Dota representing hard here. South American Dota represented with 1 game, but Southeast Asia, they take it a little bit further with it. Not even a 2-1, man. A 2-0 over OG. EG, rather. Yes. Yeah, just shout out to C Dota, man. You know, that's pretty much what I cast nonstop. So pretty excited to see them 2-0. I'm sure that all those SEA Dota fans that love their Mr. Cats and their C Kappas are pretty excited right now. Kind of TNC, of course, a mainstay in those tournaments. So looking forward to see. You know, they're going to be against, of course, another tough opponent. Assumedly so as we move forward to the Swiss stage, meaning they'll be taking on another winner.
against Juggernauts. He says, Stout Shield, Clarities, Tangles, and Salves. Pretty standard stuff.
I think the biggest difference here is just the Stout Shield. I think if you were against a tri-lane, you might work towards that Iron Talon first.
Okay.
I think that's probably the only difference.
The possibility of him going against the tri-lane is actually quite low, right? Because this is looking more like a 2-1-2 lineup. Yeah, Dubu is already walking towards top, who, by the way, has himself a Mango as well as a Stout Shield. And I gotta tell you, man, we haven't seen Undying in a while, but Undying, one of the best heroes to pressure very weak safe lanes, such as Spectre, as well as Lion. I don't know how Team Secret's gonna fare in this top lane.
Well, they do have a Treant. Treant has 91 base damage. So they are able to do enough damage here. Definitely not.
I mean, they're good at spamming some nukes and forcing them back, but for now, once it gets under DC's tower, they should be able to last it just fine. Good amount of harass here being dished out, though. Man, look at Pylite Ipo just letting his mana loose.
Well, every other lane is... Well, I think mid lane is just going to be a break-even. I don't really see these two heroes killing each other. It's going to be a farm fest mid lane.
Neon Mason being
oh, they're going to tri-lane up here now.
Okay, Mentro's here porting back in. There's a 2-man decay flying off. Nampi currently sitting at 500 HP, but I imagine that HP will drop quite quickly.
Throwing out taunts in the... Because Pylite Die is also taunting. Oh man, I cannot stand this Venge taunt.
It's actually one of the most ridiculous taunts in the game. Dubu is going to get caught here. He does have Fairy Fire, as well as the support of a Sand King. It looks like that will be the end of that. The secret support's protecting the rune that's going to spawn in a couple of seconds. It looks like Pylite will be able to secure for his team. A lot of posturing from both sides, but nothing really happening just yet. Bottom lane, yeah. Mason really struggling against the Darkseer. He does have himself quite a number of denies, but for the most part, I think last hit is what he really wants. I am surprised by the fact that he does not have a point into Healing Ward. I think moving into level 4 and 5, Healing Wards is what he really needs, because Keizu is going to start pressuring his life total very heavily.
He's just holding off on it right now because he still has a Tango and a Salve, and he's already level 3.5, so I don't think he's really too worried about sustain.
Oh,
he's fine.
He brings himself another Salve, so evidently a little bit worried about sustain. Poor Man Shield is going to get upgraded as well. And Darkseer is going to start to lane cut. Looks like Keizu has bought himself a bottle in the side shop. Not something you see too often from the offlaners, but as you can see, Keizu is going to just steal the rune from the enemy jungle. And we're able to gas up that bottle again.
Wonder if he's going to cut the next wave and then go take his bounty rune too.
Why not?
Looks like Mason delivered himself some items. Now he has 2 salves.
Yeah. It's fine. He's last sitting under tower. Just okay. I gotta say though, I am very impressed with MP's laning capability so far. Despite the tri-lane that's thrown against him, still doing very decent on the CS chart. At least keeping with the Juggernaut, so. They are definitely getting away with a greed.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's just what Secret is really good at. They, time and time again, they're just left unpunished. Or, it's not even that they're left unpunished. Oh, hold that thought. Dubu getting gone on.
Does still have the Fairy Fire and the boots, but here comes the Sand King. Where do they want to go on? They're going to go Puppy. Puppy a little bit too fast for them, I think.
Oh, Dubu has to be careful.
Nah, Dubu's got the Decay, man. He's got this. But they did get themselves the rune. Boba will pick that one up.
His stacks dropped for a second. I got worried for him.
Looks like they will pop a shrine though.
I think like DC obviously want to punish them, but Secret are just positioned so well that they're never caught out.
Yep. The Caustic Bill from Sand King is not pressuring Spectre nearly as much. And I think because the 2 secret supports are constantly here, Boba could never Burrow Strike forward to just get off a Caustic hit or 2, which is something that Moon Meander did all the time. Because I believe the support in that game had to like roam a lot more. So as a result, I don't think Boba is able to win the lane as hard as the lane matchup normally goes.
Well, like you said, you know, despite the tri-lane pressure, MP is still performing really well. Both of the secret cores are... Actually, everyone's just winning their respective lanes right now. They're looking good for Secret right now.
Yeah, of course, I think the mid matchup is a lot more even, but let's be honest here. The mid one Death Prophet is going to be able to do a lot more for the team early on compared to the Medusa. Which begs the question again, we were not really sold on this Medusa pick. But again, never doubt a bed, because his KDA was definitely extremely strong in game 1 and 2 for the first round.
Yeah, definitely. And I wouldn't actually underestimate the potential Medusa has in the early game, because his team has a lot of lockdown. If you hit one good Mystic Snake, that's like more teamfight damage contribution than you would imagine.
I mean, yes, I suppose that's true, but it's... You could definitely, like, you know, list 20 heroes that have more power than Medusa early on, right? So we do have a...
No, it's very situational.
4-hero rotation going to the top lane. Sentry Ward is going to spot out the Invis Tree, who, by the way, is carrying an Iron Shell, so... Looks like they will actually avoid the gank and now smoke for themselves to the bottom. But there's no one bottom, because they saw the Sentry. Or saw they saw the Iron Shell, that's right. Are they swinging mid instead?
I think they're going mid. Yeah.
Alright, they will get themselves an Invis Ring.
No, actually, no, you're right. They went bottom. I don't think they saw the Ion Shell then.
Well, Darkseer is still going to be within the vicinity, so no harm done there. They're expecting Darkseer to make a defense as Mason pushes. And that is quite a good guess here. The Darkseer now is surging back in. Smoke is going to break. No, rather, he is still invised up. And now it's going to be an easy magic missile. Mason moving forward. Omni Slash going to get used. And Kezu will vacuum away the crit from Mason. Bless RNG picks up the kill. The retreating Tombstone will allow them to get out. Also got a TP out of Highlight Die. So very nicely done. And of course, these guys will pop the shrine together. Just kidding. Still down for 73 seconds.
Yeah, that was really nicely done by DC, but at the same time, that is the most fortunate Invis Rune.
Yep.
Could ask for.
I gotta say, Dubu's Undying, I mean, it's done his job in the laning stage, but unfortunately, this is really the part of the game that you have to worry for an Undying player. Does not scale into the mid game well at all. Very level dependent, very item dependent, and he's currently got, what, level 3.5?
I definitely agree with you there, but at the same time, he's still kind of matching up with the other supports, and as long as he does that, I don't really think it's going to be as bad, especially since he's in the support role. I think it's not as bad as you make it out to be.
Well, it looks like
We'll
his
have to see
team
how they
is
go.
also giving him some room to farm, some level in gold. Top lane Mason was actually spotted out by Ward coming in, so he gives up his cover and goes straight for the tower. Puppy will be able to take down the healing ward if he wants. Punch.
75. He has to be a little careful though. They can spin and stun.
Okay, well, one person wanted to go, one person did not want to go, and now a little bit of miscommunication from DC might cause them a kill here. Boba, very, very low. Magic Missile is going to turn it through. They do not have Omni Slash just yet. Here comes the Hunt from MP. Burrow Strike's going to miss from Boba, and now he takes a tower shot as well. Very, very low is Boba. On the right side, looks like Mason, or Demon rather, is going to run away. Courier flying through. Anybody going to focus on the Courier? Courier is going to go down. DC dropping a kill as well as a Courier. Now Mason is really stuck up here. Need to pour it out.
Series of unfortunate events for DC, some miscommunication here and there.
Yep.
I think that should have been a Spectre kill.
Tier 1 tower taking a ton of that damage. Mason's still in the trees here. He does have Omni Slash now.
They know that Haunt and Exorcism is down, so they want to try to find something here. If anything, they at least could pressure the tier 1.
Yep. But despite the fact that the Death Prophet had to leave the lane to make that gank, still ahead in terms of net worth. Abed now rotating up top. Looks like phase boot is going to be his goal. But with the courier dead, actually unable to get that phase boot to himself. Burrow Strike coming through. Epicenter being channeled up as well. And now mid one will get himself a little bit of HP from the Siphon Soul. And he's going to get a little bit more. Omni Slash is going to fly through. The question is, how will DC make it out of here? They do get one kill. Secret now looking for another. Mason on the run gets back. And now MP picks one up more. Demon in the trees. This is within his comfort zone. The question is, can Demon make the Jew? He even drops the ward. Wait.
No, he's got to go down. They're going to find him eventually. They know he's here.
All right.
There you go.
Demon's going to go down as well. So definitely did not worth that dive. 3-for-1 exchange. Secret very happily taking that one.
You know, giving Dubu space came at a very hefty cost. His entire team died in the top lane while he was just leveling at bottom.
I mean, I don't think you could pin that one on Dubu, right? Dive did not need to happen.
It was definitely a worthwhile attempt, but I don't think you can allow the DP to start siphoning when you do that. He survived for much longer than he needed to.
Yeah. I mean, for example, if Juggernaut had Omni Slash for a different hero, then, you know, the fight would have been totally different. But now Dubu, with his level 5, level 3 Tombstone, looking to join his team on the bottom side. Omni Slash not back up just yet.
Both the supports are smoked up. They're trying to look for something, but Revenge isn't even 6 yet. I don't know how effective this smoke is.
Yeah.
They have to be careful with how they use these, because they only have 1 remaining, I believe.
Smoke did just run out. And that will be the gank. Looks like they're going to try to force some damage on the mid tier 1. I mean, essentially nothing is happening for Digital Chaos right now, and that's a big threat. Because if you look over to MP, 2,000 gold almost in the bank. If MP finishes Radiance, let's say by 16, 17 minute mark, and DC don't get like a tier 1 or tier 2, I think they're in big trouble. Yes, you can rely on Medusa, but I mean, Medusa is not going to come online till like, what, 25, 30 minutes in? And that's a lot of time where you're going to be losing teams by X2 Spectre.
Yeah, well, MP does have Han now, and the rest of the team is smoked up.
Yep.
Mid one is hasted, the entire secret team is heading to bottom.
Seems like
knows something is up.
Yeah, Mason is aware of this. In fact, he will just TP out. This is a pretty good move for DC. If they could avoid a fight and just essentially trade towers, maybe even pick up a Spectre kill. Keep in mind, they do have this ward behind the tower, so Spectre does run by. Maybe they could catch her off.
Both carries know something is up. It's completely avoiding the fights.
Yep.
Like you said, they are going to be trading.
Although you can make the argument that trading actually favors Secret, because they're the one that's trying to finish Radiance. And I think MP is going to be a bigger factor than the Medusa. At least like for the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Take a look at items. Bulba, about 600 off the Blink Dagger. Might consider waiting for it. Because right now they don't have a great way to initiate, especially since Demon isn't 6 yet. He's almost 6, but... Okay, no, so now he's 6, but... 1 smoke remaining, and it's nighttime. I don't think you really want to commit a smoke at this time of day.
Yeah, of course, Trian is really slowing down these pushes. That mid-tier 1 is still alive, despite the fact that Medusa has pretty much sat in this lane for the majority of the whole game, and has constantly been pressuring the tower. That living armor, man. In fact, it's the very traditional way of playing the Trian, the max living armor build.
And it's like you said, they're just waiting for the Radiance anyways.
Yep.
Protect the remaining ones and they'll be good to go once Spectre finishes that Radiance. Only 2,000 something off.
Yeah. I wonder how pressured does DC feel. Like, they know the Radiance is coming. They're not really doing anything to stop it. They're not taking any objective because of the tree. So I feel like this smoke gank, this last smoke gank that they have with Boba's Blink has to work out. They have to get like 2 kills in the tier 1 out of it. And if they don't, this game is looking really, really bad for DC.
Do you remember which team it was that, Oh no, actually I remember. I was watching a Cloud9 game, and the way they combated late game potential with their early game roster was that they bought like 5 Midases.
Okay.
Is that
Well,
the play here for DC?
There's no hand of Midas being queued up right now. Well, actually, Undying has one. He's thinking about it. But, I don't know. In fact, they're going to try to fight right into Team Secret before the Radiance comes online. Mason just tanking the building for now. Tail will hit. There's a silence on top. They drop the Tombstone. They want to burst him out. And in fact, Mason goes down immediately. Haunt comes online right now, but the Tombstone doing a lot of work. Overgrowth does hit a lot of people, but Tombstone still generating zombie. Mid one inside, getting searched back out by the Darkseer. Darkseer now in a little bit of trouble. Now mid one focusing down on the Tombstone. So at the end of the day, Sanking goes down to the right side. Mason dies right in front of the tower, and Secret lost nothing. I mean, I guess Han on cooldown, but whatever.
I'm just going to consider that as pretty much nothing, especially since the tower is just going to slowly get healed up now again. That was just a big misplay from DC. They wanted to slowly siege. They expected, you know, we have Avenge, we can swap in case things go bad, but they underestimated how much damage was coming out. You have to remember that Lion still has the ulti. That finger just demolished Mason.
Yeah, really, really good combination of play here. Mid one also threw a silence on top of the Juggernaut just in case if he was able to survive and spin away. So, really, Mason had no chance. And now DC uses their last smoke. They ping out Pylai Die. They're going to focus on a 5 position support. Easy kill here for Team DC. In fact, they're going to go right back to that tier 1. Checking in the Radiance Gold. 3,500 here on Spectre. Looks like this tier 1 is going to be destined to fall. But I think DC has already paid the Iron Pies for it.
Yeah, all things considered, you know, Secret did a really good job in holding this tier 1 for such a long time. Just buying more time for MP.
Yep.
Gets closer to that relic, 100 off the relic. Once the Radiance is online, like you said, it's going to be very difficult for DC to fight into this.
MP overall playing rather well. I think so far in today's performance, he might be overshadowed by, you know, his mid player. But let's not forget, throughout the run of the major qualifiers, he was the one that's actually leading in terms of KDA for the team. So, MP, a very, very strong player given the right circumstances. And this might just be the game that he's going to shine. His team has bought him a lot of time and space. I believe he will reward his team. Ally died. Also working on a Blink Dagger himself, so seems like Secret is well within their comfort zone, right? Playing greedy, but getting rewarded because they're just so good on the defense.
I'm starting to wonder if this is like truly greedy. Maybe I'm just overlooking something. I feel like every time I see their lineup, it just on paper it looks greedy, but they just never fail to execute it. Like, they know what they can and can't get away with, no matter what heroes they're up against.
Maybe just the right amount.
Finger is back up again. I feel like Secret could still make aggressive plays, even if they're waiting on the Radiant, simply because, you know, you do have a Lion.
Right.
I
mean,
they can,
but do they have to? Like, if they smoke into DC, and then DC gets a 2 quick kill, they could just, like, take one of your towers, right? I see the way Team Secret playing now is completely fine. They can make aggressive move, but there's no reason to. They just hold their tower, wait for Radiance. Because, like you pointed out earlier, DC's out of smokes at this point. So they don't really have any plans of making an aggressive play into the enemy jungle. They just have to do these kind of frontal pushes. And yes, it might take down a tower, but they're going to waste so much time in doing so, especially pushing into this living armor. In fact, they're not even going to get this tower.
Good recognition from Secret. They realize that Abed is by himself. Tried to set up. Well, I like this move from DC though. They're going to go straight into Roshan. They baited everyone into the bottom lane.
Alright, let's see how quickly they could take it. And I don't think the Radiance is online yet. It's very close. Very, very close. Roshan down to about half HP. Giving Mason the Aegis will be really, really big for the team. It looks like they will get it pretty much for free. Great rotation, like you said, from Digital Chaos. That's going to be a little bit more gold here for the DC Midases as well. Undying working on one. I don't think Demon... Yeah, Demon's working on the Medallion of Courage. And Mason, standard item purchases with the Manta style.
Another thing that's important to note is that while they were going for that bottom tower, Death Prophet actually used for ulti, so they could potentially just go for another tower trade here, since I don't think Secret are going to be defending without Exorcism.
Yeah, I think mid one used it to actually pressure mid, right?
Yeah, but everyone was waiting there.
Yep.
Mid one kind of realized something was up and just backed away.
Well, the big difference is now Radiance is online. It seems like Secret is actually confident enough. Like, normally I think once Spectre finishes Radiance, they still want to tank up a little bit more by buying other, like, health items, but Spectre kicking up the Manta style right after.
Revealing himself once he's running away.
Well, here comes the full frontal push from DC. Again, they're out of smokes, so pretty much all they can do is frontal push. They do have the Aegis to help with that, though. So Mason in the front. They got Medallion Courage as well as a swap to back things up. Excuse me, the Aegis is on a bed instead, so maybe better to put a bed in the front. And let Mason just kind of micro his healing ward in the back.
Yep, that was definitely going to be the plan. They want the Medusa to safely siege. All sit behind her.
Problem is, this push is not that fast. Again, living armor slowing things down. Even the Crypt Swarmer too. Look at, like, the creep wave is just gone. Healing wards momentarily down as well. And this Medusa is out of mana currently. So this push is just not going to work.
They know they have to apply pressure somehow. But unfortunately, it's just so hard the way Secret is defending. And MP now has Radiance.
Yep.
I'm sure they're aware of this as well.
Oh yeah, they definitely see them on the map pushing. It just feels like whatever DC's game plan is, it just feels so inefficient compared to what Secret's doing. Now Secret, obviously, they aren't really farming all over the map because they have to play somewhat defensive. They have to respect the ganking power of DC. And as a result, it looks like the Medusa is able to eclipse the Spectre in terms of net worth. But here comes the big move from Team Secret. No blink on the line yet, just to initiate. Line still a little bit away. Puppey is going to be moving forward, having access into his overgrowth. And they're looking to pick one into a tower push.
I actually think if Secret run into DC right now, they might actually lose the fight.
Who's they?
Medusa, if they... Secret. I think Secret will lose this fight if they try to fight into Medusa Aegis.
Well, in fact, Secret will just break out their smoke and start applying some pressure on the bottom. Alright, here's that one smoke that has recovered in time from DC. Sand King's the man. He needs to jump. He needs to initiate. Puppey in a great position to actually break the smoke. Smoke broken here. Do they have the detection? Puppey is going to get caught out. No, he just walks away from the sentry. No, he walks back in. Will get completely changed. And here comes the haunt. Puppey will let his ultimate rip. Sand King. Whoa! What a vacuum on top! And then, okay. Huge damage coming out on the back line, though. It's going to be Omni Flash flying through. Mid one dropping very low. Finger Death flying out as well. Bro Strike coming into Death Prophet. Death Prophet still somehow alive. They focus on Mason. Mason's going to go down. And now Medusa dead as well. 5 dead. Everybody on Secret still alive. Impale will miss, but the silence will not. And now Kezu focusing on Medusa bed out of mana. And that is a 6-0 for Team Secret. Did you say they were going to win a team fight with Aegis?
I said they could, but they didn't even come close. I mean, the problem was they tried to kill mid one during his ulti, and you know, through his items and living armor, he just wouldn't go down. And by the time Exorcism ended, he just healed up again.
I think the key thing is they also used both Burrow Strike and Magic Missile on the Treant in the beginning of the fight. He got mech'd up, he used his Overgrowth, and suddenly all of that damage you done on the Treant is useless, right? Because you don't want to focus him after he uses his Overgrowth. And then they began to focus on DP, but they didn't have enough there. And all the meanwhile, Spectre just railing on them. The ghost from Exorcism was just killing them. And
there wasn't an epicenter either, which is like a very large source of their damage at this point.
True. I mean, even if they had epicenter, that was only a level 1 epicenter, because Boba was only a level 11 during that fight. So I'm not sure how much.
I think that would be enough though, because mid one was so close to dying. Like at one point, he only had somewhere like 150 life. I think if the Epicenter came out, that fight might have been a little better for DC. At least a bed wouldn't have died.
Would have been closer, probably.
It would have much closer.
But after that team fight, some big items going to be coming out. Highlight, I remember he was working on the Blink Dagger, now finished. Treant Protector, we'll be working on the Medallion Courage. I gotta say though, MVP for the fight, probably Kezu. His early Greaves is the reason I think that Secret made that aggressive move into the jungle to take that fight. Because without the Greaves, I'm pretty sure they would not have withstand so much AoE nukes.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, that's a very, very huge team fight contribution. Not to mention, he just hit I think it was like a 3-man vac wall. That was
a
lot of damage.
It's not like they have a lot of things to combine off the vacuum, right? I guess vacuum impale is a move they could do.
Pylai Die hit the vacuum impale, so yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
There's a multiple amount of things that go through. If you vacuum in, they can overgrowth, and if you overgrowth everyone in the same spot, then it's an easy. I guess you can call it a global silence.
Secret on the back line here, and now Demon gonna get caught out by himself. Easy kill. They will give it to mid one.
Easy slows. Orb of Venom, Seed, and Soul Siphon.
And now MP working towards that Manta style himself.
I'll take that as tribute.
And really begin to worry for DC, because this is what we really feared, right? Team Secret has the Spectre online. A bed, unfortunately unable to keep up, because Medusa is just not that type of hero. And now Secret will start to become on the offensive. They got the Blink line to start things off, they got the Overgrowth to follow things up. And of course, let's not forget about Kezu. He's got a Blink as well, so we're gonna start to see some wombo combo play from Team Secret.
Yeah, definitely. They pretty much reached their stride now. Like, everyone has the items that they need. No need to defend anymore. Let's just go kill everything.
Okay, so if you're Team DC, you know, all of this is looking pretty bad for you. What is the play? Are you trying to grind out in the late game, or are you trying to just hope for a good team fight?
I think at this point you're just really hoping for a good team fight, because I don't think Secret are gonna really allow them the chance to make these kind of pickoffs happen. If you could find pickoffs, then that's great, but Secret are just kind of playing close together.
Yep.
And you know, by having that living armor, it's kind of hard to kill someone really quickly. Gives them time to reinforce each other.
I mean, I think during the drafting phase, we've been saying how good DC's heroes are versus living armor, right? The spin goes through it. The right clicks from Sanking applying Caustic and Sandstorm breaking the living armor, but we never really seen that at all, because this is one of those games where, you know, you expect the Sand King to pick up a Blink Dagger and ganks to happen, but we haven't seen any successful ganks from DC at all, and I don't think that's Boba's fault. It's just Secret playing really well at reacting against those ganks.
Yep, definitely. Now Puppy has that Solar Crest. This item has been really popular, I think, since after DAC. I think this item's broken. I think it's gonna get nerfed.
Think so?
Yeah, this item is insane.
Tell me what's broken about it. Just the value that it gets you?
The
for
value,
cost?
yeah, the value is crazy. Just put it on your core, and they just like stand in the front, and nothing can kill them. And then you get a Lotus Orb and Glimmer Cape.
It helps when you put living armor on that core as well, and that's why Treant.
Ah, that's right.
So likely like to pair that up together. I mean, we just saw mid one tanking the tier 1 tower with living armor and Solar Crest, and he wasn't losing a point of health. That's some truly OS Frog stuff right there. MP will add to his item by picking up Manta style. I mean, at this point, does he even have to go for like a health item, like a Heart or Vanguard, or do you think he could go straight for Diffusal Blade and start pressuring the mana pool of Diffusa?
I think Diffusal Blade is perfectly fine with how this game is progressing. I don't really think that survival is going to be an issue.
Haunt gonna come out here on the mid lane. They are gonna focus down on Venge Demon. We'll tank one for the team. Not the biggest loss for Team DC, but still, a kill is a kill here for Secret, and they will be looking to pressure tier 2.
I think that move was just kind of like proof as to how they're really not in a hurry to do anything. They feel very much in control of this game right now. A kill is a kill, and like you said, they use Exorcism just for, what, a quarter of the damage to the tower, and then they just go back and they don't have to worry about their own buildings because they have a treant.
Honestly, might not have been the best Exorcism usage, but
yeah, I can
no
kind of
punish.
agree with that.
There's no punish, right? Like Secret says, okay, our big ult's been used. Let's just go back, wait, farm a little bit more.
They could have at least used it on Roshan though.
Yeah. Speaking of Roche, there's a possibility then that DC could just walk in and take it, right? No haunt.
Yeah.
No
this
Exorcism.
is the right play. This is their only option, I think.
It's like, Mason, get over here. And Mason actually has a Mask of Madness. Treant walking on top of the hill here. Surging him up. If you want to walk in and overgrowth, they're thinking about it. Spectre is coming in. He might no hunt for 30 seconds. They just want to delay this Roach for a little bit longer. Here comes Puppey. The bash. Okay, overgrowth threatening to be played. And now Abed, with his mana pool pretty much trained, has to just go back. And when it's all said and done, Spectre's haunt will be up before the next fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they can kill it fast enough unless Mason's in there with.
Yeah. So talk to me about the Mask of Madness choice here. We saw it earlier today on MP's Lycan. But Juggernaut, kind of a different hero. You think it's a good purchase here or no?
I feel like it's a very risky purchase here, isn't it? Like, from the last game that we saw MP pick it up, like, the armor wasn't as big of an issue, but this time you're against DP.
Yeah.
It might backfire.
Especially when you
farm.
When you use that mask and you get hexed by Pile Die, it could go really ugly really fast. Boba, oh, breaks the smoke and quick reaction by the man. We'll be able to blink out. Dubu also
trying to catch the
running away. Alright, that's gonna be a kill, John. Oh, looks like MP's gonna move forward, vacuum back, and it looks like Dubu is gonna go down as well. 1 kill, 2 kill, both supports down here for DC. Juggernaut split pushing up top. Good play by Mason. That is gonna protect their tier 1 tower for a bit.
I don't know if it matters too much though, because Secret have their eyes on Roshan. This was the plan the entire time.
Kezu may be thinking about looking to cancel that TP, but Mason's already out. Well, now you gotta deal with the Aegis on top of this TP. Nope, looks like MP will pick it up.
Oh, Pile Die is trying to set up on Abed.
Oh, Abed, a lot of trouble.
Might be going down.
Oh, wait, Pile Die's in the trees! Long range kill though! Just the tip! And that's gonna be enough. The finger to finish things off. Pile Die says, I just want to be here to be safe. Stay in the trees, man. No problem. Sorry I ever doubted you, Pie.
That was a great, quick ground target to cover up his mistake. But
yeah. Swap back out by Demon. Demon's gonna go down. I just realized, looking at the kill score, we're 5 kills away from the dream, man. Team Secret
really are
rolling right now. Aegis up on MP, and MP could just kind of waltz up to the high ground they want. Because what exactly is DC's high ground defense? Tombstone plus Epicenter, I suppose?
They're missing their most important defender right now, though. Medusa's down for 15 seconds.
Yep.
And you definitely don't want to buy back.
Maybe Team Secret won't be able to take down Raxus, but if they get tier 3, I think they'll be extremely happy. Taking down tier 3 will open up the shrines, and suddenly Team Secret will have even more map control than they already has. I mean, if you look at the map right now, DC already sees extremely little. The question is, will DC back off? Nope. Yeah, Secret will just back off after the tier 3, and they ping out the shrine. Very, very safe play.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this decision because mid one doesn't have Exorcism. They might as well just wait for it. Go again, because they still have Aegis for quite some time.
Well, 3 support heroes kind of waiting here for a trap. They see a bed. Ooh. Yo, a bed gonna get bashed. Here comes Sahan. They blink in. The Mantisau used the finger. Immediately dead. Vacuum back. That's 2 kill and a tombstone. And that's gotta be Rax, right? Mason's
perfect timing for mid one. That's Exorcism. Just missing 50 mana.
Right now, Team Secret is just flexing for the gym right now, showing off what they could do. There's a buyback from the bed. Exorcism is going to get lifted. Rex is still standing strong for a little bit, but how much longer is the question? And nobody cares. Homie Slash flying off in the back line here. It looks like, okay, lots of damage output by Mason in the front. Epicenter coming out in the back as well, but now Mason going to get control. Mason dead. Rax is still looking good. MP decides to actually chase heroes instead of focusing on the Raxes. And now they're going to focus on the tier 3, but GG's going to come out here. DC had enough. And that's
they managed to take down the supports, but these cores are just way too much for them to handle. I wanted to see Kezi's items at the end. I think he bought a Bastion.
Did he really?
Reserve time.
Clockwork.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Dragon Knight.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Well, it's the classic number one man-on-man hard carry position. It's the anti-mage versus the spec. Sind.
Yay, TI won.
Yeah. 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 Warcraft 3.
That's an old school, very old school matchup.
It is.
I agree.
Well, you had the panel. They all predicted IG. Now, obviously, you're the king of predictions. You saw that RP coming.
I was 0-2 on my panel prediction. I think that the seat I was sitting in is actually cursed. So far, that seat is 1-6. And the one correct prediction was Gods' prediction in game 3. And one, both mine. Gods was wrong in his first 2.
Maybe we just need better analysts in the seat.
Yeah, that's possible. We don't know what we're... Well, it's nice that we get to sit there and talk, at least. But the results just aren't there. I think this might be the worst prediction ratio the panel has ever had on day 1.
It does.
It's really bad.
Terrible. So just to continue that, OG now gets to win, and we'll get to go to a game 3 for more fantastic Dota. That's the play. That's the plan.
I'm actually not sure who I am favoring here. Based on the last game, and I think that was an important point to make, that Baboka was exceptional on the Earth Spirit. I don't know if he can pull off the same performance on Ricky this game. He can start out by dying.
That's one way to do it. Smoke breaks, Baboka gets revealed. XXS, he's going to skewer. 4 hero is back. Is he going to try and take this for the team? Baboka is still revealed for the moment, but the dust, it just wore off. They have to plan down a Sentry Ward 2. The Cogs put him out. S4 will get the kill and isolates XXS. He's trying to run out. S4's body blocking him up. They need a little bit more time to attack into him. They don't have the damage. So XXS will be able to back out of here. Even with the PMS, he takes a lot of damage. And it looks like he's going to go all the way back to base to heal up. And Burning and Q are going to try and make the most out of this. They're advancing forward. They want to take this bounty rune away from Ana, because they know Ana has no friends to help him. In fact, okay, now they do. S4 will come in. He'll call Burning back down again, forcing Burning to actually contest for the rune. And then blink himself away to safety. But it did go the way of Ana. So it's just a 2-for-2 trade-off for the runes after all of that.
Very nice start for OG, though. Great play to move down there, get the dust off on the Ricky, get that kill. Forcing Magnus back to base, like you said, also makes a difference. And in addition to that, they also managed to force Burning skill Blink level 1. And this actually does make a bit of a difference in this matchup against Clockwork, because what Clockwork wants to do is he wants to keep trying to cog the animation, get him out of mana, but it becomes like this fist fight early on where AM will just try to run at you and mana break you down so you can't do it. At this point, the option isn't even there, so S4 can get quite a bit more out of this lane than usual, unless they actually just tri-lane and sit on his Clockwork, just like in game 1.
But then again, is S4 really that sad about that? He held the creep wave back far enough, and Baboka can't really easily kill off this Clockwork.
That's good enough. Unfortunately for him, now his wave is pushing quite heavily. So he got like 2/3 of a level here, almost 3/4. It's just, Clockwork has this problem that other offlaners don't, that he is really not that good at retiring into the jungle. Like, you can't really farm the jungle very well, and in addition to that, you're against a Riki. It's not really an option, so he's going to try his best to at least just keep the enemy heroes here and try his best to get levels. He got a bit of experience there, but now he needs to be careful, actually. Doing some good damage here, will survive.
And another defensive cog has to be triggered.
Flask and Tango needs to be used here. Still keeping the Shrine available.
I want to keep my eyes a little bit closer on, well, on 2 lanes, in fact. XXS going to skewer back. Jirax getting in range of the tier 1 tower. Jirax copying a lot of damage for that. But it's mid lane. It's watching the DK play. Now, obviously, we know Anna's going to have a better time once he reaches his bottle. But OP kind of destroyed him in the mid game, in game 1. How does this scenario play out here in game 2?
I think this lane match, I'm not 100% sure how this usually goes. I think it's fairly even. It's hard for Storm to harass Dragon Knight out entirely, and yes, maybe you hit a Static Remnant once in a while on him, or at least the Overload, but Dragon Knight can of course lower your damage a lot with Breathe Fire, and at the end of the day this should be like pretty even, you know. There's a slight lead for Storm, but he's also pushing in, so there's more creeps coming on his way. Overall, just fine. As far as mid-game goes, Storm versus Dragon Knight is a very volatile matchup, where if Storm gets the jump on DK and pulls him into his team and then kill him off, that's great. If he can't, Dragon Knight has one of the better stuns against Storm Spirit. It's very fast, used to be instant, but still is a very quick stun. And if you get caught off guard by that as Storm, you could just get killed off by a lot of things in this game.
Oh, no, Burberka. He's killed many couriers in his time, and if he gets this one, the bottle will be delivered to Anna. The courier will still die, so there's no ferrying available for Anna. And Jirax actually just took the Invis rune as the Monkey King, bouncing himself away.
Still a lot of good gold. Of course, as always, it is a way less significant loss to lose a ground courier than a flying one.
He hit the scan.
Ground courier gives no experience, and
actually triggered the dust. Yeah, Jirax wants to go on Burberka. The last second of that Radiant scan revealed him, and Jirax is trying to do as much damage as he possibly can to kill off this Riki, and he will have enough. Jirax able to solo kill off Burberka. And this Riki Maru, the presence, if you don't count the courier kill, is actually pretty minimal on the map.
Jingo Master is pretty good skill when you hit 4 times. It's a lot of damage.
The real 4 position.
That was kind of crazy. I actually didn't think he was going to be able to solo kill him, but just enough time. So, well, let's have a look at the side lanes a little bit. So No Tail and Burning are both more or less free farming, and this is a classic matchup where both heroes actually have kill potential on each other. It depends on a couple of conditions in the mid game. If the Spectre has any sort of setup on the AM, where AM is locked down, she can kill him really, really fast with Desolate with a Manta style. And on the other hand, if AM gets the jump on Spectre with an Abyssal Blade, he can burn all of her mana before she even gets the Haunt off. So it is one of those matchups where I feel like rather than the carries, it's about how the other cores are doing. Like if Storm can set up the Anti-Mage for a good game, or if the Dragon Knight can put enough pressure that Spectre can keep farming like this and reach her items. And so far pretty even overall, I would say.
It may start to tilt a little bit. You look at what Burning's built. Like he's going no boots, he's got the PMS, and he's got Hand of Midas ready to go. If he wants to, in fact, that's exactly what he's done. He just bought the recipe, and it's coming in the backpack of the courier.
It's funny, this we were calling this a TI1 matchup, right, between the carries. This Anti-Mage Midas, I know Burning did it in a recent game, but apart from that, I can't remember seeing it in an official game since Kvos did it in like the Defense 2 or something. Like it's been really long time since people bought Midas on AM. So interesting. Maybe tells us a lot about how teams perceive this patch, that it just doesn't go as fast right now anymore. It's pretty bold if you think about it. He's going for a Midas aim build-up against a team with Dragon Knight. You know, usually want to push towers fast, but he just doesn't feel threatened enough.
I would love to agree with you with your point, but at the same time, like you look at the kill count that came in from game 1, everyone was going Midas, and we're still going at least 2-3 kills a minute.
Absolutely.
So it's like the pace of the push game has slowed down, but there's still so much more brawling.
Definitely still fighting.
And thanks to Anna having that sentry ward, which was planted down previously by Jirax, they know what's coming his way, and they managed to, okay, did he really? He's actually quelling blading through all the trees near him, so Jirax has only got 1 tree to work with.
Both Boboka and Jerax have very low levels. Jerax is closing in on level 3 minute 6. Boboka just got level 2, so the 4 positions in this game will be a little bit quieter, probably, than the last game where Boboka kind of just took over the game.
Is Jerax actually trying to hide himself inside the rune?
Oh, look, there's a haste.
Haste runes to the, like, you need to get the perfect rotation time to make that work.
Which one is real, the static one or the moving one?
I don't know. You try and click both of them.
Oh, looks like he at least secured the rune for Ana there. Or actually, rather, he took it himself. I guess Ana didn't want it. Maybe they see some play potential here, but this kill is very difficult. They're waiting for Jerax to hit level 3 so they have that boundless, but it's such a short duration stun, 0.4 on level 1. This play in my mind doesn't really exist.
It doesn't, but the fact that supports aren't there for Invictus Gaming, it still gives the confidence for
getting
S4
information
to play aggressive. And maybe this is also the time when Jerax needs to back out. Like, yeah, he doesn't have level 3. Okay, maybe with Phoenix here, they start the attack. You've got the Blink Strike, the Blink, so you can get away that way. But Jerax pounces forward, the rocket will connect, and Phoenix, do you want to commit to this? The Spectral Horn, Burning isolated, but he's able to jump away. But the Spirits fly, needs to hit the target. Burning dodges 2 so far. Watch the fancy feet go. 3, 4. He dodges all of them. We've got Michael Flatley, Lord of the Farm, right here on the top lane.
He could actually even have been cocky there and gone for the kill on Fly if he wanted to. That's maybe a bit extreme, but Fly was out of his spells, and he had a creep wave on him. But Burning, just escaping that, going to be very happy with that.
Storm Spirit's now going to be able to kill off Fly, so OP burns the last bit of his mana he had to do so. Notel actually got kind of lucky because he jumped back down to his illusion on the bottom lane and was able to get back into the farm without being stuck up on top.
How much did Ana do with this? So whenever you look at a Dragon Knight mid, there's the big moment for Dragon Knight, the first big moment in the game, the hero is pretty stale in the start. Like, you're just a static laner, you're just farming. Maybe you get a kill if you get some great rotation, but most of the time you can't do it alone. So you wait for level 6, and then you want to try to push the tower.
Yeah.
How much did he get out of this Dragon farm? He managed to get half a tower while Storm was gone. They've rotated in the silencer to leech the lane.
He got it down to a quarter.
That's pretty all right, actually. That's always the threat when you're playing against Dragon Knight and you leave your lane. This is a thing you have to take into account. And IG might have been caught a little off guard. You generally don't want to give this much health for a kill on a support. I would say if Fly got the choice, he would take this trade any day, that he gives up his life for 2/3 of a mid tower this early in the game.
Is OP ready to go? Boboka's managed to find Fly, but he's got 1/1/1 at the moment, so he could potentially get the...
Has double damage on Ricky for a little bit.
Okay, OP gets a little bit of a wrong jump, and then the sprites actually hit the target perfectly, make it so difficult to kill off Ana. So Icarus dive forward. Boboka, as well as Q, and not very healthy, and with a battery assault from S4, he's going to find this kill. A little bit more mana. 1 second now, he's got the hook shot up. S4 goes in deep, finds a kill on Q. And there is nothing Boboka can do about that one, apart from maybe snipe off Ana, but no, Ana back into Dragon form. He wants to push lane.
Sick play by Fly there. That was kind of made up for the 4 he missed in a row by hitting a triple. They needed that too. If he hits like 1 or 2 targets there, I think Ana will die. But Ricky couldn't make use of his double damage. He had no attack speed at all. And like you said, the tower... If he gets 1 more hit in, this tower is down. Yep. Ana is being a bit cautious here.
He's got 14 1 charges, so he knows he's safe.
Fly even steals the bounty rune away from the Ricky. This is the... Usually goes the other way around.
Notel wants to fight. He's got Spectral Horn available and wants to try and come out. And here it comes. Fly
got
gets silenced up, and Notel, he actually focuses onto Q instead. So while Fly might be down, Notel needs 1 more attack to get the kill on Q. With S4 right behind him, Boboka also has to run out. But it guarantees the last hit on the tower in the mid lane for Notel, in fact. He's the man to take it. And he went for an early, like, not even phase boots, it's just that turn build onto the spec.
This game definitely looks better for OG than the first one did here in the early game. Getting a couple of good kills, getting the first 1 tower. They're still slightly behind on experience, and I think they more or less evened out the gold, but just slowly but steadily they're going to take away this map from IG. If Ricky can't really get any bigger impact than this over the next short amount of time, there will be another tier 1 falling, whether it's bottom or top that OG choose to go for.
Jerax, he's going to dust over on Boboka. The Sentry Ward revealed him, so Boboka has to actually blink himself into the creep wave, but the stuns are available, and Ana with a Haste Rune runs up and basically breathes on him.
This definitely looks like an OG that have done their research on how to deal with this hero. In comparison to how much Boboka dominated.
XXS actually is in trouble at the moment. A hookshot's available for Rise.
kept healing him up, bought him enough time for MP to come online, and it was just such a clean game from. I can barely see any mistake with their plays.
Yep. Well, we are switching gears a little bit, at least for Team Secret. That's going to be Pylai Dice Crystal Maiden, plus the Abaddon, which I imagine Kezu will be playing it. I personally haven't seen Kezu play the Abaddon before, but judging from the playstyle, do you think we're going to see more of a carry-oriented Abaddon, like maybe a Midas into Radiance? Or are we going to see more of the kind of teamfight supportish role with the Vlads, and then maybe even Axe somewhere down the line?
I think it's very likely that we'll. It really depends on what the other support here.
That's true. I think generally
we managed to see that.
Generally, Kezu plays more of the sacrificial team role, but we'll see. He could definitely make the adjustment. But all eyes on the mid player. Once again, both Team Secret and Digital Chaos rely on the mid players a lot. Last game, we didn't really hear too much from Abed. Ooh, just kidding. I say this is gonna be a Pylai Eye Crystal Maiden. No. It's gonna be the Pi Bounty Hunter special.
I'm actually not sure about that though.
You don't think
Puppy
so?
has been playing it.
That's true. I think they actually played Bounty Hunter earlier today, and I'm pretty sure Pylai Dai was playing the Wisp that game with Puppy on the Bounty Hunter.
That's a good point, because that's also another one of his heroes.
Yep. Man, I just missed the Pi Bounty. He's so good, the hero. He would just like constantly sit in the enemy jungle, gather a ton of information. You know, I think his average courier kill when he plays Bounty Hunter is like 1.5 or 1.7 or something like that. So, one of the best bountiers in the world, but looks like he might not be able to play Bounty this game.
That's a pretty damn good track record.
Reserve time.
That was like the stats
Akila.
like 1.5 years ago. I don't know what that number has been becoming now.
He's not going to be able to pad his stats if he get play Bounty Hunter. I'm fairly certain Puppy ends up playing this.
Yeah, most likely. Ooh. The mid one Ember. Or like you asked in game 1, was it the MP Ember or the mid one Ember? We don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's mid one. I know for sure he's been playing it more often than not. I'd say like 90% or more.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, talk to me about the mid matchup, right? Invoker should have a very decent lane against Ember.
Should, but we're gonna have to see. You have to remember there is a Bounty Hunter and a Crystal Maiden. Quite a bit of help here. At the same time, you know, you have to deal with a tree. It's kind of depends on how the supports move. I think in terms of just the 1v1, Invoker only has a...
Yeah, especially if Ember has access into Poor Man's Shield, which I imagine he'll start with. And most likely going to be going for the very standard Veil of Discord opening into Buchi Travel. Traditionally, Ember has been a very strong counter pick to Treant Protector because, first of all, living armor does not matter if I'm doing against the Flame Guard in terms of killing whoever Ember wants to kill. And if the game does ever scale into the mid and late game and Treant starts putting eyes everywhere, Ember also doesn't care as he just kills them very easily with his ultimate, and we'll be able to hunt down Treant Protector if Treant decides to go for more of a split push playing style. So I think that was probably one of the strongest reasons that Ember is selected for Team Secret versus the Treant.
10 seconds remaining.
One thing to note though, this draft is very different to what they've been playing earlier set. I mentioned that they're kind of greedy. This doesn't strike me as greedy. I think they're going to be able to play much more aggressively this time. Like last game they played very defensively. This game is going to be total opposite.
And I think this is actually the first time in this tournament where they're taking more of a proactive approach, right? For the most part, Team Secret seems to be okay playing on the defensive, waiting for the opponent to make the mistake, but this is, like you said, a complete 180 from Team Secret.
Defensive. Only difference is instead of Undying, you have a Treant Protector. This is still more than enough to get the job done, especially since you have the Invoker this time, and very easy setup. Burrow Strike.
Yeah, the Burrow Strike plus the Sunstrike combo is the bread and butter for many teams. And I'm glad that DC has essentially assembled the combo here. We're going to see Boba playing the Sand King once again, most likely. Honestly, his Sand King wasn't too impressive last game. But I think that's more to the nature of the game where he really never had an opening to find those kills. But when Team Secret is looking to fight into you all the time, I think Boba's going to be able to find himself a lot more opportunity this game to combine things up with a bed.
Hope that's the key. Hope that covers from that.
10 seconds remaining.
A very big turnaround from how they looked in the.
Seconds remaining.
He has a lot of potential. I don't know if how people actually play the tournament right now. Personally, I think he has what it takes. Top 8, current state.
Top 8? Is this the NA Dota fanboy that's coming out of
Nope.
you?
I'm no fanboy. That's honestly how I feel.
Is this opposite day where top 8 is bottom 8?
Damn, that little faith, huh?
I mean, it's either top 8 or bottom 8, right? It's 50-50. I mean, you might be convinced that Digital Chaos is top 8, but I think a lot of people out there would raise their eyebrow. But we'll see. We'll see how well they play against Team Secret here.
You're all laughing now, but wait till they make it top 8.
Okay, man. Okay.
Secret, they need an MP hero. They need a decent right clicker because it. Maybe we'll see Lycan again. I think Lycan's actually.
Oh, the complete run at you strategy. Bounty track, Ember flying left and right. The Wolfman going ham. I like it. I like it. DC will actually take out the Juggernaut and goes into a Bristleback. All right. I think we saw, what is it, Weehaw playing it earlier today? And he was like 15-0 and 14, something ridiculous.
Was 16-0 and 13?
Something like that. But I think that's a very different game, right? Because at that game, he had a lot of heroes where he could just run at. And they really had no ways to deal with it, right? I think Arc Warden in that game in particular just struggled against Bristleback that was just running at him. But this game, though, he does have a couple of advantages. So far, none of these heroes from Team DC will likely build into a Silver Edge. So his passive is going to be sticking around throughout the whole game. And that's something that we had to deal with in his own game. Okay.
Not what I expected.
I don't know.
But a very effective pick. I feel like it's a very effective pick against the Bristleback.
How so?
Because one thing Bristleback suffers from is the lack of mana pool. If you have a Phantom Lancer, not all that difficult to just drain him of his mana. Kind of useless.
Okay, I hear you. I think Bristleback has a mana talent at level 10, I believe. Once she gets level 2, MP's farm with Lance plan might not be too bad, but he's now surrounded from all sides. Okay, he does have a teleport scroll already selected. Easy lift by Demon, finding out the real one. Suddenly MP might be giving up a kill. He's gonna try to pour it out. Ooh, the big punch from Dubu. And you know what the worst part is? His TP's on CD, so he has to walk all the way back into the lane. Meanwhile, Puppy maybe heard me talking about Pylai's courier sniping stats. Already adding 1 to himself right now. Takes out the courier on the bottom side.
I don't think MP actually expected that amount of damage. Held on his skill.
Yep. Mid one might be in a lot of trouble here. Abed does have the cold snap invoked, and now mid one needs to juke to the left side. Good escape, and I don't think DC could cut him off, but might actually force him away from. Ooh, he's actually inside the Roshan pit. Okay, it's a bait. Yep, nice two-man chain here. They want Demon. Demon in a lot of trouble. They're gonna try to burn him down. A couple more right click is necessary, but the Treant heal enough to keep Demon alive. Demon going for the double Shadow Walk, extra damage, but unfortunately, not enough.
We are gonna have a lane swap. Top lane now. You know, earlier we saw T was playing.
Right.
Went for. I just want to see stuff bouncing all.
Ah, shit, boys. Sorry for missing that kill on the bottom. Looks like they just killed each other. Some manly Dota was missed on the bottom side. I'll be try to not miss any more kills from now on.
Yeah, between the.
The double axe, all bounces. Mid, applying some pressure against a bed. Peeking out, perhaps expecting Puppy coming in. Yep, scan on top. They know Puppy's here. Dust is gonna fly out. Puppy in a lot of trouble, but Kezu does have the shield available. He will be able to run away. What's he done? The shield also taking off the Dust debuff, so Puppy staying invis.
So far, though, this is. Still want to continue playing. Actually able.
Right.
Last game, they just weren't able to find any.
And at the same time, DC's not under as big of a clock as they were last game, right? Like, even if their early game offense is, like, if it doesn't work out, they could still kind of hang back because they do have Invoker to fall back on as a kind of a decent late game hero.
Unlike EG's. Enough AoE to deal with.
Mid one. Get his. They're gonna try to fight under a shrine, but immediately we have teleport coming in. Mid one, like in a lot of trouble. Lift into Sunstrike into Cold Snap. Mid one trying to suicide to the dragons. Ooh, it's gonna be close. In fact, he makes it out. Jebaited. That's 2 TPs. The shrine usage. He makes it out without giving away a kill. So not too bad. Crystal Maiden back in the top lane here. We'll start things off with the Frostbite. A little bit too tanky and Burrow Strikeout.
They're going to be ahead in net worth. I feel like in the early game, having EXP is actually.
Alright, starting things off against Kezu in the bottom lane, looking a straight up TP out. The Sunstrike gonna be close, and it's gonna be enough. Mason picks one up for the team.
I thought he was gone.
Calculated, man. It's fine. Ooh, I think they saw Pi like that coming in here. Pi in the trees right now. He will tangle to the right side, but yeah, I think he's a gone. Wait, dude. He's got the Nikes on. Ring around the rosy within the trees, and the supports do not want to die. At least not yet.
I think they learned our lesson from last. Don't want to make the same mistake.
Yo, no, man. They're coming in. Pylai die. The dandy little maiden gonna get lifted back. The Sunstrike, bang! Looks like Dubu will pick this one up. The creeps blocking a lot of that Sunstrike damage.
Fortunately, you know, Ed wasn't able. Behind a little.
In fact, mid one's almost doubling up on CS against the bed. Quite a unusual sight for a bed. Normally he does very well in his own mid lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
After we said.
I mean, let's be real, mid one did receive a bit of help from Puppy. In fact, Puppy is coming in again. So it wasn't really a true 1v1. But yeah, a bet definitely struggling here in the mid lane. Mason though, doing quite well on the bottom lane. Already got the Britain of health, leading in terms of CS. What do you think Mason will be going for as his first major item? Vanguard, Hood, kind of stuff, or?
The Ring of Health right now. Have to assume. sure how much magic.
Kezu, shield is broken up. He's only level 4, no ultimate. They could easily make a tower dive on him. In fact, Kezu, a lot of trouble. Mason
That's a lot of
diving
TPs
in.
though.
Okay, pops a mango, triple running in. Mason dead. They did take out Abaddon, but I think great trade here for Team Secret so far. Demons on the run, bound Secret eating the tree. Demon still juking in the tree lines, trying to make it out, but the Janata will slow him down. Should be a very easy kill. In fact, they give it to mid one. TP's in, grabs a double kill for himself. Well worth the trip.
All of that was with an arc. Have everything. Reminiscent of the. We're committing at tier 1.
Uh-oh. Wind roots. Mason on the run. But just a little harassed.
I feel like that's kind of one of the. They really need Bulba for the. Apart from Bulba.
Yeah, you're relying on like a short mini stun from Treant Protector, Telekinesis Lift, which is not a thing. Of course, Mason doesn't even have this Nasal Goo yet, so they see this annoying Crystal Maiden again. But will they make it the dive? Definitely a very different playstyle from what we've seen. Like, in game 1, Secret was defending their outer towers pretty aggressively, but this one, they're just conceding it, making sure that they do well on the other sides of the map. Top lane Boba does have the living armor backing him up. And like you said, they really need Boba's Blink to come online, but he's just underfarmed at this point.
And unfortunately for him, you can't really do anything. CL and CM are just pressuring him.
I imagine every time he shows his face, he eats a lance.
And a frostbite.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Might be kind of problematic for.
Uh-oh, I think they know that Sand King is farming here mid one. Waiting very patiently. Vision and Sand King, they do see him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But mid one does not want to commit just yet. Drops a remnant on the right side. The quick wave will spot him out.
You want to pressure this tower.
Bed maybe going for a solo kill on Puppy. Forcing out that Shadow Walk. And with Mason's TP, looks like that push is going to be over. Secret, somewhat being annoyed by the living armor that they play so well with in game 1. And likewise, DC will be able to hold on to their early towers with a lot of success. So all of that rotation from mid 1 was just a big waste of time.
They got 2 TPs.
Well, I mean, the damage to the tower is nothing, right? Dubu's gonna heal it up eventually.
Feels like for support.
10-minute mark, yeah. Considering the fact there's Tome of Knowledge, that is actually very uncommon, you're right. They have been rotating a lot, and to be honest, not many kills in this game. I mean, 9 kills is actually not the lowest, but still, a lot of constant roaming.
While the kills have been... Ports are just constant.
Yeah. What do you think about this mid 1 first item BOTs? This is greedy of a build, if you ask me.
I think he does this a lot.
Oh, smoke will break. Are they going to go on Mason? That's going to be a tough kill. It's going to start dropping all that quill spray. They're going to have to burst him down quick, and looks like they will try to do so, but look at the quill damage. They finally do take him down. Everybody under half health. The Secret will back it up. Mid 1 Picks up the killing
Fine,
spree.
everyone.
Is this the 4-man shower? I don't really even need to try and block it off.
I'll take your tribute.
Meanwhile, the slow nature of the game has really allowed Abed to catch back up, right? Like, he was quite behind, and he is still behind compared to the Ember, but he does have the Midas running now, and given enough time, he's going to start becoming a force to be reckoned with.
I think he actually does need, especially since they're up. Bounty Hunter is about to.
Alright, Crab rotating in, but he's gonna be trapped in. Crystal Maiden comes in with a frostbite, and all the nukes going on the bed's face. Jubu ports in. Thought about using the overgrowth, but.
Can I see it?
No, he ported in Viz, right? So. Good. Crystal Maiden might be in a little bit of trouble.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I just really want to see the. I think it's actually.
Top lane Mason taking yet another tower for the team. Tower denied. So far, pretty slow game here, and I think walking into the mid game, you can make a strong case that DC is about to hit the stride. We talked about the Blink Dagger on the Sand King, Invoker's coming online as well. In fact, Boba, Redney's Sun on Ket here. On the back line, Trian letting loose his ultimate here, getting 2 heroes so far. They do take down the tree, but this is not a good spot for the Radiant to fight. Massive health coming back in. They're looking at Boba. Boba trying to channel his ultimate, trading 1-for-1 with the Ember Spirit. Kezu moving down here. Secret will be able to retreat. End of the day, 1-for-2 trade. They did take down the Ember, but losing 2 in the process.
5. I think once MP gets his defuse, are in a good position.
I think this game is definitely, there's going to be a lot of ebb and flow in terms of who's actually stronger, right? Like, once PL finishes Diffuso, they're going to be stronger for a while, but I imagine once Invoker gets his Axe, and then Sand King gets his Blink, DC's right back on top. So I think this game is really about who gets the better timing, who gets the item, and then could take advantage of those items.
Lines up very well.
Ooh, here we go. Abed gonna get picked again. This Invoker is just not having a good time at all. Currently 0, 2, and 3. I mean, he does have a Hand of Midas running, but still, man. Having a tough time catching back up. Ooh, MP TP out Burrow Strike. Boba will find his man. I think they will be able to easily chain stun him down. Okay, jumps away. And Demon's so good at finding the real one.
He really is. I mean, Demon is like the juke master, right? I mean, you must have seen his.
Yeah, man. I remember that.
knows.
Yeah, the PL clip where he like doppelganger and just start microing the illusions away. Has his real hero standing here. It's like, I know.
I mean, did you see MP? He tried that. He tried to move away in the illusion. Demon wasn't having it. He just.
I mean, Demon has been doing those PL micros since Dubu was, or not Dubu, but MP was in diapers or something. Because I don't think MP has been playing Dota nearly as long as Demon has.
How did he?
Its middle tower is under attack.
That's so.
By the way, how do you feel about Demon's support? I feel like he's been extremely impressive every time I watch him play 5 position. Just very effective for the amount of farm he has.
Especially considering his playstyle.
Stay in the trees, gank people, counter gank.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We got Mason rotating back up top. Keizu has been getting a ton of space. As of last finish, like you said, 1,000 in the bank. Not exactly sure what he's going to be working on next. I like that. Bravely moving forward right into the trap. Sunstrike's going to be on top, and that is going to be a kill for a bed. Oh. We did say that, oh, did he just snipe another courier? Puppy. Oh. How does he know?
Kenzie played Baden earlier. Goes for solar.
Okay.
After that is... How'd I get that solar?
I think I'm starting to understand more and more why Midland went for straight OTs and then to the Maelstrom instead of the casual, or not casual, but the common Veil. Like, he combined so well with Puppy's playstyle, who's just been constantly off the map scouting for the team. And the BOT gives them such high amount of global presence that they can force kills pretty much anywhere.
This'll come in handy.
Alright, DC grouping up.
Puppy already has a solar craft. Kenzu's actually going to be...
Okay.
What would be good? I actually think...
Midas, Radiance?
Not a bad idea to go for...
Oh, you're right. I did say that there was not a lot of ways to break that passive, right?
This could be a disaster for Secret.
They're jumping back in. He dodges the turn in one. I don't want to play here by mid one, but he might be dead. No, he jumps away. No, actually, that was Rubik's Rump. Even though we'll still go down. Crystal Maiden ultimate in the backline will get cancelled immediately, but MP shows up with the Divisa Blade. He's burning mana left and right, but I don't think he'll be able to kill Boba. He's still going hard, yet using another Diffusal Blade charge. That is another lance, getting the kill. Mason getting his mana now burned. They will turn around another Diffusal Blade charge used. 4 charges used so far. Might be a 5th one. Yeah, that's a 5th one being used. Mason, he is the raid boss. He doesn't care. Charges in. Alright, a very good display of the Diffusal Blade, but really a carnage of a fight for both sides. Pretty even fight overall.
That was such a sick play from mid one. The rest of DC was right on his left.
Yeah.
Just ended up getting sandwiched by everyone.
Right? Dodging that tornado, retaining his flame guard, dealing the damage and sustaining a little bit more health. I gotta say though, like that fight, this tier 1 tower being there is MVP for DC. Allow them quick reinforcement pass with a TP. Imagine if there's no tree in the game, but tier 1 would not be there. And I think Team Secret would have had a much better time taking that fight. But as it is, Dubu, he gave his team a lot of leg room to actually win that fight. Definitely very good.
I predicted him as most picked in this turn.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely could make a strong argument for that one. I think I had the opposite. I put Monkey King the most span and Tree in the most pick. But
is that what I just said?
I think you said the first one. It's fine. What we're trying to say is all of those heroes are pretty good. Got Dubu. Oh, for everything.
Got Boba and I wonder how many points.
Well, so far his you know, he's not like maxing out on anything, right? Which could be a good or bad sign, because I'm pretty sure there's the high GDM and there's also like the highest deaths and stuff like that. It's not hitting Demon, however, will be dying here. Port is coming in from Mason. The bash will come through. I don't think they will die here. Yeah, he jumps back out. And you're right, MP is going to be going for the Aghanim Scepter. So walk me through it. Why do you think Axe is such a good item here?
So annoying with the 5 illusions. What's not to like?
Alright, Kezu in a lot of trouble, but here comes PL trying to cover his teammate. Nice 2-man burrow strike, but here comes mid one as well. Boba! Well, he is going to be going down. The PL illusions in the backline will be super annoying. This is a much even game compared to game 1, but I gotta say, all things considered, Digital Chaos is still falling a little bit behind. Abed is having a very tough time, and honestly, heroes like Bristleback, he really needs to item like a ton of items to scale forward. He's going for Radiance, right, man? Is that the item to get?
I think it's got the solar credit. How much damage PL.
Ooh, Demon finds himself Puppy on the back line here. They will lift him up, and that should be a very easy kill. Nicely done here by Demon. Not exactly sure how he spotted him out. Maybe this sentry helped out here.
Yeah, back to the biggest thing about kind of expects simply because of
Dubu smacks Kezu once, goes and Viz smacks him again, and then again. The new chain stun here from Tree, and give him the stun again. All right, now he's stunned up again. Now Dubu's waiting to go invis. This Tree is OP, and again. Waits it out. Okay, almost up. Okay, didn't need it for the 5th time. Meanwhile, he was filling the tower in between of all those chain stuns so that the MP doesn't take the tower. What a Tree player, guys.
I don't think there's a better feeling than can't help but just even if it
yeah.
I've done that before. Chain stun from. Ended up dying for it.
Alright, DC going straight into the Roshan pit. They will have to nasal view to lower the armor, of course, as well as that solar crest. Dubu in position to scout people out. Puppy can't really get tracks off, and here comes Dubu, who starts things off with the overgrowth, goes for Pylai Die. There's the overgrowth. Blink, Burrow Strike come through, and can it actually kill the CM? CM still very healthy. Tracks are flying out on the back line here. It's going to be Mason picking up the Aegis. Now PL with his illusions coming in. MP using that Fusel Blade charge. Nice jump to the right side. Here comes Emperor Spirit. Lots of damage, but not enough. No, they do take him down. Rubik goes down as well. No Shrine activation just yet. Now they use the Shrine. Can they actually retreat? MP moving forward. Finds himself Dubu. Dubu trying to go invis. Cannot do so. Meanwhile, nice EMP or nice Tornado coming out, but they have to track on Dubu. They got the Aegis, but they lost a lot on the way out. The Korean players from Team Secret showing off that they could keep these people down and chase them to non-stop chase. Really good stuff.
Kind of the power of their lineup. They're just so good at pursuing. Born in the good.
Yeah, DC really needs to start digging deep. I don't think they could keep on losing these mid-game team fights. Track is involved with every one of these team fights. Last fight, 3-man Track. Mason sitting in the front line, extremely tanky. Got the missed chance from the Radiance, got the Hood, got the Solar Crest. I don't think they could actually kill Mason, but it seems like Secret has no trouble dancing around Mason and killing everybody else.
This Bristle does not take damage.
Alright, catch a Midas, I like it.
Four Midases.
I mean, that's one way to go late, right? I think you were talking about that strategy earlier. In game 1. Boba tracked up right now. Look at the right click down. Mid one. He just gets the kill. He's out. Puppy. Can he actually make it out? No, I think he is completely donezo. Nice snipe by Abed. Alright, 1-for-1 trade here. It was a track kill, but DC answers right back. I think they really want to use this Aegis still. Mason probably leading the team to actually get that tier 2 bottom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Out of this game.
I mean, they're doing okay, but it seems like every one of these fights, they're just losing by a little bit, right? And all of that little bit adds up. Like this goal graph is just completely going up. Despite the 3 or 4 Midases. Bottom lane looks like Big Fight is going to break out. They want juking around left and right. He is going to get Overgrowth. Sunstrike on top of his head. He does take down Demon before, and now he jumps forward. Going on the back line here. Okay, they do take down Mason. Are they actually going to try to take him down a second time? Sand King's coming back in immediately. Ultimate from Kezu. Mason in the front line, 2 tank. Here comes Epicenter, hitting absolutely nobody. Goes on the Crystal Maiden. He will go down. Mason dropping very, very low. Here comes the Deafening Meteor combination. Mason still alive, looking pretty decent. Oh god, Puppy's dropping. Oh, he's going to be fine. MP on the left side, trying to run out. Mason's on the chase. Kezu takes one down. He's trying to TP out there. He will not make it out. Mid one catches him out, and the raid boss goes down. Mason apparently not tanky enough. Sunstrike, Sunstrike. Was it in the base?
Trying to find Puppy yet. That team fight really showed.
Yeah.
Kind of unrealistic to land all of this. Until he hits level 20.
Well, I think what you said earlier, the key player for DC is Boba, right? He needs to start fights with a 2-man Burrow Strike, and then retreat, and then land another 2-man Burrow Strike. Because without him contributing over and over again, DC will have trouble. Like, Mason was in the whole fight, but he just got kited.
Makes so much noise.
Definitely a very strong farming item as well. Just throw on a Creep Wave. Just goes to work.
Thing to see it. Bed doesn't take.
I think
like he. I think that.
I think we were watching Bit One's Invoker earlier as well. He did skip a couple of talents himself, but at least he took like I think the 10 and 15, right?
I feel like the 10 one is kind of ever, but.
I mean, maybe I bet just want to play Dota the pre-7 way. You know? No talent. It's okay.
Game is too easy.
We got the score 22-15. The game is much closer, but the network perhaps tells a different tale. Despite the fact that there's 4 Hanamiduses on DC, seems like Bounty's track is like a global Hanamidus for the team, as they're up by quite a bit of gold. The map advantage definitely on the side of Team Secret as well. They're constantly in the enemy jungle. We've seen Puppy snipe Courier twice already. Of course, they have a lot of global advantage with the double BOTs as well.
Oh, Dubu gets caught out.
Dubu is going to give away a 4-man track kill. MP is now unstoppable. And this tier 2 looks like it's going to go down, especially without living armor back him up.
Oh, it looks like Kezu is going to be going.
Basher, okay, and he's queuing up the blink. I like it. I think one of the best way to deal with Invoker in the game is you just get on top of him and start pressuring him. Make sure that he doesn't have time to cast his spells.
Man, he's going to be so difficult to kill.
God, I bet.
Possible to kill.
Oh. Ember jumped in on the right, does not find anybody. Man, DC can't even protect their own area of the map. They're just getting completely invaded. Jungle has no neutrals for them. Team Secret constantly farming it. And sooner or later, Team Secret will have map advantage. Take the Roshan as well. A very big problem for Team DC right now.
Starting to worry for have 4 Mighty. Even though they have an Invoker to fall back.
I mean, in terms of scaling, Crystal Maiden doesn't scale that well. But apart from that, I think Secret has... all the other 4 heroes are more than happy to go super late.
Highlight Dice got that.
Alright. Actually, you know, I've been seeing Febby from Team Fnatic power that early Midas into a blink BKB, so CM could definitely do some stuff as well. Are they gonna try to get in?
Try to jump mid.
Well, oh no, they're actually gonna go in. Demon's gonna take a ton of damage. Overgrowth not gonna come out in time here. Now it comes out, but the team is already taking a ton of that. A lot of damage. Jibu trying to make it out mid. One's gonna take him down. Meanwhile, on the back line, they've lost Boba as well. 3 dead immediately, 2 track kills. Team Secret rolling again. This goal graph looking bad.
This mid one Ember is just... I think this is actually...
Does he have heroes that he's not good at?
That's a good point.
Ooh, Abed. Tracked up. Okay, I mean, he's gonna try to goal swap, but they got vision on him. Track and gem, and look at that long chain. Yeah, he is gonna be dead as well. You're gonna make him work for it, but... So Invoker can split push. You can't run ganks. You need to defend your base.
Oh, escaping this one Ember. Now that he has Octarine, Hellstrom, how do you even don't have the damage on these?
They need to start off with the Burrow Strike from Sand King and then follow up with the Overgrowth and kill him in between. But the way that he's played so safely, I don't know if Boba could find the opening.
And if you assume his team, how do you actually kill? Guess who can always...
Yeah. Alright, well, Mason is doing a fine job protecting the base, allowing Treant to get a little bit of more time to heal up the tower. So at least they're holding their high ground, but for how long? Ember jumps in the right side, goes on straight Demon. Demon pops the shrine, getting a little bit of HP back. Will he actually survive? No, he goes down very quickly on the back line. Okay, Mason's in there, but the Overgrowth, a lot of them are just PL loot. Just PL moving forward. Dubu in a lot of trouble. Dubu is gonna just get burned down. Ember comes in, gets some a Beyond Godlike streak, and now Mason getting chased down under the tier 4. The raid boss is down. Team Secret, all 5 still alive. Invoker's back, but Invoker, the so wizard against the world. I don't know if the vet could do anything. This is gonna be the first lane of racks for Team Secret. They can go for more if they want, or they go back for shrines, but it seems like they're gonna just get the second lane of racks. Bed is also scouted because there's observer ward from Team Secret. They know the Invoker's not on the base. Bed's like, I'm gonna farm some neutrals. On the back line, Ember says, I'm gonna farm some heroes. Demon dead again. And they call GG. Well,
it was a lot more convincing. Decent start, but I feel like their lineup just didn't allow them to take quite into it. You got hide on. I had the items that.
Radiant team pick. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, VP banned Monkey King because they don't have the first pick, so they don't want to play against it. And Treant Protector, that hero is pretty much banned all the time from what I saw. I saw him only EG playing it, and they lost the game. Didn't have much time to get all the games. That's the
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
yeah. I love the format. I mean, I didn't hear about the Swiss format. I heard about it like 2 months ago, then we started discussing about it, and the way I see it right now, I'm liking it more and more.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, Medusa banned. They played Medusa in the second game against IG Vitality, if I'm not mistaken, and they won that game. I'm surprised that Invoker is still not picked. I mean, usually teams pick either Invoker early or save it for the last pick, because usually the last pick hero is for mid.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
That's a lot of heal combined together with Warlock, IO, Tether, Bottle, press the attack. I'm glad the hero is out, actually. Yes, it's kind of a secret hero thing. But yeah, as you mentioned, it might be a Swen, maybe even a Jug, Silencer. That's 3 different heroes so far, so go team random.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Yeah, they can't play that aggressively with IO. I mean, with relocate IO plus 1 hero because of the global silence. If they TP, they can just use global and go back. Or if they initiate through the mid game with the Legion commander, like Blink Duel, there's gonna be a global silence following that up. I'm actually. I don't see if it's gonna be a mid silencer. It might be. It might be like a Crystal Maiden Sanking Duel. Might be a farming silencer, which we don't see very often. It can be a Sanking on offlane. Yeah, that's the Jug right there. Even more heal with Healing Ward.
Jeez, Team Random just immediately knew they were going Spectre. Either reading the draft appropriately to expect something like the Jug to come out, or knowing that they were going to go to the Spectre from the get-go, whatever the case may be. Not hesitating at all. Go right in for it.
They got a good setup with a Sanking Spectre. It's kind of a global kind of strat.
Yeah, global silence, Spectre. What else can we add on top of this here?
A Sunstrike from Invoker.
Oh yeah.
That might be actually a good pickup. For them, they need a mid hero. I mean, Silencer can be played as a mid hero still.
Zeus, you know? Just
yeah.
Zeus. Yeah.
I've seen some Zeus through DAC qualifiers. I think a few games. It worked well.
We saw a little bit. We saw a little bit of Zeus. Nothing for me to go, Zeus is back, but a little bit. Just, it could have been experimentation, could have been love for the hero, but I was not a believer.
I mean, it's not gonna be Zeus because they have like heroes with no escape mechanism, Crystal Maiden, Silencer, Zeus. It's just
so stop talking about Zeus. We're done with Zeus. It was a bad idea. My fault.
Go
We're
back
not talking about Zeus
to
anymore.
Olympus.
I will. He will. Virtus Pro here, final ban. Puck back to random side now. Look at Virtus Pro's lineup here, and the piece missing. I don't know. I could even throw Jug towards mid lane if the situation seems right, but outside of that, I don't suspect no one to play the Jugs. They're going to get him something mentioned a bit different. DK was banned in the previous game. Any room for that to squeeze into their lineup?
They might. I think it's gonna be a mid hero still. Virtus Pro also thinks because they banned Puck, so it might be in Joker or they don't have the last pick, so maybe even an OD is not a bad idea. Good against Legion Commander and works well with Global Silence as well. They need some more damage output and some control, but I would go.
Tinker, Team Random Tinker.
Yeah, it's 5 different heroes, as we mentioned, ladies and gentlemen.
He's kind of global once he gets the boots of travel, so you have a lot of global fight potential now. Tinker Spectre can kind of show up at a moment's notice, so Sand King can kind of be one to set things up. Hell, even Crystal Maiden gets a little bit of that global support loving. Oh my, is that going to be a mid Skywrath Mage? That is filthy. That is filthy. If they're going to do that against Tinker...
Yeah, he spams him a lot, but Skywrath Mage has 0 armor. I mean, the hero is good, don't get me wrong, especially if he gets items. Aghanim Scepter on him was reworked, so whenever he casts a spell...
It's crazy.
There's
It's crazy, man. I played it in Overthrow. Have you seen much of it? It's nuts. Just suddenly double ultis, double silences, double arcane bolts all over the place. I don't know if we'll get there to that point or not, but that is what is feeling like a pretty damn aggressive grab. I mean, where does the Wisp go in this mess? You know, is he going to be joining the Skywrath Mage in the mid lane? Like, feeding him ridiculous amounts of mana?
Yeah, exactly.
You got a Shrine nearby?
Yeah.
Shrine with Wisp action? Like, this feels filthy. And I like it.
Warlock and Jug is strong lane. They can even have a kill potential with Fatal Bonds and Spin, and they can survive whatever comes to them. so IO can just focus on jungle, just stacking for Legion Commander if needed, and just buff a Skywrath Mage with mana.
This will be an interesting one. Who do you got? Got to call out for the predictions here based on the lineup before us. Team Random and Late Game Spectre and Tinker and Virtus Pro, Jug, now Skywrath Mage. A bit more high tempo. What do you think?
I'll go for Team Random because they have like pretty much of everything. Sanking Stun, they got good initiation, Spectre, Tinker, a lot of magical damage. They got good anti-initiation and global silence, and the only thing Virtus Pro got is like blink initiation on Legion Commander, and that's it. The other heroes, Warlock, IO, Skywrath Mage, no escape mechanism. So I'll take these three heroes not so easily. There's a lot of heal on their side, but I'll go with Team Random.
Sounds
They don't have
good.
anything. Yeah, they don't have anything to catch Tinker with. I mean, they don't have anything that during the mid game. Maybe Shadow Blade on Legion Commander, but that's it. Once he gets Blink Dagger on Tinker, it's gonna be hard to catch.
All right, we're getting ready to get set into what is game number 3 of the third heat, day number 1 of the Kiev Major. Looks like we'll be starting with a bit of a pause as we get underway, though. Does it look like we don't have anything too fishy? It is going to be no one on the Skywrath Mage. Just wanted to get super clarification on that. This is going to be a bit fun. Predictions? We don't care about those, do we?
Nah.
The prediction thing? Yeah.
We just said.
I mean, like, yeah, we're predicting a game, but you know, do you get that little prediction tab? Did you even buy a battle pass or whatever?
No.
No. Yeah, you don't need that. You're too cool for
I'm
passes. Can't
old
afford
school.
it.
Yeah, I'm looking for donations. Buy me
fair
a
enough.
compendium. Buy me battle pass.
I'm not
just
to buy you anything. You're gonna get nothing. You can cast for it if you want. Here, we'll see the setup come out. I'm curious if preparations are different at all, knowing that from Team Random's perspective, you are going to be heading into this kind of powerhouse mid lane matchup at all. I don't know if you get an early wand or anything like that. It doesn't look like his buildup has changed. Does Crystal Maiden come by? Like, do you do any preparations if you're Team Random, or is this something you just kind of have to go for, or just take on the chin rather?
Well, they need to help him at one point. Maiden has a Windlace, so she wants to be mobile, wants to move, trying to help him out. I mean, Tinker's gonna have to use Shrine really early. Oh, look at those wards on the high ground. Skywrath Mage wants to help.
Healthy.
Yeah, I mean, both heroes benefit a lot from that high ground ward.
All right. Oh, okay. I also didn't notice Lil is going jungling Wisp, kind of a build up here. No straight bottle build up for him. He's got an early Iron talent.
Yeah, but
so
it's good. As I mentioned, he doesn't need to help anyone that early because top lane is enough to handle a solo sanking, not really a big off laner. He can upset, get some XP, has Burman's shield, but other than that, he's not that strong. I mean, he's gonna get harassed a lot by Warlock.
we will keep tabs on him to see how fast he can accelerate his farm, and then suddenly could appear into one of these lanes for Virtus Pro like a wild man. Suddenly give him a huge laning advantage here. Bottom lane, touching base, ice gets plenty of free shot in with those little bits of pure damage to force Asha to try to chew through some of his tangos early on. Over on the other side, it is Faith Beyond on his Sand King here in a matchup against the arcane wielding Ramses Juggernaut. So only being zoned out temporarily by Solo in the meantime.
Yeah, on the bottom lane, Pasha went for press the attack to remove the Frostbite from Crystal Maiden, which is pretty smart. I mean, Silencer can't really out-harass. Silencer plus Spectre, not really a strong lane, so I expect Legion to get some serious XP on the bottom lane. I mean, he's playing good in the jungle. Oh, has a TP if they try to go on him. TP to Shrine, go back to the lane. I mean, these are the few moves that he has in his mind.
Watching Lil still do a bit of his ball play here, if you will, in the jungle, farming his way through this camp. Nearby, a tussle for the 2-minute bounty rune. Faith Beyond is going to commit his stun just to secure for himself, and we'll get some few extra shots here onto Solo, who's just trying to pull the camp nearby for his lane. Dish that out. Lil is about to hit his level 3. He's getting so close. And we'll see the back end of Faith Beyond just TPing out from trouble. Well, not TPing out, stunning out from trouble there. Ramses does rotate over, so some flirting here from both sides, but no early harass coming out. It's a bit of a slower paced matchup as opposed to our last 2 games, which were a bit more basic.
Well, Io doesn't want to go heal. Still, they want to use Shrine, and they want to gather to him and Sky. They're gonna use it right now.
And the benefit, of course, of linking up with no one, so he can get the double regen. Man, look at all that.
He's full.
Yeah, he's full and good. We'll pop out some balls here. Try to go for a stack. Will he get it on the one camp? Yes, he should. Goes for the range camp. Will not get that one, though. Nonetheless, still gets some nice solo levels here. Ooh, going for Shadow, and they'll get it done. No one's able to pop off plenty of Arcane Bolt damage. Oh! Not quite enough heals, though, to come out from Lil with the tether there. Bottle shows up now, but damage had been done.
Yeah, he got a return kill, but that's it. Did you see Solo? I mean, he went there with the upheaval from Fog, like max close distance combined with concussive shot.
Just so slow. So freaking slow. Makes for another setup, and they're not stopping yet. They already come back to the lane. They get another kill. Like this is only going to be the beginning. Now that Lil has that bottle and a couple of levels, we can see them just continue to do this.
Well, we mentioned that Tinker will need a support on the lane, but Crystal Maiden was kind of late. Tinker died twice, so she just needs to focus there, and they maybe even need to move the silencer. But Legion Commander had a really good time on the bottom, used Shrine before. Let's see if they can get a kill.
Okay.
It's gonna die.
Deep in beat. They're gonna get it done. Blink gets the follow up there, chasing in through the back end of his dagger. Legion Commander will go down. Double root action here for Wise. He grabs up the haste and the bounty, plops a very deep ward, and takes his business elsewhere. Right, 2-2. So we get back into the action. Double take on the Shadow as he's both those kills.
There was no intelligence stolen, but they got a good kill. Now Spectre's gonna have a hard time against that Legion Commander who's almost level 5 and just spamming overwhelming gods. So
for a while there, it looked like Isis was going to be able to kind of zone off the lane, you know, being a silencer and all. But you do like to have a little bit of everything, so it went for the 1-1-1 build-up. And, you know, as you said, with Legion Commander being already at that level 5, able to kind of avoid any sort of extra trouble. Top lane, Ramses, full Blade Fury damage, and 2 quick swipes of the sword, and he's going to get takedown onto SK. Now has to pop the healing ward here. Rotations are considered here from the Crystal Maiden, but that is not a jug you want to be fighting into. He has a Mango and an ulti still in his pocket.
Yeah, he's good to go level 6 right now. SK just TP'd back. Doesn't have any levels in Sandstorm. If they know that, they can try to go on him with the Mango, Slash and Blade Fury.
That would be a good opening opportunity, but it does look like they are not going to get that chance here. Crystal Maiden comes back nearby. Crystal Maiden, a lot of work cut out for her in this one, trying to extra support already to take her in that mid lane, and now has to kind of continue to pay visit to Faith Beyond nearby, because the approach of that tier 1 is coming here from Virtus Pro. But now it looks a little bit free space here for the Spectre. Lead Commander stepped off the jungle to finish out what looks like getting to level 6 and getting that duel online. Lil's back in the middle.
Sanking, just standing upheaval.
This is feeling really good for Virtus Pro, but I feel like I've said that before in the previous game here, so it's just looking like 3 games straight where Virtus Pro have a very good laning phase. Let's see about the CS though. No one at 33. Oh, he's trying to get the finish for his ult, and they still will get it. but it looks like he will lose his own life for it.
Oh,
Limited from Blink with the ulti.
That was on edge of sentry ward, so they got him.
Fair.
Look at the sentry ward on the side of the Radiant.
Shrine
Right, popped.
Oh yeah, right here, I see. They will Shrine and heal up, and he gets to head back to lane there. Alright, nice little counterplay there, but Shadow will continue to be prolonged from completing out what looks like his Soul Ring, and then of course you got to get those Boots of Travel, so this is all really just kind of paying dividend right now. Virtus Pro though, duels up, and this Legion Commander continues to flirt around. Imagine the combo of a duel plus the Mystic Flare.
That's juicy.
It is.
Can they defend top tower with Omni Slash? They can't.
I don't think so. Upheaval's there. Can they get the catch on anyone? Thinking about it here, Ramsey's running forward here. How much cojones does this man have? Thinking about Blade Fury back with the trees, but Team Random know they cannot move any further forward. Oh, commit to the Omni Slash and will get a follow-up kill. Fortunate RNG there for Ice, because, you know, who knows, that Jug could have just taken the extra slashes all the way forward, but he bounces back.
Yeah, that was kind of ballsy, and you have Wisp behind you. Wisp just hit level 6, 8 minutes, has enough gold for Shadows, Bottle, Iron Talon, Raindrop. I mean, he's pretty rich. I mean, Warlock is buying everything, so...
Yeah, Warlock is the one who doesn't get to be level 6 yet, but as you see, does have his Tome up in queue, and that should help get him closer to having that rock available. And at that point, we could see some serious teamfight destruction here from Virtus Pro. But while this Warlock is trying to get the funding for the Tome and trying to get the XP for level 6, he gets jumped. Rotations are coming out. Looking to walk on is going to be Pasha. Gets the dual Mystic Flare combo, and that keeps alive. He continues to dish the upheaval. This gets a beautiful turnaround for Virtus Pro. They had like those TPs in their pockets, ready to go, just for an opportunity like that.
Yeah, one TP. Good. They even got the dual damage, Mystic Flare dual combo, pretty old school, good relocate. There's nothing they can do about it.
Random just trying to kind of make their own approach. Does make those little breaths of space for people like your Shadow Tinker and of course for Blink here at the bottom on the Spectre, who continues to progress a bit. Second in net worth, just nip it at the heels of your... But I don't know if this is Dreams of a Radiance kind of a game. It looks like they will be moving into a Yasha at least next.
Yeah, well, he can always switch if they get a good team fight and he sees that he's close to Relic. He can always switch. That's why he's not buying anything right now. But he doesn't want to commit to Radiance right now because Tinker is kind of poor. He's like 1.7k gold away from Boots of Travel, and he wants to have something to fight with. That's just why he's saving it.
Could be seeing a bit of saving here for both sides. I had already mentioned the Boots of Travel that Shadow will continue to attempt to save up for. But we have Blink Daggers from both sides here, probably getting up at you in a moment. Pasha, I imagine, to be one. And then, of course, the Sand King here, Faith Beyond. Working between pulling a camp, is got one up in his queue. Feeling like any extra initiation here, because we were talking about in draft the setup that he can bring. As long as he can find a good opportunity to make an approach onto Virtus Pro or a single target, you have the Haunt and as well as Tinker with hopefully the travel to be able to get in on the action. But the problem is that Virtus Pro are just doing so damn in their laning phase that they're already taking it to these tier 1s and just really bullying Team Random at this point.
Yeah, they have so much sustain with Wisp Terror, Warlock heal, Healing Ward. Veil of Discord is finished on Skyrat Mage, so that's gonna be a lot in the next fight. Warlock is 6.
Okay, he just casually walks up and lands a double Chaotic Offering. This will quickly force up the global stones right now. And now it's Team Random trying to fight the hell off this. Virtus Pro can't quite get close enough for any sort of pick. It looks like Team Random have been able to create up a decent amount of space, and they're going to be able to get the finish themselves, taking out Lil's Wisp. The tier 1 is also going to stay alive and eventually will get denied by Shadow here. I gotta say, a pretty good fight for Random. They hold things off. They do end up taking a couple of losses in the tower, but they take pick themselves, and that could have been a lot worse. I mean, what was that? Solo's just like, all right, I think it's time to fight. Walks up and drops the rock.
They were far away. At least they could get the concussive shot just extra slow and could have gotten at least one kill and then commit to a tower. But, I mean, Team Random, you haven't heard about Team Random. I don't know how strong they are, but I know how strong Team Wings is. So.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see that these guys have that Wings influence place.
They remind me of Wings.
It reminds me a lot of this Wings team I've seen before. They're resilient, very random. But here they kind of fend themselves off from what could have been a little bit of trouble, and we get into another awkward growth spurt here for Virtus Pro. It's more of accumulating this tier 1 kind of, their first tier 1 kind of item, or at least first playmaking kind of item here. Josh got his whole bottom half of the map to kind of work with the farm there.
Yeah. Both Sanking and Legion Commander is gonna hit Blink Dagger timing at the same time.
And Shadow also looking to go for the Boots of Travels. Kind of farming his way through the jungle. This is just super important for Team Random here. They know that they are way behind in the quota. We're hoping to reach and getting some of these items online, so gaining over Death is only going to make things more difficult. Oh, look at this. Solo trying to go a bit into enemy territory here to get a ward down. And look, Ramsey almost able to help him out a bit with that healing ward, but doesn't want to commit anything further than that. Will cost him his own life, but Solo does get popped. That's just the risk you take sometimes, man. You're a support and you're trying to get some good wards down. Sometimes you got to go deep into the unknown, you know?
Well, you gotta die for your team.
You gotta die for your team.
Classic. When you die, just spam. You just spam.
Well, and Ball of Ice somehow manages to tether himself out and take him and Jug back to base, and he will live. Wonderful play from Lil to avoid some trouble, and is able to tank that gank, not die, and fend off Team Random. This will allow Virtus Pro to go set up a reaction play here.
Silencer, look at this build on Silencer. I mean, we saw Poppy playing Silencer like more of a carry transition Silencer through the mid and late game with Helm of the Dominator. I mean, Helm of the Dominator was nerfed a lot. No one even buys that item because it's garbage.
Yeah.
But I love the Silencer build. This is the build I've been trying in pubs. I've been testing for so long, and this one is particularly really strong, especially combined with a Sanking, Tinker, Maiden.
Whoa! Could not quite find the target there. Faith Beyond couldn't quite get the stun. Lil was up at the top of a hat when necessary. The Global's going to be forced out. Why? Dishes out the freezing field. Solo is going to be able to wait out the silence and then drop the rock. He goes for the people, will get hit with a stun, but the chase is on from BP. Pasha can't quite find his first target, looking to go for the duel. Man, Team Random are so scrappy at avoiding extra trouble. They will eventually find a Crystal Maiden, but just one little pick right now. Ooh, Pasha wants more. Spots Faith Beyond, looking to go on the chase. Faith Beyond heads inside the pit, tries to juke back out and again, but then just gets himself into a duel. And damage will be awarded.
7 victories for Pasha so far. Not bad. That was a good global. They didn't have enough damage to take Warlock down, and he canceled the fight with the Rock.
Ooh, see you later. Ice gets deleted out of the game. A jump and play from Ramses with Slash just does the quick work.
They need to take down Pro really fast, Team Random. If they want to win a fight, like Barrow Strike into Tinker, Rocket, Laser. But there's so much sustain from Virtus Pro, all those heals. And Visp is getting really big. He's building towards what it seems to be a hood. So he just wants to negate the magic damage.
Yeah, you have people like Ice even building into a Veil of Discord. Hood to come back into play pretty nicely. Ooh, we got a duel over here. Stick Flare relocate play coming in. Virtus Pro flexing their team coordination muscle here in their matchup against Random Game 3. Random come here to react, but it's just like, what happened? What happened? Spectre died in our woods. Oh no! Someone put a report.
Who did they report? Maiden? Why didn't you buy wards, Crystal Maiden?
I guess a police report because they just came and murdered someone. It was a total homicide act, and Virtus Pro left without any evidence here. So.
Yeah, there's no evidence. There's no dual victory damage as well, so.
But more work here. Going to be set out for Team Random, and you know, I felt pretty confident when they had their Storm game going for them. Shadow has been to travel now. That's step one. But Tinker, as we know, is pretty much like a 3-4 step process before he can really be a team participator here. Blink is next, which helps kind of make things a bit easier for him to jump out and jump in. But I don't know. After that, is this like kind of your Dagon Laser Tinker kind of a game, or is it a Sheepstick Perma Lockdown kind of a game? It's really interesting when you look at the Virtus Pro lineup, what all you're going to need.
Well, it's probably going to be Ether Lance into Aghanim Scepter build. From my point of view, they need to just to be as far as possible from any team and just deal so much damage, and that's it. Like, not get caught by Legion Commander, and that's it.
Yeah, the laser would be trouble for a lot of them. Certainly the Legion Commander and the Jug, but jumping in confidently, looking to go for the dual snatch, can't quite get it. Ice using the trees a bit. Finally, they get the grab, and that is a kill. Rock is also there. Maybe a bit of an overhand, but Faith steps in with between him and Blink. They try to go for a surround play, and Wide just gets obliterated from the Omni-Slash here, and Epi on the back end side is not going to find its way into the fight. This one is Virtus Pros as they take down 2 and look to go for the Tier 2.
Yeah, Tier 2 is going to go down. They committed Spectral ulti, Sanking ulti, didn't hit anyone. CM ulti, she just died from Omni-Slash in 1 second.
She tried to find this little clever spot by sneaking in the low ground by those trees, but the second the freezing field came out, like Ramsey saw her and was like, Arc took her out. Oh, relocate top lane. Blink back into action after being previously picked off. Now silenced up, gone for. I mean, they say that a lot of Chinese teams do have a harder time going against Wisp lineups. Maybe they don't have a lot of experience playing it themselves or playing against it, but you know, stuff like that, you just feel like you're confident in being able to split push a lane. But there's a Wisp in the game, man. It's going to relocate in. There's so much global pressure here by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, there's global pressure on the other side as well. He needs to get the Manta style so he can remove silence, use Spectral Dagger, and just run into the woods. It's gonna be hard, especially right now, because Skywrath Mage has a lot of Aethos completed. And he's gonna go for Aghanim Scepter. Pretty logical.
Wow.
That's gonna be big. I just want to see him like casting 2 ultimates on the target. 2 different targets.
It's instant too. It's it's not like cast 1 then cast 2. Like it's just like if some support Team Random's not paying attention, they're just going to be suddenly sitting in a Mystic flare they weren't expecting, and then they just die. So, and even the silence, I think, is just also something that will be just super catastrophic to the Team Random fight lineup. A straying Tinker walks himself into an Ancient Seal silence that wasn't even intended for him. Oh, this could ruin everything. Oh.
He needs to stand back. Like they have heroes who can stand back. Crystal Maiden, Silencer, Tinker. Everyone stands back. Who's gonna be in front? Like they need to have Fat Spectre and good initiation by a Sand King.
Definitely need to be utilizing their mobility as much as possible. The really only one to jump into the fight here from Virtus Pro is kind of Pasha on the Legion Commander blinking in. I mean, yeah, they have relocate, but as far as just kind of making direct setups fights that you should be expecting, Pasha's really their go-to. But Shadow's trying to find those side lanes here to work with. He's got boots to travel and blink, which makes him feel a bit more secure about doing this. Any sort of pre-measures they can do to stall things out, but Virtus Pro are swelling up once again, as we've seen in the previous 2 games. But it was only the last game where we saw Random able to kind of make the big turnaround play.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for Virtus Pro to hit buildings. They don't have any building heroes. There's Juggernaut and Legion Commander, but that's pretty much it. They have a lot of heal, sustain. They can stand in front of the base, but they don't deal much damage in like 10 seconds, 15 seconds for Battle Fury, Manta style as the attack. I don't think it's enough, especially against the Tinker.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for their sieging process. As you mentioned, they do have great sustain between Lilk and staying on the outside and catching up good tethers and relocate plays with the benefit and extra heal coming out from the healing ward. That's super nice. Plus, of course, Warlock for the Shadow Word, but it will be interesting to see what exactly Verse feel like they personally need to be able to kind of push high ground here now.
Yeah. Last time they pushed the high ground, it was kind of a throw and a good play. Oh, Pasha got to kill those Shadow with good relocate.
Whoa. Relocate setup on the Tinker, trying to split push, and again, the Wisp comes in and just quickly trounces him. He wasn't even that far out in the lane, so nowhere is going to begin to feel safe for Team Random. I mean, even now Blink is just kind of running back. Can't even go up towards this close down the mid lane. Bit lackluster in the vision. Have a ward over here and one pretty deep into Virtus Pro territory, but once Virtus Pro are right outside the gates of the Team Random base, they're not sure what's happening. Virtus Pro take this opportunity though to move into the Roche pit, and they will hit the Aegis here to try to close out game number 3.
Again, safe play from Virtus Pro. Take Roche, give Aegis to Juggernaut, push top tier 2 tower. Do they have a relocate? 20 seconds. Legion just getting some easy damage. 44 damage so far with the armor finished.
Alright. Ooh, Rod. Ancient Seal is there with the Mystic Flare. Not quite enough, but with the Arcane Bolt will do it. And just like that, they wipe out 2. The follow play from Ramses with that Omni Slash, as we saw, was able to just obliterate the Crystal Maiden once again. She's eaten way too many of those and needs to go on a diet. Now it's going to be Virtus Pro ascending to that high. I was curious to see what they're going to need to do it. Well, it was 2 kills.
Yeah, Tinker, he has a buyback. I'm pretty sure he needs to commit to it, otherwise they're gonna lose the Raxus.
Solo pump faking a bit. The Rock. Jump in from Faith Beyond with just a casual stun, but no further commitment. Buyback will be forced from the Tinker, and that looks to be what Virtus Pro had wanted.
Oh,
smoke back.
Duel is ready.
Hey, yo! Jumps right in, goes for the duel, and with the Mystic Flare, should be plenty of damage. Global Silence does come out. Plenty of spells have already been casted before it. Now with Sand King taken out of the equation, and that Epicenter, they have 40 potential seconds to work around it.
Well, at least Tinker is alive right now, so he can spam.
He can spam. Wonder if they just go back. Top lane's pushed pretty far, so it's a bit difficult to go over and cut in for the tier 2. These racks just look so tasty. They would love to go for that head. Oh, they drop a sentry, and it looks like they have spotted little Crystal Maiden there, and we're able to take her out. Shadow, this is his buyback, able to barely make out for trouble. All the meanwhile, Ramses, his eyes on the prize, able to quickly decimate the racks. Racks gonna be taken out. Virtus Pro feels good. Back on away, and we take a scary peek at the net worth overall, and it is all Virtus Pro on this one. They have had the net worth lead since the get-go, and it is currently about to hit 15k.
15,000 net worth on that Juggernaut, who's getting so big. They still have Aegis, and there's a tier 2 tower. They can kill shrines right now. I mean, look at the items on Team Random side. Not a big items coming out.
What's being over here? I'm hearing an Epi, but I'm not seeing an Epi in a fight, so unfortunate for Faith Beyond. You're not able to blink in?
That was just Epi running away, like, don't come close to me, I'm using Epi.
A defensive Epi?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the worst kind of Epi, fortunately. Well, Random kind of going out one of their adventures again. Got them great success in game 2, so you can't really blame them for getting it another go here in game 3. That may have been one attempt. We'll look for them to do more.
I just heard Borat saying, great success.
Great success. I can't do Borat. I'm not a Borat impression guy. I'll be honest with you, I haven't even seen a Borat movie.
What was the last one?
I don't know.
Bruno?
I thought, does he have two?
There's Bruno, Borat, and one more.
I don't know. I don't know. I guess maybe that humor is not for me.
Alrighty.
I'm sorry.
Kind of disappointed in this, but
Is Borat your friend? Sorry. Maybe I'll watch it for you. All right, enough of Borat. Virtus Pro take that tier 2 finally, pushing in top lane, and have now moved their way over to the local shrine, aka money.
Yeah, Skyward Mage finished Aghanim Scepter, so it's gonna be all fun right now.
I want to see multiple players here. This is exciting. This is an exciting time for us. They still have a chaotic offering. Oh, 9 seconds they do. 9 seconds they do. He'll lead things in with the Epi. Blink, stun back from Faith Beyond. Now has to go into the Sandstorm. Ramses begins his spin to win here. Blade Fury, right click damage onto the tier 3. The March Machines continues to come out from Team Random, try to slow them down. But this
Buff
tier
that jug,
3
baby.
may not be set for this world. Move in another stun. Still faking with the rock. Meanwhile, the Mystic Flare does go out and just takes out the silencer. So that global is not going to be needed. 26 seconds without a buyback. Now the rock going to be committed with a fatal bonds. Why? Just going to be desperate to try to make it back inside the base. Now the Epi return fire comes out from Team Random. What a quick heal. We're barely keep solo alive there. And they'll get the Faith Beyond takedown. This is looking like a Virtus Pro game if I've ever seen one.
Yeah,
as
definitely.
Ramses
They're
will
just
open up on the
taking the Raxes. Aegis is gone, but they don't deal enough damage.
And Virtus Pro gets walk out with everybody alive. While Solo, who had eaten the brunt of the damage here, even to this point, will get saved out. That was close. The team has so much staying there, just showing, putting on a show with it here.
That Skyward Mage is dealing so much damage. Combined with Upheaval, he uses 2 concussive shots and 2 Mystic Flares. People are not moving, and it deals so much damage. I mean, that's in theory, we didn't see it, but even one Mystic Flare is enough to kill a person, so you don't need, like, go, yeah, all YouTube stuff.
Well, that's what it's all about. Now we see Virtus Pro able to step back and get these lanes pushed forward again. Tinker could just try to push out some of these side lanes as best as possible between him and Spectre, but there's always the fear of the relocating Wisp and company, so it's tough, and there's very few outs here for Team Random. They have great ways to spam out these waves with the help of Tinker and Caustic and stuff, but feels like it's just delaying the inevitable at this point. But I feel like I've said this before in the previous game, so I'm just going to try my best to keep my mouth shut and wait until Virtus Pro claim at least one more set of racks. Here they move in.
At least one set.
At least one more. Okay, that could happen pretty soon. Silence is going to be taken care of once again. There will be no global for you, sir. Ramses will get the finish on this tier 3 as soon as this glyph expires. Blink is trying to poke at him a bit. They're the commit in. The heals come out from low. And Ramses is feeling pretty good. Oh! Hard damage! Faith Beyond is going to get taken out. And then the jump on these last shared between Y and Blink. Blink can't even make it back inside the fountain. This one is over. It's Virtus Pro looking away from the series with the win 2-1 against former DI champion squad Team Random, aka Wings.
Virtus Pro looking so strong, so disciplined this game. I mean, first game it was pretty one-sided game. In the second game as well, it was one-sided until they decided to kind of throw the game. But I like how new Virtus Pro plays. I mean, they didn't have any good results in the past like 6 months, but I feel they were kind of unlucky, especially in the previous major where they got kicked out because of the format.
the nerf to the experience that it generates, and yeah, he's still going to have a lot of attack speed to work with here, should be able to show the way, and even look for an opportunity here onto Sam.
Arteezy gets RP'd, skewered under the tower. Nuts is there for the follow-through control, but Samael, he's going to come in and try his best to save Artur with the living armor as well on the clinks. Arteezy trying to get himself out of here, but he's been boulder smashed. XY with a beautiful stun and silence onto both Arteezy and Samael. Sets up for a second, and both the cores going down for EG. An absolute nightmare for them on that bottom lane. Losing not only Arteezy, who's died a few times already, but Samael, their kind of hope and glory at this stage of the game.
That's really the big one. Slowing down Sumail. That's his first fight he's really chosen to get involved in. He's been throwing stun strikes, but he hasn't been going to team fights.
Crits a free pickup as well in the mid lane. Faceless, relentless with their aggression, and now onto the tier 1 in the middle. And this should be a freebie. 3 heroes down on EG. And Black, they have to obviously get it down in one shot. This is one of the tricky, well not tricky, just annoying things against playing a Trim Protector, isn't it? You have to get towers in one push. You can't do half a job.
The big problem for EG this game is they drafted a lineup that was meant to excel in the early game. They wanted to do well at the lanes and snowball from there. Like heroes like Clinks want to get super active and fight early on. Same for the Treant Protector. Use that living armor to play aggressive.
Zai does get the overgrowth onto 2. Samael already working his way into Ice on the high ground. Will take down 1. They'll get the bash and the follow through tornado onto the Earth Spirit with the deafening blast as well. They'll pick up a sec.
Okay, finding some much needed kills at pretty key time.
Whoa, gods. Look at the build from Universe. He's going phase, drums, and he wants to get that Aghanims online ASAP.
I mean, I think he has to. There's no way at any point in this game Arteezy's going to be able to find farm or push out lanes. And that's the thing. You're going to be able to push out lanes against this Broodmother, so Aghanim's nature's prophet. Sure, why not? Clear out those spiders. Do some good damage. Let's go back. Ags Octarine. Don't know what year it is, but we're going to see some split push Rat Dota coming out from Universe. Invoker also pretty good in that area with the Blink, the Ags, high levels. He can split push fairly effectively. Going to be up to the Magnus, the Earth Spirit, to find and catch these heroes. This is the kind of game where you want to go to like a Shadow Blade type build for jabs on Magnus eventually, so you can find those pickoffs a little bit easier. Really needs to be able to catch and punish heroes like Nature's Prophet and Invoker wherever possible.
Bottom lane, Universe pushing in 3 members of Faceless in the neighborhood. So they'll be able to catch him quite in time as Universe plays it safe, backs off, TPs away. Black, of course, going for a very defensive build, the Manta style, then into the BKB.
Yes, going for Manta over the SMY, which perhaps more standard because of the Treant Overgrowth, giving him a way to get out of the lockdown, get out of some like the Invoker annoying spells like the Cold Snap. So a bit more, like you say, defensive compared to the SMY and just reactionary to what is on the EG side of things. See another gank on Ice. He's actually died a few times at really rough times, and they'll find him once.
Yeah, straight around with the wrap, and they've got him. Most certainly. Cold Snap as well for Samael. Throw a tornado out to the side, make sure no one's thinking about jumping in. Just potentially wary of a potential Magnus counter initiation, but face themselves. They're miles away. They're on the bottom lane. They're looking to put some pressure onto this tier 2. They will let tier 1 go. A bit more money into the bank for Arteezy, who did manage to finish off the Desolator.
These kills that up. This is one of the, I mean, not maybe the more farmed heroes at this moment, but Brood has been kind of near that top of the net worth point for quite a lot of this game. So it's one of those reasons why I think Brood fell off as a hero. If you go back to when this hero was quite popular, is that you'd win your lane, you get the Midas, you get really high level, high net worth, but then when you die, you give that much more to the other team. The way the comeback gold works is such that being behind and killing a Brood can be really fruitful as far as heroes like Clinks who don't have that much farm. So 3 kind of kills in a row on Ice's Brood has found him not as farmed as he'd like to be, and also EG a lot more farmed than they once were. Is it going to be a 4th in a row?
Now Arteezy's got his eyes. Yep.
Doesn't look like they've... I don't think they can do it with the Nature's Prophet alone. They're going to try.
They're going to try.
Yeah, maybe they can actually.
With the Sprout and the Deso. That's going to be a freebie.
Okay.
Universe is already on his way out. Arteezy heads straight up to the north. And that's your Aghanims complete. So 21 minutes in, it's a respectable Ags timing from Universe.
Asking what the comeback for Arteezy's Clinks is. It's going to be the hero that shut him down. It's the Brood. He is the comeback money. Just keep on killing him.
Yeah.
again and again, and Ice is quickly turning into a liability for his team. They had such a good, strong start, but he's just getting caught out, ganked time and time again, and I think EG have recognized that he's the easiest hero to kill. He's one of the best targets to kill because he's typically alone. Faceless have this 4-1 split, and I think they need to perhaps look to group up, bait the Broodmother, have the Broodmother join up with the rest of the team. They were showing signs of doing that around the mid-tier 1, but once they took the mid-tier 1, they've since split up. They grabbed an Aegis, but while Black used the Aegis to push some towers, take the tier 2 at bottom, Ice wasn't with the team, and he just became cannon fodder for EG. He keeps getting picked off, and this game is a lot more even due to some really good decision-making from EG, catching him out, finding him numerous times.
Yeah. And as we're seeing, just with this Dessa, of course the alacrity buff as well, very nice for Arteezy to just pick tower after tower. Huge amounts of damage, and Faceless just not quick enough with the reactions to do anything about it.
It does feel like EG are outmaneuvering Faceless in a lot of ways this game, and that's going to have to change, and I'd say stemming from jabs on the Magnus. He's got a Shadow Blade now. He can look for those pickoffs. He can start trying to find and punish some of these split pushes. I almost feel like they want to get a gem soon. Oh, Zai. He's going to TP out while dusted. They didn't see him there due to the fog of war. But yeah, Jabs needs to start getting involved. He's not being totally quiet, but I just don't feel like he's set up enough kills. He just needs to start throwing RPs, getting solo kills on cores. You don't have to look for team fights. You just have to kill a core hero. And similarly, Ice, the other player who needs to kind of step it up. He's just been caught out a few too many times for Faceless to turn this one around. He needs to play more around his team or have his team play more around him.
Sentry dropped here, find the river with that observer just to sort out any sort of movements from Jabs or Ice.
Yeah. It will be Octarine, at least for now, queued up on the Nature's Prophet, so see that full-on split push. Nature's Prophet reality. And AoE clear is, I mean, Troll with Empower, there is decent AoE clear, but with that, he doesn't exactly do too well. Magnus can, but Brood not exactly excelling in that area either.
Ice this time around should be able to finish off that ultimate orb that he's certainly been trying for a few times with those recent deaths he's had on the Spider.
Yeah.
This time around, he'll be able to get that secure.
This time around, there's supports. It seems like up until now, the support's been sitting behind the Troll mostly, but they're changing their tune, and it's let's sit behind Ice, let's protect him a bit more. Let's play around this Broodmother, who's gone for the, I mean, look, interesting talents. Cooldown reduction over the 350 health. Something that maybe could have saved his life at various points. Manta into Radiance, it seems. He wants to go late game, right-click damage. You get plus 70 attack speed at level 20, and you get plus 8 max webs, giving you a lot of mobility as a right-click carry in the late game, assuming he goes for that. The Spider health also kind of nice, but given the build we're seeing from him, I'd expect him to go for the extra webs.
XY tried to come across for a bit of a warding mission, but ended up walking into the clutches of EG, and Arteezy picks up another kill, and is slowly starting to climb his way back up, still very much at the bottom in terms of core farm. Continues to get kills like this. Will certainly get himself back up there. BKB near complete. It'll be that little bit harder to get caught out, but again, as you mentioned earlier, it still feels just the lack of the presence of Jabs on this Magnus at this portion of the game. We're not seeing them do anything with the RPs. Well,
that's the thing. You look at Ice's side and you're like, well, he's died a few too many times, he's getting caught out, but it's also like that wouldn't be happening if Jabs was finding kills, if Jabs was maybe doing what his role's meant to be. So while Jabs maybe, while Ice is getting caught out and not doing his role, it's perhaps as a result of Jabs' lack of influence. XY is trying to be his impact. I think XY's done really well. Like, he dies there, but he's playing aggressively. He's scouting out, he's trying to get wards down, he's trying to set up his team. But Jabs on Magnus is just not as involved as perhaps he needs to be. Similarly, Troll, Black is very farmed, has a great game, but we're not
far more into
it seems Faces don't care about fighting, though. They've got all these Midases on the Magnus as well as Brood, at least. Seems like they don't have fighting on the agenda. Even CM has a Midas. They've got triple Midas. They're happy just to get picked off as long as they're farming, and it has maintained a gold lead up until now. Recently, EG's actually taken over, so I think they do start to be concerned. Not only are they behind on net worth, but they've got triple Midases. These are not items that add to your net worth, particularly outside of maybe the Brood, who benefits from the attack speed.
Good Jabs. The Shadow Blade, but again, the mid lane catches his attention, and he's just back to...
He's holding the gem now. This is, to me, a necessary item against the Treant. Something which comes perhaps a bit later than he would have hoped for, but...
Should be another Roche here for Faceless. Evil Genius is already splitting up across the map. In no position at all to contest, so...
You can see on the minimap the little yellow dots scouting around. This is Ice, Spiderlings, trying to see what's going on. He's very good with heroes like Brood, Nature's Prophet at just splitting up those units, getting all the scouting information for his team, and seems like the intel is there, knowing that Roche is a freebie for the time being.
Extra bit of gold pushing Ice very close to having that relic done. 2.8k on him at the moment on this Spider. But of course, whilst this all goes on, Sumail continuing to keep himself right at the top of the board, as we saw, has picked up the Octarine as well as the Aghanims now. So he's very much ready to fight, and he's also ready to just continue to farm. Now get the catch onto the Magnus, and he's going out and down. He'll pop the RP.
He's going to lose a gem.
Oh, no, no, no. Not great news for Jabs and Faceless. Evil Geniuses just seem to be just doing a little better with this portion of the game. We saw at the start where EG, the lane looked a bit of a mess. Arteezy was struggling, that kind of awkward portion where he was trying to find his place around the map, but now it's really Faceless kind of feeling that they're starting to slip behind in these decision making.
It just seems like they're just opposed to the idea of grouping up. Like Magnus getting caught up there, it's like, well, even if he Shadowblades in and scouts out and finds an EG hero, what's he going to do? He's got no damage backing him up. There's no Troll, there's no Brood, no Earth Spirit Magnetize. He's not getting a kill there. Mid lane, they're going to find a support, just a Wind Ranger. It was just a blink from Troll, a roll from XY. But, oh god, look at the treants.
That's a lot of treants there from the Spiders.
Ice is like, wait,
the
Magnus,
Spiders
I need an Empower? Where's my Empower? I'm scared. The Spider is scared of minions. Like, what world do we live in? But Black doing what he can to try and find trades on the map, but could get punished.
Right, yeah, Sumail with the set. There's a BKB and an Aegis on Black. We'll see if they can pop either of them. Zai looking to move into position on the back lines, but already the sentry's down quickly with the silence, making sure that there's no chance of Zai throwing out anything in this fight. They'll force out the BKB charge.
The triple sentry line in mid.
Ooh, bottom lane, look at this. Jabs looking to set up for a skewer, and indeed, Universe sent back into the clutches of Ice. Universe still tries to TP, isn't going to quite make it. So down Nature's Prophet, mid lane, Sumail, Boulder Smash. He'll be in trouble here. Nuts with the control, allowing Black to get in close and personal with the freezing field as well. Faceless, they get another kill and a massive one at that as well, bringing down Sumail on the Invoker. 70 seconds. Yep. They may even be able to force out buybacks here.
Yeah, and that was largely stemming from some good individual play. Black forcing the issue in mid lane, finally taking a chance, and when Sumail comes in, they have the sentries for the tree. And I think Trent got a little bit overconfident because he'd taken the gem away, so he wasn't expecting all those sentries there. There was 3 sentries ready for the tree and protector, so while there was no gem, they still had good detection set up.
And that play, forcing Sumail to use the buyback. In return, they'll pop Black's Aegis very quickly. They do have that RP though. We'll see if they can get in position to fight. Black has to get out. There's the jump through. Get the 2-man RP. If they could kill that Invoker a second time, they'll be in a fantastic position. Overgrowth trying to hold them back. Sumail, he's got to keep himself alive here. Will just get himself out in time, but Zai pays with his life. But they had to keep, if they lost Sumail there, EG treading on very thin ice. With the shackle onto Black. Black being brought down low by the patch. Good Boulder Smash though. Holds Arteezy and Sumail back for the time being. Black goes down though still. The physical damage from Arteezy too much. Buyback from Zai. Sunstrike is going to connect onto XY. That's the Earth Spirit down as well. EG hitting back very hard. Jabs. They have vision for him. He'll skewer down to the low ground. Has got the blink, so will escape. But this guy, I mean, as you know, Faceless making some mistakes. EG, it's a little bit scrappy between these two sides.
Yeah, Jabs hits a really good RP. Unfortunately for him, Wind Ranger hit a sick shackle shot at the same time on Troll. If Troll could attack during that RP, it was all over for EG. Sumail was going to die back there. It was going to be a complete disaster of fight for them, but that shackle really salvaged things there because they didn't have damage output onto that. They had the Brood doing some good damage, but without the Troll, they didn't have the real right-clicker adding his Empower damage into the RP, so slight turnaround as EG managed to bounce back. Does cost them the Invoker buyback, so they are going to be in this kind of volatile state where if they lose Invoker, they could quickly see this game swing back Faceless' way.
I mean, just look at this pressure that they can put on though with the Treants.
And they know there's no OP, so they're not afraid of the Magnus quite as much. They do still have to respect the Blink Skewer though.
Looks like EG will play it safe. They, as you said, are playing around the portion of the game without that Invoker buyback. It's very risky.
Ice is cosplaying as Naga Siren. Manta, Radiance, Boots of Travel, Octarine Core lined up. So why not? Says, my team's not going to pick me Naga, I'll just Pretender Naga.
It's going to be scary as it goes on. Wow, talking about Ice, they were all straight into a shackle.
Radiant team ban. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
Yeah, I always root for underdogs, and SG proved they're good. We casted the SA qualifiers for Kiev, and they seemed so strong. I mean, there's a lot of people who don't know about South American Dota, don't know how strong they are, but I think SG is gonna prove how good they are, actually. I mean, this is the team that plays with a lot of different teams, and it's kind of a different... like different heroes, different picks. It's kind of different style of Dota, and it doesn't get out of the South America. It's sometimes against North America, but that's it. The other teams don't know much about them, and they have a lot of like surprise effect on them. So I wonder why Team Liquid, I was just checking SG Sports game, I saw no Ricky in the previous game, and this is their first performance. Like,
Radiant team pick. Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban.
yep. Well, when you're playing as an underdog, you got nothing to lose. That's the thing. Like, you can win, upset, but if you lose, nothing happens. That's the best part when playing as underdog. Yeah. IO, well, I mean, Team Liquid plays it, Team Secret plays it, and we saw Jungle Wisp from Lil last game. These are the three teams that come to my mind when IO is mentioned, and of course EG from time to time, Crit Wisp. Combined with Treant, these two are like so-so as support. Not sure, I want to see more of a Treant. I'm not sure how strong the hero is. The first thing that comes to my mind when I see Treant Protector, it's a good hero. He harasses good, provides vision. It's good for defense, the base, especially if you're like pretty even and you can't push. But I don't feel that Treant Protector wins games. That's how I feel about him.
Radiant team pick. Liquid's turn to pick.
Well, we saw last game in VP what they had for Juggernaut, Wisp, press the attack, what else was there? Only Magnus was missing, I guess. Just buff. Well, it can be GH. Well, they can't. I mean, they have IO and Treant, my bad. But the GH plays some kind of jungle / roaming Magnus, but it's not gonna happen this game. So.
Radiant team pick.
I saw something similar from EG.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Free bits of extra damage. Liquid not scared about it at all. They just go right into what looks like their Matama Man Terrorblade, the tried and true. And then they get their extra pick to think about what they want to do against this Shadow Fiend lineup.
10 seconds remaining.
But still no stuns on Liquid, you know, so I don't know if SG can even utilize that currently with their lineup. That all they have left to get is a support pickup, so...
Oh, maybe like a puck to hold them in place. They need something, some kind of a hero. They need at least one stun. I mean, they're gonna run around if you don't keep them in place. What else is there? Let me check. Maybe Wind Ranger.
Ooh.
That's the hero we didn't see a while, but it's making a comeback. Maybe a Storm Spirit. No counter for Storm.
Storm just got banned, actually.
Alright. I was just looking at the heroes.
Yeah. But you're on the money for that one. Liquid, though, contemplating final ban. That could be a bit intrusive. I don't know if you ban Shadow Demon just because you're worried about the purge against your Guardian Angel. Witch Doctor's Coconut's pretty nice to have against the Wisp in a +1. AA maybe. I mean, AA Crystal Main sounds pretty bad, but it's a lot of heal. Ban Brew, okay, whatever. I don't know what the hell's happening in Dota anymore. I'm gonna go back to Counter-Strike, I guess. I don't even know that game, so. Brewmaster.
Well, maybe, maybe Puck. Oh, what?
All right, Vengeful Spirit comes out right now, so you get your Venge Terrorblade, which is a ridiculous amount of powerhouse damage, and it looks like it's going to be possibly mid. There are people talking about Miracle Terrorblade, so I guess that might be the thing.
It might be a Terrorblade mid, it might be a Venge mid as well. I mean, Venge does well against Shadow Fiend, especially with Treant Protector harassing or just IO tethering and just giving that extra movement speed plus Magic Missile. They have good kill potential on Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, this is going to be something fun here from Liquid. So, and what we anticipate is going to be possibly a mid lane Terrorblade matchup. He's very frail, though. That is scary. And you're going to be already having a Shadow Fiend with the bonus damage coming into lane from the Clockwork. So, SG, though. Finishing things out. Need that 4 position, that roamer. They didn't get the benefit of the Monkey King, but you can always pick up like an Earth Spirit. Yeah. Yeah. Earth Spirit roaming action. Oh, this Wisp. It's a GH Wisp, so it's one of the best Wisps you can ask for, but this Wisp is going to have his work cut out for him in the early game, it feels like.
It's DNC, but they lost the game.
Well, I gotta say, I feel like based on draft, I kind of like SG's lineup, but Liquid are the team that should have the better players. I heard that there's a lot of 9K members over there, and I don't know how many 9K Dota players are on SG's team, but...
Last time I checked, it was 3.
3 on Liquid, or 3 on SG?
I don't know about SG, but I know about Liquid. I gotta agree with you on that one. SG's esports lineup looks stronger, but overall, I think Team Liquid's gonna kite around with all those heals.
All right, folks, let's get into it. What do you want to see? What do you want to see?
I want to see how the laning phase goes. I want to see, okay, Miracle is playing that Terror Blade, but known for switching roles in Team Liquid. So let me just check the items.
They were flopping all over the place at the back end of DAC. Once they kind of came into the tournament, and it was quickly discovered that Monkey King is a big deal and Magnus is a big deal, and they couldn't just kind of go by the old school, Liquid coattails of getting Invoker and Wisp, because everybody was banning it. They had to quickly adjust their game, and we saw them adjust that in the form of switching up roles. Miracle hopping over to a 4-position Monkey King and stuff. So
yeah. Monkey King, Slardar, and GH was playing a Naga Siren. Matumbaman also playing mid. Personally, I don't like it. It's good that they're versatile, but when you have Miracle on mid, it's kind of a different game.
All right. So Shadow Fiend doing the COG game here with Tavo as they use the mid lane shrine. Oh, I like that.
Dakota Cogs.
Give him extra CS. Yeah. So they got it. They got it going for him. He's got the extra 9 souls to head into the lane. And as I was quickly clicking on GH, as opposed to what we saw in the hand Virtus Pro in the previous series, GH is going to be going right for the bottle, not straight, jungling Wisp. That's not a GH thing, apparently.
Kuroki. I want to see how that goes. Treant Protector. Usually Treants either get Leech Seed or Nature guys, just run around, try to... Oh, they smoked already. They want to get a kill on bottom.
I wonder if he's saving the point, because if they don't need Nature's guys for the setup, maybe he could just get the level 1 and Leech Seed for a first blood.
Oh, Shadow Fiend.
Okay, if they could start things off in what should be a favorable Shadow Fiend matchup by setting the tone here and beating down 40R, that'd be a pretty nice start. Look at this. Oh my god! They get it done!
The damage.
So much. 91 base damage for your tree. They just run right in, knock them out, and Liquid says, alright, let's begin.
Alright, Clockwork against Omni Knight. Well, that Clockwork will have Arcane Aura, so we'll see how that goes. 2 and 4 against, what is it, 2-0. Well, he'll burn all his mana. Omni Knight has Mango.
Thank God, because it's going to cost him a bit of mana to kind of stay alive in this lane if he has to already start chewing through his Mangos. So can't afford to get bumped by those cogs. That's going to be a pretty good win-win for both sides. But yeah, the Clockwork, I'd imagine, should have a pretty damn good time. All right, early rolling in. King RD, connection on the rolling boulder, tries to make some pressure happen onto GH, but Matumba Man just continues to dish out the right click.
Yeah, but
forcing King RD all the way back.
Jug doing?
What is Jug doing?
Yeah, we didn't even learn spin.
He doesn't even know spells yet. Is he like, just in case there's so much pressure? I mean, it is an aggro lane from Liquid. I guess just in case it comes down to it and I need to spaz level Healing Ward to stay alive? I don't know. Or spaz level Blade Fury?
get a blade dance and just crit people.
Yeah.
No, they had a kill on Wisp there. That's the thing. They used Tether so he couldn't run out.
Okay, well, creeping up, KingRD has invaded and will actually manage to sneak out a bounty rune for himself. Will they bother chasing him? He doesn't have a TP. Can rolling boulder away. This could be just the wild goose chase, so it looks like GH is going to be like, you know what, I'm good. Heads out the other way.
Top lane, Quirk went 1-1-1. He knows he doesn't have much kill potential, especially when Omni Knight keeps his enchanted mango unused, so he might actually just go for a rocket flare instead and try to help other lanes.
That'd be a nice way to kind of add the extra bit of pressure there, but he can add even more to his team lineup by just getting the solo XP and pushing forward towards that level 6 here. It does look like Miracle has popped into his Metamorph now, so Shadow Fiend will be forced to step back, and we'll just have to see if Miracle's going to use that added pressure to do some work onto the tier 1, I suppose. But enough is enough from him. Shadow Fiend's at 13 and 14. A lot of those knives, of course, coming from the chunk of the cogs.
Bottom lane. Oh, good spin.
Ooh. Very nice spin and combo coming out between him and KingRD will lead to success as they secure a double kill, or double the kills in the bottom lane.
Well played by SG. When I see Juggernaut, I see a lot of players making a mistake. We saw last game Ramses playing Jug. That's how you play Jug. You need both Aquila and Magic Wand. That's the safest play. Like, you have enough mana, you have enough sustain, especially when you get some Vayne charges up. A lot of players just tend to go for one. But with Aquila, you don't have enough mana. Well, this game he has Arcane Aura, so he can keep Aquila and get Magic Wand. That would be perfect.
That's a fair point. Yeah, the Crystal Main will help on that front there. She's actually already level 3, you know, doing her thing with the benefit of the jungle and, of course, her Frostbite. She's gotten 2 points into her Arcane Aura already. So everyone on the SG side pretty thankful for that, including the Jug, as you mentioned. But the pressure's still there from Liquid. They started things out with that bit of an aggro lane, but what about now? Like, we're looking back to where, you know, Kuroki is and what he's going to be adding as he's level 2. I don't know how many easy setups you're going to have here between a Wisp Tree support duo.
Yeah, I mean, it's Jug with Phase Boots and Poor Man's Shield. That hero doesn't die that early. I mean, Crystal Maiden is just in Forest right now and pooling, getting some XP. On the other hand, Kuroki and GH are just pretty much running around doing nothing.
Yeah, still kind of floating around, maybe trying to get close enough to leech some XP from their opponent, but even Kuro here, it's like the second he walks into lane, he eats 2 raises, and over half of his life is just going to be taken away. As this Shadow Fiend has the full lane to work with here. Give it to Kuro to kind of get some solo XP time, but you know, action is going to have to be made here soon enough.
Yeah, he won't get any last hits. Shadow Fiend is just going to keep denying.
Alright, jump in from Matama Man. I don't know if they were hoping for a magic missile setup there, but it will not follow through with anything. GH will be able to stumble back, but KingRD is still around, and if he rolls in for a new setup, they could get a catch. Is he committed with the Boulder Smash? He does, but that might be too far of a dive, so it is going to force C4T to kind of step in with a Frostbite, and now they're thinking about turning things around, hunting down for the Earth Spirit, trying to hide within the trees. They do decide to pull off. You're not looking to go for an overcommitment. If Matamaman was to lose his own life in this lane would be easily lost to Liquid.
Yeah,
or lost rather to SG. Liquid would lose the lane. Roll.
Trying to go right now. There's some pretty ballsy rolls from Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it would have been great if he had connection, as there was no help nearby, but off the mark on that one. And also a little too close to that tower, so KingRD is doing his best to add the pressure here, but it doesn't look like he's looking to kind of take his business anywhere else. Didn't even bother floating by that mid lane at all.
Terrorblade decided to go for double rate band build, probably Tequila, power treads. He just wants to deal as much damage as he can early game. Because their lineup, they don't have any gank potential besides, let's say, when IO hits 6 or swap, but that's pretty much it. So he needs to like right click as much as he can because they're gonna group up. So that, I guess that's the point of Liquid's lineup.
Alright, bottom lane. Looks like a hookshot in for some creeps here. Comes out from Tavo. Sorry, I'm getting weird reports, crazy reports that there's a robotic mic. I'm not hearing your mic robotic. I'm not hearing my mic robotic at all. I have no idea actually what that's coming from. I may have to restart the stream just to see if that would fix it, but yeah, it's not on either our ends from what I can hear, so.
Alright, is it gonna be enough?
Ooh, mid lane, just in case Dota TV is still tuning in, it looks like they will be able to get off the living armor. And alright, turn the stream off, turn that stream back on. Oh, multitasking is unreal right now. Yeah, okay. Well, we fired it back up, and we'll just hope that did it.
Yeah, should be good. Is it on the stream or the in-game?
I have no idea. From my end, I hear my own mic in my own ear, and it sounds good. I hear you in my ear, and it sounds good. I feel like it might be an encoding issue between XSplit/Twitch to get out on the stream. And it's not something I can really investigate at the moment because Dota's being had. Top lane, a fight to break out onto my control. He's going to be forced to do the self-repel. And, well, Tavo says, okay, with 2 more people coming in, I will just hookshot out to freedom and he'll be fine. Apparently it is fixed, so I guess a simple reboot of the stream did it. Sorry, guys, I don't know what that was. That was totally random.
I don't know, guys.
We're good now.
Yeah, we always have some kind of problems, and it's not our fault.
It's never my fault, never.
And my fault. Sometimes it's your fault. The second game was your fault, VP, but I forgave you that.
Okay. Well, good thing still brewing here. 2-1, as you didn't miss too much action here. 40 are continuing to siege away onto this tier 1. This time they've handed things over to GH to get some levels, because their support staff still struggling a little bit. Kuro's found his way to level 4.5, but we still see GH at 3. Tome is going to be available to them in 30 seconds. That could help a bit, but you could say the same here for SG's side. And when you have a Earth Spirit with level 6 good to go, we could see SG try to take some fights. And I don't know if Liquid's going to be prepared for it at that moment. I do have to say, though, my control is decked out, obviously, with that solo lane he had. He's getting close to level 9 on his Omni.
Yeah, it's really hard to kill that Omni Knight. I mean, you can't even try to go on him with level 4 Purification and the Guardian Angel, Repel. I mean, you just can't kill him with Jug. Plus Treant Armor. Or if Wisp is standing behind.
Nearby we have Miracle, happy to farm his way through an Ancient Camp though. Got some assistance from his Metamorph plus GH. GH is happy to share the XP, as it's allowed him to get to a level 4 now.
Well, Clockwork finished his Midas. I mean, it's gonna be up soon when he gets the Courier. Good timing, 10-minute Midas. Or Earth Spirit can also go for Midas if the, like, after he buys a Tome of Knowledge to get that level 6.
I would hope that's not the case, but that would definitely say something about where Dota is right now, if it is going to be that greedy kind of a game. It could be, very well be. Little mini heal bomb right there comes out from Mind Control to soften up. But GH is hanging nearby. Does not get the connection with that heal. But Soul Ring and Arcane Boots, he can dish these out all day. SG are trying to form themselves up into a possible position to make an approach, but yeah, as you mentioned before, Omni Knight is just a bit too tough.
And look at mid. I mean, Shadowfin just hitting that tower continuously, and nothing
I've
happens.
Seen him bring it down this low before. I mean, that's the kind of game when you're going against a tree, though.
Yeah, it's so annoying to play against Treant, especially like when you're trying to siege tier 3 tower bottom lane.
Yeah, there's a fight breaking out here. Boulder Smash comes out from King RD to kind of zone them back, but Mind Control casually walks in and hits him with the heal. Jug trying to dish out damage onto Matama Man, but the Repel will shrug off all of that Blade Fury damage. But the follow-up play coming in from Tavo with a hook shot, nails it to him, and now the Omni Slash to fly will give the better fight to SG.
nice play by SG. Their hook shot was ready right on Wisp, and he was just saving Omni Slash after the Guardian Angel is used. Meanwhile,
like it was gonna be a good
Terrorblade...
fight.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was gonna be a good fight for SG.
Yeah, but it did. I mean, that's the thing, is you also have to play around the Terrorblade. It's not in fighting ship yet. Oh, I missed that one. But Tavo gets the kill on Matama Man, who just returned to the lane. Cog bump back, Liquid on the prowl. But, you know, again, not a whole lot of stuns.
Oh, look at
Not a whole
Maven.
lot of catch. They're trying to get mind control close enough to maybe slow him down. He's got that level 3 degen aura. But look how fast this monster is. Miracle rushing in with the haste rune. Takes it right to the Jug, but the Jug is TP'd away.
Yeah, but Crystal Maiden was at tier 1 tower in Forest, just trying to kill the tower, but it was being pinged out by Liquid, and then Kuroki used the...
Matamaman dies again in the mid lane. I catch that one, but oh my gosh, this is ruthless now coming up from SG. They strike down like 3 back-to-back hard-hitting kills on Liquid.
Terrorblade 1-0 took a tower, pretty much free farm. SG got some kills, but it's gonna be hard when they group up as 5. Once they get more levels on Terrorblade, Omni Knight for that extra repel, it's only level 1 so far.
Quite surprising already. SG, a team that I don't even know, this is certainly the most prestigious LAN event they've ever been to, I'm sure, in their Dota careers. A lot of them have been experienced and played in the Dota scene for quite a long time, and maybe have played at a couple of locals, or, you know, lower tiered LANs, but you know, making the most out of this opportunity here. A Swiss format, as a lot of people know, every game is super important, and Liquid will be able to at least bounce back with a little bit of a pick here. Just a simple King RD takedown while he's planting some wards. But they want more than that. They see a juicy and delicious 40R Shadow Fiend nearby. Matama Man just a bit too far if you want to get a swap setup.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend decides to go for Yasha after Dragonlance and wants to go for Manta, which is kind of obvious. When you're playing against Treant, you can Manta out of his ulti, you can dodge Venge Stun. It's pretty good because they don't have any control. Seems like Earth Spirit's going for Midas. He's only 100 gold away from it.
Oh, he is going for Midas. Alright, yeah. Preparing and anticipating a longer game here. Roll on in. Waiting to line up the shot. Drops it down. Kick. No, nothing. They're not looking to commit too hard, or at least Liquid able to kind of create a lot of extra space between them and SG. But there will be no chase here, it looks like. So Liquid avoid the trouble there. SG are the better team in a team fight at the moment.
There was still no Earth Spirit ulti used 15 minutes in.
I kind
of feel that, yeah, you seen one?
It was just a solo kill on Matama Man. It wasn't exciting. It wasn't an exciting ulti, so we can half count it.
Alright, my bad, but still, I kind of feel about Earth Spirit right now. He doesn't gain so much levels early, and he pretty much is under-leveled. I mean, not under-leveled because of his bad play, but because of the Dota right now, because they sacked experience. They nerfed it. So I don't think he has that huge impact around 10 to 15
swap
minute
back,
mark.
Moving in, but SG were also with their own moves. King RD rolls in, gets off a huge magnetize. Guardian Angel is going to be forced out as SG look to kind of round about, but they've split their fight apart, looking to go for Matama and company, while the rest of Liquid have just muscled through the rest of SG Esports. Can't forget about the metamorphed Miracle. He just does utter destruction to SG, and only the Jug will be able to make it out alive.
Yeah, that's the thing about Liquid's lineup. Once they go as 5, you need so much things to focus on. Overgrowth, Wisp, Omni Knight. There's so much spells. Like you can't really kill anyone. That's the thing. They only managed to kill Omni Knight and lost 4 there.
It looked like a wonderful opportunity for SG to kind of just really break open the game, as the approach was there by Liquid, and it looked like SG had the favorable positioning. They were in high ground. They even popped the smoke a bit early, but you know, with Liquid already spotting out exactly where 4DR was. They got the good swap, and yeah, unfortunately the fight just got totally split apart. SG were not able to kind of find the right focus that they wanted. That could have been, you know, due to the Juggernaut just omni-slashing away to a different part of the fight, and then others focusing on Matama Man.
Yeah, Omnislash was even used that fight. I mean, it's gonna be a different story once Juggernaut gets that Diffusal Blade. He can't purge Repel anymore, but he can purge Guardian Angel.
Kuro getting all sorts of sweet information here. Happens to be scouting by, as SG will be able to rid of that ward. He will TP out.
Oh, they almost got him by Cogs.
Very close, but not on this day. SG shoving back to him. They still hold a 5k net worth advantage overall, but Liquid got to feel pretty good after that previous fight. Their Terrorblade is now beginning to bulk up pretty nicely here with his Dragon Lance and Yasha now complete. A Manta is going to be in order for him. So SG just kind of get back to the grind here, pop up a smoke, and begin to head up north. But Mind Control's already on the way out. He is decked out, man.
Oh, this is the like Midas gaming. I mean, SG has 2 Midases ready so far, so they're not that strong right now, but they'll be strong in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
SG feel the pressure and maybe recognizing the greedy play coming out from Liquid. They are hoping to punish him for it. They do manage to spot out an Omni Knight and take him out of the game before anything could be cast.
Yeah, good scouting by Tao there, good rocket flare.
GH also tried to relocate, save him, and I don't know if they're going to try to get the finish, but no, they're not. They come back and they'll let him
back
go.
to farming. Yeah, Omnislash used, back to farming. Juggernaut wants that Manta style so he can get out of Treant ulti. Shadow Fiend getting close to it as well.
I don't know. Are we still feeling really confident here for SG at this point in the game? Like, it's nice for them to be able to kind of begin to move forward. You're taking tier 2s and you're doing it against a tree lineup. So taking the extra objectives earlier on would be nice before he becomes too much of a problem. He already has the level 4 done on the living armor now, but I don't know. It's a very intriguing lineup here because it does begin like it's going to be falling more onto the shoulders of just Miracle at this point.
Well,
how is Matama Man doing?
Isn't it always like that?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he has his Manta style in 500 gold, so that's gonna be huge as well to deny some of the damage from Jug ult. On the other hand, Crystal Maiden kinda under farm. She's buying everything, giving Earth Spirit a lot of space.
And I suppose Jug content with his Diffusal pickup here has a Yasha to potentially build for Manta or such, but no cleave to help with the illusion army here. Ooh, Tabo, hook, long shot though, it is going to connect. Valiant effort and a nice try, but they will be able to get the tag. And this metamorphed Terrorblade is just going to run through the bottom lane and run through the jungle, it looks like.
Well, Maiden could have saved him there if she popped the smoke.
Oh,
mind blown.
Yeah, maybe. That would have been next level for sure. That would have been pretty ridiculous to disjoint the projectiles, but unfortunately, no one can think as fast as you.
Yeah, Omni Knight 20 XP gain talent combined with Midas gets even more experience. He's level 14 right now. Let's check the levels. Yeah, he's level 15 right now. So top 3, not bad.
Oh yeah. Only the Shadow Fiend to kind of be above everyone else.
Roche
it looks like here.
Yeah, they committed to Roche because of the double damage, but even if there was no double damage, they would still go for it because Metamorphosis was used. So this is the thing about Terrorblade. I mean, the hero is pretty useless when the Metamorphosis is down, so you need to be careful with using it. I mean, they got a kill on Clockwork, and SG got Roach in return, so Not a
now,
good
what
trade.
can SG do within this window of time when they know there's no metamorphosis to worry about? It looks like they've been taking more of the time to farm up, but yeah, you would like to see from them to be able to kind of make the most out of those opportunities where Metamorph is going to be kind of put in play perhaps a bit early. But here now, they creep through that top lane. Liquid not looking to let them get too deep. Which they already do have a pretty deep ward already planted. But back to the roots and runs here for SG. Where is their item progression at that they could be holding out for here before?
Well, Blink Dagger on Earth Spirit, Shadow Fiend wants to go for Pike. Clockwork working towards his Aghanim Scepter. I mean, Clockwork is fat. They have 2 Midases, so both Clock and Earth Spirit is gonna have a good late game items. Only CM's gonna be pretty much piss poor, but
someone's got to be piss poor.
Yeah,
though.
someone's gotta be.
And it's going to be Crystal Maiden here. Smoke play, maybe a bait out for 40R in the mid lane. The rest of SG begin to make their move up into this mid lane. Liquid members not too close. So Shadow Fiend will confidently move through. Liquid looking at the map, kind of like, where is everyone else on this map? And this could be read as a pretty easy bait opportunity. They drop down a sentry deep behind the tower to see if they can scout out where Kuro is. But turns into an easy Search 2. And Liquid just kind of split the pressure elsewhere.
Well, with 2 Force Staffs on side of SG, 1 on Clock, 1 on Shadow Fiend, they can really kite around because they don't have any catch. Especially if meta is used, they can just try to run away and then come back after it's gone.
Yeah, it's going to have to be on SG to kind of make sure that Liquid can't use that Metamorphosis and easily follow it up with objective takedowns. I don't know if that means that SG need to kind of make sure all the lanes are pushed forward or, you know, take fights on Liquid's side of the map. But you do not want to have Liquid come too far and deep into SG's territory, take a great fight, and then still have plenty of Metamorph time to kind of take a Rax or something crazy like that. So let's see what Liquid kind of do with their timing right now. Metamorph is up, and it looks like they pretty much all congregated down here to the bottom lane. They had already taken the tier 1 down here, so maybe that means SG will least likely suspect them down here. 40R hiding within the trees is close to potential trouble, but it looks like Liquid could be waiting for more members, or possibly anticipating company behind him. Oh, Tava walks in, pops out the dust, see where Kuro is, and he just gets shredded again. This time a pull through from a grip. There goes King RD. Miracle, though, is able to Manta off the silence. Go into Metamorph. Omni Slash is going to be committed. Magnetize is still out, but not enough firepower. Miracle will walk in, just did the casual Sunder, and the rest of Liquid will pull off so they can get some heals out here. Not enough firepower yet from SG to go for the finish. He wants GH, can't quite get it. And 40R had committed too hard for that kill and has lost his Aegis and has also lost his Crystal Maiden. Now as he comes back for his second life, he eats a lot of damage and has to just rush out between the trees here. Does have a TP. No, he doesn't. That's not his TP. What TP is that?
Yeah,
oh, now it's available. It was in his backpack.
Yeah.
Okay, switched it in. Now he needs to pray. There's no way he's making it out from here. They get the root and they get the finish. Liquid get it done. The rest of SG have already pulled out from that fight long ago and have tried to pressure all the other lanes as much as possible.
Well, that Clockwork is dying really fast. That was a good dust from Clock. He scouted the Treant and got swapped instantly, and he just got blown from all the damage. I mean, Terror Blade in meta near the Vengeance Aura, he's just a beast. And yeah, I think Clockwork items are not so good. He should have gone for Medallion instead and tried to work towards Solar Crest instead.
Yeah. Instead, straight to the Ags potentially here for Little Tavo at this moment. But they pull off for now. After Liquid took a good successful fight, their Metamorph, of course, has expired. And they look like they're feeling confident to be in a position where they can continue to farm up and just kind of play that game. With what looks like a Scotty in order here for Miracle, he could be getting to a point where it's almost unstoppable. There just seems to be so much sustain for him that is making life very difficult for SG to be able to take out their powerhouse hitter.
Look at the courier at the Team Liquid side. It's in the base. Like, it's full pipe. It's full pike.
Whoa.
It's almost a mech.
It's fully maxed out, which is shit now. So get that thing out there. All right, there it goes. Yeah, there's a lot of goodies in there. Hurricane Pike done, yeah. All right, this could be what the ticket that Liquid were waiting for here. We have to see if SG have some more fight in them, though, to kind of rein this game back their way. They may still hold the net worth lead, but with, I would say, one more decent fight for Liquid, this game is, the ball's pretty much in their court at that point.
Yeah, Wisp is on the bottom. Mech finished in 30 gold. This is like the 5th attempt to try to take a tier 1 tower on bottom, and it's full HP again.
And they don't even get close enough to even try to tag it some more. They pull all the way out once they see some rotations coming from Liquid. And Liquid will take their journey towards the mid lane to match up against SG. Wherever SG go, they're looking to follow, it would appear.
Yeah, it's Skadi plus full Manta, full Pike, and double damage in bottle for Terrorblade, and they want to group up now and push.
So do it already here, SG. Do it already, Liquid. SG, obviously not looking to kind of lock horns with Liquid at the moment, but it looks like Liquid are heeding your advice, and to the mid lane they go here. A tier 1 should be some pretty easy work for them, and we'll have to see if SG bother even taking a fight at this point. But the Metamorph is out. Metamorph plus the overcharge of this Wisp is really going to be something else. Yeah, look at this.
Damage. 600 damage.
Oh my god, this is going to be crazy. Hold on to your horses, folks. Is GH going to lock him up? No, he's not even going to get the over... Okay. That illusion's dead.
Alright.
Now do it. Go for it. GH is like... Yeah, there you go. Oh my god.
This is just insane.
Him in, takes him down, and boom! See you later, Crystal Maiden. Yeah, Miracle's the problem. Look at him go, and now pops his Manta, and now goes in for the tier 3, and suddenly SG don't know what the hell hit them. It was a truck. Tier 3's gone. Rat should be next. How dare you try to pose the mighty Terrorblade. Jug is going to be forced to move into action, but the second they try to make a call to fight, the Guardian Angel will get popped. It will cost Omni Knight his life, but a defuse comes in very good handy there for the Jug. They're fighting it off right now and doing some decent work, and Liquid's going to be forced to step back. A relocate play is there to get Miracle back to the safe zone, but I imagine on GH's return, he's going to be taken care of. Boom.
Bam. Well, they got the tier 3 tower, almost killed melee Raxes. I mean, that was pretty much expected once you saw Terrorblade with that double damage, and once they go as 5. There was a few buybacks. Who was it? Shadowfiend and +1, I think. So, look at Shadowfiend's item progression. Like, you can't see any items for the past, like, 10 minutes. It's the same items. He had Manta and Pike at the 20-minute mark.
The growth of SG has been totally stunted at this point. And I don't know what you look to do at this point here. I mean, there's more tools kind of slowly coming in as they've had the benefit of the Midases on their side. We're seeing like Blink on King RD and such, and the Ag's finally done on the Tavo, but these tools don't feel very effective at all. It feels like Liquid is just kind of holding on to all of the real damage, everything focused and kind of surrounding their mighty Miracle God here. Whether it be damage auras or more sustained relocate saves, Guardian Angels.
Yeah, the only big item that it's done, it's Mjolnir on Juggernaut, who's level 21. The Juggernaut is really tanky, has 29 armor. But let me see Miracle. He's going for that Eagle Song, Butterfly. Let me see if Shadowfiend... Show Shadowfiend. He still doesn't have enough for MKB nor Butterfly.
Yeah, he might just kind of hold this money here. Maybe if Miracle shows that he's going for a Butterfly, he might change things up and consider going for the MKB, but as of right now, now will just kind of pocket the money here. Eyes towards the Roche as it is up. And SG know this could be one of their few hopes to kind of stay relevant in this game one, is claiming this Aegis and having the extra life. But Liquid already onto him here. A jump in comes out from Tavo, and they get a nice quick isolated pick on Matumba Man. He could buy back, and he will, and teleport back into the shrine. SG thinking twice now about committing in for this Roche.
Yeah, they need to go back from that Roche SG right now. I mean, they can't fight into that.
Liquid just take it themselves. Oh, I say that, but then KingRD casually rolls on in, pops out the Magnetize, but a Guardian Angel is going to be there. More follow-up continues here from Tavo as he jumps in with a hookshot play, but they cannot get the finish. Miracle just continues to stand within the pit and says that he is the real boss here. He even dishes out a casual, supportive Sunder to Kuro to keep him alive and gets right back into the action and gets his hands dirty with a delicious ultra kill.
You don't want to
godlike now.
You don't
Holy
wanna
moly.
fight into that. Like, it's a Terrorblade who just finished a butterfly, and they kill Roche in few seconds with a Solar Crest and Omni-Knight. It just dies so fast. And this game is pretty much over.
Doesn't matter if there's backdoor. Miracle goes right inside. Didn't even need really to use a whole lot. Metamorph has still got some good timing on it to finish out that mid lane and for them to be able to make some work happen here at the bottom lane.
Yeah,
this could be it, and SG could be thinking about game number 2 already.
They're fighting the backdoor, killing the Raxus.
All right, jump in from Jug. Let's see what last hopes SG have here to stay alive. They hit him a little bit, but easily shrugged off by the sustained defensive capabilities of Liquid here. Not too much water off their back. They will get down their tier 3 and just walk away. Big winners here. Liquid take their first set of racks, and it is looking desperate for SG. And look at this. Now it's going to be Liquid, the team, to pull out the smoke back play.
Yeah, this is the VP from the last game. There's no tower, but there is a sentry ward.
They want to close it out right now. Ah, a little C4T. Didn't even know it hit him. And they get the courier too. Now with Crystal Maiden taken out of the game, certainly Liquid will be able to finish it. Am I right?
Nice prediction.
Here we go. They should be able to get this racks, but they pop the glyph, and all that backdoor regen is going to be there. Pops out now. Tavo moves in, catches with a hook shot, and Liquid are going to be forced back. On the other front, though, is Jug. Now far from home. Miracle dishes out the right clicks, and then Kuro pops him in the head with the stun, and that's going to be the game. With Jug taken out without a buyback, there is no hope for SG in game number 1, and it is going to be Liquid who take it.
Yeah, they just needed the time for their lineup to kick in. They needed levels, they needed some items, got pipe up, got items on Terrorblade. I mean, Terrorblade didn't die the whole game. And the most important part, this Treant was doing God's work with those scouts. I mean, you can't pop that much dusts. I mean, even if you catch him there and he dies, that's just it. I mean, maybe you can push a tier 1 tower, and that's it. Once they gather as
Dire team pick. Reserve time.
Timber saw.
EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Tiny.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Paul. And indeed, Game 2, Evil Geniuses up against Faceless. The drafts, as the day goes on, they continue to impress and surprise. These final picks, Tiny being picked up by Faceless. The anti-mage, maybe something a little more that we're kind of accustomed to. The black, the Tiny. I mean, what's the plan here? Why the Tiny?
It's a hero that can come online and fight, I feel. I was like looking at the draft and it's by known for his farming, like playing the late game, but you already have Shadow Fiend and Timbersaw, two heroes that need a lot of farm. So unless they want to go really greedy and have 3 heroes that all need a lot of farm, they wanted to get at least one of their cores who can come online fast and get involved. Tiny, with like a fast blink, can do that. So I think that, in my mind, is what Faces have in mind, like get that fast treads, blink, then start making moves, smoke around the map, find some kills. You've got Warlock. You want a team fight when you've got Warlock Ursper. You've got this really scary team fight. For EG, it's like CM, Nature's Prophet, Ricky. Their team fight doesn't match up against yours, so I think they're going to use Tiny to try and force some objectives and to take those team fights.
We're very intrigued to see what sort of build he does go for on the Tiny as well, how early he prioritizes getting that Blink pickup. I imagine, of course, the Ag's certainly going to be a nice pickup eventually this game against the Treants to push it.
Definitely been a fun day for new picks, like with the, first Valve Major on the 7.0x patches, we're seeing Bristleback mids, we're seeing like the first pick Shadow Fiend, the Tiny coming out, a lot of heroes that maybe wouldn't have expected to see come out, like the Brood even making an appearance. It is the group stage, so perhaps the meta will kind of focus in a bit more come the main event, while the group stage teams are a bit more experimental, but we are seeing all kinds of different styles and picks.
See what sort of lane matchups we get. I mean, is there a certain pairing that you feel that one team is going to try and make sure that they have in this laning stage, in terms of their heads at 1v1s and such?
It seems both teams are pretty happy with the standard laning matchups, like neither team going for any kind of aggro lane. Both teams looking to secure their safe lanes first and foremost. We'll see XY likely securing the early souls for Shadow Fiend. I think that to me is probably the key thing for Faceless in like the first minute or two, is get souls on SF. So whether or not Jabs is the one securing that or they have some other idea in mind, we'll have to wait and see. But interesting, Nuts is actually bottom with the Warlock. So they are going to do the 1v1, but it's going to be tiny. If you did a 1v1 against Nature's Prophet, like Theban mentioned on the panel, we'd expect it to be the Timbersaw there at 1v1. So interesting that it's actually tiny. Terrible, zero base armor. It's not even terrible starting armor. It's no armor to start with.
Bottom lane, trying to make a go here onto Ice. Shadow Word will be onto Zai in response. XY comes across with a roll. Looks like they no one to fall here. Ice man's back up, tries to force the back. There's going to be a second Frostbite though. Ice has to be careful. Pull down fairly low. The Shadow Word here will be there for Nuts.
I mean, it's interesting. Something that the panel also mentioned is Faceless is probably looking for a way to go aggro trialing, but with the Timbersaw just doesn't seem like the ideal, optimal way to do that.
It really feels like Black and Ice is more optimal for them to switch positions, but indeed this is the play that Faceless want to make.
Another
roll with the roll.
Ooh.
Gonna mix crit. Fine.
We hit the CM. That's that 280 movement speed CM, slowed by a roll and an Orb Venom. You'll find the first blood there, but they lost their initial sentry. Do have a second one to try and deal with Zai here at bottom. I'm just confused. Like I would have definitely expected this to be. If they had Tiny bottom, you've got a stun. Tiny not great because all those early anti-mage hits would be against a zero armor hero, and that Tiny would be getting harassed heavily.
They might actually catch out Zai here. Frostbite will be there. Hold back XY, but with the Shadow Word ticking Zai down, gonna be close. Looks like he will survive though. He's going up, and it's just enough to offset the damage of the Shadow Word.
Still doing a good job blowing this lane. Nice thing for the dire sides, they have got access to a shrine if they want to 3-man shrine it. One of the good reasons why these aggro tri-lanes are so good. But Nuts, TP's up top to where the Jabs is shrining, and it will use this shrine to go and secure some additional farm for Black, who isn't having the best time against Nature's Prophet. Isn't doing too bad, but he's chewed through all his Tangos here. Only has the salve left to regen himself back up with.
The mid lane matchup looking very good for Sumail at the moment, of course, with these early levels. 15 for 6 against the 8 for 1.
Yeah, it's totally wrong as far as Faceless's laning stage objective. They didn't try and secure any early souls there, but they're going to get first blood top. Nice move from Nuts. Seems to just catch Universe by surprise.
Yeah, very nice for Black. He wrapped around past the secret shop, making sure that he could get in position behind the Treants and ensure that he was going to get that toss off onto the Nature's Prophet.
They had the ward there too. They knew Warlock had TP'd there and was making that move up top, so bit of a misstep. Kumail at mid.
Getting aggressive. The response will be there from X.
Oh, he
nice phase shift this roll. Surely does he get himself out of this one? He doesn't. Jabs will pick up the kill. Very good quick reactions there from XY as he spots Sumail trying to make a play.
Great phase dodge, but still not enough. And yeah, XY in the right position and making a good call for Jabs to just bait it in. Like, let him go and you pretend you're out of position and turn it around to get that kill. So still a laning stage being heavily won by EG. It's reflected in the CS. All 3 lanes. CS lead is on EG's side. See how much that changes as time goes on, but not going to be... I mean, Ice can just right-click, use this max reactive armor. It's going to take support presence to do anything about it. And CM's probably one of the weakest supports to try and zone a Timber with. So Ice will have a good time in going for these annoying Orb of Venom type items. He knows he's never going to have mana, so if he wants to harass, he may as well do it through right clicks.
Yeah, he's going straight in on Arteezy. Yep. Arteezy, and a little trouble as well. XY with the boulder smash, but not quite enough control that they need to maintain.
Close.
kill potential, and in fact it's going to be mid lane where the blood is spilt. Crit with the rotation to wrap around, shut off jabs, make sure that Sumail gets that kill in return in the mid lane that he did need after kind of losing his life to the rotation of XY earlier.
I think Jab's was trying to make his way to that shrine and couldn't quite get there, and will immediately TP back in. He does not want to die again with Ricky in the neighborhood, but again we see XY. His mid's in trouble. He's there to help try and salvage things.
Still with an incredible CS lead on the puck. 29 CS here before the 5-minute mark. Sumail having a lightning start to this game 2, and we saw what he was able to do with a good lead at the beginning in game 1. I'll be on a very different hero. Certainly is going to be hitting up very good time with this rate of farm early on.
We'll see what the call is going to be as far as EG with their support movement. For now, they block some campsites. The info as to what's going on. Yeah, it seems like they know that Zai is in the neighborhood.
Look at the roll onto Crit, and Crit smashed up and raised down. And fell. You're going to look for a second one, yeah, with the dust. Should get this Zai, he's got nothing to jump up to. So Faceless pick up a second. The 2 supports getting taken down.
That's
some
value.
Great involvement for Jams to find himself in.
Yeah, I mean, while this is going on, the 1v1 lane's not going great for them. I mean, I think Timber's lane is fine right now. Anti-Mage actually gets bullied a little bit despite being able to burn all of Timber's mana. He just doesn't care with the Poor Man's Shield and constant 10 reactive armors up, so that lane's going well, but top lane is in a dangerous place as Black is getting ganked up by some smoked supports here.
And he's very low on health here, Black, as he sticks around. Looks like he's actually going to get away there. Crit. So he's just unable to... Oh, no, okay, didn't have the second spell, so just sitting on level 3 with the 2 points in the aura.
He's close with the phase boots. He can keep chasing. As stick charges, and yeah, we'll lose vision at night, so return kill at the tower.
Crit ended up just